the LEC was forged by countless great moments that forever changed the European landscape. In match history, we look back at the games that will live on in the memory of every European fan. And of course, highlights from the LEC 2022 season.
Good luck indeed. We see both teams now bringing out their own comps, their own styles. Misfits feeling their own game here on the World's quarterfinal stage against the world champs. We are into game 3. It is 1-1 as we see who can take this third match.
Something insane here. Ignar is actually going Fervor of Battle on Leona. This is 100% for the early game. He's going to stack it very quickly with the spells and indexing so heavily for the early damage. It's not a Thunderlords. This is very, very interesting. We're going to have to see if it pays off because he's going to be much squishier as a result without actually having that tank mastery.
But for Ignar, it's all about just killing people right in front of him. And if he's going first and there's an Ivern there, there's a Tristana, they have the damage, at least with Hansama in the early game, to kill something like a Lulu that's so squishy. Maxlaw's job here is build Ardent Sensor and then be ready to babysit his bot lane. Because with this Ivern, your first clear is not great. You drop very low from it, but once you go back to base and return out on the map, you can start kind of outpacing the enemy jungler and really be active in lanes.
You really can, but for Blank, he has seen what the strategies have been. And again, it does look like a case where you want to go to the bot lane. But Blank is going to be torn between both these side lanes, which can be extremely successful, but also very vulnerable when put behind. I mean, when you look to the top side, Jarvan plus the Ivern is certainly a duo that could take down a Jace who's pushing too far up. And likewise, Bang and Wolf will have to play this early game exceptionally careful.
Just a cut of 50 damage off of Blank's health as they make their way into the jungle. Zenith Blade first, Sunlight passive damage as well is something you have to watch from Leona in the early game. It can easily put you in a bad situation as SKT is trying to disrupt quite a bit.
Yeah, I love the start in bot lane.
Hansama keeping that W on the ready as he jumps in for Bang and a little bit of damage, but they lose that trade.
Yeah, actually really bad start for Misfits here. Flash already forced on Power of Evil. Blank is pushing Maxlor off of his jungle camps, and the bot lane took a pretty rough trade here. And Leona from behind is actually abysmal. You need to be able to go aggressive or you can't do anything.
Well, they try to get to the front already. Ignite goes down immediately. No flash forward, but the heal comes out. They turn to Wolf as Bang feels like he can get back into the fight. Just 150
Hansama has no heal.
Hansama, one more shot as Wolf wants the glitter lands. Bang! Barrier comes out again! On to Bang! Fight in the jungle still! Here comes Hansama! Wolf's going down! 2 kills in the bot lane as Misfits pull the trigger!
Misfits will knock back down. They're on the Maxlor, though Faker is moving up, but they have killed both the bot lane in 2v2. Blank is level 1. He's gonna get pushed out of the jungle, and Maxlor gets his red buff. Misfits get everything.
All the focus was on the bottom lane while the junglers were trying to fight up top here. Mid laners were in there, top laners as well early on. Maxlor is level 2 now. Blank is back in base. 0 CS so far for him. Has to now go out and take his first camp.
And Bang dies with 3 CS. This is a pickaxe to nothing. Ignar is able to get a good early buy here as well. They will need to keep up the pressure. We'll see if SKT can stabilize, because honestly, this has been such a devastating early game after what they just faced in game number 2.
And I wanted to talk about why Hansama jumped in level 1 and was so aggressive instantly. One of the things he's doing is he runs HP regen runes, and also with the Dawn Shield. So he had 24 HP regen per 5 at level 1 compared to 7 on Bang. So he jumps in, he wants early trades, he wants to get the regen in his favor. Ends up then having another fight a little bit later where suddenly it looks like Hansama is actually dying, but because then of Fervor of Battle on Ignar, he has the damage to kill the main.
And remember, with that Ignite cooldown, that is going to be up before you know, the flashes are up, right? So when Ignar gets that Ignite back, they are level 3. They have the ability to go for this again. Let's watch the play one more time. They're getting chased down. They know they need to turn. And as Bang is pushed out, Misfits are handling this exceptionally well. And Leona is actually getting so much damage out with the fully stacked Fervor, mind you, even through the shield. Look how much damage that auto did.
I mean, it's completely surprising Bang with the DPS coming level 1. From Ignar here, and then Hansama gets his HP back, returns into the fight, picks up a kill for himself.
I mean, who accounts for an 8-stack Fervor Leona in a level 1 all-in? I mean, it's insane.
Listen, everyone always says, oh,
Listen, Wolf gets hit, they're right on the hip. Here comes Maxlor too to get a piece of the party. He gets the chance wants to get in with the shield, and now the assists are going across the map.
Most teams in the world try to copy LCK. They try and play like the Korean teams. They never get to their level, so they can't take them down in these best-of-5 series. Misfits are saying, we don't care about the meta. We don't care about how you play in LCK. They're switching it up completely. So bang, completely unexpected. A forever battle, Leona kills him at level 1.
And I mean, like I said, as a Vayne from behind, good luck clearing the waves against this. Tristana is going to be pushing, and they're looking to fight again, but maybe too far.
Under the turret, condemned, and that's going to be Ignar going down. They're still going to trade on the Bang. Blank cannot get into the fight, but neither can Han Sama or Maxlor. They back up, and they have to watch out for Faker.
Yeah, Faker's moving down. He's not level 6 just yet. Still trying to get down here in time.
They actually zoned them off so much farm as well, but Han Sama, no summoners. Looks like they are going to get taken out.
He could have the rocket jump as he comes back. He's trying to go for the kill, however, and he keeps Faker from getting an assist on that one. Nicely played. It is going to be Power of Evil just on the edge of Maxlor's shield, and Dissonance to get out. No, just the shield, as he would have wanted the Dissonance for Power.
Really nice roam there from Faker, getting down to the bot side, calming things down for SKT. So big that they get those 2 kills back and start to stabilize the game a little bit here. But still, it's Han Sama with 3 kills. BF pickaxe to a couple Doran's blades and a dagger.
I mean, I love they're proxying so early in the game just behind the tower here. But because Ignar is onto the body slam to Gragas, he gets pulled under that turret and then knocked further back in. They're still trading 1 for 1. And now it's all about just Faker moving first from that mid lane. Power People not able to follow him instantly. And this is why SKT can actually bounce back with a few kills. Not a whole lot Hansama or Maxwell can do here.
No, certainly not. They were completely corralled. And Faker now is going to be level 6 when we get back into live. And they're going to have to really play around that because these roams will be that much easier for him to pull off.
And we said last game as well, it was good that Misfits in these fights approaching the turret, always getting damage on the turret, always setting up for the next move. Once they break it and the map opened up for them, they took control even more.
And while the Vayne is in this game as a counter to the Leona, Vayne still has all the normal issues for her. Again, she can't push out waves properly. She needs a lot of time before she gets really strong in the game. Maxwell might get caught out here.
Root Caller's in. That's not going to be there for Power of Evil, however, and they don't currently have the vision on Faker. Alfari takes a shock blast. Gets the flag and drag out to safety. Ignar going in, Sunlight, and Root onto Bang. It doesn't look like Han Sama can follow up as they were just a little mismatched on their targets, but still winning the trade.
Again, though, that's all the summoners down for Bang. The exhaust has gone for Wolf, and Ignar is going to be level 6 here relatively soon. That level 6 all-in is so exceptionally strong from the Leona, and Bang needs to be careful.
Right now, Bang's condemned to knock the Leona back. It's on a 20-second cooldown. Leona's E herself to actually try and get in is on a 13-second cooldown. So you can play around the CD or the cooldown here on both these abilities.
And it's also why you saw Ignar start off that play with a flash Q. He didn't want to allow him a chance to actually make that happen. You can simply save the Zenith Blade for follow-up damage later on.
Again, we see Moby Boots Maxlor headed towards the bot side to make sure things are safe as Misfits take that vision control across the map.
This is what we talked about before here. Maxlor just wants to get one early rotation of his jungle camps and then go down to this bot lane. It's the second time he's here already. 8 minutes into the game, they take down the tower. This is exactly why they have this Ivern to babysit the bot lane and build that Ardent Sensor.
And Vayne just has so little wave clear for AD carries in this meta. Yes, you could try to rush towards something like a Shiv to help with that a little bit, but Vayne is always really going to struggle to actually clear waves against this pushing style. And now we can see Misfits send their bot lane up to top where, honestly, Alfari is getting abused by Huni and this turret is getting low, but if you can put the dual lane and match up against the Jace, that takes away a lot of the pressure that Jace has.
Misfits here putting value on getting more turrets down instead of securing a Mountain Drake in the early game. Instantly swap to top side. We have to remember this ult here from Ignar. It's fairly landed on things like a Lulu. You can land it on Talia as well if she's not getting a bit of extra movement speed. Same thing for Huni actually if he's just standing in the middle of the lane. And Ignar is already up here.
Flashes left and right across the map from this Misfits pressure is putting SKT at a deficit already.
Yeah, just a nice roam up from Power of Evil. Maxor coming down, that forces the flash there out of Huni, and now he has to be worried about any potential dive. So SKT is moving multiple members up here, and they're sending Bang to actually split push down on the bottom.
Huni should have been ready for that little swap though. After the bot lane tower had already died, you always gotta be ready for the enemy dual lane to show up in your lane. In fact, you lose the flash, it could be huge. Ignar's level 6 now.
Sama taking quite a bit of damage as he steps forward. He actually would have found quite a few members of SKT on the other side of that fight. Looks like Faker stays mid lane to farm. As we said, the lanes have swapped, but now Alfari's in that bot lane with Bang. Little mismatch.
It's also looking like PoE is going to be going towards Aroa here. So likely going to be the Roa Nashor's build that he has kind of made famous, I guess.
Could also be the Rod of Ages is just Morello for Power of Evil. I don't feel like there's a lot of frontline tanks he's auto-attacking in this game. It's just blank only.
That's true. When you question him about it, he says it's the fights I can stay in for a long time. Auto-attacking, charging up. This doesn't seem to be one of those, but he has the method to his madness.
Again, remember, there's no flash on Huni's side, and Ignor is level 6. Huni wants to try and surprise Summer here. They're gonna find him.
He will just on the other side. Sama taking a big hit there as the teleport now coming in from Alfari, and that's Huni going down. A little too strong. Cataclysm onto Wolf. Does Sama pick up another one? Alfari grabs that for himself.
Grab 2 kills there. They're going to push the turret. There's no one up here to answer. This should be another Misfits turret. They are making it happen. This gold lead is getting enormous. Blank looking for the play.
Axlor takes a hit, casts back. This one's going to be in the hands of Faker as they make quick work of the mid lane. But top's being taken down. Misfits is winning across the map.
Credit to SKT. That was a beautiful combo there. The cast into the flip, and they're trying to hold topside here as well. Huni is back, and the Roma's coming up. Faker has ultimate.
Bit more damage on the serrated Dirk, stacking up his tier now. These guys went Dorans in the bot lane and top lane first to hopefully be able to farm up, hopefully have a little bit more HP, and it set them back just a bit.
All right, let's see the replay again. Huni lost his flash earlier because he did not respect the lane swap from Misfits. That means now it's very easy for Ignor to actually just stun lock him and take him down in time. And Alfari just instantly TPs into this top lane here to get a kill on Wolf.
Wolf wasn't even 6 there. What was he going to do more than shield? But great play here for SKT to react on something topside. Mid was not paying attention.
And then just look at the combo here. This is so perfect from Blank and Faker. Look at that. The cast perfectly into the flip. No gap in between that, so no chance for Maxlor to actually get away, and had his flash available.
It's important that Faker doesn't get too many kills for Misfits here. They want to get more. Huni still no flash.
Nice ultimate. Solar flare into the Zenith blade. Daybreak lockdown, and that's Sama coming up with another kill. Ignor putting these on a silver platter.
That's what we talked about earlier here. Lulu, Talia, Jace, these kind of champions without dashes, you can land that Leona ulti onto them if there's no flash.
Ignor is showing no fear playing against SK Telecom T1. He is full aggression. He is not backing down. And this is a legend in the making. Ignor is playing out of his mind.
They get to taunt SKT in their own jungle now. Explosive shot takes Blank down below half health. Ignor is going to be the first one to take the turret shot with Daybreak aggro. And they're going to be able to walk out with another kill. Faker with the Weaver's Wall, not able to make any moves or block the fight off. Comes in just a little late.
And we keep seeing Misfits make plays around the dual lane here because Ignor and Sama are playing so well. Faker trying to help his team. He's trying to defend them on both sides, but he can't get there in time. And meanwhile, in the bot lane, we see some of the problems for Vayne. She takes forever to do anything. Push her lane, get her items. It all takes too long.
Yeah, and I mean, when you give 6 kills and an early turret to Tristana, the gold lead is enormous for Sama. He is 2,600 gold ahead of his opponent right now in its early stages of the game. He's going to be on 2 items, likely before Bang has really anything happening over on his side.
And Bang wants to rush that Rage Blade, the same thing we saw from Uzi when he played the Vayne earlier here during Worlds. Top lane, Huni once again plagued by losing that flash to a lane swap he should have seen coming. Ends up going down, and Sama picks up another easy kill.
And this is just brilliant from Misfits because not only are you getting Sama stronger and stronger and stronger, you've now gotten Huni out of this matchup against Alfari. Alfari is being given time to farm. That is almost equalized. He was massively behind earlier in the game, but Huni cannot match up to this fed Tristana with the support of that Leona.
So now this top lane tower should be an easy objective here for Misfits. And then they have to look at Rift Held and mid lane tower after. Get Faker pushed far back on the map so he can't impact the side lanes with his ulti, because again, at the moment, Faker is trying his best to actually apply pressure and still try and defend his losing side lanes.
Top lane getting pushed. Sama solo gold for himself as well. Absolutely huge. 6.6 to Bang's 4,000 gold right now. And you can see it in the items.
You certainly can. But one bright spot for SKT has been Faker. He is strong, but they're going for the engage again.
Doing the kill. Easy hit onto Blank.
Like the synergy there, when you land the snare from Maxlaw, Ignar can just go straight into melee range and then apply his own stun. It's a good synergy between Ivan and Leona.
Yeah, they're going to go straight in, try to get some damage down on this turret, but he can retreat back to the Rift Herald, which is available. I think that may be the option here for Misfits, and things are looking so good for them.
So effectively right now, if you're SKT, if you get hit by one skill shot that applies any sort of CC, you're most likely dying, or you have to at least blow your flash. Because look at this here. As soon as Maxlaw connects the snare onto Blank, Ignar can get into melee range, being pulled in, and instantly he can just apply a stun. There's no chance for Blank to really escape as soon as the snare hits. Yeah,
and then it's the perfect CC combo there. The Q to follow up the root, into your own ultimate, into the shockwave. There's so much CC, and Hans Sama, this is the dream game for him. Already tied against SKT in the quarterfinals. 7 kills to his name at 15 minutes on this Tristana. He has the support of the Ivern. He has the support of the Orianna. And he has been set up perfectly to carry this game.
Yes, 2 fully completed items, tier 2 boots as well. And the animated carry is just going back now to get his first.
Don't worry, he just bought his blasting wand. So now he's...
there we go.
And is there any question to where Misfits is playing around? 100% kill participation from both bot lane members. They've been involved in everything, and they are creating everything.
Exactly, and while Hansama has played incredible, not to take away from him, Ignar has been the catalyst.
Absolutely.
In these last 2 games, the Blitzcrank, now the Leona, these incredible picks coming out for him have to be executed perfectly, or they fall apart completely. They look horrible. Instead, he's been able to execute flawlessly in these games, even bringing out innovations like the Fervor of Battle on this Leona. And this is just a series to remember already.
And we had teams looking at this bot lane meta of the Lulu Caitlyn's and the Relic Shield lady carries, and they said, okay, Caitlyn is the answer. Misfits are saying, no. You got to move to support. That's where you find the answer. You got to find some way of creating picks, force fights against these very passive lanes. It's a Vayne Lulu lane. They're never going to do anything in the early game, and they're getting destroyed.
And this is step 2 now. Take over your enemy's jungle. You had the Blitzcrank, vision control powerful with that. Likewise, it is with the Leona. You cannot face check into this team because the damage will be there from Hans Sama to burn you down if you get hit by any of that crowd control.
Mountain Drake now picked up by Misfits as they reset the map a bit, find out where they're going to go next. The map is objective free. We won't see Baron for another 3 minutes, and SKT loves to use these windows.
But now, of course, with the Rift Herald here, you have to start looking at either one of these side lane turrets if they get a kill to secure a tier 2 one, or you want to get the mid lane tower, ideally, away from Faker. But he's sitting there non-stop, just wave clearing, trying to make sure Misfits can't get the tower too fast, because the longer that tower is alive, the longer SKT can actually defend and try and delay the game. Because at this point, all they can hope for is go full late game with this Vayne here.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, while Vayne is a great scaling champion, it can be so difficult to actually navigate the team fights when there's so much CC. If you get hit by anything, you're going to get burst down, and it's so difficult to actually match up against Tristana, who has longer range and all this crowd control, people diving you. It feels like a game where Jace and the Vayne have to be in opposite lanes. You have to be split pushing, and you have to be able to be ahead to actually effectively do that oftentimes.
Exactly, and at this point, they're seeing as the Vayne couldn't do anything in the laning phase. You could have gone for different AD carry choices, which would have had the same result in the early game, but much easier to play in the late game fights. And I'm looking at a Twitch from Bang that he's used to come back in games during group stages so often already, where he needs one good team fight and he takes 2 or 3 members down. And Shock in the mid lane.
Faker, it's going to be Maxlor just behind him. They flash in for the root caller. Here's Daisy, and Faker's forced to flash over the wall as Wolf is still there for wild growth protection.
Again, Misfits are trying to force Faker away from mid so they can get this tier 1 tower down.
Yeah, and they should be able to. Ignar is here. He's going to drop the Rift Herald. Hans Sama is coming up as well. Push Faker out. Both summoners down. And now Faker cannot reliably wave clear because the threat of a dive is so high.
Weaver's Wall
actually
in the Rift Herald. 2,000 IQ Weaver's Wall. And it looks like they're going to be able to get that taken down as Rift Herald just squeezes through. 9-4 here, and mid turret has the pressure of shelling.
And that ult was so close to catching Faker. He got hit by the slow, not the stun. Had it fully connected, that would likely be a dead Faker.
We might have to see Wolf get an early Mikhails in this game here to try and help his team out, because at the moment, there's no cleanse on Faker's mid lane here. There's obviously no cleanse on Bang's AD carry either. So if they get hit by, again, that one CC, so much more will follow, and they're not going to leave these fights alive then. They will die.
One of the nicest things about this game as well for Onsami, he's so much gold, and really, there's no armor on the other team. You don't have to go back for a Last Whisper. You don't have to do that at all. You can go straight to this double a Shiv type item. You have the Energizer build. You can punch through anyone who gets crowd control.
Another thing to note here is that Wolf went with Spell Thieves for the early laning phase to try and make sure they didn't lose too hard, and it's prevented him from getting the same amount of gold as we see from the coin builds. So he's actually not currently sitting there and just rushing towards 2 or 3 items as we've seen so often from these supports. He's only completed the Ardent Sensor at this point. With 20 minutes into the game, he is so far behind.
Yeah, I mean, he's actually gotten 500 less gold than even the Targon's item for Ignar, so really has not been able to actually use that item effectively, because when you are behind, when you are pushed down, it's hard to move up and actually proc that Spell Thief. So you have to sit back, so he doesn't even have the quest completed.
Can't proc it when you're dead, and that's what Wolf are realizing.
Now here's my question, guys. Usually it's going to be, how does Misfits find the way into the fight? But how does SKT find a hole in Misfits' composition at this point?
I think it's split push. I think that's really your only way to win, unless Misfits make some sort of misposition and Blank can find a perfect ultimate and split them up. I feel like this team fight is just so much better from Misfits in a 5v5 than it is from SKT, with the front line, with double shielding, with Shockwave as well from Power of Evil, and a super fed AD carry.
And there's no flash on Faker at the moment, so if he steps forward, Ignar will just ult straight in his face and try and take down this Talia instantly. I like the play around Baron to force SKT to constantly react. Now they need to force the fight.
They need to start it because Jace is not coming, and they need to force a teleport out at the very least, but they're rushing this down very fast.
Look for the turn here from Ignar's side. He wants Faker.
They use the brush, great ball control from Power of Evil. They go right onto Blank. They're going to be out with Daisy as well. Blank's able to get out with a shield, and they take down Alfari immediately. Misfits making a misstep, and they will have to back off from Baron.
Right there, Ignar missed everything on the Talia. That was the target he was looking for. No flash, and if you want to cleanly snowball the game, then you have to hit this one. It was a good play to start the Baron and then turn, but the execution failed.
And even if they had fully committed to Blank very likely would not have been able to escape with the CC landing on him. They went for the big target. It does flop, and this buys SKT a lot of time. It gets them some gold. They knock down another turret, and they do hold on to this game.
One of the big things for SKT when they're defending is look for mistakes from the enemy team. Try and punish those mistakes to delay the game. They had one right here.
Right back to it.
Misfits are starting it again. Leona ulti is ready in just about 10 to 15 seconds.
They really want to force out the teleport here from Huni. He is TPing in just now, but Vayne is so far away, and they may actually just be able to go for a finish. Blank has come, though.
Faker was already bought. Vayne committed to the red. They said if Blank can get there, we can stall it. And they are going to be able to, but this is still Misfits trying to walk Faker and SKT around the map, not let them get control.
And a little bit too fast here for Misfits, buying into the hype. There was no ulti for Ignar while they were on the Baron. They needed that cooldown ready. Also didn't want to risk Blank stealing that Baron away from them and once again slowing down the game.
Still, I will say, I think the play came out well for them. The trade of teleports, I think, is actually positive for Misfits because I don't feel like Huni can actually afford to be in a side lane now with the threat of engage from Alfari when he is grouped. And Jace wants to be in that side lane.
Ignar thought he hit the snare, so he just put the ulti in the same spot to chain CC Faker. But Faker sidestepped the first one and of course sidestep the next one.
And Faker is in a position where he is the hope for his team, the biggest hope for his team right now. 3-0-0, having a strong game for himself, and has found himself in positions like this time and time again throughout the years where he's been able to pull it back.
And one of the big notes when we see teams get ahead against SKT is that they need to keep being aggressive. They can't start slowing down. The moment you slow down and delay the game, you give SKT a chance to farm the side lanes and get 2 to 3 items, and they can start team fighting you. Misfits are trying to continue just forcing plays. They had 2 Baron plays, got in the Furnace Drake now, looking for something around mid.
I mean, with 3 items done on your AD carry, they should be forcing the fight, and Huni has been forced into grouping. SKT is going to have to play this kind of guerrilla warfare style where they're off to the side, they're trying to clear out the waves and deny Misfits the ability to go forward and push.
For the next fight, there is flashes available on all the different members that can't actually dodge a Leona ulti easily, and I'm looking at the Lulu, Talia, and the Jace once again.
And that's where Leona can start to really kind of fall flat, because Lulu has such a high baseline of effectiveness when you're applying these shields, when you're speeding up your AD carry. You will always have value in a fight if you're not dying right off the bat, whereas the Leona needs to nail the CC chain or she is adding almost nothing.
Needs to get that righteous glory as well. Get even more engaged here for Misfits. Keep jumping at SKT. Next step for them though, seeing as Drake is dead, is reclaim the Baron area. Get your control wards down. Get your vision once again.
I've got to point out the Gnasher's Tooth from PoE. I know it's been talked about time and time again, but there's just doesn't feel like the game for it. When there's not frontliners you can consistently auto-attack, it feels like the Morellos would be the more effective choice, but we're going to have to track and see how well he can make it work.
Yeah, there's also a chance he values it very much for the auto-attack damage on things like Baron and a turret as well to keep snowballing the game. It's only 20 less AP than the Morello for him at the moment, so getting the attack speed could be valuable.
Bangwell with a Knight's Vow from Blank. He'll be able to get a little added stats from that, as well as those shields coming in from Wolf. SKT setting up their fight just a little bit.
On to Huni!
They break onto Huni. That's Hansama over the wall, but he gets the hit out, which doesn't allow for the quick Zenith blade from Ignar.
That was one flash now, but the ulti's on cooldown from Ignar's side. Not ranked 2 just yet, and at the moment he's waiting another minute.
Well, Ignar has to be careful here. All of SKT has come.
Still pretty tanky with that W on, but when a 5-man brawl, he goes down fast. Hansama trying to fire in on Bang from the other side. Maxlor throws out Daisy, thinking that would continue.
And again, we're starting to see these small mistakes here from Misfits, where SKT are so good at finding the little opening and then just punish it instantly. They invested time to try and kill Huni. He flashed away, and then Ignar kind of losing grasp of the mid lane, where his team did not actually have any priority and ends up dying.
Yeah, exactly. Power of Evil is up on the top side of the map. He does not have his ultimate. They're not looking for a fight. And if you're not grouped up as that 5-man squad, you can't be wandering around when SKT is not on the map, when you don't have the vision to allow you to do so. But still, they're trying so hard to force these fights because they know how massive the advantage they have is at this stage. I mean, still, even with the second item completed for Bang, Hansama is hilariously ahead.
Yeah, exactly. They can just go back to Baron, set up their control wards, and when SKT walks in to fight them, just kill Blank. Like, you don't even have to get to the back line. This is a Gragas with just a Knight's Vow and a Cinderhulk as his defensive tools. This Tristana will take him down very quickly.
Yeah, but they have not been able to do it, and Huni's teleport is back up, which means he's going to be in the side lane, pressuring turrets.
Now's the time then for Misfits there. Trying to take over control here. Need a control ward. Ideally also in the Baron pit to see if anything has been put in behind, or at least sweep the Baron area for Maxlor here with this Iron. And then push your top lane, push your mid lane, and start taking or making sure that SKT can't see anything in the river. So when SKT are trying to go in and stop you, it's Blank face checking, and he kind of delivers himself to you, and you can kill him.
Now they have the vision controlled. They've swept out the wards around. They can threaten to start up this Baron, and Blank is going to have to try to get vision control. We'll see if Misfits can navigate this Baron dance effectively, because I do feel if you can secure a Baron with the position that they're in at this stage, that denies completely the split push priority from SKT, and they'll be forced to fight you and very likely lose the game.
So right now, after we had the first wave of vision, Misfits reset to restock here on control wards. This is now the time for SKT to go into this river and try and kill whatever wards they can. But by the time they've killed them, Misfits are right back out on the map and can place new ones in case anyone even died, and they regain control for another few minutes of the Baron area. And those few minutes, that's where Misfits needs to strike.
And because they were so scared, they didn't have vision on those people going back to base. They didn't have the confidence to go in. But Huni is on the bot side. I feel like Misfits needs to start something. You can't allow Jace to tear you apart.
They can Blast Cone over as well, but this ward is actually very smart from SKT to see if the Blast Cone is being used into the Baron pit. So they know the Baron is starting.
Blank is maybe too far. They can actually just finish this.
Way too far away. This is Baron for Misfits. It's going to be the fight. Ignar could get pushed away. No condemn there. 3 silver bolts coming through. Blank says we can still fight this. Let's go, team. That's going to be the redemption. Huge shockwave onto 3 members of SKT. But Huni's already teleported to the back line. That ward behind Baron was his in, and it's also his out. Faker doing what he can to bring the pain from the side, but SKT's been pushed out by Power of Evil.
3 for 1 and the Baron for Misfits, despite Hansama jumping in a bit too far. He does get taken down, but SKT have to commit so much to that kill that they had nothing left, and Misfits will be out on the map with a Baron buff and a chance to put SKT 1 game away from elimination.
After Misfits just slowed down a little bit and got their vision back around the Baron, they could keep baiting around it. SKT had to go back and reset, get their own wards as well, and then Misfits strike. And even with the ward behind the pit to spot the blast cone, they can't react in time. Ignar jumps away here. Hansama gets hit by the body slam engage from Blank, and that's why he's not able to deal enough damage in the fight here. Great shockwave though from Power of Evil. Another carry just steps up, and of course Alfari takes the kill.
Yeah, completely fight-saving shockwave there as everyone piled in on Hansama. He used his rocket jump very aggressively and did go down, but makes them pay for it, and he's at such a strong point. And look at the damage put out there from PoE. So effective with that shockwave.
Shockwave dissonance, hardly got any autos in. I'm seeing the effectiveness. I'm seeing.
Hey, he rushed down the Baron with it, and it's worked out so far for him, and he's very comfortable with it.
Yeah, that's why he's going for the item in this game here. It is still only 20 less AP. So
right.
It's not a huge downgrade for him in terms of his actual damage. And Void Staff now completed. Huni is trying to be annoying in a side lane, but the rest of Misfits, they don't care. They're much stronger in the 4-man group.
And Alfari should never take a fight against Huni. All he needs to do is hold the turrets, play defensive. You don't need to be the hero in that 1v1. You need to hold him even. This is where, you know, when Cloud9 were playing this sort of a comp against SKT, they fell flat because Huni was able to get a solo kill on Impact and delay the game.
And we have no flash on the bot lane from SKT. Misfits can actually threaten to just tower dive if they can instantly burst down Wolf. That's why you see SKT stay so far back. Just give up the tower here. Try and see if you can delay Misfits from getting an inhib with this Baron buff here. Meanwhile, Huni is trying to go super aggressive in the top lane and get some towers for his team.
See if Misfits can act on the bottom side. Baron still with 1.5 minutes left, but they are waiting on a minion wave. This gives Huni time to back up and be somewhere else. Teleports are still down for both of those top laners, so it will be a 4v4 on the bot side if they choose to.
And you have to feel that this is for sure the Misfits turret. I don't think SKT will fight for that. The question is, how aggressive does Misfits go with this? Do they take the gold that they have gone, or do they push for the Baron? I feel like you really want to push aggressively.
Faker can use a defensive wall here to try and force them away from the turret, and that's what he's actually going for.
When he got back, and I don't know if Alfari knew it, he's going to start rotating down. When he can join the fight, just use
yeah, this is going to be a 5v4. Alfari's not here. Misfits need to get out.
Weaver's Wall came in from the side. That's the redemption down, so they can kind of get a bit of play in now. Get that heal back in, and Faker waiting to engage on that side. Gets a good flick onto Power of Evil. Shock Blast comes through. Just another hit, and they take down PoE.
And it's still Faker trying to defend here for SKT. He hides around the corner. Great knockback on the Orianna. We get to see some of the burst here from this Talia. And he's been doing his job in this game here, Faker himself. The rest of the team, that's where we're seeing them fall apart. Blank has been trying to assist Faker as much as possible, but he's still been at target as well.
He certainly has. And Misfits, you need to play this a little bit more slowly. Allow time for Jarvan to get up to the turret, to draw someone over there, and then know that you will be able to take a 4v4 when you have the proper vision. Instead, getting a little bit antsy, Faker catches PoE, and as he always seems to, gives his team another lease on life.
Yeah, 4-0-2 for him on this Talia pick. A little quiet in the early game, but now he starts to go off. Flash was used in that play, keep himself safe. Let's take stock of where the game is at. 32 minutes in. Hansama had such a great bot lane, now on 4 items. The Bloodthirster being one of those. He feels like he can go straight in. He meets Bang face to face as well. A 2v1 situation, and Hansama comes out on top. 2 summoners down.
Well, trying to go aggressive there to be the hero, to kill Faker, and then make sure his team can actually get an inhib. But this time around, SKT stay alive, and his 2 summoners down from Tristana. Still no flash for Faker. If there is a fight, Ignar can try and target him.
Yeah, and I mean, Blank, though, can look for Hansama, catch him with his own flash. Bang has his flash up, so there is the ability to target Hansama. He needs to play safe enough, survive in these fights.
There's so little gold right now on Wolf here with this Lulu. He actually just sold his Spell Thief and said, I need some sort of gold income here, and picked up a coin instead. Because at the moment, with 34 minutes or 33 minutes into the game, not sure why I stopped right there, it didn't really matter if it's a minute on and off. He's still only sitting on just the Ardent Sensor and a Sidestone.
Oh, and it's actually Faker's ultimate pushing Hansama out of the jump. That actually saved Faker. It stops the one auto attack that would have come off, that would have actually killed him. But again,
Faker!
Oh, can't do it twice in a row, can you? Yes, you can if your Faker stays alive. And he is drawing so much pressure, it's actually allowing SKT to reposition for these fights. Still very low, they lose Wolf just on the bottom side of the map. in the blink of an eye.
And this means Bang has no support now. Misfits can go super aggressive, push in. They should be looking to force on these turrets if they can, to knock down an inhibitor if they can, but they are pulling back for now. Faker is going to clear out the wave.
We have Baron spawning in a minute. Elder Drake coming very soon as well. Two huge objectives here for Misfits to secure them and try and use them to close out this game here. They don't want to keep going longer and longer into the late game.
See what happened here.
Well, there is a very squishy Lulu who walks around the corner, and Ignore kills him.
Righteous Glory just getting him in there so quickly in the shockwave from PoE, securing the kill.
But again, we still don't have a Mikhails or anything because there's been no gold income for Wolf.
A very interesting choice here from Hans Sama. He actually bought up the Last Whisper, decides he doesn't want that. He goes with the QSS instead, selling that. Even though there is a random wins on Blank, he's prioritizing that cleanse, prioritizing the playmaking and perhaps some of the safety he gets him, but there's really not a lot of CC besides something like a polymorph coming out of the Lulu.
Oh, they want to kill Huni in the bottom lane here.
He may be caught out, but SKT is moving over.
TP's away, so they get a teleport and Baron had just spawned. This is very good for Misfits because it means Huni can't sit in the bottom lane anymore and apply pressure. He needs to join his team, and now Misfits can still look for a 5-on-5 team fight.
Hansama wavering a little bit. Hansama looking to make it even more, though. Just 3 shots puts Huni back, and SKT is onto the Baron, blocked out by the Weaver's wall.
So risky for SKT.
Over, gets the Cataclysm down. Maxlor just on the edge. Gets it! Maxlor! Misfits get Baron! Bangs low! Blank is going down! He goes down in the fight, and that is going to be Hansama's damage away. They focus on to Blank, and now Ignar's looking for Faker. Wolf has to peel off to the left, and Misfits come up huge.
Huni gets the kill to keep them alive, but Ignar is looking for Faker. They could get him down here.
There are the wards. Faker only has a little bit of mana left. They're going to say how far. You take that first bit of damage, flag and drag back in. Onto one, and Faker goes down.
Not even Faker can defend SKT in this game here. 2 Barons now for Misfits. Massive steal from Maxlor after SKT tried to rush down the objective, used the Talia wall to deny Misfits from getting close enough, but just didn't have the damage to burst it fast, and then Maxlor can actually get in the pit.
The biggest difference from all of these Barons is SKT stayed with the only one where the other team comes in. Misfits peeled off of everyone. They never wanted to give SKT that chance, and Maxlor took his opportunity.
He certainly did, and it always feels like those are the plays where these LCK teams turn it around. The 50-50s never feel like an even fight against these teams, but Maxlor is the hero. He takes it down, and now they're looking to set up a pick around this Elder Dragon. They want Hansama to be back. He will be there, and SKT will not have Faker, their strongest member in the game.
7 seconds left on him, another 20 or so to get to this Elder Drake, but it's not going to happen. 3 stacked up for Misfits. They get the Elder 37 minutes in and are looking great.
And this is the Elder and the Baron. This is the death push. You will not get stronger than this for the Misfits. Now it comes down to execution. Can you make these buffs count? Can you pull this off against the greatest team we have ever seen?
And the 5 players who's never gone to Worlds before take a 2-1 lead over SKT in this best of 5. Faker once again trying to delay the push from Misfits with the wall here on Talia.
The side lanes, though, are going to be pushing for Misfits. They have prepped their waves. They have done their due diligence. They have vision. They have the items. They have the buffs, and they have the capability to put this to a match point.
And the story of Misfits was that early game, but where's the closing? How do they get into the base? They have seemed to completely erase that from their history, and they are getting in when they want, how they want, and taking what they want. 38 minutes into the game, the inhibitors break again for SKT's base, but Misfits is still back and forth, yo-yoing the aggression into defense and getting what they want.
Still not killing it yet here. Blank is trying to be a threat, constantly telling Hansama that if he steps too close, then the body slam flash can happen. There is QSS though on Hansama to stay alive. He can go forward and kill this inhib.
He just waits for the rapid fire auto there. Very patient play. Now down to the bot lane. Both side lanes still pushing for Misfits. SKT has had no time to answer this, and we saw how fast the turrets do go down with the Mountain Dragon, with the Elder Dragon buff, and this super buffed up Hansama.
We have another minute on this Baron buff here. 3 cannons in this wave for them. Faker trying to once again defend.
SKT needs to force a fight. I don't think that you can allow Hansama to keep sieging you out like this.
Nice play there from Huni though, killing 2 of the cannons straight away. Hansama gets the tower.
Gets the ball as well. could get the jump forward, but they play it safe. This time, he holds the rocket jump for safety as they're onto the inhibitor. Everything is about protecting Hans Sama or being in front with Ignar.
Look at this incredible play, though. The perfect timing on the waves coming in. They have another minion wave up there on the top side. Nice wall from Faker, denies it, but Hans Sama just used his rocket jump, so he needs to be careful. Wait for his team.
Shock blast coming through from Huni, only tickling Misfits now. He's not finding big AoE damage, which usually means he has to go hammer form quick, and you do not want to do that against this team. It looks like Misfits will hold off, will wait for those waves. They're going to be pouring into the bottom soon and in that mid lane.
Look at Bang right near. He sees two members split up. Oh, Blank as well. The constant trying to find.
That was the flash and the ultimate from Blank. Misfits now should have the confidence. They can push up, but Power of Evil without his flash as well. Hans Sama, it's on him.
Faker!
Faker low, Faker shot wave in. A few more shots to him. He's going to have about 500 HP. Paxlism takes him down. Wolf is very low as Blake falls. The map is open. The base is being crushed by Misfits. SKT very low right now. As Wolf looks to make his way out. Bang has to head to the fountain. Misfits are going to be able to take the Nexus turrets.
Get the inhib for now. Bang did stay alive in this fight here. 3 inhibs gone. Misfits still in the base. It's currently the 3 members against the 2, and Alfire will TP in.
This is that part where Huni has to go to hammer form. It only gets more dangerous for him. The teleport coming in so the minions stay alive. That super minion, in fact. And they are going for Huni now. Looking for the kills, looking to secure it, looking to be the first team ever to accomplish what no team has done before as they take SKT to game point.
Can you believe it, man? They pick Leona in this game. They win the bot lane. They keep creating picks. They get 2 Barons in this game as well. They get all the Drakes, and SKT are pushed so far back on the map, they don't have an answer at the moment.
It's just unreal. SKT being pushed to their limit and beyond.
Thank you for watching Match History. Every single week, new moments and legends are born, and today's action is just about to begin. Stay tuned.
I'm Javier Prades, also known as El Joya, and I play jungle for Mad Lions. When I was 5, my parents wanted me to do a lot of sports, so they put me into swimming, football, and on my holidays I was simultaneously skiing. I was doing this until then, and then I had to decide between football and swimming. Both were really time consuming and I could only focus on one. So I chose swimming over football. Swimming was all about giving everything I had. I remember finishing competitions completely exhausted, but it was all worth it. You would take down your time, even if it was only a couple of seconds. It felt really satisfying to see your mark go down. So at the age of 16 I had to make a decision. It was either continuing swimming or going full-time into league. I chose league because it's my dream to become the best. Personally, I think that having done some sports before league, it's really important. I was not conscious that sports really helped me to free my mind. The pressure of being in a swimming competition, the pressure of a football game, it helped me to prepare what this is gonna be, what this world is. From my experience, I have learned that you need to disconnect. It's really hard to distinguish when it's good to separate from the game or when it's good to take a time for yourself. Every time I'm doing sports, I just don't think anything related in league, and I think that that's beneficial for me and for everyone.
Winning his matchup, taking control of this lane.
Incredibly impressive stuff, really inspirational.
And here we go, he's looking for something. What a move! This man is on fire!
That's the kind of play which makes me want to be on stage. Hold on.
Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, how do you feel after making that play? For those who watch, for those who move, for those who play. He's done this before. Now it's your turn to move to the big stage and play the match of your life.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Hey everyone, welcome to the intro
Introduction.
of the show.
Definitely didn't fail this the first
Didn't
time.
fail this the first time.
It was perfect. We never make mistakes.
Welcome to Medi Vedi with confetti or spaghetti, am I right?
Medi Vedi with confetti or spaghetti. Oh,
Let's
yeah.
jump into some questions that we asked fans yesterday. I mean today, or in the future,
At some
or the
point.
past,
Yeah.
at some point. Let's find out what they had to say. Hello, welcome. This is our first contestant. My name's Vedi, that's Medi. Tell us your name.
I'm Paul. Hey, nice to meet you.
This
Paul's
is
from
Paul.
the future.
Paul, Paul, where are you from?
I'm from Germany, but from the west of Germany. I traveled quite a bit.
So, Paul, do you understand the game of Medi Vedi with confetti or spaghetti?
Not yet.
Not yet. Here's the
That's
basic
good.
rule.
The best way to start.
So far, you've succeeded in answering the first 3 questions. Congratulations. Here's some confetti. That's the reward. If you get the question right, you get confetti. If you get it wrong, you will be plastered with spaghetti, or as we like to call, spaghettied. So, Paul, this is your question. Name the following words in Welsh. The first word is taxi.
Looks like spaghetti for me.
No, it's
Give
really
it a
easy.
guess.
It's really
Come
easy,
on.
mate.
Think about it. Think about it,
What would
Paul.
taxi
You can do it.
Taxi.
What is taxi in Welsh, Paul? Come on.
Taxi?
Oh,
It's
you got it right,
taxi!
amazing. Well, that's-
Here's your next one.
Oh.
What is microwave in Welsh?
Is it microwave?
No, get us the
No,
spaghetti.
spaghetti.
Get in with the
Give me some
spaghetti.
spaghetti!
Thank you very much, Paul. You can
Oh,
leave
excellent.
now.
What is microwave? in
Bye,
Welsh?
Paul. Bye, Paul.
What is it?
I don't know. I don't speak Welsh. Let's bring on the next contestant.
Who are you supporting today, Flo? G2. Fnatic. Okay, good to hear.
Okay. So, we have one question for you, Paul, that will determine whether you get spaghettied or confettied.
It's a difficult one.
Are you
Okay.
ready?
So, it's pretty obvious that our favorite champions.
Yeah.
Right? Mine is obviously Rakan, and Vedi, yours is obviously.
Katarina.
Okay. So, who
Yeah.
are our second favorite champions?
Who are our second favorite champions? Flo, think about this.
Yours is Nocturne.
Give me some. Oh, half spaghetti. Okay. Let's see if you can get mine. Maybe get some confetti.
Thresh.
No, it's a full spaghetti.
You can leave now, Flo.
Off you go. It's
Who would think
crunchy.
that I like nocturnes?
Confetti in the morning. It's actually afternoon, but I really wanted to say that. Anyway, we're here with confetti and spaghetti. First question, what's your name?
I'm Rainis.
Rainis?
Yep.
And which team are you supporting today?
Ever since Gambit is not here, there's not really any teams I support. I'm just here to see some fun games.
Okay.
It's a good answer.
You might be disappointed. So, let's get
CBDS
to...
versus Vitality, that was fun.
Let's start with, do you understand the rules of the game?
I have to answer correctly and I'm happy.
You have to answer correctly and you're happy.
You can
That
be
is
happy
correct.
answering incorrectly as well. Just depends on your perspective.
So, we have a great question for you. Medic, hit him with it.
Okay, so in 2019, a famous European team went to the World's Finals.
It's true.
They lost those finals to FunPlus Phoenix. The question I'm going to ask you is, obviously it was G2, what color shirt was Vedi wearing on the finals analyst desk?
Blue with red stripes.
Ooh,
That sounds like a nice shirt,
close.
doesn't it? Is it
does
close?
sound like a nice
Is it
shirt.
close, Vedi?
Unfortunately,
He
it
said a
sounds
colour.
way too much like
That's
spaghetti.
Close as it was! Get spaghetti!
Good job. Well, not really, because you lost. You
Yeah,
can leave
failed
now.
again. See you later.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
He came to the LEC for fun
You
games.
came for fun games. That's going to do it for this episode of Medi Vedi with Confetti or Spaghetti. If you want a chance of being a part of our contestants, you just have to come. Just show up.
Just be here.
Just be here.
On any day, really. We're just standing here.
We just
the
stand
whole
here.
time.
Just when do we cut?
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the LEC 2022 Summer Day 2. So happy to see you all here. Listen, I'm glad if you were here yesterday that you're here again today. That really shows us how much you want to be at the LEC. We, of course, hope they'll be a little bit more smooth today. My name is Shox here at the Analyst Desk with Goldborg and with Broxa. Just a little shout out to the audience of yesterday who stood by us with everything. A special shout out also to, you know, some of the 2 girls that actually have come for like 3 years, but then they couldn't for 2 years because there was a pandemic. right?
They've been here more than me.
Yeah, they have actually. Hani and Alex, I don't know if they're here today. Also, my friend Isaac should be in the crowd, so hello. And everyone else, have a great time. Anyone you want to greet?
Hi, Isaac. I don't know you. Hi.
Great. All right, let's get into it then. Let's take a look at the standings now. Yesterday, G2 came into the week undefeated, top of the standings. Now, though, they have to share that spot with 3 other teams, 4 of them tied in the same place.
Australia is looking at #1. Yeah, it might be because they start with an A and they have a 3-1 scoreline like the rest of them. But to me, that's a big surprise coming into today. They clearly had some movements coming through from spring to summer, and it worked out wonders for them so far. But it's the fact that we have 4 teams at 3-1 and then the 2-2. Like, it's a little bit inconsistent between teams. They show up on good days. Sometimes they had a little bit of a bad game. But all in all, game quality has been good.
You say that, but yet there was a time where SK and Rogue had the same scoreline, but Rogue was under SK. Even though S comes after Rogue in the alphabet, so I don't know what
Production,
happened.
so I don't know how this works out, okay? I just took a look.
Yeah, no, it should be. I think you are correct. Yeah, but Broxa, showing again that things are hotly contested here in Europe, and I want to kind of zero in on Vitality and Excel, who played 2 games yesterday. Excel won both of those.
Yeah, it was a very lovely best of 3. Feels good having those back in Europe. I believe when I joined in 2017, it was best of 3, if I remember correctly. But whichever way, it was a nice little series of games, obviously. With Excel coming out on top, I think, personally, at least, I was pretty happy to see it because they had a pretty favorable advantage in Game 1. While Game 2 was very close, in some of the spicy fights towards the end, they managed to get the advantage, come out on top, and closed it out. Really a solid performance from them in both of the games.
I just think like the word mental resilience is probably what springs to mind here. The fact they had to do it again, and then also losing Elder Drake, still managing to hold on into that game and finding fights like you're watching on your stream right now. Excel as a team, I mean, just looking miles ahead of what they did in spring. It's incredible watching.
Really great. I'm happy we saw that Shurima shuffle again, or as I read on Reddit, the Shurima whiffle, or the Shawarma shuffle. Sometimes these guys are so funny. But yeah, unfortunate. I think it's a situation we saw it later in the day as well, where as a mid laner, you have to make the plays, and it has to be at that time. So Perkz went for it.
Close to.
It didn't work out, but that's always a team effort. And props to Excel for winning those 2 games. We also had Mad versus Fnatic. Mad, absolute fantastic game out of them. Once again, there really wasn't a lot of chances for Fnatic in that game.
That's why I feel like you take a look at just the laning matchup, you take a look at cross maps too. It just felt like they were the one who was running the show all the time from the side of Mad Lions. As I'm looking over some G2 stuff here, but
G2
either
Bureau,
way,
actually.
Mad Lions did a phenomenal job at shutting down Fnatic, and quite honestly, Fnatic looked lost compared to what Mad Lions looked like. We know we talk about Niski quite a lot moving into it, but what he really brings to this team is like the word itself. Team. They look like they've been playing together for quite some time at this point, and I feel like even unforgiving on the Seri, he's probably not going to be given that champion again.
Pretend that was that was
yeah, so I definitely agree with everything you just said, and I think one thing that's worth pointing out with Fnatic is not only are they not in sync as a team, but the current meta doesn't seem to favor them very well. Yesterday, I saw Hylissang playing Nami, and the fact that someone who's so good at playmaking champs, engage, making things happen, is now trying out Enchanter supports because they're so strong in the current meta. It's not very ideal, and hopefully for Fnatic fans, eventually the meta changes and we are seeing some Rakan, but it's just not the best.
And just to be clear, it's not that he's bad at playing those, right? It's just that in the system that they want to run and the game they want to play, it's not the best.
Yeah, so in basically every iteration of Fnatic since Hylissang joined us in 2018, he has been on those playmakers. He has been so important for the team, bringing the aggression, making things happen, and also not only in the LEC, but especially on the world stage, being able to find those big openings. And now having him on more of a backseat role on an Enchanter, it really limits their options.
And since we saw the wrong replay, do you want to tell us about BDS G2?
BDS was just great going through that early game. It became a bit messy in the mid game, and the only reason it did go to that way was just because we have a phenomenal mid laner from G2. Don't know if you heard about him. He's called Caps. Not so young anymore, but he's quite good at the game.
Really
Probably
young,
been to a few internationals too. Unfortunately, I feel like BDS just came together as a team in itself, while G2, the draft really didn't facilitate what they needed. It was easier for Syncroft and the rest of BDS, and it just looked really good for them.
Speaking of Syncroft, we have Broxa here, so we wanted to take a look at some of the outstanding junglers on day one. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, so we are standing here. We got 3 junglers prepared for you guys, and we really want to highlight some, well, while it's still a little bit the same style, some unique takes coming out from every jungler. So Broxer, why don't we start up with Makoon?
Yeah, so one thing that all these 3 guys have in common is champion pool, because the champions we're seeing a lot are Wukong, it's Viego, it's Volibear. But there's still some differences in their play, and they've all been impressive in their own way. One thing that is worth talking about with Makoon is that he is so incredibly important for Excel because of his aggression, his proactivity, his early game playmaking, and he is single-handedly finding opportunities to put his team ahead that they can then use to close out the game.
And it's just great seeing as well from their side as well. You know, a young jungler that we've developed now from Europe as well. Can I ask you a question? Is he currently the best jungler we have here in the LEC now?
While Makoon has been playing very well so far, I wouldn't be fully confident calling him the best jungler in this current moment. Maybe later today he's gonna change my opinion because he's having a pretty hard matchup against Eljoy and Mad Lions, but for now, I would put him in top 3 at the very least.
All right, so he's at least up there. So now another team we have to move on to, of course, is gonna be with Astralis, and Astralis now has the same amount of wins that they had in the entirety of spring, and we have to highlight Cersei. He's been so pivotal in it. What has he done so well for Astralis, Broxer?
So Cersei here, clearly showing that North American junglers are just on a whole other level. He's living proof, because in most of the games that they're playing, similar to Makoon, he's finding a lot of openings, but he's doing it in a bit of a different way. Cersei has always been more of a control-style jungler. It's about smart pathing, smart decision-making, bringing his team with him to make the big plays. And like we saw in that game yesterday, the way Astralis got a big lead was Cersei bringing his team with him to the enemy red buff, finding a kill in the jungle. Later he went for a dive. All of a sudden Astralis is really ahead. And on top of that, his team fighting is pretty on point too. So very smart control style jungler.
Good to hear, good to hear. Now speaking of another jungler, Syncroft of course, who's also very good at facilitating those lanes. He's back focusing mid-game and actually brought BDS their first win. How did that happen?
So, yesterday Syncroft brought out a different champion, something we definitely like to see, a bit of adaptation in the jungle, playing the Hecarim, and the Hecarim was pretty impressive. It's normally not the type of champion who was going for the early game playmaking, but when he came to us after the game, he made it clear that he wanted to shut down Caps, came in with a plan, he managed to make it count. The one thing that stands out with Syncroft compared to the other 2 is that his kill participation is a little bit lower, so some would argue that maybe his impact is not as significant, but he's doing a lot of work in the shadows, making smart decisions and really pulling his team ahead, bringing them to a good position.
Good to hear, good to hear.
Awesome for that. You guys can get back in your old positions.
Thank you, Sharks.
Speaking of positions, really love that. Great breakdown. It's a meta where junglers can really thrive, right? Even though I think that maybe a champion pool is a bit limited, but we saw, like with Syncroft, if you get banned out, there are always options.
There's always going to be different options, and it's like once you're on a different champion than the core 3, the game gets a little bit weird in a way, because those champions are so how to describe them? They can work or it can go really wrong. It's very situational,
volatile,
right?
Yeah.
So let's say yesterday in the Hecarim game, the Hecarim looked great. On the other side, we had Jankos playing Vi, and that did not work out at all. So it can really go both ways, and it's kind of a risk you're running. But at the same time, when the pool is so small, sometimes you need to be able to adapt and dive deep in the champion pool.
That's the key of the game, indeed. And speaking about games, let's play one ourselves. So this is the setup. Production is going to play a clip, a historical clip, one we know, hopefully, and the audio will mute at some point, and we will have to guess and mimic the audio. You guys got that?
Yeah, I hear that.
All right, go ahead and roll the first clip.
But at the same time, a fight in the bottom side. Ulti used on the kid is keeping alive. Reckless tries to zone the team out. This Annie's so low, but there come the teleports. Huni has arrived, and holy crap! Everyone's dying in this fight. Reckless goes down to tie. Huni gets a quad!
Yes, I think we all knew, but you actually nailed it.
You think I'm afraid to do that in front of the audience? No.
10 out of 10.
Mike
no
just
way.
completely broke. Oh, great job, Goldberg. Let's roll the second clip. It was a great start.
Relatively even footings, although Chachi with
That's
the
a level
frost
2
with the
gank
sustain.
now.
He's got
From him. He has Phoenix stance and of course Fear stance, and he's
Flash bear stance! Flash bear slap!
Flash bear slap. Wow, I should never be a caster. Flash bear slap.
I
to be
can't remember
exact.
how he did it, but you know, he always talks about this moment.
I didn't even remember that. That's like so many years ago.
Yeah, you were a fanatic, so it's ages ago. It was like at the beginning of the season, I think. Yeah. In any case, let's take a look at the third clip. We're doing well. We're nailing these.
see what other awards they have.
All
I
right.
would have liked to
Let's
pick
go
2
again.
more from Unicorns of Love. They have to go for it.
Trevor, kiss me.
That's what I know. That's a banger.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
classic.
Iconic for its time. It never gets old.
No, it never gets old. So do the people that were. Never
Well,
mind.
they are
I'm
getting
not
older.
even no. Like,
Sorry, Shucks.
who am I to talk? Jesus Christ. Okay, let's roll the fourth clip. Oh, and I want to do something different because this is a momentous occasion.
You should know this one,
This is crazy. What is happening here? What is happening in Shanghai
Go
right
on,
now
Effie.
on the world stage? And I want to talk about something in specific. No, you don't. Shut up.
It starts with success.
No, why?
That sounds about right.
I don't know the rest of it. That's really all. Do you want to redo the monologue? You can redeem yourself. It doesn't start with
I am
success.
not speaking the words. I am not taking part in this witchcraft ever again.
It never starts with success.
I
That's
think
later
I
down the
actually
line.
stopped like getting shit for it. I think finally
okay.
this year.
But now you can start again. Start the hype train.
Thank you for that production. Really fun game, but I'm going to get us back on track because G2 and Vitality are looking to bounce back after a loss yesterday when they faced each other later tonight in our LG Ultra Gear Match of the Week, spelled W-E-A.
You guys care too much about those narratives.
Speaking of narrative, I've got a great one. Caps versus Perks, Part 7. Ooh, he took your team, you'll take his life. Ba, 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 ba.
In a world where we've seen these players go head-to-head, comes the latest installment of these players going head-to-head.
First blood to Baby Faker!
Oh, Caps! He just solo killed Perks!
Shockwave onto 2! Oh, it's personal!
Personal is the perfect word.
Get ready this summer for the rematch of two rivals. Turned friends, then turned rivals again.
I'm coming from my 5th title right now, and they can't even stop me. Like, they have no chance.
I'm gonna smash him so hard that he's gonna think that it's an international tournament.
I have some champs that I'm better than him, right? I do, right?
Yeah. I mean, Soy was pretty good today. So.
Yeah.
After a short one-year stint in NA, Perks has returned to his home turf, looking to reclaim his lane kingdom.
There's none of it for Vitality! There's none of it for Perks! One man, one mission, and nothing will stop him from getting what he desires most.
I want to beat them, but this split, the goal is to like have strong games in regular season as well. So I will definitely try to take them down.
But in his way stands the man who took his team, his arch nemesis, Caps, now surrounded by new blood and a duck.
The matchup against us is very important for Perks. Like, I want to beat Perks before because he was obviously my former teammate and my former rival, now again rival again. So let's see if I can't take him down this time.
Watch as Perks, now with a star-studded lineup, will take his super team to new heights and maybe do better than 5th place this time?
Last split, we finished 4th. Actually 5th. I would say we were like at least better than Misfits, so I will like round it up to 4th in my book.
There's a reason they didn't finish over Misfits, and it comes down to their inconsistency.
The most epic clash of a lifetime that we've already seen time and time again is about to come to an LEC studio near you.
We still have a lot of way to go to be in like our final shape, so to say. But even though we're not at our best, it's going to be more than enough to take down Vitality.
There are no Corkies or Azirs where we're going, we hope. Caps versus Perks, Part 7, the Perksing.
You guys know that there's more players than just Caps and Perks, right?
This Saturday, 9 p.m.
9 p.m. That is optimistic. If we look at yesterday. But Jankos, yes, there are many different players. I'm so glad you mentioned it. Let's rectify that right now and talk about the top laners. Alphari versus Broken Blade, which is a fantastic matchup. I think Broken Blade, as we talked about often, has been a real focal point of this G2 lineup.
Yeah, Broken Blade has been really impressive. Probably, if not one of the best, then maybe the best performer so far this split. He's been so dominant, so consistent. Alphari on the other side, kind of similar playstyle, also being known as more of a carry player, but where G2 has said Broken Blade offers success so well, we haven't really seen the same for Alphari. And it's hard to say why exactly that is. It could be Alphari underperforming a little, it could be part of the chaos around him, possibly them not really finding their identity and style, who knows.
But one of the most important things I'm looking at, that was that FWD percentage, which is the highest forward percentage in lane, which means that you're spending it over on the opponent's side instead. this is our 2 highest forward percentage top laners. They like getting aggressive, they like being in the face of their opponent, and they like being up in that turret, getting plays, getting movement on towards the enemy jungler, going and track those crocs. So it's going to be really interesting how this matchup is going to pan out between Broken Blade and Alphari, because so far, Broken Blade has a better team playing around the top side than Alphari does.
Yeah, and maybe that's also the reason why we don't see Alphari's strength as we have in the past, both here in Europe, both in NA, the fact that he is usually very strong when it comes to that laning phase. Unfortunately, for our match of the week, both of these teams lost yesterday, but G2 only lost once, Brox.
That's true. G2 only lost once, and with the power of Caps, they were actually relatively close to bringing that match back. And I think today, more than anything, this could be an opportunity for us to have some really exciting early game action. Some aggressive top laners. I would love to see something along the lines of like Yasuo, Irelia, Yone, just lots of fighting, lots of action. But who knows, maybe they just lock in tanks and I get disappointed.
He's on full hopium over here, man.
Yeah.
He really wants the early game. You're not getting it. I think we're going to some of this late game stuff again.
No.
Medic didn't want Corki this year. I've seen a lot of Corki first pick, Corki ban coming through.
Really strong.
I'm not sure. It's not looking too good.
And speaking of copium and Caps, I have 2 Danes on the desk with me today, so we wanted to look at your all-star Danish LEC lineup of all time. Who is in the top lane?
So, first of all, we have quite an amazing top laner. It's gonna be the one and only Fnatic top laner, Wonder. He's been a shining light of Denmark ever since he joined the LEC many, many years ago. He's been having dominant performances on Splice, on G2, now on Fnatic. It simply couldn't be anyone else. He's just on a whole other level. He brings Denmark to the very top.
This is indeed the national anthem. Usually we stand up for it. That's going to mess with camera a little bit, so I'm going to keep sitting down.
That's not at all, actually.
Well, in that case,
You're not that tall. It doesn't matter.
Our next player can only be one in the middle lane, and that is going to have to be Caps. There is, of course, a load of honorable mentions we could have in the mid lane. You got the likes of Bjergsen, Froggen, not Santorin, Jensen as well coming through. But this guy is the most achieved Dane we've ever had in the mid lane. Titles on titles on titles, international appearances. When you have to go for a Danish mid lane, and when we're creating our Danish all-star team, it could only be one. So it has to be Caps.
What about the AD carry then? Who would you pick for AD carry? Because we have some pretty interesting options. Would you go for Copy or do we have someone else?
You say Copy, right? We need to go further back, Brox, okay? Because Copy is not enough. 2015, a team called OG back then doesn't exist any longer. We had a guy called Nils as well in the AD carry position. Now, this guy was a complete beast on champions like Kalista. Couldn't get his hand on it. Always away in the draft, always the carry. We saw him multiple times on an international stage. I witnessed him too. Wembley Arena 2015, sitting there too, went all the way to the semifinals. We thought we were gonna have EU on top again. Didn't happen, but he's a good shout for an all-star AD carry.
Well, for an all-star AD carry, like the one and only OG Nils, of course, we're going to need a world-class support. There's only one support in the world, not only Denmark, who can actually match an AD carry of that caliber. And of course, it's the one and only the Fisher.
It can only be one.
One of the most famous people from Denmark. Denmark, the entire country is so proud of him. He is so good. I remember back in the day, the glory days, the start of the LEC, seeing his Syra. And back then, people were talking a lot about Bjergsen. If it wasn't for the Fishers, absolutely impressive support gameplay, Bjergsen would never have been at the
I'll follow you there. I'll follow you there.
An entire generation.
Yeah, we're going way over time. Stop talking about the Fisher. I know, we didn't have a jungler. You mentioned Santorin before, so I guess that's the jungler then, or?
Well, I do believe we have a jungler as well. You might not know him, you might not be familiar about it. Skaren's a good shout, Santorin's another really good shout. But if personally I had to pick a jungler for the Danish Dream Team, it would have to be a guy called Broxer. And who is that random jungler? I don't really know.
Did you put yourself in the list?
Oh, he's finally there. Look at that Dream Team. What do you think? It looks beautiful, doesn't it?
I mean, I gotta say, we did a very, very good job creating this all-star lineup. Like, whoever thought it was a good idea between you and me, Gulvor, putting Mr. Brox in there. What a shout.
So many honorable mentions. Santorin, Bjergsen. For Froggen, Kabi, Senkux. The list goes on. Okay.
I do want to say that, especially for jungle, for mid lane, there's so many players, so many options.
We're too good.
It's just too good, I guess.
Yeah, it's a mystery that has plagued us for a long time. Why you're so good in specifically League of Legends esports. We may never know. So let's take a look at our schedule and look at the Danes today. We have a lot of interesting matchups, and I think this is national anthem just keeps playing. As I feel like a lot of teams have surprised us in terms of the level they have shown, which is not making any of these games a blowout if you'd have to predict them, right, Broxa?
Yeah, for sure. Like, I am looking forward to a lot of these games. I think Matt versus XL in particular is going to be a really interesting one because, like we talked about earlier, Gulvar asked me, is Makun the best jungler in the league? Well, if he can perform against Elyoya the same way that he has against most other teams, except the G2 game that didn't go super well, this could be a chance for him to really establish himself as one of the very best. Because in my mind, if I would have to pick the #1 jungler right now, I would probably still go for Elyoya.
Oh, not yourself, like the Danish lineup?
They're not playing yet. We're not official, but if we were, we'd take it all.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Vitality versus G2 at the end of the day. We also have BDS Fnatic. I think there's upset potential there as well. We'll see. But our first game of the day is, of course, Misfits versus SK. And ahead of that opening match, Lore caught up with Misfits coach Carter.
Thank you for joining me ahead of your game today. It hasn't been going the way you were expecting maybe for Misfits this season, but when you think of solving the issues you have, what is on the top priority list for you?
I think for us, the top priority is just being on the same page in the game. Yeah. We need to make some draft optimizations so that I can put my players in the best possible position to succeed. And I think if we change those things and we keep working on the processes, then we're going to be in a better position.
Yeah, and I think it's also a confidence issue because when you think of Misfits in spring, you made playoffs, the team was banging, honestly, and doing so well. And having this rough start of the split, even though it's just the beginning, anything could change, but how are you helping the players in staying positive throughout this moment?
Yeah, I think that considering the start, we're 0-4. I think that we are making progress and the players acknowledge that. And we have a big support staff and they're helping the best we can. The players as well, I have to give them credit. Like, we're 0-4, but they've got a lot of fight left in them, so I'm really proud of them. And we just keep fighting. It's still in our control and we do the best that we can each week and we keep going.
Oh, super positive. Only hear silver linings here, so that's really good for Misfits. But maybe more about VTO as the MVP also of spring. He has a lot of responsibility and I think people expect a lot from him. Is this something you have to keep in mind when making Misfits go further?
Yeah, well, VTO is an amazing player, so we need to do the best that we can to allow him to shine in the game. And outside the game, I think that he's doing a really good job with the new guys. He's helping Joel. He's stepping up as a leader and helping people improve. So I'm really proud of VTO, and I just want to see him succeed and keep growing.
Wonderful. And in positives once again. Quick words about the matchup facing SK in a different setting, given that they play from home, you play from backstage. But what do you think of the evolution of the team as one of the only lineups in the LEC who didn't change players?
Yeah, I think that they have like a strong core. Like Certis from our academy team last year, he's doing well, and their bot lane, they can always pull off some surprise picks with, like, especially with Kalista, and Treats can be very versatile. So we have to be aware of these things. We don't underestimate them. We're obviously 0 for ourselves. We don't take anything for granted, so we go in 110% and try to dominate them.
That's a nice attitude. Maybe this is the day for Misfits. Thank you so much for the interview. Good luck today. And Sharks, back to you.
Thank you very much, Lore, and also Coach Carter. Misfits, you see there backstage because SK is playing from their facilities, and there's more information on Twitter, I think, on GenX's Twitter, if you want more info on that. This is a difficult interview to give, right? You don't have a win yet in the season. As for Misfits, the coach trying to say, hey, we're keeping a positive attitude, that's all you can do. I couldn't help but notice it sounded a bit fatalistic to me, the whole, oh, well, you know, we have some fight in us left. And I was like, guys, it's week 2, Broxa. Certainly, there must be ability to right the ship.
Yeah, for sure. Well, when I played in the LEC myself for Fnatic back in the day, we were often in this position. We were kind of known for always having a really bad start, week 1, 2, 3. It was never a fun experience, but then we kind of ramped up throughout the split. And I think both these teams, really, Misfits and SK, have the ability to do so as well, because this is only 4 out of 18 games. In the big picture, it doesn't really matter. Sure, you want to get a good start, right? But it is what it is. More than anything, he talks a lot about strategy and things to focus on. That's definitely important, but just need to do everything they can to give the players some confidence, to make sure they believe in themselves. Hopefully they have a good mental coach who can help as well, because when you have a bad start, it's really an uphill battle more than anything, and you just need a win or two, some motivation, some momentum, and then you can climb back up and no one will ever remember what happened at the start.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the only steps you can take. It's just about keeping the positivity going. It's really easy to just fall into that hole where, okay, we're just not getting better. It sucks. I'm sure it's my teammate. Maybe it's me. Maybe like all these thoughts suddenly start pairing up in your face. Maybe I need to play better for myself so I just look better. Maybe there's all these things all of a sudden you need to go for. But I think, as you said, Broxer, there's really only one way out of this hole. And that is just if you come together, you get the teamwork flowing, you get like one victory step by step, and hopefully you're able to overcome the challenges. But it is a really tough challenge for Misfits.
Yeah, Neon also tweeted yesterday, I'm not happy with this play. This is not the way I should be playing. You know, obviously all these players are feeling that. Luckily, one of these two teams is going to get their win today. So let's talk a little bit about SK Gaming, one of the teams that did not make any changes despite not making it to the playoffs. And we do see that there's a lot of initiatives, I think, of people that were lower placed, right? The BDS thing, going to Korea and whatnot, the same with Excel, etc. Feels like some of these teams have a little bit of an edge at the beginning of the season.
It definitely did. And I generally thought that SK did look a little better in terms of their broader map play as well. I thought Gilius was more integrated with the roster than he was in Spring, where I pretty much thought he never had any impact whatsoever. I still sometimes see signs of that. I'm sorry if I'm being too honest.
No, I love it.
I still sometimes see signs of that as well, where it's like the early game cohesion isn't always there. I think Marcoon is displaying really well, for example. What you need to do as a jungler right now, you keep the pressure going, you find a snowball, and you then give that snowball to your laners instead, so they can drive the game forward. And I think you can do that with SK too, playing through Streets and Jesu down that bot lane. It is Kalista meta, if that's something you want to bring out. It is a meta where there's a lot of diverse champions. You don't have to rely on the scaling champions that you did in Spring. You can bring your own style to the table.
Are these the two bot lanes in which you say, okay, they could really have a little bit of fun with this draft, or is that not necessarily in their nature?
Well, it really depends on how they want to go about it, right? Because I think if you're in this position where you kind of you have to start getting some wins, there's two ways you can approach it. You can either play it safe, just go for a complete standard draft, or you can try to catch the opponent off guard. Maybe I'm sure some of them have some like secret picks that they've been practicing or something random that the opponent is not going to be prepared for. Both can be good for different reasons, and it just really depends on how you want to approach it. I also think it's worth pointing out that while SK didn't make any changes, most teams have a habit of always making changes, which creates a scenario where the players don't fully get to gel, you don't fully get to see the full potential of the team. And maybe in the long run, this could be a positive for them actually just sticking together, believing in the team that they made at the start of the year, and hopefully they'll come back.
Yeah, I like that a lot, that approach for the side of SK. So let's head into that draft and see if it holds any surprises with Quickshot and Dagda.
Thank you so much! Welcome to the cast today. It's Quickshot and Dagda here in Berlin! What is up? Dagda, that's just for you. So what is the crack, my friends?
Nothing much. It's good to be here. Good to be back. Appreciate the crowd as well. But
Can you explain? So there's about 5 people that have Irish friends down here in this front little section. Nobody else knows Gaelic or knows any Irish friends. How on earth do you explain what's the crack to the rest of the world?
So crack is just fun in Irish. So we spell it like C-R-A-I-C.
So why do you say
it's
what's
just
the fun? That's not a sentence.
What's happening? Like, yeah, well, it's kind of Irish mixed with English, so it tends to get lost in translation a little bit.
Right. Okay. It's not exactly a language, is it?
Yeah.
No, definitely
I
not.
mean, I learned it for like 12 years and can't speak it properly. So
That's
it's
not there
not
we
going
go.
very
Fair
well,
enough.
to be honest.
Well, listen, I'm so glad to have you back. Only the second time in front of English-speaking audience. Berlin, you guys were amazing yesterday. I want to hear more volume today. But we've got a difficult game ahead of ourselves. Misfits taking on SK. Both of these teams sitting in 9th and 10th, respectively. Both teams really struggling. So what do you want to see from them today?
Yeah, I think for SK, I want to see kind of more rallying around Treats. I think Treats has been actually phenomenal on this team. I think he's been in the right place at the right time. His vision control has been great, but he's just not really getting the help that he needs to try and follow up on a lot of the plays he wants to start. I want to see that proactivity from them. For Misfits, I actually agree with what the coach said. Just trying to get on the same page. It feels like you've got these weird skirmishes that are starting where people aren't following up properly. So just trying to get everyone agreeing to go to the right place, that feels like they need to get on.
Keep it simple. Scion,
SK.
Swain, SK. But basically, like, if you simplify some of the composition in terms of how it needs to get played, like a clear form of engage or a clear form of initiation or counter engage, that can bring some cohesion. We saw the Lee Sin and the Gnar yesterday from Misfits. I know when we were talking with Kadril a lot, one of the things we were a little surprised by was Lee Sin and how limited it had been played in EU. Obviously banned against Zlatan 7 times. But Zlatan also didn't have any impact on it. So there's also then once you do get that comfort pick, you have to find those windows and force your opponent's hands.
Yeah, and I think these are both teams that could kind of benefit from having a little bit more of a proactive mid laner, like something like an Ari or something along these lines that can actually work with your jungle, because I think that was the biggest thing that was missing yesterday, because we saw Zlatan take the lead in, but you had a Corki mid. Corki not exactly a champion known for taking over in the early game, so I definitely think having something that can help out in that regard is going to stand to them a lot.
Well, we'll find out what happens in a moment or two. We are getting ready for draft. As you can see, those teddy bears on stage are in fact not players. I know you're new to the LEC, Dagda, but just making sure you're up to date.
I should have brought my glasses, to be honest, because, you know.
SK are playing from their facility, and Misfits will be playing from backstage, and we will get the players into draft right now, in fact. It's Misfits versus SK. Like the funky music. It is a lot of fun this season. And you mentioned the Ari. I just want to bring up really quickly that VTO has 0 professional games on Ari played career long. It's got 92 wins, 16 losses in career, 0 Aris. Over on the other side, Certus has 2 games of Ari, of which he's won 1 and lost 1. And the only reason I focus on Ari so heavily is just how prevalent it has been here, especially in Europe, and the impact that we've seen during Ready Check. We saw a lot of clips there from Capsazar yesterday. Fantastic performance. Ultimately, it did get shut down by some of these engaged tools that were kept simple that allowed BDS to pick up that win.
Yeah, and I think that's why I like the Ari so much, is just having that opportunity to start to roam around the map, picking up these quick picks and getting a couple of kills underneath your belt. The biggest problem that I'm seeing from teams like, well, Misfits with Video, right? We've seen the Ori, we've seen the Victor, we've seen the Corki. These aren't things that kind of allow him to get going in the early stage of the game. I think that's why we're starting to see him kind of not have the same impact that we got from him with his MVP performance in spring. But we'll have to see what the plan is going to be, because that Corki is going to be taken off the board already alongside this Eri. So you've already got some of these champions that kind of limit your proactivity taken off the board.
But what is still available with Volibear being banned away? Wukong comes to mind. Ari still open and available. Yumi still up as well. Okay, there we go. The cat's back in the hat. And now first pick priority. Misfits have got a number of priority picks to look towards.
Yeah, it's either the Senna or the Wukong that I'm looking at. I imagine the Wukong. Senna, I think, has fallen off a little bit, but we did see her get the buff towards her being more of an AD carry on this patch, where we're still seeing that non-farming Senna kind of rise up in priority, but Wukong going to be taken away here. So I imagine we're probably going to see another jungler kind of locked in here, or an AD carry locked in here for Jezu as well. Could go towards an Ezreal, or if he wants to go in towards the Senna in that bottom side as well.
Well, that Wukong, by the way, will be Zlatan's first professional appearance on the champion career-wide. Israel, ding, ding, ding. Viego locked in for Gilius. Definitely got your finger on the pulse as far as draft is concerned. Now, Vitio, do you reckon he leans towards that? Or do you go solo laner here or not?
So I'd love to see actually the bot lane locked in. I think Kai'Sa is such a strong pick into the Ezreal. It's something that we saw a lot at MSI. And I think when you want Neon to kind of have a little bit more of a proactive lane phase, maybe get Mercy onto something like the Leona as well, or a Nautilus here, you can lock down the Ezreal and be able to go for it. But they're actually going to go towards the Ahri, so having that proactivity we talked about.
Well, really, really good call on the Kai'Sa into Ezreal. It is also Neon's most played champion ever, with 32 games, and he's won 53% of them. Vitio, this will be his first time Ahri. Zlatan, his first time Wukong. So yesterday, we saw comfort from Irrelevant Zlatan. Today, we're seeing first-timers. However, they are very powerful in the meta. So now it does come down to execution, and one of the common answers into that Ahri is going to be, once again, that Lissandra.
Yeah, I mean, we got the Lissandra coming out a lot, but I like what we're seeing from Misfits here, because I think you've got an incredibly strong mid jungle that you can actually look to play around here, then start to lean into that bot side if you want to, start looking for dives. But I like that SK are starting to ban away things like the Nautilus, the Leona. Mercy looks really comfortable on these two picks in spring, and the fact that you're trying to find something that can lock down this Ezreal nice and easy, getting that Nautilus off the board is going to be great.
Now the question is going to be, what else do they round out the composition with? What would you like to see Irrelevant playing as well? Because those are the two champions that Misfits are going to be looking for, top laner as well as support on the side of SK. Gwen has been removed, that Nautilus has been removed. Mercer has also, as well as Treats, we've seen Renata being played. Leona has been played by Treats as well.
Yeah, that's where I'm kind of looking at is this Renata pick, because I feel like you're going to get the Leona band away here that we already talked about from SK, and I feel like if you can get that band away, which we just see there, I think taking the Renata here on SK side could be super strong. Realistically, you're playing against a dive comp and what Misfits have. We'll probably see something like an Ornn going towards Irrelevant to the top side, so something that can try and dissuade that, like the Renata, is going to be wonderful here. She works so well against these engage comps.
Definitely gives you more options, more tools. I absolutely love seeing that handshake during the laning phase. Can be so impactful. Misfits taking their time here for this last ban. What will they remove and what will then our top laners run? We've covered the support pool pretty extensively. Genex and Irrelevant. It'll be the Kayle removed from Genex, so Gangplank is still open and available, which has been one of the premier picks.
Yeah, I think Irrelevant is eyeing up this Ornn though, because that's your biggest worry when you take the Ornn, is something like a Gwen or a Kayle coming in, something that's got the hyper scaling, can do well in the lane and just scale to infinity. So I think Irrelevant is going to be looking for this big team fight tank, and then we're probably going to see the, well, I hope the Renata coming through here, but we'll have to see exactly what Treats wants to go for. Again, I think something that can kind of provide that disengage will work. Braum could have, but Rakan can also kind of help out in that regard as well.
So we're going to leave that counter pick option to top lane for Gen X. We'll go for the engage tool instead of the disengage tool, a slightly different flavor. But I think when you consider the slightly more defensive capabilities of Ezreal, Lissandra, maybe that's where SK were looking for more initiation. Renata locked in for Mercer, Ornn locked in for Irrelevant. And if I know Gen X and I put my Gen X hat on, he's going to play Aatrox into this. It is a Gen X special. It is one we've seen time and time again. I'm going to ask my stats team if they can help me figure out what that hit-to-head would be.
And I think it works really well here. You get the counter pick in lane, but one of the downsides that you get with the Aatrox is that oftentimes he finds it hard to get into these fights, especially when there is the Ornn on the opposite side kind of playing bully to keep him out. But the fact that you already have two great engage tools in the Lissandra and the Rakan, the Aatrox is going to be able to go in perfectly, and you've got a crazy short-range composition for the most part here on Misfits, which tends to enable the Aatrox. So I'm looking forward to seeing just how Gilius can try and play up towards this mid and this top side and get these Lissandra and this Aatrox rolling.
If you zoom out and look at both compositions, and let's ignore who's piloting them. So we just go on champion versus champion. Which composition do you lean towards at which stages of the game?
Yeah, so I think late game, definitely looking towards Misfits. Renata just does so much, especially when you've got this Kai'Sa on 3-4 items, you've got the Ornn to give her the upgrades as well. Like, Kai'Sa is going to be incredibly strong. But once you hit that, like, 2-item spike, SK are cruising. Like, Ezreal on 2 items, this Aatrox as well, and even the Lissandra too. Like, this is such a strong composition once you hit that mid-game point.
Do you anticipate some early game action from either squad? Would you like to see any movements? Because we looked a little bit later game, and both of these teams, frankly, have been, let's say, slow out the gates.
Yeah, I think for SK, take a book out of what we saw yesterday against G2, right? Try and play with this Lissandra around this mid lane, make sure you're able to kind of keep the Ahri in check, and then start running this Lissandra top side. Aatrox, if he's able to get rolling, is going to be so difficult to deal with, and the Ezreal realistically is just going to be able to farm up by himself on bot side.
Yeah.
You don't, like, Kai'Sa is really, really good as an answer to Ezreal when she's paired with something like the Nautilus, who's got that point-and-click CC, can lock up the Ezreal super easy. That's not what Renata brings to this lane. So as long as Ezreal is able to avoid the Void Seeker on that bottom side, he should be relatively okay to farm up in the bot lane.
I think if anybody were going to be able to, you would expect Jezu to do so. Got a lot of games played on Ezreal. It is his most played champion. 16 professional. However, win ratio is not particularly up there, and both of these teams struggling. I mean, Misfits 0 and 4, SK Gaming 1 and 3. This is 9 and 10 in the league, and we are expecting and hoping to see some development. But yesterday, just a reminder again, both of these teams struggling on stage and getting bullied a little bit.
Yeah, but I like what we're seeing from SK in this. One of my biggest gripes I've had with SK drafts is that they don't really give themselves that bridge to the late game. Like, they're taking, like, Kales and Corkis and everything that's just going to scale to infinity, but you're not actually taking things that can kind of go, oh, will help you get to that point. This draft, though, definitely has those tools to kind of play towards that mid-game.
Well, they do indeed. The crowd seems to know something I don't. They're hyping this one up. I sincerely hope we're going into game. Did someone give them the cue? No, this is awesome. Okay, so the energy's great. I'm not quite sure when we're going to hit the rift.
You're confusing the old man. Come on.
Yeah, they really are. I looked up to be like, is there a stage manager clapping? No, there's just a lot of hype happening here. We are still waiting to load up into game. Figure out what's happening there. Apologies for the small delay. straight out the gates. We're building tension. That's what we're doing. Building tension here. Letting Dagda savor in the energy and the hype. I'm going to speak to producers, so you say something about the game.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, just throw me under the bus there. But look, I'm super excited to see how these two teams are going to face off. I think both squads kind of have a lot to show and prove for themselves. As you say, for SK, I kind of like what we've got here. For Misfits, I'm hoping that we will get that star power coming out from Video again here. It feels like if you can link up a Zlatan, maybe you do have the chance here. I think that mid-jungle right now for Misfits is incredibly strong with the two champions they have locked in.
Champions, then you've got to figure out whether or not they're going to pilot them together in that way, right? Because we mentioned it already. We have said this a few times, but Zlatan's Lee Sin and the Corki yesterday, they didn't get anything going early on. And Misfits against Rogue, despite the fact VTO had a number of opportunities in the later stages, once he had that second, third item completed, they were just too far behind. Rogue were able to hit them with their wallets and then hit them with the soul as well.
And that's why I want to see more early game focus on neutral objectives, particularly that Rift Herald, right? You should have complete push here from the Renat and the Kai'Sa in that bottom side of the map. You've got good control with the Ahri in the mid lane as well. Like, make sure you're rotating at that 8 minutes. Actually start to play around this composition, because even at those early stages, just the amount of raw CC you get with the Wukong, the Ornn, everything else, means that your team fighting is going to be absolutely incredible at that stage.
Yeah, it really will be. We'll find out how long it will take for them to get to that point. And unfortunately, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, we do have some visual-related bugs. So while our League Ops team are investigating, I am already going to figure out where that guitar is, where that amplifier is.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what direction we're going to be headed. But unfortunately, we do have a pause. You can clap all you want. We have a pause. I'm so sorry. But I love the energy, Berlin. I love where you guys are at.
You just have to keep it up for an hour and a half now.
I think it might be your fault or Brox's fault. You brought some bad juju with you.
There is a story in the LPL which is called
I'm
the
aware of that.
Dagatron. Yeah, which does tend to hinder
Explain to
technical
our
problems.
fans here exactly what curse you bring to the LPL broadcast.
Yeah, so every time I tend to be in a broadcast, stuff starts to go a bit haywire, where like we'll get a bit of fuzziness on cameras, someone mic will stop working, like the game will get paused for ages. So I'm glad that I get to bring you the full experience that I bring across the LPL.
So
as well.
Berlin, what I'm hearing and what you should hear, and make sure it's very clear,
Yeah,
the reason we have the tech issues is because of this man over here. So we're going to head to the analyst desk. We'll be right back in a minute. Yo, the joke didn't really land very well. The room just went super dead.
We're just phasing them out. This is great.
Maybe they should have cut him off a little bit before that started.
Yeah, no, I thought it was because of Vedius going to the bathroom. The lore is evolving. Hey, just like yesterday, we don't like this any more than you do. We are going to do our best to make this delay as entertaining as possible. One downside, though, we're going to get a lower third of the draft because we were eating and some of us were going to the bathroom whilst the draft was in play. I think you were getting your mic fixed. So we'll get that on the screen in just a second so we can also be informed. Not a great way to start. I would say maybe good for SK. They're in their gaming house. Misfits are backstage, or at least it's not that warm. And we're going to get the draft, luckily. Broxa, talk to me through the choices that were made here in terms of the jungle. It's looking pretty standard.
Yeah, I think overall, both the jungle picks, 2 of the 3 most popular junglers in the league, bans are all pretty standard as well. Like, we have the 3 of the very strong AD carriers in Lucian, Kalista, Siri taking off the table. The 3rd strong jungler, Volibear's gone. Corki, very strong. Some people even seem to think he's OP. And then Yuumi, of course. I mean, I don't think any of us really enjoy playing against Yuumi, so I can understand that. What do you think, Mr. Gulbo?
Well, I do think Yuumi, as you were saying, is a little bit annoying playing against. I feel like in solo queue, there's definitely ways you can catch bad players off guard, but in pro play, when you're giving this champion, that is a whole nother experience. So for sure, that makes sense. I'm very interested to see like the stylistics of the compositions, right? Because it's quite clear you got the Lissandra in conjunction to Ahri. Also having that Lissandra when you play against a Kai'Sa, that means you're just pretty much punishing them for having a shorter range on these champions. So if anyone gets too near, what's that? All right, shut them down immediately. And even in the game against BDS yesterday, we saw how good they were at shutting down caps with the Lissandra coming out from Nuclear in 2.
I have a little bit of an update, and it's dangerous to say timings on air, but I heard it's about 4 minutes before we get back into it because the game has resumed live. So we'll get into the game after we've established the minimum of 6 minutes delay for competitive integrity, which is what happens naturally also when they are playing backstage. So another couple of minutes. In terms of what we said before, being that these both 2 teams are at this point in time with their backs against the wall, how do you rate those drafts in terms of giving the agency to yourself, Broxa, of making something happen?
So I think both drafts are pretty interesting. Both of them have tools to make a lot of plays. Obviously, Misfits have gone for like a tanky top laner, but they have some playmaking, especially around the mid and jungle. Both Ahri and Wukong are very strong, have a lot of ability to make things happen. On the other side, we have the likes of a Viego-Lissandra combo. With a roaming support in Rakan. So I think a lot of the action is really going to happen around the mid and jungle this game, and whoever can get an advantage there, I think is going to have a huge lead, a huge advantage going into the game.
And I don't get to do this often, so let me try and predict it just straight out from the bands instead. So I'm pretty sure Vito and Neon, they've opted in for Cleanse here. Pretty much think they have to. But still in the bot lane, when you have Kaiser and Arta going into Ezreal, we can't. It's kind of double range with possibilities of doing AoE damage from both sides, which should give you the priority. Because of this, bot lane hopefully can do a wave 3 crash instead. Try to see if they can get early intel on towards the Viego instead. You know, drop that ward around the blue buff, the Grom. And that should give some intel to the likes of Zlatan instead, so they actually know what they're playing around in the early game. Because this Lissandra rather wants to be enabled, right? You want to shut down the Ahri. You want to be able to shut down these easy with the 2v2 skirmish. You got CC in both of them. So that's a big game plan coming through from Misfits Gaming. That's how I expect the early games to go. Once we come all the way to the late game, I feel like the win condition here from Misfits is they find that scaling aspect. They have own items coming through. They got Kaiser that can still be a threat, but they need to always be aware of their summoner spells. They need to kind of be ahead of the curve, because if you're diving in against champion that wants you to dive into them, you are going to struggle a little bit, which is why I think it's actually really important that Misfits, you know, they get the ball rolling, they start team fighting, they have a composition for it. But SK Gaming, they also have some tools as where they got strong skirmish, and I think specifically on the top side, from the side of Treats, he needs to have an influence on the map, because Ezreal, you can shove him in if you want to. Rakan at the same time, just moving out on the rest of the map.
Yeah, and I think he usually has been a key to this lineup, Treats, right? When he's been in the support role in terms of his Rakan, I feel like that does open up possibilities that are more in his comfort zone, being able to impact the play around the map as well as the engages, which is often needed, I think, when you're a team that's on the back foot, because someone just needs to pull the trigger at some times.
Yeah, definitely. And like you said, this is something Trees has always been really good at. And I think really looking at these two drafts, it is important that SK manages to look for early plays, because on the other side, we have On, Wukong, Renata, 3 very strong team fighting champs with 2 carries and Ahri and Kaiser who can just dive in on the enemy backline. If you are SK, you're going to have to play a clean early game. You're going to need to make those roam plays come in. You have to make it count. You have to look for the early Drake, early Herald, because once you get level 6 on the Rakan, the Lissandra Viego, you are really strong. And if they let the opponent scale, I just don't think they can handle team fights in mid and late game.
We're not that far away from getting back into the game, so any final thoughts, GB?
I hope both teams will have fun.
A little bit more?
Yeah, sure.
I was thinking of something, actually. You know how we often meme and say it's spaghetti code?
Yeah.
Medi-vedi with spaghetti. Maybe they've
I'm just
done
saying,
something
ever since that segment started, there's been some. There used to be Frocken and Krebber with ham in the Super Server. Now we got Medi
Now you
and Vedi
talk,
with
now
the
I'm
Super.
supposed to toss.
Oh, well, sorry. Go on.
Okay, take it away, Dogdan. Quick shot.
These rookies, yesterday Medi-vedi throwing without the producer's permission. Today, Gulborg just completely disregarding his host. Shocking. Shocking. Now you better behave, right?
Sorry.
We got to hold thumbs that we get into this game. Do you have that saying in Ireland? For good luck, holding thumbs?
No. Why does that help?
Did you have that in Germany? We have to hold thumbs for luck? Yes? Okay, right. So, everybody that understands it, if you have to hold your thumb, it's a sign of good luck. I have no idea why. I don't think it makes sense. But yeah, we're going to get into game in a second or two. Do you want to remind everybody what the stakes are? Or like, no, don't. It's Misfits versus SK.
So see how I didn't talk? See how I was respectful when you said that you were going to toss? Yeah.
Very proud of you.
We're working on it,
Gulborg, you can learn a thing or two. Brox is acing it already. I mean, he's one of the new kids, but, you know, definitely doing well.
But that's unfair, because his voice just means that you just want to listen to him forever. He kind of gets a bit of a...
Yeah, a little bit of a pass. Yeah. It is definitely an unfair competitive advantage in terms of, you know, our line of work. Some shenanigans afoot. Treats on Rakan, stepping all the way forward. Caught out by Mercer, will be hand shook backwards, but flies away to safety onto Jezu. And both Cleanse and Exhaust used there, in fact. Now some damage onto Certus as well. So as far as the damage dealt, advantage to Misfits.
Yeah, and I mean, it's actually kind of nice that you got this pushback here from Misfits to keep the wards from going down, so Gilius won't know where Zlatan starts, but realistically, it's actually not going to mean too much at the end of the day. Treats doesn't bro Summer Spell, whereas you burn 2 on Neon and Mersa. The only downside for Treats is that he did start E level 1, so you won't have that W to try and threaten maybe and engage, but honestly, even in this matchup, you're not really going to get pushed anyway, so it doesn't mean too much.
No, going to be able to buy some time. We'll see whether or not Neon and Mersa, how they want to play this lane out, because one of the things we talked a lot about during draft was whether Kai'Sa would be paired up with a more aggressive support. That Nautilus was in fact banned out, and you can see Mersa stepping forward already, just trying to apply some additional threat to Jezu and Treats, as Neon will be able to catch most of this wave. And as we mentioned, several times during our pre-game, both Misfits and SK struggling a little. No towers secured first for Misfits. Goal difference of 14 negative for both respective teams. KD ratio, obviously, when you're 9th and 10th, is going to be very negative. So for both of these teams in week 2, you really want to start seeing some development, and obviously one of them going to pick up a win in about 30 minutes time.
Yeah, we have to see exactly who's going to get back on track, because for Misfits, obviously, I think a lot of people got disappointed with how their performance has been so far, especially when you look at kind of the hopes and dreams that were placed on these guys coming in from Spring.
And surprised. I mean, the way Misfits ended Spring, yes, they made one change from hero to irrelevant, but the amount of ability or capabilities they have lost is a bit of a shocker to see how they're playing and the lack of cohesion within the team. This time around, however, that early start, early advantage in terms of damage, denying information, is giving them just a little bit of control both in that middle and bottom lane.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see too much out of Misfits anyway, at least from the get-go here.
Yeah.
I think you're going to wait in Schlatan to try and hit level 6, but maybe he can try and make some plays for his video in the mid lane if the charm lands. But it's just going to be spotted out here with Mersa and Schlatan as they move in to see if they can steal away this blue buff. So nice job using that bot lane pressure.
Yeah, very nicely done. Neon and Mersa unlocked. Gilius steps back. There is a response. SK Gaming starting to collapse. Blue buff is there secured by Schlatan. He's got that warrior decoy available to him, and we'll check it out in a moment. Mersa going very low. Treats forced to run for his life below 110 HP. Glacial Path not going to be taken, and first blood secured by VTO. That was a well-timed invade and punish on a collapse.
And great use of where the wave state was. VTO had full push mid, Neon and Mersa had control of bot side, so just a nice invade there by Schlatan to make sure he got the blue. And now you got a kill on VTO in this mid lane, so he's going to be able to have a little bit more control here. And even if you want to start looking to abuse the fact that you've got that nice area in the mid lane to try and see if you can get a few more kills.
And I mean, for VTO in particular, he's definitely one of the players that was 1v9ing in Spring. Hasn't had necessarily the champions to do it this far, but I'm just looking at the minimap. See the wave pressure, first person to move is VTO, and then SK start moving in.
Yeah, and again, this is kind of coming back to what we said. Treats not having the potential here to look for the initial W on bot side means that he isn't able to get control of the wave as easily. So Misfits just set up nicely. Pushing mid, pushing bot, and great invade and catch people out.
Yeah, really, really nicely done. So let's take a brief moment just to look at VTO, Spring and Summer. I mean, Dagden, when you were last year casting with us, VTO was 1v9ing everybody. Put the entire team in his backpack, shut down entire opponents. I mean, look at that kill participation. Damage share is actually the same, but I think crucially, high damage per minute, high gold per minute, and more importantly, I think more impactful champions that he could take over games with.
Yeah, and I think that's the big one for me is, at least now we have the Ari for him, but if you look at his previous games, right, Orianna, Victor, Corki, not exactly champions, as you say, that can have that big early game, whereas when you look at something like the Silas, maybe, but it also means that you got to take a back foot, at least in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, and of course, this time round, VTO will be maybe playing very far forward, plus 600 gold in favor of VTO and Misfits. Trying to push forward. I'm really gonna have to figure out what they're cheering about as Treats is gonna get jumped onto, or correction, he's jumping onto Mersa, throws out the exhaust, continues to chase forward, and Neon's gonna start body blocking some of those Mystic shots. More damage traded, and ultimately, the exhaust's blown on both respective supports.
Yeah, a bit of like puffing at the chest, trying to look a little bit more aggressive than they actually were, because honestly, like Jezu doesn't really have the damage here at the moment to try and help him, especially with the double longswords already picked up for Neon, but trying to see if you can get this wave pushed in. I think Gilius might have to try and help them here though, because you can set up a pretty nice freeze here, slow push as well, get your reset off, and kind of set off nicely then for that Rift Child we were talking about at 8 minutes.
We haven't seen either jungler really. Schlatan did that invade, really nicely done. Gilius is still trying to farm his way out. What is going on? Somebody's going to have to explain it to me. I'm not sure exactly. It might just be the pictures on the back wall. Is that what they're pointing at? Right. So we have some animations going on set that is distracting our crowd. And Dagda, just as you talked about it, SK Gaming can pull Gilius into this bottom lane, put that control ward down, so I'm going to realize he's spotted out, and starts to back away. But once again, it's Misfits with the first move. Zlatan and Vito, they're setting up a dive.
Yeah, this is a really nice setup, but Gilius is here, and he will be spotted now. I don't think you can go for the dive with so many members of SK here.
Nobody's got ultimates except Vito just yet. There goes out the Orbit Deception. Tower's currently taking up Mercer. Now it turns to Vito. 1 shot, 2 shots. That's a dead treat. Turning the focus to Gilius. Tower flashed away from. Everybody from Misfits escapes. They get themselves 2 kills.
That was beautifully coordinated by Misfits. Everyone taking their due damage, but nobody sticking around that bit too long. Vito flashing out so he doesn't end up going down. That was gorgeous from Misfits.
Well, what's the date today? The 25th of June. Misfits have finally joined the LEC Summer season. That was an exquisite dive. 2 kills to Neon's Kaiser, 2 assists to Vito, and this is how it all started.
And this is exactly what we wanted to see. Vito again using his pressure in mid lane, moved down to this bot side. Great handshake from Mercer, and Mercer tanks it up perfectly. You then have Vito, who initially tanks it up secondly. You've even got the Vito taking a bit of damage. Neon then flashing out as well, making sure he doesn't fall. Like, this was all beautifully well done by the Misfits side.
And that's just going to extend that gold lead, plus 2,000. And as a quick update for anybody that may have missed it yesterday, we do obviously have a new HUD that we're testing. It's in beta here in the LEC, so you'll see different layout, different icons, different text. We've heard feedback. We've heard a lot of feedback throughout the course of yesterday, and you should notice for anybody that did watch, there will be some changes to the ultimate icon and the way in which it displays the cooldown. So this will be an iterative process. We'll keep working on things. So please do feel free to hit us up at LEC with your thoughts and your feedback. And right now, plus 500 gold in the mid lane, plus 1,000 for bot lane, plus 500 Rest Fleet for the supports, and Mercer just sitting waiting in the wings. Misfits very, very happy with how this has started.
And the thing is, you can even just double down to this bot lane as well, right? Neon shoves in on bot side, you then rotate him up to take the Rift Herald, then you can look for a dive again on the bot side with the Rift Herald. You can just look to make this even more and more painful for Jesu and Treats in the spot end.
When I take a look at that mini-map, Dagda, there is just so much vision set up for Oh, look at that coordination. What do you make of this line of wards and the ability that it'll unlock for both Neon and Mercer to push forwards?
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's why you're actually seeing the fact that Zlatan's starting to move up towards this top side. Traditionally, you see if you want to try and go for a push in this bot end, the jungler will kind of sit bot side so you don't end up getting ganked. But the problem is Gilius said, your wards be damned, I'm taking a different route in.
Teleport's available for Irrelevant to the top lane if you can get away from Gen X. Mercer has flash. Neon has flash. That's a route in place. The Void Seeker lands from Neon, flashed away from Mercer. Neon holds onto the ulti for now. Jesu Arcane shifts forward, trading blows back and forth, and ultimately Neon and Mercer escape with just Mercer's summoner spells.
Cleanly done by Misfits. And look at the top side. Zlatan already up there. He's going to work on this Rift Herald so you don't even end up losing out on too much. You got the push in mid, so you're even getting turret plates for Video. This is all working out great. I mean, SK get the dragon, but Misfits winning it across the map.
Yeah, really, really nicely done. We'll take a look at the total gold here. Provided by Santander, Neon, Vito, Zlatan, Irrelevant. They're all up there with just Certus and now Gen X just hovering up. But significant advantage. It cannot be understated, however, the Dragon was just secured there by Gilius, so that's at least the starting of the timer. Cloud will be next, and we'll figure out which Rift we're playing for. But for SK, you start to get a little nervous. I think Broxer was saying on the AD, the later this game goes, the team fight power that you're going to have, the initiation tools from Irrelevance on, and because it's non-committal, if it doesn't hit a target, you don't have to follow with Wukong or with Kai'Sa. If it does hit, then you can dive in.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest problem that I see from SK's side. This is a composition that really needs to get the ball rolling early, because you want Certus to be able to look for flanks, you want Certus to be able to find these big engages and catch people off guard on Misfits' side. But the fact that Misfits have the Rift Herald early means that they can start to crack open turrets, they start to get vision down. It becomes a lot harder for you to find these good engages with Certus, with Gen X as well. And that's where I think you're going to start to see them slip behind as Misfits open up this map.
And I mean, Kraken Slayer was just picked up by Neon at 10 minutes and like 20 seconds. I mean, and he's playing into, a Sheen as well as the Hop-On Axe, right? I mean, it's just not comparable. So if Neon manages to get his Q off, if he manages to position with Killer Instinct, which is up in a few seconds' time, he's going to melt through anybody on SK. So how does SK pull this one back? You've had a really good read on what Gilius can or maybe should do. The denial of vision limited the first few minutes of gameplay. The attempt to help out bottom lane, cut off by the ward. It feels like Misfits have got an answer to anything Gilius could do.
Yeah, I feel like for Gilius, unfortunately, you just kind of culture losses on bot side. I mean, you're not going to be able to bring this back with the position that Jezu is in. So I feel like you just got to start cross-mapping. Look towards this top side of the map. See if you can bring up Certus. Like, maybe if Genax gets big enough, you can hopefully do something. But Neon is just so big at this stage that it is still a major worry. Because don't forget, you're going to have to kill this Kai'Sa once.
Yes.
She's going to have the Renata there to make sure you got to kill her a second time as well.
Now, the only benefit is if Gillis is able to use his ult to at least steal away that Kai'Sa, there is a transfer of power that can help. I'm silver linings here, bro. Don't throw the eyebrows at me. I'm silver linings. But I do want to, just quickly highlight. We do have a top lane. And if there's no action here, observers, let's just quickly look at that top lane because those champions do exist. There we go. Irrelevant to Genax. Farming their way. I genuinely think this is the first time we've seen these champions in 12 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, I now know what skin Genax is using. I wasn't sure the first time.
So now we can go back to bottom lane. Thank you, observers, because that was the least exciting part of the cast. As Treats will find the initiation. Mercer will get charmed up with the quickness and immediately backed away. Zlatan is here. VTO is here. Irrelevant is backing. Oh, no, he's cancelled the recall.
And this was the play we were talking about, though. Moving Video down to the spot side, getting this Rift Herald play, and getting just more gold in towards Neon. Because at the end of the day, Neon is the main damage source for Misfits. And if he can get, even further out, I was going to say get the ball rolling. This thing's already tumbling along.
Yes, the snowball is currently on its way to crush SK Gaming, as they are now being bullied. And because of the response trying to avert that dive, reply to it, it allows VTO to get some plates in the top lane.
And this is much more confidence for Misfits. Like, what my biggest gripe with them has been is, uncoordinated when they want to go for skirmishes. The team's not really working together around their wave states and actually setting up these plays. But that's the complete opposite of what we're seeing here from Misfits. Like, using Video's push mid, diving in on bot side, waves linking up correctly. This is the Misfits of old and why they were so scary.
And it started from that first punish of the invade. Treats and I think Jezu was starting to walk towards the Raptor camp at the very beginning of the game. Because they get bullied, because they get pushed away, it unlocks the ability for Zlatan to have a couple minutes of peace. The Rift Herald is dropped at 13 minutes.
Oh, he's dead.
The tower is dropped. The Arcane shift away. Here comes Zlatan! Cyclone into Neon's hat trick. Shelly's not done yet. She should be able to get a charge into this inner turret. Irrelevant can teleport in if anything breaks out. This will be potentially a second turret going down.
And even Dragon is going to be up in just a moment as well, so they can fall back towards that. But Treats?
Well, Treats is going to look for the engage, but look at the damage back. Neon is running out of mana. And Zlatan has taken some notes over the last 4 games, has figured out what he and Misfits need to do, and is channeling some MSI powers. As now all of a sudden, they're going to get out. Does he get out? Does he get out? No, he doesn't! Frozen in place! Not taken out just yet. The hostile takeover by so much time!
No way!
Zlatan is running for his life. The bailout will give a couple extra seconds, but we all held our breath. SK are on the board.
Yeah, SK getting something back in their pockets, but they are still sitting nearly 4,500 gold behind. And I mean, you look at the ability for them to start moving over towards this Dragon as well, which is just about to spawn. Like, you don't have a jungler here on Misfits, so at least it'll get a little bit more into SK's pocket. And you're still looking at that 2-on spike, right? Ezreal, when he eventually comes online, Lissandra being able to do her thing, Genax as well. So if you can start to stack these dragons, you can force Misfits into fights. But honestly, with just 2 items already complete on Neon, where you're waiting on 1 for Jezu, it's absolutely insane.
Dagda, could I use you as a prop?
Right,
could you draw a line underneath the gold that has been secured by Jezu and Neon? 145 CS. Versus 125, and when I look at the gold, 7.7k to 4.7k. That is a pretty big underline. Neon is a beefy Kai'Sa. Phantom Dons are completed before Jezu's finished anything. He just picked up his Triforce, so an entire item behind, obviously, because of the 3.3k difference.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that as soon as you hit 3 items with this Kai'Sa, like, it's absolutely absurd. The Infinity Edge just does so much. The fact you can proc your passive so easily as well. And look how much gold is just being funneled into Neon. He already got bot Terra, and then it's like, oh, that looks like a tasty one topside as well.
Got 2 of them, in fact, and we'll be able to chunk down that top tower. The gold difference is up to 4,000 between the teams. This is definitely going to try to balance out those abysmal early game stats that Misfits have had over the 4 previous games. And now also, the thing that I really like is they do have the tools to push this one further forward. They're going to set up for the second Herald. I don't think SK will be able to contest in time, but they are making their way forward, Dagda.
Yeah, I mean, Certus not already in position. They will know that this is going down, but you're not going to be able to contest. So nicely done by Misfits.
Yeah, sneaking it away. I think he, Scry's Bloom did just spot it out. but ultimately didn't really have much of an influence. We are playing on the Hex Rift, so Hexgate's Rift. Whether or not any of those Uber rides, as we were talking about yesterday, will be influential. Loyalty program goes out, and just for the record, loyalty program for an ability that shoots missiles is just a empirically dumb name. It does not make sense. It does not. Every time I see that ability, I'm like, I don't want to say those words. It just doesn't add up in my head.
Yeah, I mean, at least you're getting you're just given a shield. I can understand it's like, hey, you've been nice to me, I'm gonna help you out a little bit, but
which also thematically doesn't make sense. If I'm shooting a missile, how do I get a shield? Do you know what I mean? Like it's confusing, is what I'm saying. That's where we've got to at the end of the weekend. Dag just very confused eyes. It's like, what am I meant to do with this, mate? But I think for SK, for Misfits right now, all the pressure's on SK. They have to either punish a mistake or force an opportunity. I mean, we're still 2 dragons away from Soul. So for Misfits, they can carry on farming, choose to fight the next one, or choose to fight 4. Either way, they can smack them with their wallets, and as long as they keep Neon in a good position, he can pretty much clean up any fights.
Yeah, I think they're just going to move Neon mid, use the Rift Herald mid, you take it all. Mercer, though.
Well, let's find out. Initial path comes in here. Hostile takeover is available. Won't even be able to be channeled because of the CC lock. SK find themselves a kill. Schlatan forced to run away. Cyclone will buy some time. Treats gets the knock-up, and that's a dead monkey. 2 quick kills to SK. Cost a curse if ever I've seen one.
I mean, nice job from SK. You can see there Certus hiding in the wings, making sure that he wasn't spotted, and Misfits get punished for not having any control on that bot side. So SK kind of setting that up early, trading that Rift Herald for this control on the bottom side of the map.
Well, I can hear the crowd here in Berlin going, let's go SK. Do you believe SK will pull this one back, Berlin? That's the question. Will SK pull this game back? Yes or no? Oh, it's a little bit of mixed cheers there. A little bit of mixed cheers.
I mean, they do have a comic book, so maybe they are just the heroes of the story, you know? Maybe they can bring it back, but, I mean, you'll get this replay here. Gilly is just kind of waiting in the wings. You've got Certus, who's up in the mid lane as well, and this is just a really nice play. You know that they've already committed all the resource on top side for Misfits because they were looking at that Rift Herald, so you get SK just punishing the fact that you don't have that control and getting a really nice 2 pickups.
Yeah, really, really well played. Treats again on Ezra, second most played champion. Finding knock-up after knock-up. The Rift Herald is going to be dropped mid. 3 towers have already been secured here for Misfits. Keep your eyes on Irrelevant. He's on the right-hand side. He may join the game. Is he going to fire Call of the Forge Guard? Steps forward. Bellows Breath will buy a couple extra seconds.
He did try really hard to join the game there.
Tried to. Did not find the right target. Has yet to fire out that Call of the Forge Guard in a teamfight scenario, but I mean, it's still a 4,000 gold deficit, and it is still very comfortably in Misfits' hands.
And that's the thing, I like that Misfits aren't over-committing here because you do have the dragon that's going to come up shortly, and I mean, the Hexsec dragon can do a lot of hurt if you end up getting that soul, so just kind of going, right, we're going to back away, make sure we can set up vision control around the objective. They don't really have much vision, as you can see at the moment. Like, a hell of a lot of that at the moment is just kind of sitting on this red side, where it's actually a lot more situated for SK, rather when you actually look at the wards that have been set up for, I'm getting used to this, Misfits, it's much more shallow. So they actually need to try and establish this vision much further in onto SK's side before they try and go for any of these big objectives.
Exquisite use.
Yeah.
I'm getting vision. It's not bad. It's not bad. You can teach an old dog new tricks, apparently. But of course, this dragon will be spawning in about 10 or 15 seconds, if I recall correctly. And that means that Misfits now pushing that vision line for. Do you like how they've set the waves up at least? It looks like their Neon shoved up. Bottom lane, mid wave has just been caught. And Misfits, they're already on the dragon, starting that one off. True Shot Barrage will fly across, but I don't think it'll really do a whole lot. Very early.
But I do like the call from SK. Yeah. They already know that they're in a call between a rock and a hard place, so instead they're going to give first dragon over to to Misfits, but they're actually going to be getting this play on the top side. You've even got Gen X who's able to catch this bot wave, so they're not actually losing too much apart from the dragon, but trying to get stuff back elsewhere in the map.
Well, Misfits going to sneak themselves a tower. They hid waiting outside of vision. That'll be the 5th of the game. I know you said rock in a hard place a couple times. I'm going to try something on you. Okay. I hope you know Monty Python, because I think SK might be caught between a holy hand grenade and a killer bunny.
I mean, Mon, that is just a fantastic movie.
It is a fantastic scene. Fantastic film. For anybody too young who hasn't seen it, you should watch it. Monty Python's a holy grail.
So SK is just saying this is but a scratch, and then really hoping that it's going to go.
That's really, it's just a flesh wound. No, it isn't. You're missing an arm. Well, SK will have to find an arm to pick up and beat Misfits with. And we're going to be in this waiting game. I mean, again, pressure's all on SK. So let's turn our attention to Misfits. 20 minutes in. Do you think they want to try for Baron, or at least threaten Baron at any point? Do they just play for dragons? How do they win the game from here?
For Misfits, it's a case of, I think you just try and take it a little bit slow. I mean, you've got great pick here, you've got great team fighting, so try and look over towards your dragons. Look, you could potentially look at Baron, but I think the biggest thing is just you might end up giving up time for Jez to get some poked down, Certus to find a good flank angle, and that's kind of what you're mostly worried about. But I think Misfits just take this game where you're looking more at these neutrals that eventually are spawning, and you'll be in a good spot.
And of course, Neon picked up that third item now. Infinity Edge completed, plus 4,000 gold. So the gold difference that Misfits have is in Neon's back pocket. I want to ask for your experience a little bit here. If you were watching an LPL game, the way the tower dive played out early on, would you say that was a pretty good tower dive for Misfits? Yeah. And now how the game slowed down, different to what your expectations would have been, or pretty much how you want the comp to play?
Yeah, so I mean, we've got a lot of just kind of hand checks.
Yeah.
And it might get one here, to be honest, because Misfits are kind of hovering around, but you'll just kind of see these engages, see if you can blow like key summoner spells, key flashes, especially before objectives. So say, for example, Zlatan, right? You go in, you use your ultimate, you knock up Jezu, maybe you get a flash out of him, and then that's not available for the next fight. And that's kind of what we'll see a lot. So it feels like Misfits here, going to try and start this up, and may kind of look to take that page out of that book.
It's half-hearted there. I mean, they started and immediately backed away. I do like they push the waves, they push the vision, and at least they're like pulling SK's attention, but Dragon's not up. I guess they've got to go very deep to push waves, so Misfits are playing this one as safe as they possibly could.
But look, I know you're a big Star Wars fan, right?
I am.
So I have some quotes here that might help Misfits go for it. Right. We have to boldly go where no man has gone before. There's no such thing as the unknown. Only things temporarily.
Can you stop? Those are all Star Trek. Those are not Star Wars quotes.
You have Captain Kirk on your leg, don't you?
Do not.
Isn't it Captain Kirk?
Fired. Right, You are fired, young man, for quoting Star Trek as Star Wars is right now. Zlatan, Neon, and Irrelevant.
It worked. It worked
on SK Gaming. That Everfrost was flawless from VTO, and SK Gaming get Goomba stomped underneath the killer bunny of Misfits.
See, all they needed was the Star Wars quotes, and now Misfits get to turn over towards the Baron. It's going to set them up beautifully. Treats and Genex going to see what they can do with Jezu, but I mean, there's still 5-member strongs here for Misfits.
I am seething on the inside. SK Gaming are going to try threaten 2-3 members alive, stepping forward. Baron's down to 2,500. That's a knock up inside the river, and Treats goes golden. VTO's low, 150 HP. Baron underneath finally secured by Misfits, and Genex jumps in with the World Ender on cooldown. He's blown up where he stands, and Neon can chase further if he wants to. The Baron, an extra kill. Jean-Luc Picard would be ecstatic with that play.
I mean, this was just a great setup from Misfits. We get the TP coming in, video waiting off in the wings as well. And this is what we're talking about. I mean, for Certus, he needs to try and find creative angles in here, but they're just getting engaged on too quickly. They don't have the vision control to actually know where they should be setting these engages up, and everyone's just running for the hills. But you have so much engage on this Misfits side, it's impossible to get away.
I mean, really, really well played. And again, the thing that I like, I kind of was settling in, expecting Misfits to slow things down, play for Dragon, played safe, but they forced the Baron over a couple minutes and made SK come to them until eventually they got the objective. Like, Misfits were committed to forcing an error from SK, and they made it work.
And here's another one, Gilly's caught out.
Yeah, and of course he's going to get knocked up, gets pulled backwards by the handshake. Irrelevant calls the Forge Guard. 1-2 members knocked up, re-engaged there from Zlatan. That's one dead jungler. Killer Instinct used from Neon. Certus will get taken out. A crushing blow to the dome. And Treats forced to battle dance to safety. There is Misfits demolishing SK. 25 minutes in, nearly 10k up, and they're already sitting on the base.
And this is the thing, right? It's been a little bit of a slower pace when you look at like the way the mid game settled through, but Misfits knew what they were doing this whole time. Going towards the Baron, getting the picks, getting the kills. Now they're getting this bot inhibitor as well. And again, Dragon is up on the backside of this as well, so they get to pick that up on the way out too.
Oh man, such a great play here from Misfits. Such a good game. I will go back very briefly to that stupid Star Trek quote you had. And Captain Kirk yelling Khan is one of the most memorable things in my retina from Star Trek, especially when Khan was in games. I always wanted to yell it like Captain Kirk. But yeah, this was just SK being crushed in the bottom lane.
Yeah, absolutely destroyed. They don't get to live long and prosper as Misfits. Just absolutely demolished them here.
Really well played. SK Gaming, unfortunately, the game has been out of their hands literally since minute one. Tried to invade, got punished for it. We heard the analyst is talking a little bit about it, maybe how scary things would get because Misfits team fighting and scaling would look very scary. Ornaments can start to come into play as well. As now Irrelevant is level 15. You can see 3 items across the board. And it really will take a miracle for SK to come back, especially because Misfits have played very controlled, I think, very tempered in terms of where they've made their aggressive moves.
Yeah, and I mean, look, we've already talked at length about how impressive Misfits have been this game, but I want to kind of look at SK as well, because this was, for me, a composition where they were taking a different style, right? We've seen them go for very, very late game scaling compositions. This is one that spikes hard in the mid game, but they just didn't have the early game to follow through, and now they're falling to Misfits.
Dun 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 dun! VTO, Hourglass keeps him alive! Cyclone knocks up SK and the hostile takeover won't find its target. VTO gets the ultimate revenge after being jumped on by 3. He's the one that gets the kill. The snipe from the GOAT as Irrelevant will pick it up. Nexus, the inhibitor turret correction will fall. The inhibitor number 2 will fall. And there's only 3 members left standing for SK Gaming as Misfits turn their attention onto the Nexus turrets. Minions are cleared out, that will buy some time, but that is so disheartening. So many members, and the Hourglass just keeps VTO alive.
I mean, Misfits might still be looking to try and end this, but you do have SK respawning.
Well, let's find out. Still 13 seconds for Gilius, 4 members of SK are alive. Keeping my eyes on Mercer. He was looking for the handshake. Didn't find the, enough of a distance there for Misfits to collapse, and the searing charge being held on. If Irrelevant finds a knockup, maybe there is some follow-up, but ultimately, Misfits pulling them back. Chase me, chase me, chase me, and that's what SK are currently doing.
Yeah, but Misfits hiding in the wings.
One more time! That is a dead Gilius. There's the searing charge. 1, 2, 3 members knocked up into the air. I think that was a charm on top of the fight. I actually just missed the initial. Ultimately, Gilius trying to find something and gets dunked on once again.
I mean, Misfits making sure that they're crossing every T that exists in this game, making sure that they can actually get this top lane inhibitor as well. You've got minions pushing in the bot side. It's looking clean for Misfits.
1, 6, and 2. Gilius's Viego has had a tough time this game. More than 50% of his team's deaths is just with Gilius. I wonder if every member of Misfits but Mercer has been able to kill him. That would be a fun stat, to be like, they've all got his head. So then Misfits can delay killing the Nexus until Mercer can land the final blow on Gilius.
We got to get word to them.
This
is the new mission. Yeah.
I actually think that's like competitive integrity concerns. It's like, that's the mini game that we're going to play. And I mean, for Misfits, just well played. Just really making SK dance to their beat, pulling them into the jungle. They also picked up that second Drake a few minutes ago, by the way. So they've got themselves 2 under the belt. Not that they need it, with 3 waves of super minions pouring into the base. Just wait for them to get on the steps and then just crash with the double supers and play for patience.
Yeah, I mean, Baron's going to be up in a minute as well. And at that point, like, I always like to quote an old thing that my brother said, which was, you can basically stand in the base and just type /dance, and the minions will just do the work. If you have 3 inhibitors down and Baron buff, it's just over.
And especially when you look at the minion, the wave clear from SK, or lack thereof, it's not the strongest. So with, 2, 4, 6 super minions in the base in a little while, that bottom wave hasn't been caught up. Genex is out of there!
They have no idea.
Yep, he is not one to be involved. Schlatter, Neon, Irrelevant! Everybody gets a free ride on the Hexgate Express. This Genex will not get hand shook backwards, will not get caught out by the loyalty program, not get caught out by the Void Seeker. Come on, let's miss some more skill shots, lads. As the super minions are now inside the base. And now you can go /D. Don't do the dance. The GOAT is called in, is knocked up, not actually going to find a target, nor does Treats. He's forced to battle dance to safety. Certus buys a couple extra seconds. VTO's being focused by Gilius. Genex once again buying time. Neo jumps for the killer instinct. That's 1. That'll be 2. That'll be 3 for Misfits. 4 to follow. And the last man standing is Jezu. As the Nexus turret will fall down, and Tower Dive seems to be the name of the game. Let the super minions do the work. Jezu will go golden with a stopwatch underneath his own fountain laser. And Misfits find their first win of summer.
A beautiful game from Misfits there, taking control very, very early. And I'm glad to see a little bit more of that proactivity that not only has been missing from Misfits, but honestly from a lot of teams in the LEC, with these like early tower dives going down towards the bot side, the coordination that we got to see from the early game. This is what Misfits were so good with in spring, and it's great to see it coming back.
It really is. And I mean, that was a highly illogical play from Misfits after 0-4 to pick it up. They were able to prove that things are only impossible until they are not. Able to turn that one around. And of course, logic is the beginning of wisdom. It is not the end. They applied logic to their learnings, to their mistakes. And we see Misfits joining us on stage to greet the crowd after a hard-fought win.
Yeah, genius doesn't work on an assembly line basis, no quick shot. And I think they proved that they can start to go off kilter, a little bit off book, and actually find what they need to succeed.
And, you know, from that very beginning, from the very first invade...
Yeah, I'm running out of quotes.
I'm not. I got a few more. From the very first invade, we learned that insufficient facts always invite danger. Gilius had insufficient facts, and therefore danger was found.
All I heard was insufficient funds the second you started saying insufficient facts. I was like, we're on a completely different wavelength. But
I know this is a Scottish quote, but Scotty, the engineer, he says can he change the laws of physics? Can you say it in the Scottish accent?
Can he change the law of physics?
Not too bad. Key player of the game nominees at LEC on Twitter: VTO, Neon, and Mercer. I think a very much needed win. I think crucial to call out that was number 10 versus number 9 as well. So for Misfits, Pioneer looking really, really good. It is against one of the other teams that is struggling. And it'll be interesting to see what happens going forward.
Yeah, I think this is a big confidence boost for them, though. Like, I think they needed a game like this to kind of go, right, we got ourselves back in the horse. We know exactly how this is actually working. And especially when you get to see, like, the coordination that has been missing for so long, the great engages, the skirmishes at the right time, even being able to snowball, you know, off of Rift Heralds. They're not too worried about dragons. They're happy to trade that. Like, these are all the hallmarks of what make a really good team.
Yeah.
I'm delighted to see that it's back for Misfits.
Yeah, I mean, change is the essential process of all existence, as a wise man once said.
Just off the dome, just straight off. Yeah.
Law, over to you. Live long and prosper.
Thank you, quick shots. Video. See, that's what I wanted to see. The smile without the mask. And okay, before talking to you, I'm gonna talk to these guys because maybe you didn't know, but Vete was really, really looking forward to playing in front of an audience, and being in front of all you guys today is really important. So please, once again, for Misfits and their first victory. A long-awaited one, but yeah, Vincent, how does it feel to play in front of these guys, finally? You were backstage actually today, but you still managed to pick a win.
I mean, I already did like 4 games, so I can know. But as a pro player, I think I've waited for this for a really long time. And I think this, it's really important because you always work a lot for you. But at one point, I think you need to see the people to maybe like give them hope or smile. And I think it's really important for me. And I really enjoy playing here now.
Perfect. Amazing. And it's nice that you finally managed to pick up a win today. Why is this one important to you?
I think it's important because obviously it was pretty hard times, especially last week. I think it was one of my hardest week I've ever played. And I think we mostly underperform when we played on stage compared to that when we play on stream and stuff. I think we are really better than what we are showing. And I think at least showing that we can compete with any team. And I really believe that, and I really believe that we should not be scared of any team, and we can beat everyone. And that's what I want to show in the following week.
Yeah, hopefully it's just the beginning, and this one is going to give you hope coming later in the LEC. But talking to your coach before the game, we talked about your role, the responsibilities you have coming as the MVP of Spring, and people talking so highly about you when it comes to Misfits. How do you manage the expectations you have and in the sense that you have to perform and not get too affected maybe by some kind of pressure?
I think I put so much pressure on myself that I don't really get any bad or good thing about people talking good or bad about me. I have like incredible goals, so I think performing on LEC is really like the minimum, and I think I didn't perform really well. I think my team needed me more than what I showed the first week, and I think I need to kind of be the player I was a bit more in Spring, that everyone can like count on me, and I will do a good game no matter what happens. And I think I try to do this a bit more this week, and that's what I will do for sure the next weeks.
And I think it shows because you got the key player of the game here. And I know that during the off-season, you went back to Korea to train hard. Is there anything you brought from that experience that's going to help you perform even better maybe in summer?
Yeah, I mean, I really like Korea, and I finally met Chovy, so it was an important moment for me. I think, yeah, I just really like going to Korea, and what I bring is just how hard I should keep working and how much I can still improve. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to what comes next for me.
Anything that can help you become a better player. But for now, Vitio, merci pour l'interview. Thank you very much. Congrats on grabbing the first win. And we will take a short break now, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes for Mad Lions versus Excel. Stay tuned.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
For those who watch, for those who move, for those who play.
Look at the smite, he's done this before.
Now it's your turn to move to the big stage and play the match of your life.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Every moment of my life for this, and you expect me to just call it quits? Not likely. Coming for the title at the top, you won't stop me. Think that I missed my shot, but no, I'll be damned if I give you a chance to take us down again. I've got what it takes to get you in the end. I'm mad, I'm upset, I'm inspired, I won't quit. You can call yourself king, but I won't submit. I'm never gonna stop this. Be the ones to end this. Never let this go. Threatening, this will be a day of reckoning. Treat you sow the seeds that we've come to reap, and believe me, defeat is in your future. I don't need a crystal ball to see the way that you can lose us, all the ways that you can fall. You call us fanatics, but you're the one who's obsessed. Claim to conquer it all, but you just write checks. Another player in your sights, but you don't understand. You'll never have shit on a self-made man. I'm never gonna stop this. Be the ones to end this. Never let this go. Threatening, this will be a day of reckoning. This is our time. We have drawn the battle line. Listen to our war cry. We fight for those who left behind. We live for those who were denied. We know your fate is set in stone. We've come to take the throne. We kneel to no more kings tonight.
I think since we went to Korean bootcamp, I think the solo queue helped a lot. We all got better individually, like laning phase-wise. I think we just had, I don't know, better ideas, more creative. And then we also scrimmed actually good teams because, well, luckily teams in LPL and LCK didn't want to scrim like SKT and G2 during MSI because they played on a different patch. But we were down to play an MSI patch against these teams, so I don't know, I felt like it was a good experience.
Thankfully, Nelson had good contacts with Chinese teams, and then the actual Chinese teams recommended us to the good Korean teams.
You know, I think what we're going through right now in our scrims is the bootcamp buff. It should disappear within like a month, but you know, for now we're doing really good in scrims and just playing good.
Awesome insight into Excel's Korean bootcamp, and it is paying off. Broxa, can you understand what they're saying there about the bootcamp buff and the fact that now all these things that they have learned, they are applying step by step in the scrims?
Yeah, definitely. Like Miki said it himself, when you go up against some of the best teams in the world, it's just a completely different experience. And I've been in the scenarios myself too, where you go to Korea, to China, you play against all these top LPL and LCK teams. Usually, the start of that type of boot camp is really rough, and you just kind of get destroyed. But then eventually, you learn, you start adapting to their meta, their style of play. And it's also really showing in the way that Excel has been playing so far, because some of the things that I've seen when playing against those world-class teams is how they use their mid laner, the jungler, and the support, and the coordination they have. This is exactly what Excel is doing now. Like, Nukeduck has been a completely different player. Miki and Makoon on completely same page as he is, and it's just looking great.
So why is it that buff only lasts a month? Why was he saying that?
Well,
he's scrimming all the European teams now, so they're taking the trick.
I guess that's the logic.
They're taking the, you know, you can only get diminishing returns if now those teams are seeing what you're improving at as well.
Well, I'm assuming it's a little bit like when you know, replace a player. Like if you have a period where things didn't go well, you bring in a new player. There's a little bit of a honeymoon phase because everything is nice. You know, you're trying to change something, and at the start, sometimes it works really well, but then at one point you're going to start actually facing some tough battles, and that's where you get a chance to really prove that you're a good team.
But for now, the buff is still on. We've talked so much about Markoon already, rightfully so. That is not to say that the other members aren't doing well. In fact, we're going to talk about Nukeduck as well today. Why is it that, to you, Markoon has had such an influence on this roster and on the results they've been able to have?
I mean, he's just so damn aggressive in the early game, and you can talk about how the draft also facilitate that by him always having, well, what seems to be 3 prior lanes at times where he's just allowed to take control of the map, but he's also willing to pull the trigger. He never backs down against the matchup that he's in, and he's also performing on these champions that wants to take charge. When he's on the Viego, get in, find the skirmishing potential, pretty much no one beats you. When he's on the Volibear, okay, if I have a TF in the mid lane, I know I can just walk forward into enemy red buff, and it's just the fact that these small leads he gets in the early game for himself, he doesn't keep them for himself. He knows that immediately this needs to be translated elsewhere on the map, and he knows that it needs to be the laners. So they get the Herald, they get the towers, and then all of a sudden you have multiple members who's ahead, and they just keep that snowball effect going.
And in my mind, honestly, he's been the most important player for Excel this split so far. It's not that the others aren't doing great, because they are, but he's just the one who gets everything rolling. And then eventually, when they get to the mid and late game, he has amazing carries around him who can then finish the job by doing work in team fights.
And I told you we were going to talk a little bit about Nukeduck as well, because it has not gone unnoticed how good he has been playing. And GB, it's been specifically about the way he's been moving around that map.
Yeah, Nukeduck used to be a mid laner that was very still watching because he would only be in the mid lane. He would pretty much never move out whatsoever. That has completely changed ever since that they actually came back to Europe from that boot camp. He pretty much never spends time in the lane now. He's always out to either help Makoon find these jungle leads that we've been talking about, or he's making his way to a side lane, and it's making Excel such a diverse team and a dynamic team because it opens up flexible playstyles. We can go for the jungler, we can move to the top side, we can go to the bottom. There's so much potential.
Yeah, and in a lot of ways, he's kind of playing the way that Caps always has. He's just roaming around the map, he's creating leads for himself, but then he's using those leads to set his teammates up for success. And now, with that playstyle, I'm expecting to see a lot of carries coming out from the top lane, from Patrick in the bot lane as well.
Look at that lane percentage. In summer, he's actually the one who spent the least amount of time in lane. In spring, he spent the most amount of times of mid laners in the lane, completely revitalized.
Yeah, that Korean bootcamp, of course, LCK mids, LPL mids, it is their bread and butter, right? And we are following the way of the most successful teams around around the globe in that regard. Now let's talk about Mad Lions, because when I hear the mid laner, the jungler, even the support roaming around the map, definitely Mad Lions have done that. And Unforgiven, that marksman role, has also been doing quite well. I feel like he's a player of whom we've been following his development, who needed to shake off some jitters in those first stage games and is now growing.
Yeah, and I mean, we even see it not only in-game, but also before a game and outside of game, due to the fact that the bans that's coming against Mad Lions, usually 2 of them will be an AD carry in the first rotation, Kalista, Draven, Seri, and then when one of them gets through, well, we saw it yesterday, Seri against Fnatic. The man was an absolute mad lad. You combine that with the fact that he gets to play with a Yuumi, and then that amplifies what these better players can actually utilize. I feel like this is a guy that lacked comfort in Spring, but now he's getting it, and he's kind of evolving with the crowd, which I think personally is really, really impressive from a young guy.
It is really difficult coming in as a new player, all of a sudden having to play these big LEC games, and especially now having to play on stage in front of a crowd. And it just takes time to get used to. I still remember my first split. Like I was almost shaking sitting there on stage, and I had our mental coach who I was working with almost on a daily basis just to get the confidence going. Because, you know, you've been playing in national leagues and solo queue for so many years, and all of a sudden there's all this pressure and so many people watching. But now it seems like with his Spring experience, he's been doing a really good job so far.
Absolutely that. We'll see if those AD carry bans come through again. We will also be covering the picks and bans. Finally, a primer, because Markoon, maybe best jungler in the league, whatnot. You said in the pre-show, well, we should think about Elyoya. So how or why do you rate Elyoya that highly then?
Yeah, so in my mind, for now, I would still rate the best junglers like Elyoya, a Jankos, a Malrang, just because they showed so many consistent performances throughout the entire Spring split. Markoon was really good towards the end of it as well, but now, here, he's been amazing so far, and if he keeps up the level that he has so far, he's going to compete. Now, what I really like about Elyoya is his early game in particular. Most junglers are going to be able to navigate through the mid and late game when it becomes more team-oriented, but he's just always made so many smart decisions in the early game ever since he came in last year. He always finds an opportunity to put himself ahead to get a lead, but he's pretty flexible too, because he can also play for the team if necessary. He has a deep champion pool, good mechanics, anything you could really ask for from your jungler.
Definitely so, and he's also quite creative when he needs to be, as we now embark on these picks and bans and get into those. As said, we'll be covering them right here on the desk. Time to get into it. Looking at yesterday, we talked about the Zeri as well. Of course, Patrick played it in one of those games versus Vitality. The jungle, the Viegos of this world are going to be hotly contested as well.
Yeah, so I feel like usually when you play against a team like Mad Lions, yes, that's the first one. You take away the Wukong from Elyoya. They've already shown that they have incredible priority on this champion by themselves, and it can obviously also be flexed up to Armut, as I mentioned there. Then usually what we see as the trend from the side of teams that play against Excel is that they want to get rid of some of the AD carries. But this time around, they need to take that CF away that we saw Niski perform on yesterday against Fnatic.
Yeah, I'm kind of expecting some AD carry bans here, because almost every draft we're having, some of the strong AD carries are going to be taken away. It's the Lucian, the Kalista, the Draven, even the Siri. Siri being a pick that, Unforgiven at this point, haven't lost a single game on. He's actually 3-0 on the champion. Another possibility could be banning out some junglers. We actually see an Ezreal ban coming in, obviously a champion that Patrick is able to navigate very well.
And this is going to be really interesting because XL can now just decide to not ban Yuumi, not ban Seri, and they just leave it to Mad Lions. Mad Lions will get put in a position where it's either we will ban the Seri or the Yuumi, and they'll get it, or they'll try and get a takeaway where it's like, well, we can get either or. You can also make the decision yourself where you ban Seri or Yuumi here, and you force the hand of Mad Lions, but they're going to go with what we call a little bit of a throwaway, and they take away the Sori from Niski, which is usually not rotated this quick.
Sometimes when you do this, when you leave a lot of things open, because we're just seeing 2 target bans from Excel here. They don't have to ban TF, they don't have to ban Zoe. It's good ban against Niski, sure, but they know there's a lot of OP picks. When you're blue side, it can make sense to look for one of the OP picks, like let's say here, maybe they first pick Yuumi, because they know the AD carry pool is so deep, so they're always going to have options going into the second phase. It could also be looking for the Viego, the Volibear, whatever they prioritize really. They are hovering the Yuumi now. As I mentioned, Yuumi, very strong champion for basically every team, fits pretty well with the AD carry pool, and there's so many ADs open, so it would make sense for them to take
Yeah, and I think Mad Lions are just going to grab the Seri for themselves immediately here. They have red side, so they decide to ban away the Twitch. Currently, Twitch gets used as one of these counters into the Seri themselves, because when you open up, usually the Seri hasn't stacked on her movement speed, so she can't really dodge the auto attacks from a Twitch, and the extra range of this AD carry just completely nullifies what the Seri usually wants to do. So I think we're getting potentially a Seri with the Gwen as well coming through here.
I heard some boos for when Yuumi got locked in, but the splash art is so cute, so...
well, I think
I love Yuumi, she's so cute, what a splash art!
I hope she wins!
I think a lot of us League of Legends players are not the biggest fan of Yuumi.
Yeah.
But I actually really like what Mad Lions has done this draft, because by banning Ezreal and Twitch, two of the AD carries were very strong with Yuumi. It's really clear that they expected Excel to take it away. They take the Siri, who was also super strong, with Yuumi, and now the options are kind of limited. You could go for Lucian or Draven, but it doesn't really have the same effect. It's not like the monster, like the Siri would have been. So taking that away, not only because Unforgiven has a 100% win rate on it, also to deny it from the Yuumi is very smart.
I feel like we're just going to get a jungler here before we go into the second ban rotation, because I feel like both teams will look to either try and get the edge here, and we've already seen Makoon loves the like of Viego. He prioritizes the Volibear as well. When he's on the Viego, it's way more about facilitating himself in the early game, and when he's on the Volibear, it's about influencing those lanes. And when you have a Lucian, you kind of need to get it a little bit ahead in the early game, so having this Volibear to facilitate it is for sure something they're looking at. Mad Lions now, I think either you go for jungler or you go for Renata here with the Seri. They just seem like two strong pick to me.
I do want to say that if they don't actually take the Viego here, Elioya is going to be playing a different champion, because so far he's only played Wukong and Viego. I kind of expected Excel to take the Viego away as a result of that, but it also makes sense to go for the Lucian, the Volibear, get a strong early game, because then they can get scaling from the other lanes. What Mad Lions is doing by picking the Nautilus makes a lot of sense into Yuumi, because Nautilus is a strong early game champion. You can force plays, you can try to shut down the Lucian Yuumi lane, because one of the advantages of Yuumi is that you kind of make the AD carry like a late game monster, but that's not really what Lucian wants to be. Despite having the Yuumi, he wants to dominate early game against Nautilus, especially when he hits 6. It's pretty scary to play aggressive.
It's actually really interesting. You know, we were just talking in the green room as well with Medic when we were talking about facing Yuumi, what would you pick into it, and some of the champions we were talking about too was the Nautilus, due to the fact that if Yuumi is ever dismounted, if you just flash an auto attacker while she's in the little spin away onto the champions, she just get rooted up and she's not going to be able to run away. So there isn't a window rather where you can get aggressive down towards the bottom side. But moving into the second ban rotation, Mad Lions prioritize a support on 3. That means that jungler is going to be a little bit exposed, and I'm expecting that Viego you talked about too, Broxer, because as you already mentioned, Wukong has been played by him and the Viego has been played by him.
Yeah, so right now Mad Lions decided to ban away one mid laner, one top laner. They could look for a potential jungle pick on 4, probably what they will do, knowing Volibear is already there, so they can get a counter pick, save mid for last, and get a really good situation for Niski. Niski's champion pool has been pinched a little bit with the TF and Zoe, but obviously he's a player who's been around for a long time. He's going to be more than fine and can find a good counter for himself.
And it's going to be interesting because Nuke Dog so many times now has been put in a good position where he knew the comp he was playing into, where he could either play the Lissandra just to nullify what was coming in. With at least Sin now coming through, and short range champion being there, Lissandra could still come through. Even the likes of Nautilus, anything that really stops the mobility from a lot of these champions could come through. And you're smiling, Brox. What's up?
This is where we start getting excited. This is what I'm here for. Some Lee Sin now. I am actually surprised he picks Lee Sin into Volibear, because Volibear is super strong in the early game. Lee wants to fight, but fighting a big, scary, fluffy bear, whew, it can get pretty difficult. At the same time, Mad Lions all of a sudden have so much playmaking with these champions, so many tools to look for early skirmishes, and being a Lee Sin into that comp, he's gonna have a lot of ways to make big plays in the mid and late game, not only early.
And so far, we are still waiting for it, but I'm looking at Excel, and it's a very short-range composition. It's a composition that kind of gets outscaled on side 2 by the Gwen, which kind of narrows you down a little bit. And now with the RE2, you are looking for that playmaking potential, but it's going to be a bit scary because whatever Niska brings out here, Ari doesn't have so much wave play before she gets a few points into a queue, right? We're really looking at that first back. We have level 9 maybe, and you really start getting that priority skirmish through your jungler too. That might just be a little too late, and with the amount of playmaking you now get on Mad Lions, like you get Gwen that's outscaled on side lanes, you have Seri into Lucian. While you don't have that Yuumi, it's still a really strong AD carry later, especially against short-range champions like Gnar, like Lucian, like Volibear, even like Ahri as well with the extra mobility. And then they're still engaged. So yeah, you lack like that strong frontliner, but you have so many pseudo frontliners in the Nautilus, in the Sylas, in the Lees, and in the Gwen that I actually prefer Mad Lions draft a little bit here.
Sounds like you both do.
Well, I'm always going to have a little bit of a bias towards the Lee Sin. I think Lee Sin in this current meta is the type of champion who it can work really well, but it can also go really wrong. You kind of have to put in a bit of extra effort to find the place to start getting the snowball rolling and get an advantage. But Mad Lions with this comp has so many tools to make these big plays, and it's not like Excel cannot match it. They also have a lot of strong early game champions in the Ahri. We have the Lucian, the Volibear, and I am hoping we get a spicy early game here with a lot of kills, because we definitely have the potential for that to happen with this draft.
We have 3 more minutes, by the way. We're doing champ select.
3 more. Perfect. Thank you. Amazing, Jux. With the early game shenanigans as well, you're talking about Broxah. Personally, I feel like that has to come through from the side of Excel. I've been seeing these sorts of compositions quite a lot in the ERLs, but I do believe that these kind of compositions takes a little more to pilot, because you need to be the one who's very proactive in the early game. You need to be the one who's always looking for plays, and that's actually the harder role. Being the one who needs to react to these things, knowing they can just scale and just kind of drop the plays or match this play on the other side of the map is way more easy than being the one that needs to direct the play. But if there's one benefit of the doubt I will give to Excel, then that is that Makun has been very good at fulfilling this role. All the games we've seen them win so far, he's been the one taking that charge.
Yeah, when we look at how Mad Lions approached the first week, they were very successful, but they weren't necessarily that active on the map in terms of kills overall. Now, yesterday versus Fnatic, it was a different story, so they showed that they can do that. But would you not give it then to Excel, who have proven time and time again that they always prioritize the action in that early game?
Possibly. I think at the same time, it's like if Excel actually goes aggressive, you can start making a lot of plays around the Drake, around Herald if you're Mad Lions, right? And sure, they're not the greatest at like brute forcing plays, but they're really good at responding to them, and when their opponents overstep and make a mistake, they can really take over. Also, for once, Excel actually doesn't have the greatest scaling of all. The Yuumi, the Gnar, sure, it's nice and all, but it's not like they have a Corki in the mid lane or a strong late game jungler. So for them, they're going to be going aggressive, as always, with Makun. And now it's just going to be down to, in my mind, who's the better mid and jungle duo, because there's going to be a lot of fighting around those roles with those early game champions.
Oh, the lion. That's amazing. It's also signed by everyone, it looks like. Very cute. In terms of the mid lane, we see that Nukeduck has gone for the Ahri, of course, hovering the Lissandra, but of course he had in his mind, well, Sylas may come out from the other side, and it did. We talked so much about his roaming. What does that look like now with the Ahri matchup?
I mean, it definitely still works. We even saw it earlier today as well, where you're still able to get a jungler coming through. If you win the 2v2, great. You don't actually have to push your tower. You can just move down towards the bot side, up towards the top side. You can move to Raptors. I feel like just enabling that mid lane priority really just gives you so many choices around the map as to what you want to do. And for XL, it's just about them finding their windows with them, specifically in the early game once again. If I myself had to pick a composition here where I was like, oh, I wish I'm playing on this team right now, I'm probably choosing Mad Lions just a little bit, just due to the fact that I can sit back, relax.
Broxah is, because...
So, Broxah, okay. If you're not just a Lee Sin fanboy, right, what comp would you like to play?
I think both of them are really cool in different ways, and I actually like the Mad Lions one just because I feel with this setup from mid and jungle, with Sylas into Ahri, you're gonna want to play aggressive, you're gonna want to fight back if you're the Sylas, because if you just sit back and let Ahri push you in, the early game is not gonna be very fun, you're slowly gonna get chunked, whereas if you can start popping your potions, walk in and play for fights, make things happen around the mid lane, everything is gonna be really explosive and really fun to play.
And while Lee Sin is this champion that we don't really like in the current meta, and sometimes for obvious reasons, I'm sorry Broxah, but it's still lacking a little bit in terms of what other junglers do at times, it's a comfort for Elyoya, and it cannot be understated that this is one of his signature champion, not only in the LEC, but ever since he started being a competitive jungler on the scene, back at LVP as well when he was playing the ERL. So this is something that he's incredibly comfortable on. They took away a lot of the jungle bans, it's kind of what they pivoted to, because they took that support on 3, and now we need to see the playmaking coming through from Elyoya as well, because one good charm can stop all the playmaking coming out of that Lee Sin, as he's just kept in his track and probably would get one shot. So I'm looking for that jungle matchup too. The early game for Makun and the mechanics later from the side of Elyoya to really make sure that this pick is actually worth the priority that is received from him.
I don't know if we're being baited by the clapping, but I haven't gotten the you yet that they're ready and that pick and ban has been
Clap if you're
right.
having a good time. Oh, this is so fun.
It is definitely fun. Players, of course, wanted to get in there. I think Excel sweating bullets. They're like, not again.
There was one guy who wasn't having a good time.
Wasn't?
No, didn't clap.
No, didn't clap?
No.
How dare he?
I mean, it's up to him. It's okay not to be okay.
All right, we're finally ready. The remake of the Pick and Ban, sorry to drop that word, for XL Mad Lions is live. Let's go.
Thank you, Berlin, and everybody watching from around the world. Welcome back to the cast days for game 2 of day 2 of week 2. And it's XL taking on Mad Lions. I'm choking on my own little hype here. And in my mind, these teams could make an argument for being in the top 2, top 3 in the league. There is always a bigger fish, and both Mad Lions and XL will say, never tell me the odds, because yesterday G2 lost, a little bit surprisingly, and I think XL Mad Lions are looking stronger and stronger, better and better with every single game we're seeing.
Yeah, and I think for Mad Lions, it's kind of them getting back on track from what we expected them from 2021, right? And I think a large portion of that has been Niski kind of been added into the equation. I think he's been working super well with Ayoya. When you look across at XL, that's the most glow up I've seen in a long time. Yeah. Like, they look incredible. Nukeduck, as I highlighted on the desk, has been phenomenal linking up with Marcoon. They've been so good at snowballing their advantages when they get to punish people for overextending. They've just been amazing.
I mean, when you take a look at some of these early game stats for XL and focus on objectives, they picked up first tower in 3 out of the 4 games. They picked up first dragon in all 4, and they picked up first herald in 3 out of the 4. When you combine the dragon and the herald together, that is a phenomenal early game accomplishment for the squads.
Yeah, and I think that's why I've been so impressed with this team, is like how well they're able to use the priority that Nukeduck has in mid lane to start leaning towards these objectives. Marcoon going towards a lot of these early game aggressive junglers as well means that they tend to have the ability to fight at these neutrals, and we'll probably see it again here with Nukeduck, as you can see, having good control over this mid lane against Niski, actually getting a bit of a freeze off here.
Yeah, managed to push Niski away, keep chunking him out with those Foxfires and Orbs of Deception. Niski will just ding 2, while Finn is being bullied here by Armut. Snip, 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 about to mega out. And Armut played that Gwen yesterday to pretty good effect. I think Mad Lions in their win against Fnatic controlled the game for the majority of it. They were picking up the objectives despite the cross maps looking kind of on the surface relatively even. Ultimately, Mad would always push the vision line deeper. Mad were always the ones proactive. And I just want to remind everyone, Niski was getting kind of whooped a little in that mid lane. His TF was under pressure. This time around, it's Finn that's under pressure in the top lane.
Yeah, Ayoya should be able to get onto him here.
Well, there's a little hop, the ward dash away, flash, and Ayoya's not going to follow on. Instead, allow the flashless Finn to back away, lose the minions, lose the wave, potentially lose his TP, and now be under even more threat from Armut.
Yeah, I mean, I think keeping the flash probably a good shout, but Marcoon trying to respond on bot side here.
Well, Marcoon's trying to set up Patrick and Mickey. Can he go? That's it! You're all clear, kid! Now bring it home! First blood secured for Marcoon on the volley bear once again. Do they dive again is the question. They're feeling it. They're feeling it. Kaiser, level 3, flash available to him. Teleport being channeled, and this will send them packing. Marcoon says, never tell me the odds, and they get out clean.
Yeah, it will give Finn the opportunity to push in that wave and top side, though, so we'll be able to equal out a little bit of that CS deficit that he'd been seeing, but nice job from XL. I wasn't sure if they're going to wait for Nukeduck. Nukeduck actually stacking up a bit of a wave in the mid lane to lean into that bot lane, but they're happy to just go as a 3-man, and it works out beautifully. You got 22 CS in that bot lane to 7 for Unforgiven.
I mean, magnificent advantage, and the fact that Finn was forced to blow his flash and get pushed away, now Armut being forced to TP down and return to lane, this gives Finn a couple extra seconds, some time. Farm under safety, push this wave back, potentially bounce it, we'll see what he decides to do. And that's exactly what a Finn needed, a little bit of assistance there as well.
Yeah, and it feels like now you just get to double down on this as XL, right? And I love that we're seeing this more aggression come in from LEC teams, right? Like, actually, Niski?
What is this? It's a trap as Niski's going to get jumped on. The prowling projectile slows him down. Flash forward. XL find 2 more kills.
And this is what has been
Second
so
kill.
good from Excel. It's snowballing these advantages that they have. They know, okay, Patrick can move in towards the mid lane. They can catch out Niski. Yes, they'll lose a little bit of CS on the bot side, but it's not going to equal out how much was already lost by Unforgiven. And this is what Excel have actually become so incredible at doing, is kind of using these small advantages to say, hey, we might lose a little, but we can gain way more by using the advantages that we currently gained.
I mean, so fantastic. The boot camp working wonders. The 5 members returning from Spring. And look, just outside the vision. I think Niski was just putting a ward down and being punished for it.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't mind this from Niski because in theory, you look and go, oh, well, jungler should be going topside. His camps are respawning. And if you look at where Marcoon is, he's on topside because his camps respawn.
Yeah.
But that's why Niski was leaning in to try and get that vision control down. Maybe try and set up for some sort of control if Nukeduck was trying to run bot side, but he ends up getting punished for it.
Man, Finn is just getting bullied. He's down 4 CS. Push this way forward, like, extend just a little more. But every single time Armored can find those snips, he's doing so and bullying out Finn. He's not suffering on the CS too much, but look at all those blue numbers. Plus 500, plus 100, plus 700, plus 200, all in favor of XL. And just a reminder, we are running the new HUD. Of course, any feedback at LEC.
And now we're going to see that stack come through for XL as well. More than likely going to look towards this dragon. You've got a wave that's slowly going to stack here in the mid lane that they can push in. Bot side also pushing in. You can already see the Marcoon is rolling over towards that dragon.
Yeah, he is. And while Niski continues to be under pressure, Marcoon on the volley bear once again, finding an impact. That's the dash forward. Spirit Rush has been hijacked, but no follow-up. Nukeduck's going to be able to get away to safety. He uses the first dash of his own Spirit Rush. And Olyoya just steps back. Had some CC landed, maybe they would have gone in. They said they didn't. So, first blood secured by XL. First dragon secured by XL. And we're on par again for another strong early game.
But this is why XL have been so good. I mean, it's only 6 minutes into the game, they've already got the dragon. So many teams that we talked about, even yesterday, are leaving that dragon that little bit later, which means that you're able to trade dragons for Rift Heralds and why these stats don't tend to add up. But XL have been so good at using this mid lane pressure, leaning to get the early dragon, and then being able to rotate the fact that you've given these resources to Patrick in towards a Rift Herald topside.
Well, Olyoya's coming up to Finn, who's going to be able to get Mega Nars, hopping up. We'll pop on just a moment, and as he was about to Gnar out, Olyoya backs away. So Olyoya playing a little bit of, let's say, safety net, maybe. Shadowing, he's just behind Niski, who's been ganked multiple times. Yes, Armand had some sort of advantage. Olyoya showed his face there, but he hasn't necessarily, other than that flash, been able to find that advantageous play. So Mad Lions are still down just about 1,000 gold, and are still somewhat on the back foot.
Yeah, and I mean, they will be for a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Niski just doesn't have the control over mid lane to actually try and help out here, but I mean, maybe we got something here with Olyoya revisiting topside.
And Minino's tired. It's going to start to stack up. How quickly can they jump in? Olyoya stepping forward, flash available, not even going to need it. Dragon Rage kick comes backwards. The hop out from Finn, the sidestep, the Sonic Wave, the flash forward. He's just going to cripple. Not enough damage.
He doesn't burn the flash on the first gank. Thinks he'll save it for the second one, but Finn manages to eke his way out of that one.
In my experience, there's no such thing as luck. And Finn using a perfectly timed minion hop to get to safety. I tell you what though, Finn is dancing with danger. As all of a sudden Marcoon will get spotted out. Olyoya lingering. Look at the minimap though. Nukeduck can make his way out. The sky has been split, and as Berlin says, woo, 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 woo! Stormbringer down from Marcoon. Nukeduck Spirit rushes forward, looking for the charm. Number 2, the charm goes wide, and it will not be needed as the wee bot picks up another.
And nicely done there by XL to respond to the play on topside. You can see Finn is slowly but surely slipping further and further behind. Maybe dancing with danger, but those shoes are fairly well beaten at this stage. It does give XL time on that Rift Herald though.
Again, first Herald secured. All of the objectives going the way of XL. I mean, this is the way as far as XL Summer season is concerned. Very well, but the thing that I like the most is how the lanes have helped one another. Patrick going to mid, Nukeduck going to top, and now with the lane swap, Finn and the rest of XL even reading the potential dive in the bottom lane.
Yeah, just going to back away from that one, make sure that they're not going to get caught out. I mean, nicely done, and I think that's why we're seeing XL like pretty high kill participations across the board, because they are constantly making these swap and changing moves where you end up with, you know, Patrick and Mickey moving around the place. Nukeduck has been so instrumental to this play as well, in making sure that he has stepped up to have one of the highest kill participations on the team.
Yeah, I mean, when we take a look at those early game stats, you set me up perfectly for it. In terms of the mid lane, is kill plus assists of 14, both Nukeduck and Niski first and second for the role. Then you look at kill participation, 80%, 70%. Again, very influential for their teams. And despite the fact that goal differences not being the highest, it is a big indicator that these two mid laners are so influential or central to their team's success.
Yeah, I mean, they've been absolutely incredible, and I think we're kind of seeing that they both slot into that facilitator role where they're trying to help out on both sides. Nukeduck, because he's got the pushing wave, those had the bigger impact here, and now they're doubling down on the pressure in the bottom side.
Man, this tower, you want your armor, you want as much stacking as you can. Not going to get taken out, but a number of plates secured. Extend that gold lead even further. Markoon's volley bear needs to be feared. It is another highly impactful game, as Armut and Finn are continually trading in this top lane. I'm so happy to have a top lane matchup that isn't just a farm alarm. But please note, Finn is down 20 CS right now.
And that's what I wanted to talk about. I'm looking at Excel going, beautiful. You got this nice early lead. You're starting to get the snowball going, but you need to keep that rolling, because the second you take your foot off the pedal, that's where you can start to see Armor coming into things. This late game Gwen has a big advantage, has been left to farm, got a couple of turret plates for herself as well. Like, Armor's going to be big in the later portion of the game, and you don't have anyone on Excel that can really match that.
Oh, I mean, Armor just stepping forward, continually applying pressure. Alyoya and Niski making their way up. Flash is available for Finn. He will get spotted out. Sonic Wave just shot. I think if Finn didn't stop the auto, that would have hit. I think that would have been a really good prediction. And Nukeduck also cutting Niski off.
Maybe this is all just an elaborate game plan for Finn. He's just trying to like get in the head of Alyoya. What's up?
That's up. So, woo, 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 woo! Ultra Shock Laser comes out. Stormbringer's flashed away from. That's a catch on to Nukeduck as Niski can chase forward. Flashes again. Continues to spam it out. Spirit Rush is available. The stun! The chains through the wall. Niski's not done yet. Kaiser's running. Spider Nautilus, Spider Nautilus. Mad Lions finally on the board. They pick up the first kill. Will they find number 2? Finn's going to gnaw out in just a moment. Tempest, Cripple available. And Finn decides to back away. Standing, taunting, daring Alyoya and making it clear. Take notes.
These Sonic Waves can't hit onto Finn apparently, and now XL will trade the pressure on the top side because they know that's where Alyoya is. 4 plays on bottom side, but
Finn takes some damage. Dragon Rage not used there by Alyoya, but man, this is both confidence and bravado at the same time.
I mean, look, it's working out for him there. He was going to take the back anyway, but we're just going to get the play here on Nukeduck. Kaiser flashing in with the depth charge sets up beautifully for Niski to follow this through, and that's why we're kind of starting to see Nautilus creep up a little bit as one of the last remaining big engage tools in this meta, because he's just so good at finding those engages.
All kudos here to Niski, landing pretty much everything as he runs down Nukeduck. And I think Niski is one of those players as well that, you know, has kind of revitalized Mad Lions, despite the fact that his statistics are not particularly great. Look at damage share, gold share, CS numbers, but he's the facilitator for the team. And Dagda, you actually said something yesterday that really stuck out in my mind about how Niski has breathed new life into the Mad Lions, and they just look so much revitalized from the spring version.
Yeah, they look reborn. They look absolutely incredible, and I think that a lot of that has been because Niski's been so good at like leaning into Alyoya. And look, Niski's stats don't look so hot, but Alyoya's look great as a result, right? He falls so Alyoya can fly, and at the moment we haven't had as much impact from Niski because of the matchup and the way it's been going, but you can be expecting him to be a lot more proactive now. As you can see, now that he's got a couple of points in the queue, he can push at the wave a little bit better. It has a bit of tankiness in his kit as well, and then linking up with Alyoya now.
And I mean, for Mad Lions, definitely the same, like, forget the past, kill it if you have to, because spring did not go well, right? And for the former back-to-back champions, these first 4 games of Summer have looked great. Now they are under pressure. They're down 1,000 gold. They're down a tower. They're down 2 dragons. And we're only at 13.5 minutes. They have at least got a cross-map top. But at what cost here, Dagda, when you look, and once again, Unforgiven gets woo-woo down. The Stormbringer cannot be flashed this time round. The tower's disabled. Armut is now trying to get some snips back. Meganar's available and stunning up Armut against the wall. He stays alive long enough for Markoon to go below 100. The heal comes out. He's now up to 400. Dash back away from Nukeduck as he's spur rushing out. Kaiser falls in the fray. And the final chapter dissuades any follow-up. 6 kills to 1. They're not done yet. That's going to be the dash over the wall from Patrick. And Again, XL back away. Despite being flanked and surrounded, they come out on top.
I mean, they were just there before the fight could even kick off for Mad Lions. You can see it here. They get the dive underneath the tower, which is spectacular, but look at where you're positioned on the map here for Excel. They have the push in mid lane, so they just have the inside track to get here quicker. You get the dive, and the fact that Armut falls is going to be heartbreaking for Mad Lions, because this is the guy that got a lot of the resources while the bot lane was falling apart for Mad, but now he falls, and you also end up losing Kaiser off the back of this as well.
I mean, this is beautiful play from XL, and I said at the beginning of the game, in my mind, these two teams plus G2 are where I currently see our top 3 teams after freaking 4 days of play, right? So forgive me, it's early. But XL consistently taking over the early game, consistently having exceptional not only objective control, but then the mechanics on the dives to find the kills as well.
But that's the thing, right? I think a lot of people go, oh, well, it's Excel, you know? But I think when you actually look at how this team is playing, they're hitting all the hallmarks that are making a great team. Like, as you say, like, they're using the priority super well, and I think Nuke Duck is a high standard that, there's a higher standard that Nuke Duck has set with that because he's been so good. I mean, then you look at how he's linking up with Marcoon. They're looking for invades. They're constantly looking at how they can not only get a kill, but get more off it and use those neutral objectives in their favor. Now you can see Armut's bot side, cool. We have more gold in the mid lane, so we're just going to push this in.
One of the things I really like is just how rapidly XL are using their Rift Heralds as well. You so often see teams sitting on that for a while, as Armut is now caught behind enemy lines. Got a bad feeling about this. He's ghosting up, hopping over the wall. Multiple members of XL are trying to flank him, but outside of vision, as Armut made it out, he's now making his way to the top lane. Niski's top, and Patrick and Mickey are now making their way forward. This is going to become a 2v2. Final chapter will find the root, and Patrick will find the kill. That was just melted where he stands. Armut gets exhausted. He will be the next to fall. Patrick is sidestepping so many abilities. Look at that healing. The zoomies, and Marcoon is on the rampage. He picks up the final kill. 401 for Marcoon, 402 for Patrick.
I mean, just super well played by XL. Armut thought he'd gotten away with it, but Niski just takes so much damage from the Kraken Slayer on Patrick, and now they can move over towards this dragon in 10 seconds time, and you just don't have members on Mad Lions to try and contest this.
No, you really, really don't. And take a look at these levels here. Nuke Duck Finn right up there and trying to keep themselves relatively close. They just dinged a moment ago, but with the dragon up. 3 dragons at 17 minutes. I mean, this might be XL's most dominant game of Summer thus far.
I mean, this has been absolutely incredible. I mean, XL did nearly perfect game Misfits, but I mean, this is looking kind of right there alongside it. And the fact that they're doing it against Mad Lions as well is absolutely incredible, because this team, we've been praising this entire time, but I mean, Patrick's styling on Armut here, as you say, dodging almost every single snip that was coming through, and picks up the kill from Marcoon.
I mean, as my family would say, this is class. As XL are now 2k up, playing for the Cloud Rift. About 3 minutes to go, 4.5 minutes, correction, thank you for that one. The Dragon Timer is now back up on the screen. 2 items completed for Patrick already. I love you, Berlin! I love you for that. And I think this volley-based skin has to be mandatory for all players going forward. I mean, okay. We've sung XL's praises because the game has been about them. I do want to shine a light here onto Mad Lions because, look, they've been bullied, they've been pushed around, but now, how do they claw this back? Well, not like that! Woo, woo, woo! The final chapter will lock down multiple members. The Stormbringers dashed away from. Alyoya will use that safeguard. Here comes Armut. He needs the needle working with all the target! Finn! Finito! Dunzo! XL kill 3, and they're not done yet. That's 4. The ace for XL at 18.
Well, you wanted to know if Mad Lions get back into it. Well, I think Finn put the full stop on that one. XL, that was beautiful.
What a team fight! If anybody doubted XL, I find your lack of faith disturbing, because this was beautiful.
And again, just look at how quickly XL are collapsing on this. You have the Ari who's able to come up on this top side. She's already started moving. You've got the TPs that come in instantly. And Marcoon is able to tank up so incredibly much. And unfortunately, Armut goes that bit too far forward. Finn, with an incredible Gnar ultimate, sets up beautifully for XL. And at this stage, the health bars aren't there. XL, they're just too big.
I mean, they really are. And I want to credit each of the individual players on XL, because every single one of them seems to be doing the right thing at the right time. I think Finn in particular, despite how much pressure he's been under, dancing on the line of safety and ridiculousness, but every hop has been good. His Mega Nars have been well-timed. I mean, just a lot of credit to them, and Patrick as well, once again, with that Yuumi in his backpack. I mean, Mickey previously had 15 games played with Yuumi, 10 of which were wins, and he is enabling every single one of these XL players.
Yeah, and I think that's the main thing, is that the gold before that fight was just at 2,000 gold, but a huge portion of that was because Finn was sitting behind in comparison to Armut, but Noobtuk might get caught by Armut now.
Well, let's find out. As Kaiser steps forward, Dredgeline pulls him onto the dead tower. Finn, Mega Nars up, chuck out the boomerang. 1, 2 spikes. Not going to be locked up though, and backs away. Niski did steal that Gnar. 5 members of XL pushing forward, no culling available, a number of other abilities are. And I think for Mad Lions, probably smart to back that out a little. Kaiser will be the focus, blown up, despite chucking out the dredge line. A fantastic Gnar from Niski, but there's not enough follow-up. Patrick survives the needlework, survives it thanks to the wallet, and he's not going to be taken down just yet. Now he's chasing onto Armut, is finished trying to bounce around. The snip will just not do it. Triple kill for Patrick.
That is heartbreaking. Patrick was so close to going down, but I think Elyoya kicked him out of the fight, kicked him to safety, and that's why he was able to survive. And now XL, they're able to push in and crack open this turret, and it's only 20 minutes into the game, Trevor.
This is a better looking game than even that near perfect versus Misfits. It is just styling. Dude, how far did they go?
Wait a sec.
They're looking at the Nexus.
No. I mean, you've got a lot of members coming back up, but they're just going to go for it.
1, Nexus turret is down. Van Forgiven is alive. Elyoya can follow. The Ultra Spark Laser will be fired through. Not kill out the way. The Nexus is being
No way.
XL, they have won it.
21 minutes and XL smash Mad Lions. That is a statement game.
Every single XL member yells, "We have one another." That's how we won. Excellent, exquisite. XL Esports take a dominant win.
Exceptional. Absolutely exceptional. Like, this is what I wanted to see from XL. We had high hopes for them coming into this game. We talked about their objective control. We talked about how well they could snowball off of early games, how Noobtuk and Marcoon could link up together, but this was incredible.
Mickey, as well as the rest of XL, set the fastest game of summer by 5 minutes. By 5 minutes. Berlin, I want to try something. Find Marcoon and give Marcoon the volley bear noise. Woo, woo, woo. And I turn my attention to Mad Lions. I don't know if there is a lot you could have done differently there.
Yeah, and I think this is a really good example of why mid lane priority can be so important. Like, the Stylist can work out where you're able to just kind of farm it up against the Irish. You can't really push out the lane, but it's what you can do with that priority that makes the difference. And we saw these early dives down towards the bottom lane, being able to work off that. And the fact that we even had Marcoon going for that level 3 dive worked out beautifully for them. It was an absolutely amazing performance from XL.
Well, we're going to take a look at your Kia Player of the Game nominees. Our teleprompter can scroll just a touch forward. I'll wait for the graphic. At LEC on Twitter, and it's Finn, Marcoon, or Patrick. Those are your 3 nominees. I know where I'm going to be voting, but ultimately, every single one of them played that very well. Every single one of them influenced the game in such a great way. But I do think Marcoon's volley bear, again, leading the charge.
Yeah, I mean, as we said, going for that dive at the early stages, making sure they're able to get control over that bot lane. And from that point forward, Patrick was just huge. I mean, you look at him having that Kraken Slayer super early, the Essence Reaver as well, before they'd even finished out the game. Like, he was a monster, but so much of that was Marcoon setting that up in the early stage.
I'm very intrigued to see how this form will continue, how it'll play out, because I just think back to Rogue going 9-0 in spring and then struggling. Like, the idea of peaking too early, or the idea of finding that form and then others figuring you out, right? For XL, it's very clear that their off-season, the roster sticking together, the bootcamp has done wonders for the squad. And I'm very, very excited to see the trajectory, how far it will go, how long the road is for the squad.
Yeah, I think what I like about this and why I hope that they won't kind of have that moment of peaking too early is that, like, it's a lot of fundamentally just good play. It's not like it's one champion or one style that's kind of doing it. It's like, hey, look, we found this moment where we can use that window of opportunity and really double down on it. Like, it's, hey, you know, Marcoon going for the dive in the bot lane. Maybe we have control over mid. Okay, let's go and look for a play top. That's the big one.
It is the big one. All right, Berlin, we're about to head over to the interview, and as I do, can I get one more volley bear noise because I'm done casting? Woo, woo! Thank you so much. Laura Youngbuck, over to you.
Thank you for that. And Youngbuck, thank you so much for joining me after this game. What a stomp, honestly. I was expecting this to be a competitive game between you and the Mad Lions, but can you talk me through the research and the job you've been doing around the Mad Lions to take them down today?
Sorry, I didn't understand the last part of the question.
It's okay. The job you've been doing to work around the Mad Lions to take them down today. What about the research around this team?
So I think in watching them, I felt that they were a copy of us. We scrimmed them 2 weeks ago, and we won most of our practice against them, but it felt that they didn't have a good read on the meta. And then coming into the LEC, like a week and a half later, they actually felt like they had the exact meta that we also have in our head. And based on their play style, I felt they were really good at controlling early drakes. I think they set a record with us in the first week on the the soul timing. They played well around the first herald, so I thought coming into this game that the team that is ahead of 10 minutes is going to win the game because both teams seem to be really clean in terms of macro. So we wanted to make sure that we pick like strong early champions.
Amazing job on that, honestly. And it speaks to say that Excel is doing amazing, honestly, so far in summer. But you've been coaching teams for a while now. So what was different about your approach in the off-season when we talk about the boot camp, keeping the team together? Why do you feel like maybe this has more effect than it has in the past?
Well, I think when we came together as a team and discussed on what we can do better, there were really easy things to find already before we even got to the bootcamp. But everyone was pushing that if we want to make it to Worlds, we have to go to the bootcamp. So we pushed for it with Excel, and they said, okay, let's make it happen. And the practice we got there was just phenomenal, because usually if you're like Excel, 6th place European team, you don't expect to get good scrim partners. But Nelson really smurfed it. We played all the top teams at MSI from the LPL, and it really gave us a few new revelations on how we want to play the early games, the mid games. We found things for every individual to really work on from that bootcamp. So I just felt like we really had a breakthrough there that really pushed us to our new ceiling.
But it changes your approach, though, because for so long, and I'm sorry for bringing this up, but you were known as the meme team in a way, the Excel that can't make playoffs. But right now, you're maybe one of the most feared team in the LEC. How does that change your approach? Because now you have to stay on top.
I think the most important thing is that we need to stay a little bit humble, because I feel like just 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, people would have put us on 5th or 6th and wouldn't have given us a chance for Worlds. And just because we have a very strong start doesn't mean we're going to also end very strong. I just feel like compared to other teams, we have a better read on the meta, and particularly with like a bot lane heavy meta compared in the drafts. Having a bot lane that says we'll play any matchup both sides of it is making us really strong, whereas other teams are like they're banning Lucian, Kalista on blue side, but our bot lane is like, yeah, just don't care. We will take care of it no matter what we play.
Just super solid approach that I hear from you, Youngbuck, like on every side. I think it's fair to say that Excel right now may be the best performing team in the LEC, and I think that when I talk to teams also backstage, that's what I hear. How do you respond to that? That you're...
I think our practice the last 2 weeks has been a little bit rougher. We've been trying some new things and maybe taking a little bit easier. And I do think that G2 is fairly the strongest team in Europe. But I think we're a little bit closer than we showed last week. So I'm really looking forward to that rematch.
I hope it can continue. For you guys, Youngbuck, thank you so much for this interview. Congrats again on the clean week. And we're going to take a break now. And we'll be back in just a few minutes for Game 3. Stay tuned, guys.
Lion! Oh yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a quick Red Bull?
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion!
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You better get out your chair. Haters even be like, yeah. My crew everywhere like we in the atmosphere. Make it yell, woo, like Flair. We the nothing to lose. So everybody make way, cause I know what to do. Let's have some fun. Jump, 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 jump. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. Jump, 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 jump. Let's have some fun.
Welcome back to the LEC, where I'm joined by my fellow jungler Mark Kuhn to break down his 2 early kills. Welcome and congrats, that was a very nice start.
Thank you.
So, we got some good stuff to break down here. As always, we saw a lot of aggression from you, this time on the Volibear. So, in this clip we have here, you are seeing the Lee Sin showing a top lane. What goes through your mind?
I mean, personally, I think he's just really griefing here. Like, you can't leave your bot lane alone. Even if he kills the Gnar here, he's just gonna TP back and it's not worth for them. So at this point, I already felt like the game was kind of over because I knew Zeri would die.
Okay, so you go for the first kill on Unforgiven. What is the communication like in this moment?
So here the call is very simple. I just said just click Zeri and he will die. And then we clicked him and he died.
I like that. That's very simple, very straightforward, easy to follow. So at this point, you've already created an advantage for your team, punishing enemy jungler making a mistake, having topside. Now, Finn barely escapes. What is the communication like here?
Yeah, so after Gnar got chunked, they tried to kill him. We just said that Ari should go top to catch the wave, and then I saw that Armut was trying to greet for a plate, so I knew that I had Ari moving, so I just took the fight, and then Ari collapsed on them, and they died.
Okay, so we've seen Nukedog roam a lot this split. Is this something that's coming from him, from you? Like, what is that dynamic between the two of you like?
I think when I joined the main team, especially, like, Erland was a pretty passive player, or Nukedog. And I think, I mean, myself, I like to make a lot of plays, so I think Nuke just kind of saw that and he started going with it. And I think especially after Korea, I just like really started playing more aggressive. And yeah, it's paying its fruits now. Like, it's going really well.
Is this something you saw a lot of when playing like the LPL, the LCK teams? I assume the mid laners were very active over there.
I think everyone in the like the eastern regions is just more proactive. Some LCK teams were a bit boring to play against, but most LPL teams I played against were just hyperactive.
Well, it's a, you know, bootcamp paying off big time. Well, let's head back over to the desk and join Shucks over here.
Yes, I don't know what's on the curvy wall behind us. That's what we call it. Rogue's not doing that bad. But Markoen, we had a little clip of you guys before talking about your Korean bootcamp, and I know we talked about it as well on the desk as well. And someone dropped a bootcamp buff. So obviously, I think it's natural. You've learned so many things, right? Is there any steps that you're taking to make sure that it doesn't run out as quickly?
I don't think we're taking any steps intentionally. I think we're just trying to keep up our level. We just try to stay realistic, don't get cocky. Just try to keep improving, and then I don't think your level drops when you try to keep going up.
Mm-hmm. Not too cocky yet. You were like, oh, just click this Zeri, she died, the game was over.
Like, what can I say? Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Game was over.
Okay, well, to be fair, I will give you that. The game did look over, but you never know with the Mad Lions, right? They are a team that historically has been good at coming back in this game. So what did you do to keep the snowball running?
I wasn't really worried about them coming back. I kind of wanted to just like end the game the fastest. Especially after yesterday, I was quite annoyed that we managed to throw that lead and make it at like a 35-minute game, I think it was. So I was just like trying to close the game out cleanly and just like, yeah, get it over with.
Broxa, you've also been in a position before where things are going well. You know, you're the jungler, you can be aggressive, your lanes are doing well, you're winning the games. What are the dangers of that?
Well, so right now, being in the position Markoen is in, having a very much roaming mid laner, strong roaming support in Mickey as well, you know, it's a nice time. But usually, like you guys, some of you were talking about in interviews, at some point there's going to be hardships, things are a little tricky. I think it was Patrick who said that after a month, he was expecting things to get a little tougher now that, you know, the opposing teams are going to start you know, learning from you guys, essentially. So what are the main things that you guys are working on right now? Because it looks like you're just a step above everyone else.
I mean, for me personally, I don't think the early game that right now is that complicated. I think after they removed the TP to 14 changes, TPs are out of like the early game. Now, tower diving is harder. So I don't think the early game is that hard. I think we're mainly focusing right now on mid game and making sure that when you get leads, so when you're even in the mid game, you're actually going to be able to win those games as well.
The Lee Sin came out. Of course, there were a number of jungle bans as well. What's your view on that? Obviously, it's something that you wouldn't go for immediately, but would you personally have gone for something else?
Yeah, Lee Sin looks like quite bad in the meta right now. He doesn't farm that fast, so I'm not sure why they... I mean, they picked it because there were some jungle bans, but yeah, it's not...
He loves it too.
Yeah, it's not an easy matchup into Volibear because I have a lot of tempo over him because I just straight up farm faster, so yeah.
Who between Viego and Volibear tickles your fancy the most?
I mean, I enjoy playing Viego like 20 times more. I'm really bored when I play Volibear. It's really boring.
We've heard this before. Do you remember when you were playing Xin Zhao all the time and then you were complaining about, you know what, they're just going to nerf it or whatever now, right?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, Volibear is very boring to play, so I hope they nerf it, yeah.
Okay, so I think there's all that we have said about this game because it was kind of a stomp. We did have a graphic for Patrick as well. Patrick was always historically, even if it wasn't going well for you, the one that was always performing. How is he been doing now that things are going really well?
I think Patrick is just like a really insane player, and I think he was like 3 years ago when he was losing, and I think he is now when he's winning. And I mean, yeah, the stats like show it. He's just, I think he's winning every bot matchup, his scrims, he's performing like almost every game. I think this player is just very, very cracked.
And something that will make Broxa happy is that Finn was the key player of the game.
Oh, well, always happy to see Finn doing well, of course. Some personal bias there from our CLG days from last year. What is it like playing with Finn?
I think Finn is a very chill person, like first of all, outside of the game. I mean, it's just very... It's nice to have a teammate that you can also just like outside the game, relax with, hang out with, like do stuff together. And I think in-game, I think he's just a very down-to-earth person. He doesn't like tilt a lot. I think he's very like... He's pretty rational in how he thinks about the game, and I think he honestly has a very good laning flash for now for European tops, because I think European tops in general are just not very good, and I think I'm kind of happy that I have one that is like actually performing.
Yeah, that makes sense. I've seen that commentary a lot as well. Maybe the final question about Nukeduck specifically, because Nukeduck is someone that has been playing literally forever, right? And he's had his ups and his downs. But what surprised us so much, or maybe not surprised, but what was really nice to see is the fact that he's always still willing to learn, right? Take those things that he saw in Korea, making sure that he implements it. What has it been like playing with someone who probably at some points has been stuck in his ways, I want to say, but I don't really see that for Nukeduck.
I think Erland is or Nukeduck is the most rational player I've ever met. I think this guy, I think the reason he's done well for 10 years now playing this game is because I think he's very honest in the way he thinks about the game. He looks at everything from every perspective, and he just comes up with his own opinions, which are usually the correct ones. And I think that's also why he's good at adapting to metas and everything. He just looks at it, thinks about it a lot, and then he usually comes up with the right conclusion.
Yeah, so he doesn't just mindlessly say, oh, I've seen T1 do this, or I've seen an LPL team do this. I'm actually just going to see if it works for us in this context.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
I have one thing I want to bring up. You've praised every teammate except Mickey. Do you have positive words for him as well?
Yeah, Mickey is a very nice guy outside the game, you know. I mean, he is playing a lot of Yumi, so I'm not sure if I can judge his performance right now.
Right.
His Bard game yesterday was not looking too good.
He broke the game. It was so good it broke the game, actually. That's what happened.
Mickey has to step it up a little.
Mickey has to step it up.
Yeah, Rogue versus Astralis is up next before we get to the casters. Markoon, what do you think about this matchup?
I think Rogue is just the better team overall, so I predict them to win.
Okay, Roxa?
Well, I would agree with that. I think Astralis has shown some, positive signs. They've been looking a little better here at the start of the split, but they've also had an easier schedule, you could say. So this is going to be the real test for them.
Okay, first real test for Astralis. Let's see what happens. Let's head over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Shox. Great to hear from Broxer and Markoon on the desk. Of course, I'm Medic. I'm joined by these two louts who have been...
Louts.
Yeah, louts. You've been messing around a little bit backstage. I'm a little bit worried.
Man. We've been
You've
vibing.
been hard vibing.
Well, listen.
We've got a new game.
Yeah, you've got a lot of games. I'm a little bit worried.
We've been theory crafting to the point at which I'm already losing my voice. But welcome. We are going to be talking about Rogue versus Astralis. Of course, we'll be jumping into Champion Select fairly soon. Expectations are pretty interesting for this one because you would initially think the Rogue are the heavy favorites, but with Astralis's recent performance, they've been looking pretty good.
Your voice okay, buddy? There was a lot of laughing backstage.
I'll be fine.
No, I think you're completely right, but I think Broxer said it very well on the desk. It's just strength of schedule, right? If you look at Astralis' last 4 games, they played against BDS, Misfits, SK, and G2. Against G2, of course, they struggled in their first game of the split, but now a Rogue, which looks quite vulnerable, is definitely a good test for them, I think.
For sure, and that's what I'm most interested in, because I think that Astralis, individually, they have had some good performances. Vizicachi, of course, didn't have the best gangplank yesterday, but I think that we're seeing great performances from Kobe. Dior is really stepping up for the team as well. Jonghoon has really been standing out, and I think that if they can have the same type of mid-game that they demonstrated yesterday, then I think that they really can do some damage. But as you rightly said, this will be the first big test for them to see how much of their performance comes from their opposition, or is it from them playing as a team very, very well.
And I think Dior is the person that stands out to me the most. I mean, the only real wins he got last split were on Vex, and he had like these just dive comps with Zanzaro where they just play Vex and Jarvan. But now he's been playing Orianna, Yone, Victor, Control Mages, and Yone is a good start to the split. I think he's such high damage numbers, great CS numbers, overall stats-wise, he's performing in lane, and we saw it against Caps, where he was going up against Caps, almost got solo kill, didn't, managed to go pretty even against him in quite a losing matchup, I would say, and just kind of fighting on his own.
Yeah, it's been good performance so far from Astralis. Rogue, on the other hand, had a little bit of a slow start to the season, only picking up their first win in Game 3 of Week 1 against Mad Lions with that Elder Dragon Steel. Yesterday, they did look stronger, but the question is, can they maintain the form we expect from them, considering they were our regular season winners last spring?
Even hearing from Odawane, he talked about how he wasn't even super happy with his performance after that. And I think that Rogue still have some doubts surrounding them in terms of their execution. It doesn't seem like so far early on in the split that everything is functioning in the same way that it was last split, especially considering they went on a 9-0 win streak to start off last split. Ironically, that win streak was ended by Astralis. So this for sure will be a super interesting game to see how they match up.
Definitely will be. Draft will be where I keep my eyes on because, funny enough, Kobe has actually played a unique AD carry every single game so far. He's played Twitch, Zeri, Veigar, all that good stuff. So we'll see what he pulls out this time around, showing kind of a flex of champions. And we know what damage this player can do in the later stages of the game.
Jonghoon looked very flexible as well. We'll see if he is able to pick something new or whether he continues to just control the mid-game with one of his power picks. Draft up in just a second. Rogue versus Astralis. All right, music brings us up a little bit upbeat for game 3 of the day. Rogue on the blue side have yet to win there in Summer. Obviously only played one game there as well, so it's not the largest sample size for them, but does give you a few options when it comes to the ban phase.
Yeah, and Rogue have always banned Zeri every single game. They haven't actually shown they can play it yet, so we'll see if they do so with their blue side first pick. Of course, they'll have the option. Looking at Spring, of course, there was that one performance from Comp where he had that bot lane play where he was kiting back so much, but for now it doesn't look like something they've been prioritizing.
Yeah, something that I do expect to be prioritized is that Gangplank. Funny interview yesterday. Oh, as I said that, it does get banned away immediately, but I liked how Odo Amne yesterday was saying his relationship with the one has ended. GP is his new best friend, and it kind of has been his default go-to for the last few games.
Well, he just banned him.
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
He's not a very good friend then, is he?
Yeah, I know. And it was he who banned him as well.
I've got it. It's because he doesn't want to see Gangplank in someone else's hand.
But he has first pick.
Gangplank is all for me. He's my friend. I mean, that's true.
He was invited to the party first, and he could have
If
gone.
he now first picks on Odo, and we're going to have a serious
Yeah, we're going to have to get that meme out, put the pictures together. Corgi banned though, Zeri banned by Rogue as well, so they continue their trend of not going towards the Zeri.
I wonder what they'll do with Wukong here. Malrang has played it twice already. We'll see if they decide to ban that champ away here. Astralis.
Very enthusiastic for draft, that cheering. I'm just going to say that. Can save that for a moment in the game, unless you think they're not going to come. And Astralis is going to roll over. Lissandra with the final ban here.
Screams maybe an early rotation Ahri for Astralis, maybe on the 1-2. I feel like Wukong is just the no-brainer here, unless they have other priorities, such as Kalista or Senna or Gwen. But yeah, I think Wukong is the simple rotation.
So you would imagine then that the Ahri is the response. We have seen a lot of Ezreal priority as well early on in the draft. We do know that Kobe has brought that out. You already mentioned his unique champions that he's played with.
What? Okay. I mean, he's played Yone already. There's the Lilia as well. So
wow.
AP jungle Lilia into Wukong is something that's been talked about a lot when coming to countering this Monkey King.
Yeah, it's a good jungle matchup, of course, because Wukong's kit gives him innate armor in a sense, right? So Lilia does work well into it. This draft from Astralis was obviously planned. They wanted to give over Wukong first pick intentionally to pick these two champs into it. And they were probably saying, well, if they pick Wukong first pick and we pick Yone and Lilia, Lissandra 2-3 is where it's going to really kill us. So we ban that away. Larson's going to default to Azir. We'll see what Astralis' last pick here is, because on the third pick, I think another top laner could work well, unless you want to go for something like the Kalista and then get a good support on 4-5, because I feel like the Yone and Lilia is great, but you need to lock in your top side.
Oh my word. Wow.
Chachi's going to pick up the Ornn.
Well, now you would imagine that Astralis would look to ban things like Gwen and maybe Camille. Things that, well, I mean,
Kayle as well.
Yeah, Kayle is another big one too. Basically, you just want to remove things that can be like good matchups into the Ornn or like get free scaling laning phases. We also saw a bit of like things like Vladimir primarily used as a Gwen answer, but we haven't really seen that much. But there's the Gwen removal. But wow, what a like, you have a lot of scaling already on the side of Rogue with things like the Azir and the Senna coming out with a lot of team fight value as well, with the Wukong adding that initiation. Astralis blind picking this Yone though showcases a lot of confidence for Dior and like clearly a lot of trust and faith in their team fighting ability.
And it's off meta to the point where you have to wonder, this is something they've been playing in scrims and it's been working for sure, because they're defaulting to something that they're confident in. The only issue I have with the draft here is I feel like you have too many top laners to ban right now. You know, if you take away Kayle here, they still have things like Gnar, which Odo Amne can easily default to. Yeah. Camille could be an option, could even play a Jace lane, but they will win lane. But obviously Astralis is playing for team fights here. Nothing here gets a push in lane. I mean, Yone will get pushed in early on bouncing waves he can trade. Ornn will probably get pushed in early with Odo's counter pick. I think eyes on bot lane here. Kalista screams to me as the next kind of OP AD carry that's up.
I really feel like it's going to be Senna Seraphine for the side of Rogue, though. Obviously, they've already brought that out once, and with the Tahm Kench being banned, expect them to go towards that. Astralis can look towards that Kalista that you were saying, Kadril. Rogue then will be trying to find someone with a bit more engaged potential. Obviously, the Wukong alongside of Seraphine could get onto that backline.
Interesting they banned the Twitch, because I feel like it's enabled by things like the Yuumi. Maybe they were scared of some kind of Twitch Lulu. Veigar, Kobe has played, but I think picking Veigar here, you'll have a bit too much AP. But as I say that, maybe Seraphine taken away. Very smart there, of course. I mean, just like you said, they've shown Senna Seraphine, deny it. And I feel like this Seraphine could go support as well. We've seen Younghoon play Soraka too.
Importantly, we are on 12-11, so the 12-12 Seraphine buff hasn't come in yet, but she is still a very strong champion overall.
Yeah, very good spot there, Medic. So now how does Rogue respond? There's the Gnar we expected for Odo, but it's now on Trimby to say, like, hang on. The coach is kind of saying, do you have a pick into Seraphine? Didn't really expect them to take it away.
Do you reckon Trimby... I mean, I was thinking Pyke, but does Pyke Senna even work?
It's not the best. You can just do farming Senna, not the strongest. Fasting Senna tends to be where you want to go.
Maybe Sion as well.
Yeah.
Sion could be fine.
Could flex the Wukong down towards that bottom lane as well and then pick a different jungler.
True.
A lot of options. Could pick Senna, Soraka. Fits a similar job. Not as much engage, of course, but a little bit more healing and sustain. The only worry I have is Astralis don't have much poke. They have hard engage, so the Soraka might struggle, but Trippy's got the confidence on it, so just going to run something very, very similar. Now it's on Astralis. What are they going to pick? Ashe would be fantastic to engage.
Oh,
a lot of immobile characters.
And Ashe Seraphine is a good combo too, right? Because you apply the slow, then the E can also act as a root. You then set it, if you land the second one, it can be a stun, and so on and so forth. Like,
you could even Ashe support Seraphine farming.
True.
Go Imperial Mandate on the Ashe. Like it does
way too dank. You could Ord mid and Yone top too. Way too dank, but there's Pyke.
Okay.
So it is.
You guys were mocking me for the Ashe support. It's a Pyke support.
It is. It is a Pyke support, so it will be Seraphine AD carry. Maybe they feel like.
Would I love this draft from Astralis.
This is a very good teamfight comp, right? One Ornn ult onto anyone, a Yone ult, Lilia, you name it, there's going to be follow-up right behind you. And I feel like if Rogue don't have flash on people like Trimby on the Soraka, comp on the Senna, it's impossible to walk up for these dragon fights.
What I will say is I think a lot of responsibility falls onto the shoulders of Dior. Because when you look at the damage profile, like, Lilia has good damage over time.
Yep.
Seraphine has decent damage over time. Whereas Yone is like your primary high damage, hard hitting carry. And you look at Rogue, they have Azir, they have Senna, they have Wukong, three very high damage champions that also scale very well into the late game. So while I think that Astralis have a lot of creativity with their draft, and I think it's a very powerful teamfight comp, I do have concerns about how easy it will actually be for them to get that damage out.
I totally agree with you. I think if people are caught in that Yone ultimate, though, the follow-up with the Encore, with the Court of the Forge God, with the Death from Below out of the Pyke, you can burst people down. The question is, will they be able to? We are just remaking the Champion Select. We had another issue where they weren't able to switch over their champions. But let's talk a little bit more about this, because it felt very much like Astralis came in with a premeditated idea of what they wanted to do. They left over the Wukong, they then steal away the Lilia Yone, even with the Seraphine leaving the center open. It felt like Astralis kind of read what Rogue wanted to do in this draft.
This draft is definitely one of those you had on a Google Doc. You know, sometimes you prep so many drafts and none of them come to fruition whatsoever. You're just playing on a whim, you know, and I think that's exactly what Rogue did. You know, they want to Lilia Yone. Who's going to write that down in a Google Doc and try and figure it out? So they're definitely drafting on the fly and went for comfort, and you can see how they default to comfort, right?
Yeah.
Senna, Azir. Let's play Senna Seraphine. Let's play Azir. Their comp looks a little bit scary. We don't know what they're up to, so let's go to comfort. And then not only do they have a plan, Astralis, but they deny rogues.
And what I will say is that when you think of Rogue as a team, for the longest time, I would say that draft flexibility has been one of their biggest issues. When you think about teams that you can throw curveballs against, Rogue has been the team that you can actually kind of pick apart, because they do have this tendency of, they know what they're very good at. Often they will default to what they're very good at, but when you kind of force them to go outside of their comfort zone, their composition, I think, is solid, but it's definitely, I would say, like almost non-Rogue-esque.
It's kind of push and pull, you know? You have like Soraka, Azir, Senna with a Wukong Gnar, right? So you have good range. I think a lot of responsibility, you said, falls onto Dior. I think a lot of responsibility falls onto Larssen. Who's going to kill the Ornn? Senna's not. Gnar will win his lane, but he's focusing on the backline mostly, looking for, you know, can I get onto the Seraphine and such. It's on Larssen to be that frontline melter.
He is playing his most played champion of all time, so he's got a lot of experience on this. Azir does tend to go for that damage over time build rather than something like Ignite Electrocute that you might see in solo queue on an Azir. We'll have to see how Larssen is able to affect this game.
Here's what I'll say. What I love about this whole approach is that Astralis, obviously they've come in with new players, but also it's just their approach to the game. No one had any expectations for Astralis coming into the summer split, and I think they're kind of playing off of that. They're saying, who cares? Let's just do what we think is good. And like, sure, maybe in hindsight, when we look back at this draft, we'll sit there and go, oh, well, there was this weakness and there was that problem, like this and that. But coming in with a game plan and sticking to it, and then being flexible towards the end with a Pyke, Seraphine bot lane, the ability to just do that and see how it goes, I think is the level of confidence that you need, especially when you're the underdog.
And it's important to note, right, following other people's metas, you'll never beat them at their own game, right? So do what you think is best, find your own meta and find your comfort. And I think that's exactly what Astralis have done.
As we get on into the game, the crowd starts to build some anticipation for us. Great to have them back, of course. Reminds me of the Icelandic football clapping, you know?
Oh yeah.
You remember
Yeah,
that?
I remember that, yeah.
World Cup a few years ago.
Definitely a passionate Rogue fan in the crowd.
Incredibly passionate. Obviously, just waiting for this secondary draft to be resolved. It's been a weekend of a few delays, unfortunately, but we are getting through the games as quickly as we can.
Crowd's been awesome throughout. Thank you very much once again, crowd. You continue to be great, and it is a pleasure to have you back, as always. But I'm really excited for this game. The draft is really awesome to me. I love seeing Yone. I know a lot of people don't like Yone and Yasuo in solo queue, but I love seeing it in the
Because they always
professional
in.
players.
That's
It's
why I
true.
hate
exactly.
them in solo queue.
Yes.
They always go 0-10.
Yes.
Why can't they just go 0-0-0?
Well, Paps can also go 0-10 on Yasuo, but I'll still have faith in him to do something awesome.
I won't. I don't have any faith in any Yone Yasuo that goes 0-10. Even mine, which
Really?
always happens.
Really?
Maybe that's
I
why
end up
you
doing
don't have the faith. You've seen it too many times just be ineffectual.
True.
Yeah.
My Yasuo is hit or miss.
Hit or miss?
10-0-0-10 is what I like to call it.
Well, we have a really cool graphic for Dior in game that will prove that his Yone is actually very good.
Perfect. He's played one game so far, I believe, right?
And he won that game.
He had an
pretty
amazing
sure.
game.
I'm excited. Oh my god.
It's like the tentative, like the anticipation before the drop, right? We want to get into the game. We want to see what's going to happen. Obviously, we have to wait a moment before we can. Yep. We had prepped backstage a few games and things to play in this moment, but it feels too tense to do that. Like, I'm too excited by the draft.
It's too much setup.
Maybe next game, if there's a delay, we'll bring out the ultimate game.
Okay. Which game? Because
You've set the expectations so high, and I think that we think the game is much better.
We think it's a lot funnier than it actually is.
Kind of separated from you two on this game.
No. We've got bangers for you.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, we saved some.
We're going to really include you. It's going to be a great time.
If it doesn't happen now, we've just set ourselves up for failure.
No, it's for the future.
That tennis ball is you, Vedius, by the way.
Yeah, I did hear about this.
Hello, I'm Vedius. Taxi. Radio.
Yeah.
Buff Nocturne. Welsh. Buff Nocturne.
They should buff Nocturne.
Now's your chance to say it.
Yeah.
Why should they buff Nocturne?
Because they nerfed his passive, because all the pro players were playing him, even though I was telling them to play him for years, and then they finally do, and then they get him nerfed, and then I realized that I was an idiot for telling them to play him in the first place.
The issue I had with Rakan as well, man. Like, too many people play him. People just nerf things.
Yeah, but
that
he's
look
still
in
good,
Like,
and he gets nerfed all the time.
he's not as good as he was.
They nerfed
though.
Nocturne's passive, and he literally can't lane anymore.
So he's a jungler.
He's a jungler.
Where he was
now.
always meant to be.
Yeah, but that sucks, man. He wants to jungle. Who wants to play jungle? Really?
Right.
Like, who has fun playing jungle?
I know.
You just,
How boring is
You
that?
literally don't interact with anyone, and then you complain that your laners are bad, and you...
Don't gank when you should.
It's probably like the easiest class in the league.
That was my thought, right? Like, because it's PvE, which makes it super easy.
Right.
Even supports have to PvP sometimes.
Do they?
Well, yeah, because you play against the other support,
that's
and
true,
every now and
that's
again I
true.
hit a minion.
That's
okay.
true.
What if you're playing Bard?
Then
you're playing like catch-em-all Pokemon.
Well, then aren't you
I mean,
also...
sure, so then I have a mini game alongside League of Legends to play.
My Bards don't play League of Legends, they just play their minigame.
I've also heard that Bard is a top jungle mid AD support flex now.
You're a fan of Bard mid, Vedius,
No,
I
I'm
heard.
not actually.
It's just because you're scared that the light the Bard brings to the Nocturne.
Oh, is that what it is?
Knock darkness.
Okay. You know I can spell shield his light. Get wrecked, Bard.
Get wrecked,
counter
Bard.
Yeah.
Gives you attack speed as well when you spell shoot something that's Nocturne, doesn't it?
So how bad is Nocturne mid on a scale of 1 to 10? 10 being
It's
unplayable.
like 2. 2 out of
10 being unplayable.
Oh, then it's 8.
Wow.
It's really bad. Literally, the thing is, on Nocturne, you would just push mid and then leave. And now you can't push mid anymore because
That sounds really interactive.
Yeah.
Have you thought about playing something else that just, pushes and leaves? Lissandra?
Lissandra's
Keeps
early
doing
game,
it. Caps
though.
does it as well.
Yeah, but early game, they changed Lissandra's Q a long time ago. It used to be like 4 seconds all the time, and that was when she was really broken in lane, and then they nerfed her Q, and then it's 10-second cooldown, so you can't just perma push and leave.
What I'm hearing mostly is you don't like having to interact with your lane
No,
opponents.
because they're all better than me, and
I know that feeling. I'm on the same wavelength as you there.
So we've come to the conclusion that Riot should buff your champ because they're better than you.
But only
Yes,
for you.
correct.
As well.
They should only buff my champs, though. That's the thing.
But
I need a champ that's niche enough that no one else plays it,
Oh,
but it's
okay.
strong enough that I can 1v9
You should
game
find
on.
the niche picks. Bowser's Scion got nerfed, he's now a volley bear main. Your Nocturne got nerfed, you're now a Lost Ark player.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened, yeah. Quite right. Right, so we are waiting for a little bit more information. Because we don't have any right now.
Is it informationless or you're not informed?
Uninformed?
Uninformed.
Uninformed, I think.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask.
So we're currently
So
uninformed.
I did get in my ear a time frame, but I'm not sure I want to commit to that time frame when people are waiting for me to say a time frame. Should be soon is what I'll go with.
Yeah, surely it'll start soon, right?
I can also see that screen over there.
I heard that yesterday.
The time frame is we're getting very close to that time frame. So soon is all we can give you right now. Obviously, people are trying to get everything sorted, and it's frustrating as much for us as for you guys, as for the players, that we're not able to get into games straight away. But we will be there as quickly as we can.
Okay, Medic, I'm going to tell you a quote.
Okay.
Oh, we're going to play the game, are we?
And you need to tell me what movie this quote
We're
is
playing the
from.
game.
I think
Okay,
starting with you telling me.
I have a good one.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
To Infinity and Beyond.
Star Wars.
Who?
Luke Skywalker.
Nice
one. That was a good point. That was a really good one.
1 point, Medic.
Thank you.
All right, so now you go. You have to come up with a quote, and you hit us with that, and we'll tell you.
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Fast and Furious.
Fast and the Furious.
Good one, Vin Diesel, because he drives away and then he...
Yeah.
That's really good.
1 point.
All right, go on. Give us another one.
No, it's your turn.
Oh, it's my turn?
I really don't think this game is as funny as you guys think this game.
Backstage, it was really funny.
It's not a good game.
Wait, it's a great game. What are you talking about? We're so far.
We're 100% win rate.
Every single quote is correct. I don't understand what the problem is, Medic.
Look at their faces and tell me they're enjoying this. Screw you guys.
Whoa. Hey, Venice, it's your turn.
Okay, let's play with the crowd then.
Right.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll give a quote, right? And then you'll give an answer, and if the crowd agrees with you, they'll cheer.
Okay.
And if they disagree with you, we'll go into
the game. Whoa!
Lots of Rogue fans in the audience, it seems, as Jonghoon's going to step forward. Astralis 5-man group down towards this bottom side. Predator Pike. It's not something we too commonly see, but it seems to be that's where Jonghoon is looking on this Pike pick. I was going to bring up the runes, but I realise we're currently using our old overlay, so I can't do that.
You're like pointing that out, Medic.
Yeah, I think it's important, you know, because could have explored more.
I like the Predator Pike, though, because I feel like Senna, Soraka, Seraphine, that's got to be the least interactive bot lane matchup I've ever thought of. You basically have 3 supports against each other.
Trimby's gone TP.
Yeah, I feel like maybe now that I've said it, it's going to be like the biggest trading, like fist fight octagon bot lane ever, but 3 supports, 3 of them with heals, and piked up passive as well, healing him up. I feel like there's not going to be a lot of action down there.
Trimby also has TP.
He does. He's going to be farming on this Soraka. He's gone for the Doran's ring.
You know, for some reason in my head, I just assumed that Comp would just play AD carry Senna.
Yeah.
How foolish of me.
Yeah. It's Senna. You can't hit the minions.
You definitely can't.
They do have good synergy though, Comp and Trimby. I like the
Synergy.
combination of the golds and the purples there. But Kobe and Jonghoon should be able to get a little bit of early push here. Kobe, of course, can get that extra damage down with the Seraphine Q. And Comp just trying to harass Jonghoon as much as he can. Hook comes out, Trimby dodges it.
Nice movement there from Trimby. Now the exciting trades come in. Banana flies onto Kobe.
So I'm keeping an eye on the jungle pathing right now. We can see Xerxes doing old school Lilia pathing. You're a big Lilia player, right?
Used to be.
You would start on Raptors, Krugs, and then Red because it's like more efficient because then your Raptors spawn earlier into the game, right?
Yeah, and your red buff lasts for longer, right? Starting on red means it'll expire. Nice hook there into the root. No Halo Blades though. You have to wonder if he had Halo Blades there, maybe there was all-in potential. They have no heal. Summoner spell. Will be a good trade to get some bot push, but yeah, the red buff will last for longer. He'll just probably smite this up and then move towards the bot side of the map. Full clear his bot side, and then look for bot grab. Smite used, red buff down, and now Jonghoon is going to look for...
No way, he's already looking
roam
for
into mid. Yours a bit low, but he should be alright. See if they can get the kill.
Few question mark pings coming
Just
out from Rogue. They are looking for it. Jonghoon going in, flash away, but the Q still... Oh, good dodge from Larson. Did have to burn the summoner, but able to slide his way out of that one.
That's only going to get worse, though, the longer this game goes on. If Astralis can keep this bot push and Jonghoon gets the Predator, then I think when the boots are there, he's just going to run straight into mid, have the W as well. So Larson's going to have a pretty tough time. Might need a little bit of vision around mid or Malorang to hover towards bot side, but for now, both junglers just doing opposite side clears.
So, fun fact, for those that don't know, Jonghoon used to be known as Execute because Pyke was his favorite champion. It was a bit of a Pyke one-trick, and for those that didn't get to see his last Pyke game, he was very impressive on it. You can see from some of his stats, bear in mind, like, support stats can often be difficult to highlight how good a support player is, but Jonghoon is doing very well.
Another one. Gonna have the Ignite as well, trying to take it down onto Trimby. They just don't quite have the follow-up damage. Beat drop dodged. Jonghoon dodges back into the bush. Trimby low, but should be able to heal himself back up on this Soraka.
That's 2 flashes Jonghoon's got so far in the first 3.5 minutes of the game. When he bases, when this wave crashes with Kobe, I mean, Kobe can always TP back if Rogue fast push the next one. I think he'll just take a free base here and decide whether he uses it or not, but regardless, Jonghoon's gonna get the boots, probably just run straight mid from base. There's nothing else for him to do on the map. Maybe he could even run top if he wants. He can do whatever he likes, because I feel like the Senna Soraka can't really punish the Seraphine, so he has a minute or two to play with.
You're also getting a bit of reprieve in the mid lane off the back of that gank. He did have to invest his TP already, but you can see the wave is slowly starting to push back towards him. Of course, that CS discrepancy in mid is to be expected, given the range advantage that Larssen does have. And Larssen, very well known for his lane dominance in particular, and his ability to build up CS leads. But now, have to draw our attention once again to Jonghoon, hovering around the top side of the map. Xerxes is here to support as well. It's imperative that Jonghoon lands the hook, otherwise the play is not going to happen. Good damage.
Arome trying to turn it back around. Jonghoon going in. Odo! Flash its burst. The hook second pulls it back. Perfect Pyke play from Jonghoon.
Beautiful play there. Doesn't even have to use the E flash to predict Odo's flash. Just E's kind of in the direction where he'll probably flash. Now we'll see Kobe on bot. Can Rogue punish him? Soraka Senna on a dive against the Seraphine. I don't think they have enough damage. They'll threaten it, but there's really nothing to do here. So that's the power of the Pyke pick. He can roam, and the Seraphine is self-sufficient.
It doesn't even matter if Kobe falls a little bit behind in farm. He knows he's going to continue to scale up as the game goes. You can see he's already picked up that tier. But wow, impressive stuff from Jonghoon. Level 3 within the space of time. What has he done? He got a flash in mid, he got a flash on bot, and he then roams top with the Predator, and he successfully gets a kill.
And he gets the flash. So 3 flashes, 1 kill. Happy days. Plays it to perfection. E's in the general direction that Odo will flash and will hit with the E regardless. Knows that he'll flash, so he's already buffering the Q, ready to pull him back. And another thing to highlight when we come out of this replay is the TP situation, right? Rogues use all their TPs to get back to lane. The top gank means Chachi can save it in case he gets a bad trade and a bad matchup. Kobe has saved TP because they had the early bot push because he forced Soraka flash. So they have these lane states where even if they were to start losing, they could always make it even worst case.
I will just quickly give credit to whoever found Jonghoon. Like, this guy wasn't actually even playing in Challenger's career this year. He didn't play in the Spring Split at all. Last time he played was the end of last year, and comes into Astralis and has really changed the way that they play these early games, constantly finding pressure. Obviously the rest of the team coming in as well to help him out, but he's been on form this game, on form so far in Summer. And we see Astralis reaping the benefits of that. Xerxes is going to get the first dragon of the game, just past the 6-minute mark.
Now, of course, for now, the gold is still dead even. A large part of that is thanks to the CS leads that have been built up in mid and top in favor of Rogue. You can see that gold difference ever so slightly in the mid laners as well. But props to Astralis, already having a good early game. Jonghoon is just being everywhere on the map. He is suffering a little bit in terms of experience, but he's doing exactly what he did yesterday, grouping up with his jungler, contesting for deep vision and looking for a pick.
But every time Jonghoon suffers by losing experience, Kobe gains, right? He'll get close at the level 6 and he can try to force something on Trimby's missing flash if he gets 6 off the next wave. They have a window to try and shut him down. Right now, taking away the red buff from Malrang. See if Malrang gets 6 off the Krugs. If he does, that'll mean the bot 3v3 can be contested, but until then, it looks quite difficult. The York coming out of base. We'll take the Raptors too. Oh, it's a horror for Malrang.
Xerxes is just taking absolutely everything. And this is what you can do on Lilia, right? Her movement speed, the stacks, just make it so difficult to be able to lock her down as well. And this is something we didn't really talk a huge amount about the fact that there is not a lot of crowd control on the side of Rogue. You have Malrang's knockup, you have Odoamne's ult if he can land it, but what else do you really have in terms of hard CC? This means that in terms of the mobility that you have with Pyke, with Lilia, with Yone, Rogue don't really have the tools to lock a lot of these highly mobile champions down.
It can be quite tricky for Rogue as the game goes on. They do have quite a lot of range, so if they can find a position where they can keep Astralis at bay, they can still do a lot of work in team fights, but at the moment Astralis definitely coming out to the good in this early game.
Yeah, Xerxes gonna look for an early Herald here. I think he's calling Jonghoon to come towards topside. Look at Jonghoon's base, both Moby boots, so he can see the speed on the minimap that he's coming out on the map with. I mean, they can't really match this Rogue. They have no TP either. I mean, if they get mid-push, that Herald's gone. Dragon's gone. They're getting crabs as well, taking away camp. So Rogue are slowly bleeding. I think this is a point where Malrang could look to just force the fight, but of course you're at a numbers disadvantage.
even if Rogue did look to make a play, Kobe has TP, no one from the Rogue bot lane does, although the Dawning Shadow now available alongside the Wish, so those global ultimates could have an impact. Rift Herald, though, already taken by Xerxes. Malrang still waiting just around the corner here on the top side of the map. Chachi's backed all the way back here to build himself a little bit of an extra item. Barmy Cinder is the choice.
Well, Astralis, like, again, the gold lead isn't significant just yet, but in terms of early game control, they're doing a fantastic job. First Drake, first Herald, then now Malrang, looking to go on the offensive.
Bellows Breath used, there's the Gnar back. Vizicachi doesn't really have anywhere to go. The Cyclone coming out, Vizicachi still has the flash, but no way to escape. Rogue on the board.
Fantastic timing there by Odoamne. He saw Chachi use his Bellows Breath, like you said, the W to stop any CC. In the second, it was finished by the cast. Odo instantly jumped in with the Mega Gnar and pulled him back, so Chachi buffering the E won't be able to flash. Quick kill over to Rogue. We'll give a plate over to Odo, you have to expect.
Yep, the kill was clean. Very little to criticize there from Rogue. The timing was good. They waited for Xerxes to confidently back off. They had information as to where Dior was in the mid lane, and overall, Rogue find themselves their first kill of the game. So kind of slow early game, as we very much expected. This game is going to be a lot about the team fights, and Rogue, how are they going to use this Herald to be the next question. They could throw it down mid if they want to get some chip damage down onto the tower, considering their siege isn't the strongest, especially against an Azir. But perhaps they want to funnel a little bit of gold towards the bottom side of the map. They do have the push, and they do have control around the bot side jungle for now.
Astralis bringing Deo and Xerxes down towards this bottom side. They will just back away. The plate goes down. Zhonghun a little bit overextended here, but goes invisible, is able to dodge away, and Rogue continues to try and advance, but can't really find anything out of this. It's a strong early plate from Astralis.
Yeah, a lot of big spikes coming in as well. You can see Xerxes 2 levels up right now on Malrang. Maybe he gets level 7 off those Krugs, but regardless, Liandry's picked up as well. He is incredibly accelerated and far ahead in the jungle right now. We'll just have to see how he uses it. I mean, top camps into bot side, try to force the second Drake, Herald bot tier 1 if Dior gets any kind of mid push. Should be an easy dive. I wonder if we'll see some kind of interesting interaction with Pyke W and a Seraphine ult over the top of him, invisible, to catch Rogue off guard. We'll track that as it happens, but I think they have a lot of setup in bot.
There's definitely that. There's also, you know, Yone ults, and you just ult on top of it. Follow the call of the Forge God. Chachi can start off any fight. Xerxes continuing just to farm, though, 40 CS up at the 11-minute mark. And Rogue walking wounded a little bit here. They do have good scaling. We talked a little bit about how the Azir and the Senna late game can be very difficult to deal with, but it's going to be difficult to work through this mid game.
It's crazy the difference, isn't it? We've got a game state. I'll hold that for a second as Yonghun is looking towards mid. We've got a game state here in Summer Week 2 where Astralis are dictating the pace of the game. You would imagine that it's slightly in their favor, whereas last split, this is the 1st versus the 10th place team.
Trymbi's alone.
He may also be dead, Medic.
Very possibly. The hook goes down. Encore comes out, losing Lullaby used as well, but the Wish used by Trymbi in time means that Astralis aren't able to find anything more. Trymbi with a good survive there, flashing away.
Yeah, look at the bottom left of your screen. Look at Yonghun's experience bar, so close to level 6. If he had that, maybe he could full commit and execute Trymbi, but now Dior.
Good knockback by Larssen, dodges in front of Dior. Malrang going with the Cyclone to still chase this forward, and Rogue get their 2nd kill of the game.
So Larssen has to invest his flash, but they do successfully find a kill. Rogue accrue another small advantage. They'll get another plate going into the favor of their mid laner, and this gives access for Odoamne to be more aggressive in the 1v1 as well.
Yeah, Astralis playing fantastically through bot to get their bottom jungle ahead, but the problem is Dior seems to be struggling in this isolated 1v1. Larssen getting the better hand of him in the CS department. Now with this kill, will only be even more stronger. So Dior tried to buffer his ult there to escape from Larssen, but he gets blocked because Larssen flash ults him instead, and then instead he gets knocked towards Malrang, who also has a knockup. Tries to flash away, Malrang can happily chase. Herald on the side there, used in mid by Astralis to get some gold. I don't think Dior got any of that. He was in base, so that's all gold over to Xerxes, about 320.
It's a good gold infusion for the Astralis jungler, but you can see he's sitting at 5,200, the most gold in the game right now on Xerxes. In that mid lane, though, a huge lead for Larssen now, 1,300 gold ahead, and he is definitely the cornerstone for Rogue to win this game. He only won their last 2, obviously lost to G2 and Fnatic in week 1, but started to return to their regular season winning ways.
Yonghun has been refreshing these bot side wards for God knows how long. They've had this kind of vision in their bot side jungle for at least the last 5-6 minutes, so they have this insane push, and of course they've netted themselves 2 Drakes with it, but now with Larssen coming out of base with Liandry, he's going to start to pressure mid very hard, and you can see what Rogue's idea here is. We need to get some vision for Larssen so he can play aggressive.
Larssen, again, a very consistent laner, always has been. I believe he was ranked 3rd in our All-Pro last season, but that ranking was very contested between our top 3 in VTO, Humanoid and Larssen. Again, I think our mid pool continues to expand. Dior has already had a phenomenal start to the split. Larssen continues to do the same. Like, we look statistically, and Dior, considering his position and how young of a player he actually is. Remember that he only started playing in the LEC at the beginning of this year. So we see an ultimate thrown up towards top lane.
He only started playing competitive last year as well, I believe. So his career is quite short to be in such a fantastic position. And up against Rogue here, he's struggling a bit, but Malrang's going to find Circe.
Gonna put the Cyclone down. Xerxes trying to get away from this one. Brings Malwan across the wall, losing Lullaby use as well. Dawning Shadow comes out. One asleep, but Larssen here. The first to react. Deo trying to get across the wall as well. Visicharge trying to trade. It's 2. Kobe goes in. Oh, Kobe caught. Do they want more? Up towards the top side. Kobe able to react. Deo takes 1. Malwan trying to dodge away. Odawame retreating as well, but here comes Jong-hoon. The death below X could mark the spot. B drop. Oh, the stun. Oh my god. Oh, that was actually disgusting from Jong-hoon.
What?
Execute by name, execute by nature.
That was unbelievably well played by Jong-hoon. How? That was incredible.
That was good.
He gets the
very
ult
good.
and then flashes to the side. The distance he traveled from his E initially to get that stun and then hook Odo, of course, who had no flash.
So I
seals the
believe
deal.
He did E into ult into
Yep.
flash.
Yep.
All right, so let's have a look at this initial play. So Malrang goes over the wall. In terms of the isolated 1v1, you can see that he's easily able to get the better of Xerxes. And with the assistance of the Senna ultimate, things are looking great. But the TP is coming in from Kobe, and Dior is over the wall. Chachi's buying time. A big ultimate from Dior into a big ultimate from Kobe means that they're able to get themselves an initial pick. Then the arrival of Jong-hoon.
So let's watch him on the minimap here. He's running up. I believe he has the Predator active. Gonna pop the E, ult, and then flash to the side to redirect the stun.
Then gets the
pull
hook.
Odo, waits for the execute, and down he comes.
And the thing with
Beautiful.
that is, that's a known Pyke mechanic. Like, Pyke one-tricks can do that mechanic,
Yeah.
but the presence of mind to do it with that perfect timing, with that inch of gap he had to catch Odawame with the E reposition, just superb stuff from Jong-hoon.
And now look at the gold. 3K in favor of Astralis, 15 minutes in. You were talking about, when we think about last split, this was 1st versus 10th. When we think about last split, Rogue was a team that dominated in the early game. A lot of it was Malrang finding a lot of successful ganks and their laners just kind of outclassing a lot of their opposition. Right now, we see Astralis with their fantastic jungle support synergy dominating the early games, finding advantages across the board, and now find themselves with a 3K gold lead against Rogue.
Bot tier 1 is going to fall in favor of Astralis. Rogue will get this Herald, so they can trade back on this top tier 1 if they want to. Dragon up in 40 seconds. Will be a Cloud Soul, not the greatest of souls, of course, for Astralis, but definitely something to play for. Here comes the trade. Looks like they'll be able to save the Herald, so that'll be quite good, because of course they can use it later on in mid. And just looking at the builds here, Kobe's gone for the Moonstone, definitely going full support here for his team.
Yeah, Chemtech Putrefy will be up next there for Kobe. He knows they've got AP damage for days out of Xerxes in these fights. Obviously a little bit more tick damage, but you don't really need the Seraphine to be full DPS in a game like this, especially since you've got Jong-hoon there popping off as well. Already has a Serrated Duck and that Longsword. I wonder if he'll go Duskblade or Umbral Glaive first. I expect Umbral Glaive pro play makes a little bit more sense to get that vision control, but Duskblade does give you a lot.
I think it's one of those things where if you're extremely fed, just go for the, the Duskblade, go for the Mythic straight away. But if you're kind of even or you don't have the gold for it, Umbral Glaive is always the best item, and it's probably the best for the vision game, right? And that's exactly what you're playing, so best pickup, I'd say.
Oh my god, and we're getting a Cloud Soul with Pyke Lilia.
You can't run away.
You will not be escaping from this comp. Wow, incredible stuff from Astralis. And I think that the main talking point that we've had was they've had a good schedule. They've been playing against the bottom end teams. This is going to be the first test. And of course, Rogue have been struggling, but you can't deny what you're seeing right now. That you talked about the vision control. We've been consistently seeing this from them. The way in which they manage vision around the bot side jungle and the way in which the jungle support synergy works from Astralis continues to be incredible.
What's Jong-hoon? He's got 3 wards in his inventory and he owns the bot side jungle. He's just going to light it up again. It's been around 10 minutes of full bot side vision for Astralis, and they've been playing around it as much as possible, whether it's taking away camps, threatening bot dives, using their bot push into Drakes. And that's what's been kind of keeping them alive. Rogue have tried to find their prio through solo lanes. Malrang focusing mid-top. And as much as they got them at top tier 1, Astralis winning that top 5 is obviously swayed in their favor. Larsen's still extremely strong, still a level up, will be a threat to be reckoned with in the late game.
So I think it's worth highlighting as well, even though Rogue immediately come in and clear out this jungle vision, The problem is they have to invest their clear into the jungle, which means that they never gain access into the river. That bot river has solely belonged to Astralis pretty much this whole game. And now we see Rogue entering in, but all they're doing is clearing out bits of vision. And then Astralis are immediately, the second they come back out onto the map, going to take control once again.
Oh, he's hunting. He's behind Rogue. We'll take their pink, of course, with Jumbo Glaive.
He's just going to do it in their face.
Has Moby boots as well, so has a lot of move speed.
There are pinks. Look at the ward. Look at the deep ward down south.
Good go for a
pinging
TP.
for a potential TP flank.
Chachi does have
There
the
he
bullet.
comes.
God, there goes the TP. Loading Lullaby onto Comp. He's going to cleanse that away as the chase comes in. Call of the Forge God. Chachi looking for the double knock-up. The rest of Astralis trying to get here, but they're not there in time. Chachi already low. Pops the stopwatch. Dale over the wall in the Dragon Pit right now, but Astralis just a little too greedy, and Rogue are willing to take that kill.
Feels a little bit too deep there from Astralis. They're kind of reaching for that play a bit too much, especially when you consider the objectives on the map. Let's say you get a kill or two there. What are you actually achieving? There's no dragon, there's nothing to play for. You already have bot side vision, and you're asking your team to face check into Odo Amne's Mega Gnar to actually follow up on that Ornn. So it looked good with the double knock-up, but not enough follow-up.
Yeah, I think the idea was good. The execution just couldn't really happen in practice. And I do respect Astralis being proactive like that. And again, you looked at the state and the situation, you think, oh, this looks like a really good collapse. But in reality, Rogue had so much space and time to actually disengage, reposition, and then actually collapse on the flank that it ended up falling short for Astralis. So definitely some things still to work out for Astralis, and Rogue definitely still in this game.
This is the point of the game where I think Jonghu just did exactly what Rogue needed to do. They need, Astralis needed to do, sorry. They need to transfer their bot side vision to top. You can see all the bot wards have disappeared, now they've shifted toward top wards. Why do they do that? Well, top tier 1 is up, it's their only real objective to play for, and so is Baron. So if you do that kind of fight on the top side of the map, and you get a kill, it nets an objective.
You can see Rogue answering. They're saying, okay, we want to get mid lane control, so we're going to put down the Rift Herald here. 5 players, well, 4 players right now, towards this middle side of the map, and Astralis are going to try and answer with
the Herald might
a push of their own. The Herald might die before it goes in. As you say, the eye doesn't open, but the Herald gets a charge in. No tower's going to fall. Rogue trying to find something in this game. Currently, they are playing to the beat of Astralis' drum, but as the game goes on, they only get stronger. Larson 2 items, Shadow Flame, Leandries, Umbral Glaive complete on Comp. I'd love to see how many stacks that centers at now. 71. So he is scaling towards this late game threat.
And a very small thing just to note here, just look at the farm. We've got a fasting center, of course. Trimby's only at 150 CS at 21-ish minutes. Cobb has been keeping up with the pace of the game. You know, he's keeping up in his CS numbers, so slightly behind in gold, of course, because Trimby's fallen behind in the gold. I mean, he does hit item breakpoints when he gets those supportive items, but they're relatively cheap.
I will say as well, it's a bit harder to farm as Soraka than it is as a Seraphine. Seraphine has a bit more AoE. Starcall doesn't do a huge amount of damage, so Trimby is lacking in terms of farm, but Cobby has a bit of an easier path in terms of getting those waves.
And I feel like you want to tunnel all your gold into Larson anyway. I think as much as Trimby can catch mid waves for now, if Larson is around, I think he will be the priority.
Makes a lot of sense. Important to keep an eye on Dior as well. Right now, he is quite far behind in terms of the isolated mid lane matchup, but we talked about a lot of the responsibility falling on him when it comes to the damage. Perhaps I misspoke then, because I look at the damage coming out from Astralis, and it is sticking, especially with the amount of burn and poke that they do have at their disposal, but he continues to ramp up, working towards that second major item. Doesn't quite have it yet, and the dragon is spawning in 30 seconds. This will be soul point, and Rogue ideally just want to stall. If they can secure this, they can buy a little bit more time and play more towards their scaling.
I wonder if Rogue want to trade it for a Baron. Malrank's found Younghood, we'll just E away, because Astralis have full vision here. You're face checking so much layered AoE CC that who really goes first for Rogue? Odo needs to stack the Mega Gnar up and group with the rest of his team. There is a world where they can force a Baron and get have the Azir in the vicinity and try to burn it down, but then you're giving up Soul, so Rogue in a bit of a tricky situation.
Jonghoon's going to land the hook there onto Odo Omne, gets the stun as well with the Phantom Undertow. Dragon started by Astralis, as you say, it would be Soul for them. Jonghoon spotted, I believe, by Malrang as he comes around the corner. Malrang on a ward now, he clears that one out. Astralis continuing to try and push forward. Rogue looking for it. Dragon down to 3,000. Malrang trying to get in over the pit. Call of the Forge got used to lock out Malrang. The hook doesn't get him back, and Malrang gets in with a decoy. Great steal from the Rogue jungler, knocks up Chachi. The charm coming out. The encore. Fate seal, put us onto the 2 tanks. Jonghoon and we're getting to the fight right now. No one's low enough for him either. Comp going in the stream and sliding to shuffle. In by Larson. And Rogue died forward, and Astralis die. Circe just able to get away, but Rogue able to take down 4.
Ooh, they had so much layered CC there, Astralis, but it was just Younghoon couldn't find a target. One reset, and then they can start to move forwards, but we can see why Rogue's such a powerhouse of a team in these team fights.
You can also see how the damage just didn't quite come through for Astralis. The CC was layered, but it didn't feel like the Rogue was in any real danger. You had the Senna ultimate, the Soraka ultimate, the Soraka healing, and then you also had Odoamne ready with the Mega Gnar. Everything came out from Rogue to buy enough time to turn the fight around.
Circe has no way into this pit, no flash. We'll just have to watch the Baron fall. Larssen can TP in worst case, it just came up. There's a TP coming in from Kobe, so maybe they think that it's going down slow enough that they can contest, or they just want to push out these mid waves to stop them from being able to move straight to a tower. Nevertheless, Circe
counter TP used. Kobe looking for the steal across the wall. And TP coming in as well. Astralis want the fight. They're going to try and invest everything into this Call of the Forge. Got no doubt for Chachi. Jonghoon gets the hook, but is only onto the decoy, and Rogue are able to walk away.
Wow, 2 TPs invested to try and find a contest. Feels like as Astralis, you want to force something, but Odoamne just snuck away the top wave too, so there's no tower to play for. Hook
onto Maoang. Once again, decoys away, and Maoang will be able to escape.
So Rogue rather are able to just disengage with the Baron, and they find themselves finally with the gold lead. But let's have a look back at this fight. So the whole game plan is to try and keep Maoang away. They use the ultimate to try and keep him CC'd up, but then he secures the steal. Astralis then commit to the fight because of this CC chain that comes through. The ultimate from Kobe into the ultimate from Dior, but we have to go back into the live action.
Dior going in with the face sealed once again. They're looking for Maoang. Jonghoon does have the death from below, but Maoang's able to escape for the moment. Bone skewer wide. Astralis backing away.
Yeah, the Senna Seraphine in that, the Senna Soraka, sorry, in that fight, just dishing out so much healing, like you said, Vedius. Astralis couldn't even find a single target to kill, and the problem that they had there was because Kobe is building supportive items, the fact that he landed a 3-man ult, great. The damage it did, 0. Yeah. Dior instantly went in, and as soon as his ult landed, he stopwatched. You know, he stopwatched the Mega Gnar ult, which I guess you kind of have to do in that situation, otherwise you're going to die. But yeah, the damage just was not there.
Because you think about consistent DPS, and it's so much easier for Larssen to deal it than it is for Dior. The fact that he has so much safety as well, not only because of his range, but because he also has the ultimate to disengage. And then you also have the Senna and the Soraka. There are just so many scaling tools on the side of Rogue that they sit there and say, you know what, it doesn't matter how the fight starts. We know that in a contest of durability, in a war of attrition, we're going to come out on top.
And Astralis now have lost control of this game. Rogue in command for the first time, it feels, throughout the 25 minutes that we have had. They are looking for a bit of damage onto Odoamne, but he's building up towards that Mega Gnar. Rogue pushing in 2 lanes, mid and bot. Maoang, Comp, and Trimby just rotating between the 2 as there's no wave down towards that bottom side. Rogue will continue to look to put some pressure down. Floating Lullaby is available for Circe. Jonghoon's going to get a hook. Maoang going in again with the decoy, perfectly placed by him to escape.
Odo will go back to bot wave, and he'll start hitting the tier 2, so Astralis kind of getting pulled around mid and bot right now. Both towers slowly falling. I think Rogue should be able to pick them up unless Astralis pulls the trigger and engages. Odo, no flash, has to be careful here. Astralis looking for the pick.
Jonghoon looking for the hook. It's going to land onto Odoamne. Chachi caught out by Maoang. Bellows Breath used. Mid lane tower does fall. Ping's going out as Trimby's going to try and escort that wave forward. The cannon minion will do a bit of work. Obviously, Baron buffed up, and it feels like we have come past Rogue time and moved into the time in which Rogue commands the game. Second tier 2 of this push going to go down.
And that'll be that. I think Rogue's just going to base here. They have a top wave to play on, but they're just on the opposite side of the map right now. And better to base, spend the gold. Good scaling as well. Wait for Larssen's next item breakpoint. Rabadon's just picked up, so needless to Rabadon's. So much of a spike right there. He can pick up blue buff, and then they can set up for the next Drake.
Yeah, it's a game now where it's really Rogues to lose. Larssen is in such an incredible position on this Azir. Not only is it a comfort champion for him, but you can see 277 CS in 26 minutes. He's level 16. He has the support of both a Senna and a Soraka. If they can't kill Larssen, they won't kill Rogue. 13,000 gold. He's quite a wealthy man.
No one else has more than 10,000.
Definitely a lot of gold, and it's all on Larssen, as we talked about in draft, right? A lot of responsibility on him, but a lot of gold funneled to him as well. And just looking at the positioning of the map right now, Astralis aren't going to fight Drake. So they could get themselves a top tier 1, but look where Rogue's positioning. They know that the Dragon's free, so Odo could solo it with TP. Just push out the waves, and do you want to stop them from taking this tier 1? Looks like Rogue don't. They don't feel confident enough, right? It's a soul, you don't want to give this up. Maybe your TP's down if you send 2 members up there, and then you're in a little bit of a weird situation. So they're just going to secure this Drake. Astralis smartly going to cross map. They don't feel strong enough just yet. I think Dior's waiting for that next item.
Let's see if he can get there. Currently still only sitting on that Immortal Shield bow. Quite far behind, obviously played the Ruin King. An option on the Yone. That looks to be where he is going, and with a bit of gold from that tower, maybe it will be enough. Trimby, zoom it. Oh, okay. That's That's a misclick.
That is a miss.
Happens. Looking for the sweeper. Odoamne here. Good chase forward, goes in, jumps forward with Mega Gnar. Now into the wall is an option for him. The rest of Astralis trying to retreat. The house comes down, flash forward, Gnar back, double TP immediately from Astralis. Odoamne going deep here. Younghun going to join the fight. Dawning Shadow in. Dale dives forward, but already he's taken out by last, and the Loathing Lullaby is only going to find 2, and Astralis don't have the damage to chase this up any further. All right, look where Malrang is, coming out of the jungle. A looming spectre in the faces of Astralis, gets the double knockup with a double cyclone, and he continues to chase forward. Xerxes looking for a little bit more as Malrang pops the stopwatch, call to the Forge God used by Chachi in the wrong direction. Charm goes on the heals. Who has the rest of the damage? Heal coming out, Death from below used on the clone, and now that's reset. No option for Younghun to get back in. Odo poured into the tower, but he gets his second Mega Gnar. The heals of the fight, and you just can't kill him. Rogue refused to die as they face Astralis in the top lane.
You can see the durability patch once again as Odoamne starts the fight with his Mega Gnar and ends the fight with his Mega Gnar. All 5 members are alive, and they're looking to break into the base of Astralis.
Dior is respawning now. Younghun is behind them. Looks like Trimby needs to base and TP back. Will Younghun let him? I think he's just going to cancel the recall for now.
There's the hook. Doesn't have Death from below. Keeps Trimby around. Keeps him in the fight. Chachi going forward. Younghun still looking for more here, so no Death from below for him. Third of its cooldown left.
Baron up in 20 seconds. Rogue need to get the hell out of here. Get a base off, go back towards the Baron and try to re-establish their vision line and try to reforce his Younghun, just trying to be a nuisance as much as possible, trying to slow them down. Comp's going to collapse on him.
He gets out of this. You can just W back the other direction. That's exactly what he's going to do.
Sneaky, sneaky, but he's going to get spotted by the pink, so now he's got no flash. He has access to 1E. W will be off cooldown soon. He has 1 pink ward to see where Rogue is and try to dodge his way around it. Sweeper sees him as well, so now he's in a dangerous situation.
Goes down, tries to get away from Trimby, can just dash across this wall, but Larsen's going to be waiting for him. Dash forward into
he's dead.
The base. And yeah, you say he's dead, and he is.
That'll be a free Baron for Rogue. Astralis will try to contest, but you're facing a Baron and a 5-stacked Rogue, and you have no flash on the Lilia, so it's going to be really hard to get into the pits for the first place. They are spacing right now. I'll see if he TP's back in.
Xerxes, no flash, no blast cone for him either. TP not used by Dale kind of means that Astralis aren't going to fight this one. Kobe could just look for a steal across the wall, call to the Forge God. Not enough. Malrang good with his smite.
Trying to time the burst there. Malrang doesn't flinch. All we're going to base, and then back onto the map.
Well, this is definitely a solid performance from Rogue. They took their time in the early game, but they knew they had the scaling advantage, and you can see that they just played that single team fight that much better than Astralis, and now they're back in control. And this is a much-needed win for Rogue as well, especially after their difficult week 1, going 1-2 to get themselves a 2-0 weekend. Should put a lot more confidence in the roster, and also showcase that they're definitely a team that you can't just get an easy win against.
Definitely, showing the powerhouse that we know of Rogue. The regular season kings, of course, always manage to finish 1st or 2nd or 3rd in the regular season. And I think the week 1 losses are always a good thing. I think losers improve, and Rogue didn't do a lot of losing in the regular season, but they did in playoffs. So the fact that they fall early on is always a good sign. Astralis aren't done yet, though. We'll see if they can find a pick. Of course, Rogue have the Baron buff. Looks like they want to set up through bot on this bot wave, but Astralis are just going to go down mid.
Younghun spotted out as he gets down towards this red buff portion of the map. Dragon up in a minute's time would be the 3rd of the game for Rogue. Malrang looking for something here. Steps forward, only Chachi, trying to get him to burn perhaps a call to the Forge God or his Bellows Breath. Younghun still in a flanking position here. Won't be spotted by that ward, maybe, just as he came around the corner.
Reminds me of Ignar, just looking for these ridiculous flanks all the time. The problem is, what can he really set up? Maybe he can put a TP ward, get the Yor TP behind, and then they can double flank. That would probably be the only idea you can think of here.
They or Chachi. Those are your 2 options. Chachi doesn't have the TP right now, of course, running that unsealed spellbook.
He's proxying the wave, so they don't have a Baron wave to play on. He is being a nuisance for Rogue, but they have 1 wave for now. Astralis just have to clear it.
Kobe can, of course, just put down the damage from the range. Comp chunked out a little bit, healed up with the Moonstone. Younghun sacrificing his HP for the wave, but Malrang and Rogue do still have a wave in that mid lane. Xerxes trying to put some damage down across the wall. Rogue advancing. Astralis know that a numbers disadvantage right now. Odoamne looking for that Gnar into the wall, but the damage is coming in. Call to the Forge God used. Equinox, meaning Chachi had to do that from a little bit further back than he would have liked. Younghun's trying to come in for the flank as well, but now Rogue still able to crack through that inhibitor in the mid lane. They go up towards top, no tower there. This will be 2 inhibitors off this push.
The base continues to crumble for Astralis. Rogue going to take their time, TP going to come through from Larson to move into the bot lane.
Now, though, no, he's gone into the clone. There's the knock-up as well as they look to all-in invest here. The charm goes out, but Odo with a good stopwatch. Redemption uses Odo, will come out of the golden. So a little bit of a healing blanket there from the Rogue team.
Astralis have no damage. That was 3 ultimates already gone now. There's 2 left. Yonghoon and Dior, what can they set up with? If they lose this inhibitor, the game is practically over. Odoamne's going to get Mega. They really want to force this. Waves coming in.
Sure. But Odo tanked like 5 tower shots there and gained health across the course of that transaction. Marang flashing forward with the Cyclone.
There's a bunk.
Just able to escape, survives, but they just can't kill Marang off. Dawning Shadow just wide. The shield's coming out as well from Kobe. Death from below, dodged by Marang. The inhibitor tower down towards the bottom side. He's going to fall and Rogue continues to push forward. The healing is absurd, and Rogue are unkillable. Astralis had a strong early game, but Rogue bided their time, and in the end, you just can't kill the medics. Trimby and Comp too strong for the Astralis to do any work really here. And Rogue looking for their 3rd win in a row.
The early game definitely looked good from Astralis. They showed some good stuff, but the team fighting was just too strong from Rogue. Slowly but surely, they will be whittling down these Nexus towers and going on a 2-0 week 2.
Call of the Fortune comes down once again. Chachi flashes away. Junhung looking to proxy all the waves, but there's already minions at your base and there's no towers to stop them taking down your Nexus. The charm hits onto Larson and he gains health through that as well. Cobby, you may be a support Seraphine, but you're not meant to be supporting the enemy team as you try and put the damage in, but you just don't have it. No death from below for Junghun. Dodged away from the Bone Skewer there as well.
No one is dead.
Damage, mod check. Where's the damage? Guys!
They're going to keep chasing.
Comp's full HP again! What the hell?
I thought the game was going to end there, I will be honest.
Go on, Chachi,
Maybe Odo can TP and backdoor if they overchase, but no, he's going to go towards Dragon. And Rogue just going to play by the book. 3 inhibs, check. Base, Nexus, soon to be
Take no damage because you heal it all up immediately.
You know,
check.
I was thinking, right, so I was thinking more about this comp. If Astralis had gone Diana Yasuo instead of Lilia Yone.
They're going to lose Soul. This could be the game-changing moment.
Yo, I don't think
as Astralis secure the Cloud Soul. They got a bounty.
That's massive. Can we look at their base? I want to see how many creeps there are because 3 inhibits down.
There's no way you're going to use that argument right now.
I just got donut walled by the observers.
They're going to get gold and XP from all of these super minions pushing in, guys.
No,
Scaling.
Comeback of the century.
1,000 creep score.
They're only 6,000 gold behind, Vedi. A Cloud Soul is worth about 5,000 gold of items.
You guys are huffing some copium right now.
Surely they win the game, right, bro?
Clueless.
Surely. So Astralis, last line of defense. They have to engage sooner rather than later because these minions are only going to get worse.
Clearing out the minions. Moonstone upgraded. And all of them have ornaments as well, I will say that. No mythic yet on Junghun means that he can't be upgraded, but Astralis are able to hold on to their base for the moment.
I don't understand how.
Well, because one issue for Rogue is they, like, unless Marang finds a good engage, they don't have the best engage, right? If Astralis just don't fight them, at some point, they have to try and make an engage happen.
Just don't fight!
Just don't fight, forehand! Junghun looking for something. Top wave is pushing in. Astralis going to have to answer with that, but they've culled the bottom wave. Now they can try and cull the mid wave and the top wave at the same time. It's going to be difficult for them. Is it Rogue?
Tower defense!
Look to close this one out. Where's the monkey with a pea shooter? It's Bloons. As Odoamne pushes forward, Dayor going in. There's the engage. Dayor killed off immediately.
They're full HP.
And the hope is over. We hopped on some hopium, but it's a new hope for Rogue as they pick up their 3rd win in a row. Nothing Astralis can do. All of Rogue full HP. A strong performance from our regular season first place team.
I really liked the early game from Astralis. I think we saw some really great stuff from Junghun, but ultimately it came down to that single dragon fight. The 4th dragon fight where Rogue was able to steal away the Drake and win out in the 5v5. Rogue's comp instantly came online. The scaling was in full effect, and there was nothing that Astralis could do. They just did not have the damage. And we did talk about that in draft, how Yone wasn't probably going to be enough. And we kind of saw it play out in the team.
I guess it's a mixture of not having the damage, but also that Soraka pick. We can see why it was picked towards the mid to late game, right? So much healing from Trimby. They couldn't find a single target. And of course, if Pyke can't get on low enough, then he can't really find anything in the fights.
Well, so this is why I wonder if it had been a Yasuo Diana, could they have like one-shot before the healing could come in?
Soraka.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Because then you also have like
comfort is key though.
Yeah, of course. In any case, I did like the comp from Astralis in terms of like trying something different. They came in with a very clear game plan. Rogue was able to adapt in terms of the draft, and they were able to come out on top. So a big weekend for Rogue, 2-0, and bouncing back after what was a difficult week 1.
Yeah, big bounce back, as you say. Your key player of the game votes at LEC on Twitter are Malrang, Larson, and Comp. Yeah, I think a lot of the weight of the mid game was on Larsen's shoulders.
For sure.
You know, you saw how much gold was funneled into him, so definitely he was fine nominee.
He was their pressure point, their lane prio, something to play through towards mid. And yeah, a lot of the resources went to him, a lot of damage probably went to him as well. And Trimby was just keeping him alive as long as possible. Odoamne and Malrine were kind of the disruptors, so Larsen could find room to fight.
Yeah, I think that Larsen overall had a very solid game, and kind of what we expect from him during the regular season as well. You give him a winning matchup and he will win it. He is very reliable in his laning stats, and or rather laning phase, and they put the eggs in the Larsen basket, they gave him a comfort pick, and he was able to deliver on both fronts. So big game once again from Rogue, and we'll see if they can continue this momentum as they move towards week 3.
Yeah, and first Charlotte again. There's a lot of things that you can look at very positively from the start of the summer season.
What I'll tell you is that now games like Astralis Vitality become really big because Astralis continue to demonstrate good stuff, creative drafts, and they're constantly showing rapid growth.
Better than the bottom right now.
Right, that's the thing. And so the question is now you look at like those 6, 7, 5 spots and teams contesting for them, and that's really where you now look at Astralis. How can they?
Our top 7 is hot because of Astralis right now. You know, Rogue was 7th coming into week 2, you know, and then Astralis was tied 2nd, I believe, or something like this. So the top 7 is a fist fight.
It definitely is. Now we're going to hand it over to Law, who's standing by with a player from Rogue.
A player from Rogue, indeed. Thank you, monsieur. Thank you, Comp, for joining me after this game.
My pleasure.
Congrats on a week here for Rogue. Is there anything that changed after the first 2 games you had to come up with better results this week?
Yeah, so basically after the disaster that happened in week 1, like the first 2 games, especially the G2 game, because in a way I feel like we were the ones that lost the Fnatic game when we threw on blue buff and they just took Nash and ended the game. But the G2 game, we just got stomped, kinda. So after that night, like after the game, we just gathered up and we had a team talk. And we just discussed like what we thought was going wrong and why we started like this. And I think it was actually pretty useful coming into even like tomorrow's next game when we're playing Mud. So yeah, I mean, it's always really nice when people can just be open about anything, even if it's bad stuff, let's say. It can be anything. Like, as long as we are honest, I feel like it's so much easier to improve, you know?
Was it difficult for you guys to be honest with each other before that? Because when I think of Rogue, the team that reached final last split, for me it's hard to have this understanding.
No, we were not. Even in spring, we're like really, really fine, right? It's just, we just started kind of bad, and we just felt like we should address some stuff. And it was like, it was honestly really nice, right? Because everyone just took it as he should. And yeah, it's always nice to be taking critics and not be like too feeling bad about it or something.
Yeah, and it's just 2 games, right? And it feels like you guys are back on top. Although this game versus Astralis was really interesting, and when I talked to Odo about it last night, he also told me that they shouldn't be underestimated. What did you think about their approach here, and especially the draft that they chose against you?
Well, to be honest, I feel like Astralis are way more flexible the way they drafted. Even in week 1, if I'm not mistaken, they played Veigar, right, into Senna. So we expected them to play some random set into Senna, right, if we picked it. So we were ready for it. But what they did today was kind of smart. They denied us the Senna, the Seraphine, which we played yesterday. So yeah, it was pretty interesting. I feel like if I would change something for today's game, it's probably like, I would probably ban Pyke, because this guy was just so annoying with it. He'd played Predator and he was just everywhere on the map, right? So it was kind of hard for my mid lane and top lane to play the game, early game.
Any more that you can say about Astralis support, Jonghoon? Because everyone was talking about him on social media, and his Pyke especially, he's been popping off so far in the LEC.
I actually don't know much about the guy, so I don't want to like just say random stuff. But from what he's shown in the first 5 games or 6 games of the LEC, he looks pretty promising, right? And yeah. It's cool to play against him, I guess.
Another strong support to add to the list in Europe. Last question, though, about the bot lane. As you mentioned, you can play some weird stuff bot lane right now. What do you make of the meta, and what do you think about it?
Wait, sorry, I didn't hear
Bot lane meta, what do you think about it?
Meta? Yeah. So, I mean, I feel like top tier are for sure the picks that get banned every time, like Lucian, Kalista, and Zeri. But I'm actually like, I think people start to realize that not every team and every player can play those champs at the top level. So that's why we see oftenly those champs being open also, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I would say like as the top tier picks. But after that, it's honestly very, very flexible. What you can play, you can go from like Twitch to Senna to even some random stuff like Kobe did this game with the Seraphine bot lane.
Yeah. You can have a lot of fun on the bot lane right now, it feels. And it feels good to have the game like this. But Comp, thank you so much for the interview. Congrats. on this week. And as you see, these guys are getting ready behind me. We're going to take a break now, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes for BDS Fnatic. Stay tuned.
Winning his matchup, taking control of this lane.
Incredibly impressive stuff, really inspirational.
And here we go, he's looking for something. What a move! This man is on fire!
That's the kind of play which makes me want to be on stage. Hold on.
Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, how do you feel after making that play?
And welcome back to the LEC for the fourth game of the day. I'm joined by Grabs right now. Grabs, thank you so much for joining me. Let's talk about the game you had yesterday. How was it important for you guys as a team, but also for you as it was G2 you beat?
For me, actually, it didn't matter that much, honestly. In hindsight, I thought I'm going to be more happy, but ultimately it was more relief.
Okay.
In a way that our practice, again, hasn't been the greatest this week. But we made sure to understand that we should enjoy, or the players should enjoy, being on the stage, because ultimately, I think people forget easily. Our most experienced player is Nuclear, who is on his first split. So I just told them, you know what, everybody thinks they're going to do 0-5, besides 4% on Instagram, who are our homies. But yeah, just go out, have fun, and it worked out yesterday.
Having no expectations. Was that the key for you guys? Yeah. What has made practice difficult, as you said?
My players. I think they all should be honest, and they know they can do better.
Okay.
But yeah, we're having an impressive loss streak right now in scrims against LEC teams, so it was really surprising yesterday, but I take it.
Still, good one for morals. And if we roll back a bit, let's talk about the changes that you made during the off-season. You guys went to Korea all together with the academy lineup as well. Can you talk me through the reasoning behind choosing these players specifically for the LEC?
Okay, to make it short, Toby Aggressivo is really good in the game, to be vocal at least, because last split we had no natural leader in the game, which also meant, as you could see, we had leads, but nobody took the initiative to lead the game and to make decisions, so Toby is the one who can do this. And Robert Adote is just a very happy person, and he lifts the mood up. He's very excited to play, and you can see it in his gameplay, like he has no fear either, has a bit more aggressiveness Matti together. So we just felt like the pairings Crowny and Limit and Matti and Adote worked better. So we just decided in the end for the Matti Dotte solution.
Perfect. It's nice to have your inputs because we've only been making predictions about this. So thanks for the reasoning. But what had made it difficult about training rookies? Because as you said, Nuclear Int is rather new. Syncroft doesn't have so much experience as well. And you added 2 rookie players to that mix.
I think it's always easier if you have one player who takes the lead, like a veteran who has been there before, right? Who has the loss streaks, who has the losses and scrims and can have some experience. Because sure, definitely experience, but it's always different if a coach tells you something, right? So I think we kind of underestimated how important it is to have a veteran. But Toby kind of has the same energy without being that veteran. So I think it's more stable to see at a split for sure.
Perfect. And let's see how they perform today against Fnatic. I mean, you beat G2 yesterday, but how different is it going to be today against Fnatic?
Again, no expectations. We'll tell them again, have fun. And if you go 1-1 this week, already success, right? So Fnatic yesterday didn't look the best, so I think it's for sure doable. But I also think we're not going to have as easy of a draft like yesterday, so I think Yamato will make it a bit harder. All
right. Well, I wish you the best of luck in that game. Grabs, thank you so much for the interview. And Goldberg, back to you.
Thank you very much, Lol. BDS got their first win of the season yesterday, and I'm here to break down how they shut down Caps in the early game, because a lot of ingenuity actually came out from Syncroft in that exchange. So I'm told I'm on a timer here, so let's try and do this as fast as possible. But basically how it goes is just, if you take a look at the minimap, you can actually see there's already vision outlined from the top side and the scuttle crab. But it's very impressive how Syncroft then bypasses that, or Syncroft rather, bypasses this. Which, as we talk a lot of the vision, you can actually see he gets around the scuttle crab a little bit, which gives Fnatic a false, or G2 rather, a false sense of security. As we speed it up, this is quite unfortunate from G2. They have no way of expecting him to coming from here because Jankus just cleared a Grump, and now he's currently in Wolves. But that is the situation after all. Syncroft has bypassed the vision, he snuck past the jungler, and he's in a perfect spot to come in and gank Caps immediately from a spot where he never expected it. Now Caps doesn't have to cleanse, and that's super important because we're in a matchup where you're against Alessandra. As we pause the clip for a second and just take stock at what's actually happening on the map at the same time, bot lane has just been off a reset timer. So currently the Ezreal is back on the way to his lane, but Adote on the Karma is actually making his move up towards the Ahri once again. That, remember, no cleanse, no flash, easy target. No way of G2 to equalize. They have all their members in different places. So as we clear out the clip, once again, you can see that Caps is in a situation where he feels himself. You know, he got the ultimate, he thinks there's no way they'll actually get ganked here, but one quick overstep means that he got caught up by the ultimate. Syncroft is here once again, Adote in his position where no one is able to equalize, and pause once again. You take a look at the map, you see what G2 is getting. Nothing. Lucian just recalled. Nami trying to move up to the mid lane when it's way too late. Jankus is on a reset. And what's that? Matti back into the bot lane position where they're equalizing on the position they got for themselves. So once again, early game for BDS, absolutely phenomenal. They utilize this again and again and again to get their leads, and it's great rotations. So that's how they breed G2 in this instance. But for more here, let's move over to Shux and Broxah standing by.
Thank you so much for that breakdown. It is something we've been noticing, the fact that BDS has attacked those early games. They weren't necessarily always able to close it out, but they have fixed that, or at least they did yesterday versus G2. Now they're up versus Fnatic, though. And for Fnatic fans, it's... Oh, well, actually, we were going to do another segment, but we cut it because we didn't have enough time. But basically, this is Broxas.
Well, that's a pretty nice team we have here, to be fair.
We asked Broxas to actually make his perfect Fnatic lineup, but we cut that, but it's still here. So talk to us about your lineup.
Last week, Forbidden was here, stating what his all-star Fnatic lineup is. Mine, well, some of you may remember this. This happened a few years ago. Beautiful 2018 lineup. Bwibo, obviously, being the honorable mention. I mean, 2018, very, very good memories for a lot of reasons. A year that I really cherished.
Yeah.
And I wish I could put in both of the top laners. I was told to pick one, so I went for Soaz because I think if you look back at Fnatic, like in the past, Soaz has just always been around. He's been doing so much work from the organization, from like start to where we're at now. So, yeah.
Even though it wasn't planned that I'm supposed to toss, I will not, because I actually think we need to talk just 1 second about the Fnatic as planned now. Not the ideal start. What is the main thing we got to look for in this pick and ban for Fnatic?
So, first of all, I actually want to see Fnatic draft kind of similar to what Astralis did here in the previous game, where they tried to get Hylissang on a playmaking support, something where he can make things happen, because Younghoon did it really well. Hyli can do the same. Let's see it.
Okay, awesome. Let's take a look if that happens in the picks and bans.
Thank you very much, Shox and Broxer. Great to hear from you. Great to see Broxer's all-star team. Obviously, maybe a little bit biased in his choice of team.
What? No.
Yeah, you don't think so? Kedra, what's your all-time XL team?
Let's not bog us down with an Excel team. Yeah. Let's keep with the Fnatic World's Finals. I love it.
Great lineup.
Vedius is on it because he played for Excel.
That's
so
true.
I'd have Vedius on my team.
So it would be you jungle, him mid lane?
No, I'd go mid.
Oh,
okay, so where's he going?
He goes support and comes mid every wave.
Yeah. We have Fnatic versus BDS up next, 4th game of the day. Just 2 more. It's our penultimate game of the weekend. And after this game, we're about a third of the way through our split, which is kind of weird to think about.
Bruh.
That was BDS, that was BDS, not the crowd. Yeah.
It's like it sounded like a laughing to the pain laugh from Synchro. Like, I've got 2/3 left.
Well, they could score themselves another win against the struggling Fnatic. Of course, Fnatic, I think they started off the split relatively strong, but I think that their overall performance has been questioned. Seems to be the fan sentiment right now. We'll see if they can get a convincing win today after they did struggle last night, as we are about to jump into draft of Fnatic versus BDS.
I think the biggest question on everyone's mind is kind of like, for BDS, is this the weekend of BDS? You know, they just beat G2 yesterday. Are they going to beat Fnatic today? You know, that's a hell of a week too, especially when you're considering fighting for playoffs, all that good stuff, and the teams below you, and yada, 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 you know what I mean? But they had a barnstormer of a game yesterday against G2. You know, they had so many shining stars. Maddie's positioning in fights, incredible triple kills. You had Nuclear Int and Synchro finding incredible engages. Aggressivo actually having the confidence to play things like Irelia. So, up on the red side here, we'll see if they can carry that momentum into today's game.
Ooh, interesting. So what we see is Fnatic already attacking Xmadi and the bot lane, both Ezreal and Yuumi being removed. Interesting that Fnatic could choose to ban that on the blue side when typically it is first picked here in the LEC. Meanwhile, BDS actually removing Razork's Volibear. When we think about Razork as a player, what he has been most well known for is his early aggression, finding successful ganks, playing around strong laners, and Volibear is a really good champion that enables this. When you force him onto something that's a little bit slower, doesn't have as much early game agency, that also gives you more options, and I think for BDS, the best thing they can do is continue to look to leverage their, what has been surprisingly pretty good early games so far in Summer.
So what's the first pick here for Fnatic? GP up.
GP, yeah. That's what I was thinking.
Lucian's still up as well.
Lucian is still up. I think Fnatic would definitely pick up a Lucian here instantly. Or is it GP? What's their priority? It's Corki! Whoa!
At least it's not Twisted Fate. Okay.
Yeah, I suppose. It's at least not TF. I mean, Are we gonna get in his ear? You know? No, I'm just, all jokes aside, BDS have a lot of options here. Senna could be good, Ezreal could be good. We talked about Gwen GP as top laners that are really good early rotations. We've seen Upset actually, you know, if they take the Lucian here, Upset, we've seen Draven games, you know, he would probably pull out a Draven. We've seen Draven Morgana, but they're not gonna go for the aggressive Lucian, they're just gonna go for the Senna. Now, is Fnatic gonna go Lucian Nami here, you think?
I think it's pretty strong into Senna Tahm Kench. You can, like, the only issue is obviously you have to get onto the Senna because the Tahm Kench is just going to tank up all of your damage, but you can still harass the Tahm Kench out of lane if you manage to chip him away. And it's a very strong bot lane. And Lucian Nami, incredibly powerful. The only problem is you're putting Hylissang back on a Nami. Can't pick Bel'Veth, guys. Can't pick Bel'Veth. Zeri gives you a little bit more scaling than the Lucian does, so you could go Zeri plus an engaged support here, something like the Nautilus.
Drop the ball. Knocked over the You know, it's going to be Season 12. It's going to be Viego, Zeri, insta-locked for Fnatic. We'll see what they go 4-5. They have a lot of support options, right? You can go Zeri Nautilus, Zeri Lulu, Zeri Braum, Zeri Renata. There's so many supports I can pick. GP Gwen up as well for Wunder, Ornn as well. Smiley face. We'll see if he goes into that against the Senna Tahm. But now third pick here for BDS, expecting maybe a mid laner. Ahri could be pretty good.
Could be. Depends kind of what direction they want to go. I wouldn't be surprised if BDS just locked themselves in a jungler right now. Syncroft was talking about on the desk yesterday how... Yeah.
Where's Captain Flowers?
So, I don't... Have you heard about the Skarner rumblings and scrims? Because I've heard about the Skarner rumblings.
No, I have not. Tell me about them.
So basically, I've heard that it's not like meta, but it's a little niche in that some junglers have been playing it as an answer to things like Viego, because basically he is, well, I mean, Divine Sunderer doesn't make him a squishy champion, but especially when you think about the amount of mobility that exists in the game, Skarner really good at locking them down, and he can force the classic QSS tax, which is always, you know, a common talking point when thinking about Skarner as well. But I think his clear speed is pretty good right now. His ability to just lock down highly mobile champions and his dueling prowess. I still think that he'll lose to a Viego early. That would be my initial expectation. Maybe it depends if he's on top of a Spire or not. But I think that he later on he can actually go toe-to-toe with it if he needs to.
Yeah, a couple things. Just the first there, the Zilean ban from BDS I think is clutch. I think that Zilean pick for Fnatic would have been incredible against Tahm Kench Skarner. I'm just interested to see what kind of rune he goes for. I've seen Phase Rush Skarners, I've seen Predator Skarners, I've seen Conqueror Skarners where they build damage, so we'll see what he opts into as a build. I'm expecting some Chem Tank Phase Rush perhaps, but we'll check to see. I think BDS need a lot more damage now that they picked up Skarner and they're playing Senna Tahm Kench, so we'll see what damage
it's an Azir game, isn't it?
Ooh, don't get me excited, Betty, for another Azir Corki, but I definitely think it is some kind of control mage game that BDS might have to opt into. We've seen Nuclear play Akali.
Oh, AP Kog'Maw!
It's AP Kog'Maw mid!
AP Kog'Maw!
So, quick fact for you. Season 7, I used to be a mid laner in Schalke. We scrimmed G2 because we were in Challenger Series. They didn't have any scrim partners. I was playing Corki blind pick every game. You know what Caps picked into it? Kog'Maw. And he level 1 trades were impossible. So I went on a solo queue account and I played 15 games of Kog'Maw straight. Never touched it again. But the matchup was really hard.
It was Humanoid that actually would pick this champ into Azir specifically. And like, I've heard that Vel'Koz is a very good matchup into Azir because you can outrange them. Kog'Maw with the same principle. But range seems to be the name of the game here for BDS. Super interesting. I'm curious as to how it works in the current meta.
I think Doran's Blade, you know, Kog'Maw longsword refillable, like level 1 trades are so dangerous when he starts W. There's the Renata as we expected and a tank for Wunder. How does BDS round it out? We've seen Agresivo on things like the Irelia, the Gnar. Are we going to get a winning top matchup here for Agresivo, or is he going to default something like an Ornn for engage? I feel like Ornn would be too much AP, perhaps. Maybe they need a bit more damage. Gnar is like the Gnar.
Yeah,
definitely makes sense. Okay, quick quiz for you guys. Last Skarner we saw in the LEC.
Was it Zeus? No, it was Zanzara.
No, it was last year.
It was Zanzara, and it was 2 years ago.
It was
2021.
21 spring. Zanzara brought it out against the Mad Lions. That was one of those 4 fun games. He played against Armut's Malphite jungle. But he did play and then, okay, so last mid lane Kog'Maw we saw.
That was Humanoid.
Yeah,
and that was when he was on Mad Lions, which means that it must have been in
21.
I think it was 2019.
Lads. Nuclear Red played it last spring.
Oh.
Played it only a few months ago.
Wow.
For about 4 months ago. Before that, it was Nemesis in 2020 before that. So it has been a while. Nuclear Red didn't win that time when he played it, and it's the only time he's played it. So he's got a 0% win rate on the Kog'Maw mid. At least in the
I
LEC.
wonder what build he's gonna go. Expect Comet, AP Kog'Maw, Tier, Seraphs, all that good jazz. You know, maybe
Sure.
a Ludens as well, just playing the artillery kind of build, Kog'Maw, poke-ish.
Leandries probably.
Maybe Leandries as well. We'll see what he opts into. You're just doing the kind of QER combo and the Skarner ults or something like this.
Dude, so the most satisfying thing for me on Kog'Maw, dude, when that Kog'Maw gets the lane and then he just vomits over the lane and it just dies. You vomit and then you ult the Nelly creeps, wave gone instantly.
Yeah, I'm gonna predict. You guys ready for this? So this is out of left field. First strike, Ludens, Seraph's Void Staff, Rylai's.
You're gonna guess that, are you?
I'm guessing that.
That's a good guess.
It's a blind guess.
Wow.
That's
That
smart.
screen doesn't show anything.
No. Duin has been playing a lot of mid Kog'Maw.
Oh. And you just have a hunch that he's going to go
Just a
flash,
strong
ghost,
inclination.
first strike.
Yeah, if your flash goes first strike.
What's that there? Sorcery second?
seconds.
Oh, yeah, that just came to me.
I'm feeling that. I'm feeling that right now. Maybe with a mana flow band and the transcendence on his second
Yeah, cheeky mana flow. Yeah, I like that. I like that
Some
guess.
biscuits.
Just a rough guess, though.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you just got to work these things out. Obviously, we are just waiting for the draft to be remade.
If you
It's the
haven't
thing.
guessed, it's a thing that's happened a decent amount.
You might be wondering how we got here.
Draw playing in the game, Draw? Yeah.
Please, no. No, we could actually. We could play the champion one.
But how does the crowd play?
That's true. We need to wait for the crowd to play.
So I do have a game that's actually very reasonable and the crowd can play.
We got a minute. Let's go.
Okay, so basically it's a multi-choice question.
Okay.
So it will be A, B, C, or D. Okay. And basically the chat
You guys
just
better
needs
be
to,
ready.
they need to cheer for which letter they want. Okay. So you'll know the answer to this. You're not allowed to answer it.
Okay, can I ask them what they're cheering? So can I say
Yes.
for A,
Okay,
He's
so
the middleman.
the question is, what is the average move speed of an unladen Anivia? And an unladen means that you're not carrying anything.
No boots.
Right? No boots, right? So
No
what is the
boots
average
Anivia.
move speed? So option A is 320, okay? Option B is 325.
Okay.
Option C is 330. And option D is 335. So you know the answer to this.
Yeah, the problem is I know the answer to this and I don't think you listed it in the
Yes, I did.
multiple
Yes, I did. Yes,
okay,
I did.
Sure. Well,
I know what the
trust
answer
you.
is.
I trust you.
So you don't know the answer.
I don't anymore, no.
All I know is on my multiple choice test, C is always a good answer.
So you want to go with C?
Yeah, I always go C.
All right, so
crowd.
Mehdi, you can now ask the crowd.
Crowd. Who's what was A? 320?
Don't take my answer, I have no idea.
For A, 320. Give me a cheer.
Okay.
Literally no one.
Okay. What about B?
325. Give me a cheer. Lots of people.
I feel like I might be wrong.
C.
330.
Yeah. A few 330s. 325.
D,
So
420?
335.
420? No. Wait, what was it? 320?
So the answer is 325. That is the average move
So
speed.
they got it right.
Good
Good job,
job, crowd. K-Droll, you've already proven that you're smarter than him. Really well done.
It's like that show, Are You Smarter Than 10-Year-Old? Are you smarter than
Are you smarter than a league streamer?
Yeah.
I mean,
The answer is yes.
I watched you do the Wordle. You're pretty intelligent, K-Droll. True.
Yeah, Apron. I will never
What is
forget
he doing?
Apron. Oh my god, that was my favorite thing I've ever seen.
No, it was the joke backstage. I'm Batman.
I'm Batman. No, but like K-Droll was going through Wordle and he was just like, he's like, so I've got a P, an R, and an O. What can it be? Apron, Bapron, Capron.
I thought it was pro. So I added an N.
Apron. Yeah.
Happy little accent.
The word apron does exist in the English language, just so that everyone knows.
It does.
All
But you know, there's loads of words like that. You know, gauge
There
and
are
gorge.
loads of words.
You know,
Yeah?
Gauge and Gore.
Smite
Apron,
the other day.
apron. You know,
I watched Ellis struggle with Smite the other day because he had Spite and Sprite and another
on
one,
the Wordle.
Slight, I think. But yeah.
Oh, I've gone very off topic here.
Yeah, well, we
It's
are
okay,
just
we
waiting
have a
for
little bit of time.
We are just
Ooh.
waiting for them to remake the Champions Slate and get back into the game, which should be happening fairly soon. So you won't have to listen to us ramble anymore. But we are just getting the ready checks, and it seems that we are ready. So without further ado, let's get onto the rift.
Now.
In the art of mispronouncing words, Karen, what are you thinking about these early game jungle path thing?
Thanks, Larry. Predator Skarner doesn't actually go for the phase rush. Maybe. So what you used to do on Skarner, sometimes you could start wolves. old school Skarner, you would full clear your top side jungle, base, buy boots, and then do an early gank, and then clear the rest of your jungle. So
I do
a
remember
lot of
that.
options. He's gonna put a ward on his early entrance and try to get the sweeper. But yeah, he'll do full clear bot side, base, buy boots, go top side. That could be an option. We'll have to keep our eyes on it. But yeah, you were right, Medic. Ghost, Flash, First Strike, Kog'Maw.
It's as if I did my research, Kedro. I will say, for anyone wondering where our new overlay is, when we have remakes like this of the draft, it means that we can't bring up the new overlay. So
Sometimes
that's
it
why
breaks. It is, of course, still in beta.
It is very much still in beta.
So if you did enjoy it, make sure you go to the Discord or tweet at LEC any feedback or positive things or negative things that you do have to say. Thank you very much. Let's get into the game now. Seems that the mid lane probably not going to be the most
Wait
exciting.
a second, Veddy!
What?
I have something to celebrate! So at the end of yesterday's game, Hylissang did hit 4,000 LEC assists. He's the first player to do this. Jankos is about 300 assists behind him in terms of the standings, who is in second place. So congratulations, Hylissang, 4,000 LEC assists. Very impressive stuff from the Fnatic support.
He has assisted in a lot of murder on League of Legends Summer's Rift.
That he has.
His team is grateful for it. So let's see how many assists he can get this game. Huge credit to Hylissang, one of the veterans that we have in our league, one of the superstars. And already we've seen the highs and lows of Hylissang this split. Let's see what Hylissang will get today. So the main point that I want to talk about was where we expect action to happen. Because one of the problems we have, Gabriel, is we have not Corki Azir mid lane, but we do have Corki Kog'Maw mid lane, which is just wave clear farm.
Don't forget Gragas, Skarner,
Then there's Gragas, Nah in the top lane. So there aren't really that many like super proactive early lanes to play around. Bot lane, maybe, but even then there's not a huge amount of crowd control, which then brings into the question of when we think about crowd control, there's not really a lot on either side across the board.
There's not a lot of anything, and there's not a lot of gameplay either. Because there's a pause.
There's a pause.
I can love the pauses.
No, we're gonna have to go back to our games again, aren't we?
No.
Yeah.
WTF, Fnatic pause hack.
Fnatic pause hack.
So the way Rise Ultimate works, you see, is
You see the way they're cheering no more games.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
So the way Samira ult works with GA.
Obviously, just waiting to see what the game has been paused. We'll find out as soon as we can. Not too much happening so far in the early game, but I do like the discussion on where we're going to see things happen, because the answer seems to be probably not in too many places. Okay, guys, you can't make an inside joke on a cast.
No, we've got the noughts and crosses ready.
Yeah,
just in case.
Can we ask them to bring up the pause screen?
I can hear typing, so I wonder if they're ready.
Yeah, it's possible.
It is resuming in 5, 4, 3,
You
2,
can't make promises
1.
like that, Kadril, because you know as a player that you've resumed games before,
and then
you immediately pause again.
Yeah, true. And it's also quite funny to do it.
I do hit in-game sounds though.
Is it funny?
It's very funny.
Yeah.
It triggers the enemy team so much.
Yeah.
It's like you sit there for a 10-minute pause, unpause, unpause again, and oh my god, man. I've been on the other end of that.
Fortunately, we don't have to fill anymore. We can actually talk about League of Legends content.
Yeah, so we were talking about lane states and what to look for, because there isn't much of anything, was what you kind of finished on there. Just looking at lanes, Fnatic have bot and mid push for now. BDS have top push. Syncroft happily going to full clear, move towards top Crab. Maybe Crab is going to be where these teams fight. BDS having the top push. Fnatic having the mid push, but Humanoid's backing away. We'll see if Syncroft runs towards that top Crab, or if he just goes straight to the bot Crab. Doesn't have any vision right now, and Razork will take it away. Might end up getting double crabbed here.
It's going to look like it, doesn't it? Because Razork, very fast clear, able to secure that one.
Now it's a race to bot crab.
Nuclear include Valkyrie forward here. Humanoid Valkyrie's forward. Nuclear flashes away, knowing that Razork's on his way, but because of that flash, Humanoid low mana. Fnatic will have the push in the bottom lane, and Razork should be able to secure the double scuttle crab.
Yeah, Diego didn't realize this clip was actually that fast. But yeah, he's able to get to the top crab first, even without his top laner having prio. Syncroft thought that he could secure that pretty uncontested. And I think it would make sense too, because typically when you're contesting early crab, you kind of you path towards your strong side of the map, which of course Syncroft expected to be for Fnatic on the bot side, so why would he not mirror on the top side where he does have that push as well? So the fact that Razork kind of caught him off guard with that means that he will get a small jungle advantage early on. But Syncroft will immediately go back to full clearing on his Gromp.
Definitely does, and I think BDS's early game is kind of one-dimensional in the sense where they will punish mistakes if they happen, yes, but most likely thing is Syncroft gets 6 and then flashes on Humanoid or flashes on their bot lane. I mean, getting top ahead is not really that necessary. It'll win in isolation. Syncroft's gonna focus towards mid-bot side. You have to expect to get these carries ahead. And it's up to Razork, who has a little bit of options in the early game, mainly towards neutral objectives. If bot does have its push, or if BDS are trying to crash a wave like this, he can look for a gank.
Razork on his way down towards this bottom side, Ignite already ticking. Adote's going to try and flash away. The handshake pulls them back, doesn't quite get the stun. Abyssal Voyage out from Adote, gets him to safety. Arse Embrace will root up Razork and Hylissang, but they are able to walk away.
Bit of a mistake there, I think, from Razork. Hilly Flash pulled the Tahm Kench back after he already flashed away, but Razork then missed his stun for it, I believe. We'll have to see the replay, but I think they had enough setup to force a little bit more there and perhaps get first blood. Nevertheless, they get 3 summoners out of BDS's bot lane.
Of course, be exchanged for 4 summoners on the side of Fnatic. Razork flashed, Hilly flashed, Ignite comes down, Heal gets invested. So a lot overall committed towards the bot side of the map from both sides. The big thing here, though, of course, for Fnatic is the moment Razork gets level 6, he can look for a repeat gank in the bottom lane. So we'll see if Fnatic choose to invest that and try and put a few more resources into Upset. Upset, of course, has had a bit of a quiet start to the season. Not to say that he's had a bad performance. I do remember his Draven game where I believe he went unkilled.
10-1, I think.
Yep.
Something
ridiculous like that. But when we think about Fnatic, they have struggled a little bit at the start of the season. I think we've seen a bit of kind of miscoordination. You kind of look at some of their early game stats. You can see their first tower percentage is only at 25%. They've had 0 first heralds so far this split, and they're kind of like inconsistent when it comes to contesting for first dragon. So Fnatic, often well known for their early game dominance, kind of shifting away from that here in Summer.
Yeah, I had this conversation with Dagda yesterday on the cast, and you could see it from an outside perspective that they were kind of unsure what they wanted to choose when it came to neutral objectives and how they wanted to trade. Obviously, we don't know the insides and the comms and who's saying what and what they're actually thinking, but just from the outside, it looks like they're a little bit all over the place and they're not really committed in one direction. Team fights, not too bad, but deciding which objective to set up for, we'll keep our eye on at this game.
Nuclear Wind there, farming in the mid lane as he hits Humanoid with that long-range living artillery, gets himself a little bit of extra gold from the first strike, which is always a bonus when you're trying to get ahead. Syncroft getting his Spire here. For anyone not familiar with Skarner, the Spire is very important for you. Gives you mana regeneration, gives you move speed, gives you bonus attack speed. Yep. Having those Spires and fighting around them is really what makes or breaks a Skarner player.
Definitely I'll never forget. I was in a cast with Captain Flowers once.
What a surprise about Skarner.
Yeah, but we were talking about Nocturne versus Skarner, and he said, off a Spire, I'll never win. On a Spire, I'm gonna beat your ass.
I remember the days where Swindler gets ulted there by Agresivo. The Spire never really covered certain camps, so doing those camps were just so sad.
Yeah, if you went to Crux, you couldn't quite be in Spire range, or you'd have to pull them round so you made sure you're in Spire range.
Now that's not the case, but yeah, very, very slow early game. Drake not started yet. Fnatic's bot lane coming on a base. Like you said, the flashes could be punished. Humanoid will have package in 2.5 minutes, but yeah, just instantly one-shots away. We'll see what he can do with it.
When he gets level 11 is when the wave clear is in full effect, because you have the max points in
your... Here he comes. Zoom, 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 zoom. Predator activated, flashing forward. The Abyssal Voyage doesn't connect, but Hylissang really has nowhere to go. Flash burn from him earlier. First blood to BDS.
Yeah, that's the Skarner. Pop the Predator, open the DRS, pop the Flash. I mean, Hylissang can't really go anywhere. There's literally no counterplay, so that's the power of the Skarner. If you're alone and you're isolated, he's going to hunt you down.
Just imagine Syncroft going, I'm pushing the button, I'm pushing the button. Get the DRS open.
Back wing of the Skarner opens.
You don't get that joke, Benny.
No, I'm just laughing because I'm thinking about a different meme in my head that's kind of like, I can never remember the song, but I remember this like gamer that's just, he's just playing along and it looks really easy and he's just singing along and then you kind of fast cut. Hang on a second, it could be a big fight here.
Agresivo doesn't have the Gnar yet, building up towards that Mega Gnar, but won't have the ultimate even if as he comes out of it. Rifthold was picked up by Fnatic. Agresivo now needs to work a long way round towards this top lane once again.
A little bit greedy there from BDS. They get a pick, they get the dragon. Then they commit numbers from one side of the map to the other to try and stop Fnatic from taking the objective, and now they find themselves in a bit of a weird spot where Syncroft's losing his top side jungle. Will take away the red, which is pretty important, I suppose. Agresivo under threat of some kind of dive here. Hilly has the bailout if they want to make it a 1-for-1. We saw in the LPL there was a Kalista Renata lane instantly diving at the level 2 wave. Now we can see a similar thing here. Syncroft's around, doesn't have ultimate up yet though, and no flash.
Flash Spectral more, there's the chase, the handshake brings him back and Syncroft has nowhere to go. Fnatic baited him into that top bush and caught him out.
It was a really good punish there from Fnatic because they realized that as Syncroft was trying to come for the save. They could actually just collapse on him, and now they can reset it for the dive.
Aggressivo halfway towards the Mega Gnar, but Wonder still has the barrel, says that everything he needs, the Dawning Shadow, not enough shielding. Fnatic with a great dive towards the top lane. That's 2 kills to them.
Yeah, and it's all on Hilly's roam. What can BDS get in bot lane? Because right now, Upset seems to be catching this wave under tower pretty happily. He's full HP, they can't poke him off, and this roam from Hilly is going to go unpunished. 2 kills over to them. Aggressivo gets dove. Wonder will now win his lane and can save his TP if he so chooses to, and Syncroft gets punished for having flash on Hilly earlier on.
And it all stems from, ultimately, BDS greeding. They overcommitted, they secured a kill on the bot lane, they got themselves the Drake, they needed to reset and recognize that they didn't have tempo on the map, but they still tried to contest for that topside Herald, and that immediately gave Fnatic so much control, and it led to this situation where Syncroft sees the dive happening, tries to assist his teammate, and then he ends up getting punished for it.
Yeah, he thinks that his teammate's getting dove, so he has to help him out, but the dive hasn't even started yet, and the wave hasn't crashed, doesn't have vision in the tri-bush, and Razork flashes over the wall, gets the stun. Happy days. Dive was always pretty safe, because if you just communicate here from Fnatic who's tanking, who's getting the bailout, do we need to wait before we kill him? And then the chain CC is just incredible.
Yep, the Senna ultimate there, not really doing much to help protect Aggressivo. And it ends up being a kill over for Fnatic. So they find themselves with a 500 gold lead. Upset as well, didn't really get punished in the bot side of the map, as you highlighted, Cadril, sitting with an experience advantage as well, alongside that CS lead that he does have. It's one of the safe things about Zeri right now. She feels that with her mobility, very difficult to punish. She kind of functions in a similar way to Ezreal when it comes to the lane phase, and you can often leave her isolated and just kind of doing her thing.
Especially into a Senna Tom, because what's the Senna going to do? Roam away, miss out on all the souls that she could get down towards that bottom side? Sometimes we see them team up with the jungler, but roaming on a Senna just isn't quite as impactful as roaming on other supports.
Now we have to keep our eyes as to where Razork places this Herald. Humanoid has package, he has Sunder a spike already, so he stomps the Skarner in the 1v1, and right now Humanoid is hovering towards the top side. We'll just get the Spire, can't commit with the ult, of course. Aggressivo, Mega Gnar coming up, full HP, has flash. Not the best target. This package will expire after this next mid-wave, so expect him maybe just to use it.
Use it backwards to clear out the wave.
Is up. You have to, it's the battle of the first strike in mid lane right now. Who will land that first bit of poke?
The missiles or the spit?
Spit. It did that. It was the spit. Nuclear Rinse secured more gold mid-diff. I love that minigame in mid. It's so much fun. Because if you constantly get it over your opponent, hang on, Syncroft, he has found the opposition. Not going to go for it though. Good control right now for Fnatic to have the push in mids. Push in bot. Aggressivo not going to get tower aggro just yet.
Try to knock him in there and just try to hit the E. Try and chain CC him on the tower. Tower is doing a lot of damage, of course, and it's just a lot of vision control to contest around mid because Fnatic want to drop Herald, and Syncroft knows they're around here, but he's going to get...
Razork.
Just true.
So does Syncroft think it's only Razork? They know Hylissang's missing from the bottom side. Syncroft's going to go the long way around, and Nuclear in with a good control ward over the wall there will spot out that Hylissang was waiting. Rift Herald used now in the mid lane, and finally we see Xmadi coming up from that bottom lane to try and help out here. The Rift Herald should get a charge in. Smite. No! Syncroft with the upgraded Smite is able to take down that Rift Herald before it charges forward.
Yeah, Humanoid just kind of laughing there on screen.
Yeah.
Just, oh, that sucks. There goes 320 gold. And plates on the mid tower, which of course, I mean, T1 did this today against Damwon, where first Herald always went mid, took around half its HP, set up for second Herald goes mid tower dies when they have a lot of wave clear. It was just a rinse and repeat, so I think Fnatic were trying a similar sort of thing there, but it's not going to work. First one doesn't, of course, hit, and now, yeah, they lost their play. But 30 seconds on the next Dragon, they're going to base and come back out on the map.
And again, we see a solid early game from BDS. It hasn't been their weakness through the start of summer, wasn't their weakness in spring either. That mid-game translation of this pressure that they can really struggle with, and Fnatic very strong in the mid-game generally. We'll be looking to shut them down. Good scaling on either side though, so we'll have to see how these two teams fight in the team fights later on. Nuclear using that blue buff to try and regain some mana. Syncroft dodging away from the handshake. Razork going in with the Spectral Maw, but there's no real follow-up for the rest of Fnatic here. Nuclear is low on mana. It's one of the foibles of Kog'Maw.
Oh, here they go.
Syncroft though flashes forward. There's the Impale, and Hylissang for the second time this game is sacrificed. Caught out with the stinger that is Syncroft.
Again, no counterplay. Someone's always going to fall victim to this Skarner ult. It's just whether they die or not, and Hilly just seems like he's not got enough numbers around him on this second time around again. They're going to get themselves the second Dragon as well, so BDS now 2 Dragons away from Soul Point. What Soul is it going to be is the question. Is it going to be Cloud? Where's Atlas? There's a lot of Cloud Drakes today.
Yeah, but if you're Syncroft, you're really happy because you've got Predator and you've got the ability to run that guy back into your team. Aggressivo here needs to try and jump away. Great Spectral Maw with a jump. Aggressivo building up towards that Mega Gnar, has a flash. A Heartbreaker as well to dodge away from the Gnar knockback. Agresivo will not invest his flash, and Razork gets his second kill of the game.
So Razork very quickly moves from the bot side of the map to the top. This should result in the top tower going down in favor of Fnatic, and the moment the BDS get a small advantage on the map, Fnatic are very quick to respond in kind. Look at this top side control they're going to gain. They're going to take away the Raptors, take away the red buff, and they should be able to take away the Krogs as well.
Interesting way that Fnatic is actually playing the game, because they're not playing around bot whatsoever. Ever since that Razor ganked down towards the bot side to get sums out, Hilly's just been roaming the entire game. Maybe he thinks this Senna time is just they're neutralizing the lane too much to where he can't really achieve anything with the push, and they're giving up early Drakes anyway because they can't contest 3v3 because they have no QSSs for Skarner. So just go topside, force a 4v3, get Razork and Wunder ahead.
Well, funnily enough, my expectation was going to be that BDS in the 3v3, 4v4 would actually be weaker because of how weak Kog'Maw is typically prior to level 11 in that first item spike. But my biggest issue with that Fnatic play from earlier was the Upset was sitting in bot lane, doesn't have a push in the 2 versus 1, and then Humanoid needed to reset as well. So you saw Razork and Hylissang contesting that river at a numbers disadvantage, knowing that Maddie and Dote could collapse. And I feel like that this jungle support synergy has been a little bit off. Of course, it has resulted in a few picks here and there, but a little bit inconsistent in terms of their early gameplay.
I'm just going to use Herald on the top tier 1 to get the tower first. Of course, extra bonus gold before BDS gets it. They're going to crash on the tier 2. Syncroft has Smite if they want to try and burst it down.
They get it again.
And they do it again. So they can't continue with the play. And we'll see Wunder probably just catch this wave pretty happily. 3 minutes on the next Dragon. No objective to play for anymore. We'll see resets coming in.
Yeah, Wunder going for Night Harvester on this Gragas does give him a little bit more wave clear than if he'd gone towards a tankier build. Does mean he'll be a tiny bit squishy before he gets towards his next item, but Gragas does have damage reduction on his W. Makes it a little bit harder to actually shut him out. And of course, the displacement and his ability to body slam away. I mean, he's a little bit of a tough creature to catch. Currently, though, Fnatic with about 1,400 gold lead. A strong position overall. You can see farm advantage for Humanoid in the mid lane. He's got a bounty, as has Razork with those couple of kills, bolstering up his total gold.
Just as a small aside, one thing that I noticed about Nuclear choosing not to go for any tier itemization means that he will be quite dependent on blue buff. I remember back in the day, this is very old school, but TSM used to be a team that would consistently contest blue as a means of like... but it was a means of funneling blue buff onto Bjergsen in particular and constantly having that mana advantage over your opposition. It was an old strat against Anivia back in the day because it would like be a very consistent way of denying her a lot of mana. But by not going for a tier item, he has fewer options in terms of his mana consistency, and that blue buff is going to be really important for him.
They're not even playing in this game, guys. You've got the match of the week, you know, the rematch between Caps and Perks. After this, you can cheer for them then.
I think you did one too many there.
Did I?
I'll
be honest, I just kind of say
I'll check the VAR and give you a yay or an A. But now Fnatic trying to punish BDS here. Legal check on this bot push.
Maddie has the flash. Bot push allowed for the moment. Syncroft coming in as well. Doty going out with the Abyssal Voyage, but Razork's just able to dodge away from this one. The CC chain wasn't really there from BDS. Upset going to try and respond. Razork was able just to dodge out of that one.
Yeah, it looks like Fnatic's next objective is this bot tier 1. Mid looks way too hard to crack open. Like you said, there is so much wave clear from this Kog'Maw, and with 1 minute on Dragon, bot push can be quite pivotal because you can get bot side vision, and you can see Fnatic just looking for it right now. 4 people down here, 4 Fnatic. Wunder's just going to catch the mid wave, and BDS are just going to try to respond and slow the play down to stall as long as possible before this Dragon spawns.
BDS trying to defend their bot tier 1. Nuclear on his way here. Of course, running Ghost, no TP for him. The tower's still very healthy, though. Ultra Shock Glazer doing a little bit of work there from Upset. Nuclear's going to spot out Razork.
That hurts.
Ouch, indeed.
That's only going to get worse as well. So has the Ludens. We'll see what he opts into next. Medic, what was that you expected to happen on the build?
I'm thinking maybe a Rylai's Void Staff, Seraphs.
I see.
So usually when he goes Seraphs, actually he gets the tier before completing his Ludens to try and stack it up a bit sooner.
Yeah.
And because he can be given the blue buffs here by his jungler instead of in solo QA, he's less likely to get blue buffs. Maybe he'll skip over the Seraphs and just go straight towards the Rylai's and the Void Staff. But Seraphs does give you a lot of extra mana, which is something that Kog'Maw struggles with, and some healing as well, of course.
True.
Based. Flash. It's a good flash away. There's the Devour with the handshake's going to bring a Dote back. Abyssal Voyage out, though. Will allow both of them to escape. And now Razork's gone deep. Back once again with the impale. Shut down, and the flash forward by a Dote as they look for Upset. He's going to try and jump across the wall. Humanoid started up the Dragon. Building up the stacks. The chase continues. Hostile takeover dodged by all of BDS. The Spire secured by Fnatic. Syncroft will be looking for one of his own. Good barrel back. Nuclear poked out, but the healing coming out. and the piercing dart from
They have smite.
Xmadi will help them. Synchro with the smite secures it. And it's 2 souls over to Xmadi.
And it's as simple as that. Fnatic just overextending a little bit too there. I think it was a little bit of a comedy of errors between Razork and Maddie here, because Razork's actually going to miss this flash stun, but Maddie panics anyway, so he flashes into the wall. Agote has to save him by pulling him over, and this is where Razork, a little bit too deep, goes over the wall with ult, and there's Syncroft to pull him back in. TP behind, and Wunder's too far away to commit with the TP, because there's no real wards to TP to anyway. There is one over the wall there, but I mean, he's so close that it just stings to try and TP in the first place. They lose the Dragon, BDS on soul point.
Yeah, and Wonder was nowhere near the fight as well. Just, again, we see that coordination issue from Fnatic where, I don't know what the comms are like, but Razork is going in and the rest of Fnatic is already starting off the Drake, and BDS are very quick to punish them. So it was interesting listening to the interview yesterday from Aggressivo where he talks about how, like, you know, I don't know if we necessarily fixed our mid-game mistakes, because G2 was kind of doing a lot of stuff for us, and then we were just kind of reacting to what G2 was doing.
And that's the thing, reacting to plays is always so easy, because the second every player in the game will know when someone's made a mistake. You know, when Razork ults over that wall, no one has to say anything. Everyone knows he's going too deep on BDS, so everyone instantly has the same thought process of, let's punish it. Whereas coming to like a consensus of a creative idea to actually do something proactively can be a little bit more difficult, because that's when you have opinions flying around the comms. So BDS just punishing mistakes for now, sitting on soul point. All they have to do now is just slow down this Baron. Look at the builds as well, QSS on upset.
The thing that I'm curious about is scaling. Because typically when you have like Senna in the game, by default scaling is, oh hang on, Synchro.
Yes, QSS, Synchro.
Zoom. We can try and get that QSS out. Perhaps Synchro didn't look. Just the stun. So that's quite smart from Synchro. Uses the stun to try and bait out the QSS, but the QSS was held by Upset.
He knew the whole time.
It was a game of chicken. And Upset did not lose that time around. Is able to get away to safety.
And you can see on the items, you can see Humanoids trying to get the Void Staff. Nuclearin's trying to get the Rabadons. There's a couple of spikes here that both teams are waiting for. So if someone oversteps, they'll punish. Wunder was just going to chunk out Aggressivo there. Will walk away, get a little bit of gold. Plus 89 on the first strike. Happy days. And Fnatic for now having push in top and contesting mid waves.
Wow, so the game slows down just a little bit. But props to BDS. 3 Dragons. They've been really good in terms of their early Dragon control. We talked about their positive early game overall so far this season. After defeating G2 yesterday, if they're able to get a win against Fnatic, the comeback story for BDS will be pretty dramatic and massive. Bottom of the standings definitely getting pretty crazy. And bear in mind, Fnatic and BDS would be tied if that was the case. It would be pretty crazy for sure, especially given the caliber and how Fnatic positioned themselves last split.
And we thought it was a top 7, but if BDS win this, it might be a top 8. There's a lot of fighting going on. Misfits actually picking up their first win as well. So yeah, week 1, week 2 overreactions, always a pleasure to see. Sometimes teams skyrocket, sometimes like teams like Rogue kind of fall in the early stages of the week that we saw already. And that right there, I've seen that a lot this weekend.
Want no gameplay.
This is Wokage. Pause.
They're chanting Chrono Break.
Oh, they were.
Zillion was banned, guys.
What do you guys even want a Chrono Break? Like, most of you sound like Fnatic fans.
Remake.
Fnatic's winning, technically. So,
Yeah, kind of just is. It's even-ish. I'd say Fnatic is slightly ahead.
One more game, that's what it is. Yeah.
Home by midnight. Please today.
They want an encore.
There's no Seraphine in the game, mate.
Okay, yeah. Zillion, Seraphine, yeah.
So, Kadra, how much wood could Woodchuck chuck if Woodchuck could chuck wood?
6.
No, we had 5 and we've had 6. Both of them.
No one knows the
answer.
rhyme, do they?
What's that sound?
Back into game.
That's the sound of video games. Nice. Now we don't have to think about Chuck.
That's a good one, Kadra.
That's a good one. You're so funny.
Thanks.
I prefer Karen, though. Right, let's have a look. 2 minutes until the next Drake spawns. Of course, BDS find themselves on Soul Point. Fnatic, though, with about a 2k gold lead. Could we have a quick look at the gold observers, see where that discrepancy is starting to build? So a pretty sizable advantage in mid. Of course, the 280 carries kind of have to compare the Zeri to the Tahm Kench. Yeah, you talked about a medic that touch. So it's the 2 soul laners, really, that are kind of accruing that lead for Fnatic. And this is pretty big for Humanoid, because one of the reasons why I think Nuclearin chose not to go for Tier was basically to allow him to reach a spike earlier, because Corki going for the slightly more scaling build meant that maybe on like the first or the second Drake he'd actually hit that spike sooner. But Humanoid, because he's doing so well in terms of farm, 280 CS as we crest the 23-minute mark, means that he's already working on the Void Staff. Even though Nuclearin does, of course, have the death cap, Humanoid getting closer and closer to that level 16 as well.
Yeah, but Humanoid always has to be careful for that right there, Syncroft. He's going to have his eyes on the Fnatic carry because Upset has the QSS. Hilly could be a free target if he mispositions. Razork and Wunder are a bit too slippery, a bit too tanky as well with stopwatch and things like this. But Humanoid is where Synchro's going to look. And a flash ult, the second that lands, you have no escape. Nuclearint has picked up the Rabadons, will pick up the blue buff. 40 seconds till the Dragon. Now, if BDS get control first, there'll be a lot of poke thrown down. We'll see this R onto Razork. How much damage?
Just a tad.
Just a tad. And he has Merc Tread, so a little bit of MR. No magic pen apart from the Sork Shoes for Nuclearint. But the mid wave's going to collapse. I wonder if Humanoid has package right now, and if he's going to have to TP. If he does, then they can find an avenue in. But BDS have the perfect setup for poke.
There's the package being picked up by Humanoid. I will say Wunder has a big opportunity as well. If Synchro flashes forward, he can use that barrel to replace the Skarner to try and get him onto his backline. Poke coming out from both sides there. Xmadi with a lot of healing. Dodge the shots, dodge the spit, dodge the missiles. What? And you dodge away from Wunder, flashes forward, but it's only Synchro and Doji who gets knocked back. Suppression going on to Razork. He's brought out back with the bailout, but they just don't kill anyone quickly enough. Xmadi falls just afterwards.
It's a 4 versus 5 in favor of BDS. Dragon gets started, a lot of ultimates used. Actually, Maddie is down, so it's a 4v4, excuse me. Aggressivo has the Meganar and Flash ult. Humanoid still has the package.
Doji with a good Scry's Bloom there will spot out Humanoid.
Aggressivo's
the recall
just
happening
getting killed
from
by
Wunder.
the Dragon right now.
Aggressivo dying to the Dragon. Synchro stepping forward, does have the smite. No smite, of course, for Fnatic. BDS trying to call it.
Wunder TP back.
Wunder can TP in. Disengage coming out. Synchro able to escape! Package onto the backline, but Humanoid stunned by Synchro. Humanoid dodging a great devour. They're going to turn it back around. Nuclear with the Void Ooze will be enough. Upset is still there. And that Living Battery is very excited. And Ode forced away. Upset jumps across the wall. The junglers, though, have respawned. Razork is back, Synchro is not.
Maddie is back as well. He's running down here. Aggressivo needs to base and TP if they want to contest this. It's going to turn into a 3v3 once again, but now it's Fnatic who have the smite advantage. Wunder has no flash if he wants to engage this. Where does Aggressivo TP, and does he TP is the question.
Xmadi doesn't have the highest damage build as well. Only the Umbral Glaive and a bit of lethality. Razork in the pit here. The smite should be easy enough for him to secure. Wunder going in as well. The barrel back. The smite lands from Razork. Abyssal Voyage out. BDS looking to chase forward. Xmadi hit with a Ultra Shock laser across the wall, and the dash away from Upset will get him out. Wunder trying to get in there. Razork on the backline now. Xmadi trying to get away, but the Heartbreaker finds him. The chase continues. Fnatic advancing. Adone trying to get away from his former teammate. In that center, the Abyssal Voyage double root forward, the Spectral more Synchro trying to get him around the corner with the Spire onto Razork to acquire Taste, a possibility. Synchro dodging in and out, the Impale coming back, the Living Artillery from Nuclearint finds his mark, and BDS are able to get another kill. They killed off the jungler. Do they turn their eyes towards the Baron? Do they continue to chase?
These fights are really endless on this patch. That was a 1 to 2 minute fight right there. So many members respawning, and good question, Medic. Do they turn towards the Baron? 30 seconds on Razork, 10 seconds on Wunder. Never mind, we're going into a replay.
So much credit needs to be given to Upset in this fight. He's largely untouched, but the engage starts off by coming out from Wunder. Stopwatch does a lot of damage onto the backline, and Razork drops first. But have a look at this poke damage that comes out from Humanoid. One-shotting alongside Wunder, Xmadi from the fight, turning it into a 4 versus 4.
Then Wunder drops the recall here, and he TPs on bot wave. It's a slow fight. Aggressivo has to jump away because, like you said, he's tanking the Dragon and is doing so much damage. Look at the bot lane wave there. Wunder's TPing back in. Upset fancies his chances of chasing here because they're so low. Hilly jumps over the wall with Humanoid. Hilly actually gets instantly one-shot. Humanoid's the one who jumps in, manages to take down Synchro, I believe. Stun was great, but he flashes the ult from Nuclearint. Yeah, the package doing so much damage. Upset is the last survivor for Fnatic as Wunder is on towards the Crux area, and Razork respawns, Maddie respawns, Synchro respawns, Nuclearint respawns, and then we're back to life.
Of course, this does mean that Fnatic buy themselves a little bit more time. BDS not able to secure the soul. The gold still within 1,000. Very close game. But items continue to be completed. Xmadi now on 2 fully completed. Same for Upset. Along with the QSS. Ultimate will come out from Wunder. Just to try and clear out the way.
The poke on his shadow. Oh my! Oh, Hiller saying that wasn't your fault. Sometimes you miss position, get caught out, but that poke is disgusting from BDS. They get another kill. Hillsang's 4th death of the game. Now BDS pushing down the mid lane.
You can see the power of the range that BDS have, and the only one who can answer it is Humanoid. The rest of Fnatic are just too short range. Maybe Upset has, of course, that one spell that jumps over the wall, the W, I believe, that can actually help out a bit, but that's basically it, unless Wunder just says, you know what, I'm flashing in. He did that on the Drake fight, but didn't hit the correct targets.
Dote now in a bit of trouble, but he's tanky enough to walk away with that one. 207 yet to die in this game, as BDS find themselves with the kill lead and have now equalized in gold. Fnatic back on the map, looking to push down this tier 1. Really important for them, considering how difficult it can be to siege against the Kog'Maw, and they will be able to secure it. They're going to disengage, and only the Baron is up as an objective they can play for now. But BDS, they don't have the fastest Baron, so Fnatic likely not too concerned about that.
Yeah, Aggressivo was on bot wave there and didn't have TP because of the earlier fights, of course, so they had to give that tower up. But BDS going to re-establish vision towards the top side, towards this Baron. Nuclear's going to push out top. Still a top tier 1 up, actually, there for Fnatic. Maybe they want to take that. Crab's going to fall. And now it's a vision
level
wall.
14 right now.
Yeah, extremely strong, extremely tanky. Spirit Visage, Iceborne, there's so much tankiness on this Tahm Kench. They're going to get this top tier 1, and he's only going to get tankier. He's building towards a Randuin's, I believe.
Can we see? Sorry, can we quickly see where we are? Our center stacks 100 now. Xmadi will be putting a lot of damage down in these fights, but he's staying around. The Ultra Laser will stop him. TP coming in. Xmadi did not line up his recalls, and immediately Fnatic say that's Baron for us.
A massive mistake comes out from Xmadi, and this will give a big window for Fnatic to rush this one down. The damage is big, but Syncroft is in the area.
His flash is up. His flash is up.
Flash, smite. Not there in time. Smite secure, Upset takes it. Aggressivo looking for the bot side. Hostile takeover is going to hit onto that backline. Syncroft now dashing away towards the top of this fight. Comes back in, but all of Fnatic are closing in.
Look at the mid-wave.
Lobster, and they want it for dinner. Get me a butter and garlic sauce, they say. Take down the Scorpion for Seraphine. Fnatic will kill off Syncroft, the mid-wave pushed in by BDS.
They'll be able to reset, but BDS immediately went towards the mid-wave to try and slow down the upcoming push from Fnatic, but it showcases how a single mistake can be so detrimental this late into the game. Fnatic, very quick to kill Xmadi as his recall was not lined up with his teammates. He ends up dropping. It opens up the Baron. Fnatic find a second kill, and now the Drake spawns in 20 seconds.
Yeah, and so does Syncroft, so that stings even more. The fact that Syncroft falls after Maddie. They're going to have to give up this Dragon as well. There's no way they can contest it. Nuclear trying to get towards that level 16 to get the 3 points in his ultimate to get as much damage as possible out in the poke. 3 items strong, but yeah, this Dragon will go down uncontested, and those both neutral objectives are down. So now it's Fnatic who have all the cards to play with. Humanoid level 17 will have package up soon, has TP2, and tier 2s might start to fall here for BDS.
And QSS as well, and Razork now, so you can't even catch him out with that Impale. Upset has one, Razork has one. Humanoid thinks he's safe enough to stay away from the stinger of Syncroft. And although BDS had control in the early game, Fnatic now wrenching control out of their hands. Baron remains on them for about a minute, and they will try and push in this bottom side of the map.
Yeah, Humanoid's just going to push in top. He 1-4 here. He has TP. He just needs to be very careful. If he sees Syncroft, he can walk up. If he doesn't, he needs to play very, very safe. That's why he's quite far back here, and Fnatic on the 4 are quite aggressive because they need to check where Syncroft is. He's not showing yet, so they'll take a free tower. It's just on Humanoid not to get caught out here, but it looks like he's getting a bit too close. W's away with the package, I believe, there. Did see Syncroft, spots him out, gives information to the rest of his team.
Safe play by Humanoid. Did obviously have to use the package, but it expires after you picked it up. You only have about a minute to use it, so no real harm done for him. Just applied that second point of pressure for Fnatic, and Fnatic now 4,000 gold ahead. Syncroft maybe looking for Razork. Chase could go down here, but Razork very fast when he's in that harrowed path.
Fnatic looking good. Level 17 now hit for Wonder. They still have a wave in mid. They have a little bit of Baron left, so they're going to try and make the most of it, as now they continue the siege. Kog'Maw not here yet, which means that that big threat poke also isn't available for BDS.
Wunder could just toss ult on the next wave to force this tower. Of course, you see things like Oren and Gragas. They can just toss their ultimates out on a wave stack to force you back and fake pressure you away to take an objective and then back off. Of course, if they overstay and they get re-engaged on, they won't have that ultimate, but it looks like they're going to force this.
Nuclear still pretty high on mana. Tower low, Aggressivo stepping forward, has that Mega Nart building up, it's forced away by Razork. BDS perhaps looking for a bit of a chase. Syncroft doesn't have the Predator. Turbo Chem Tank though still in his back pocket if he wants to try and get on towards the enemy jungler. Razork taking the long way around towards his red buff. Upset there to join him. Hylissang waiting in the wings. Syncroft going forward. Ultra Shock Laser going down. There's the smite. Immediate QSS out from Razork as he goes for a Dote. But their Dote is not the target. You're looking for the bailout coming out. Upset trying to step forward. On the back line though. Wonder, great play onto Nuclear Rift. The threat is down. down, and BDS now have to play a man to the bad. Aggressivo not here, not TPing in. Wonder still stepping in. Humanoid looking for the flank position. Syncroft, no impale, no sting up to him. Xmadi and Adote trying to retreat behind their inhibitor tower line, and they will manage to survive for now.
Overall, the 1-for-1 trade, but the poke continues to come down onto Adote, gonna pop the shield.
TP in from Aggressivo. Wonder pops the stopwatch here. Abyssal Voyage forward, looking for the knockoff. Aggressivo trying to build up that Mega Green. Two-man move with the last embrace. Xmadi putting the damage down now. Humanoid comes out of the bailout, but he's shut down. Aggressivo with an eye to the wall.
It's a triple.
Fnatic too deep. Fnatic too greedy, and BDS pounce.
And it's Aggressivo who TP's in from behind and gets himself a triple kill in his second week here in the LCS up against Fnatic, but there's no objectives to play for. BDS get themselves a full ace, but it looks like they're not going to be able to get any objective off of it other than some shutdowns here and there, and we'll take a look at that again because Syncroft ults Razork. Razork QSS'd it, but then Razork way too overconfident says Skarner has the ult, let's go in. Then he forgets his team's a little bit too far back.
Oh, really good engage from Wonder, though. He's able to find Nuclear in isolated. The rest of Fnatic collapse. But this is where Fnatic overextend. We see the initial overextension from Razork. But look at the patience here from BDS. No TP is committed because they're saying, no, we can just play at range. We can just keep distance. Wait for Fnatic to overstep. And now look at them. Far too deep in between two towers. And keep your eyes on Xmadi because he's going to land a fantastic route onto Hylissang. It's going to come out right now. It's going to land on the Hilly. Humanoid's going to get rooted after his flash, and the fight falls apart.
And he flashes into it. This is where Aggressivo gets the Mega Gnar, kills Humanoid, jumps on top of Hylissang, gets the auto attack. Flash ults upset. He's not getting away either. He wants to make sure this is a clean ace for them. Only Nuclear Int falls. A lot of summoners used in that fight, though, and Fnatic, their main source of engage is that Wunder flash. Now that that's down, despite Nuclear Int not having the flash, maybe he can walk up a bit there because, of course, he actually did nothing in that fight. He just instantly died and was only able to use his passive. 58 seconds on the Dragon, 40 seconds on Nash.
Kadril, if you could just highlight the minimap and show us all the vision that's in the top side of the map right now, because BDS used that window to take full vision control around this Baron area. Yeah, they didn't secure the Scuttle Crab, but they've also been able to replenish all of their wards. So even if Fnatic try to clear any of this out, BDS will be able to immediately retake that control, forcing Fnatic to now be on the back foot.
And this was the state of the game where BDS was actually able to take an advantage against G2 yesterday. They have the setup, the poke.
Flash, Humanoid caught out. They're looking for the damage, but they can't quite take him out.
Oh, the knockback!
The knockback on the Syncroft means that he's in the middle of the enemy team and they just don't have it. Humanoid able to survive, has the TP to get back to this fight. Fnatic pushing down mid.
The engage looks so good for Syncroft, but the response from Fnatic was better. Humanoid lives with the slimmest of health bars and is able to get away just as the Baron spawns, just as the Drake is about to spawn. I respect the attempt from BDS, but it just didn't quite come through.
So, what does Fnatic opt into here? Dragon is the easy takeaway to deny the soul, but Baron needs to happen too, so maybe they can get two objectives here. They're going to have Hilly and Razork finish off the Drake, Humanoid push out top, and I expect them to start Baron as well. They only have 15 seconds until Syncroft spawns, and they're going to have to get towards the Nash as well, so bit of an awkward lull state where they're kind of waiting around. I don't think they have the time to start it. Humanoid base and pick up that Guardian Angel and pushed out top, and if we see a replay of that fight, I mean, Hylissang, not only was it the engage from Wunder with the knockback, but Hylissang actually pulled Syncroft mid-air into the rest of Fnatic, and they managed to get that kill. So mid-prio in their favor. Nuclear showed on bot wave, has to be a bit careful there. Can't go for the next one because he doesn't have TP, of course. I wonder if Humanoid has package now, because if he does, that's a 6-item Corki with package. Fnatic looking towards the Baron, looking for Syncroft.
Syncroft no flash, no way to get away if he is caught out by Wonder, who's been doing a very good job of using those barrels to displace the BDS junglers.
Really good game from Wonder overall, to be honest.
Sent him up at around 136 stacks now as well. Xmadi can put the damage down in these fights, but he has got the rapid fire cannon now, which will give him a little bit of range. Fnatic going to try and set up around this Baron. Aggressivo catching the mid wave. Nuclear in, putting some damage onto Humanoid. The GA! The GA's block, that's huge! And now Syncroft can step forward. They're not going to look for the impale, the Abyssal Voyage! Package away, but that's huge! Fnatic now on the retreat. BDS able to push forward.
Oh, Syncroft was thinking about walking up and ulting the Corki as he comes out of the GA, but the package unstoppable. I'm not sure how that interaction happens, but he seems confident in how far back he was that he wasn't able to get the ultimate off.
And Adote, it just missed the knockup. It was literally just like a millisecond before the GA revival actually came through. If he'd gotten that knockup, a kill onto Humanoid would have been guaranteed. Can BDS secure this tower though? The minion wave is dropping very quick. Syncroft is threatening the ultimate. The tower will drop. BDS suddenly reclaim control over the map.
And I think the great thing for BDS there is they didn't really do much to make Humanoid lose all of his HP, right? They caught him across the wall. He was stepping maybe a little bit too far forward, but it wasn't like Syncroft flashed forward and tried to catch him. It wasn't like Dote went really deep to try and get the kill. It was just Humanoid being a little bit too far forward and the damage that a level 17 Cogmore with 3.5 items can do.
Yeah, incredible range. You could see him standing in the red buff area, right? Just shooting missiles across the wall towards Baron, shooting missiles on top of Humanoid. So much damage dealt, and now Fnatic back to the same spot as they were before, looking for the setup around this Baron. We'll see how BDS contested it before, because obviously when he's chunked out, it makes life a lot easier. Fnatic gonna start it up. Humanoid doesn't have the package, doesn't have the GA. Syncroft has no flash, he can't get in the pit. Aggressivo TPing in.
Towards the mid lane, Redemption coming out. That's Hylissang using it. No real vision for BDS deep into the Fnatic jungle, so they just retreat. The TP is burnt. Wonder, Humanoid both have theirs still. So Fnatic can now use this next few minutes to try and pull BDS around the map. Over 140 stacks on Xmati. Look at that range, man. It's absurd when the center gets strong.
144 stacks on the center. Cloud Soul points for both these teams now. So many dragons have gone towards Fnatic now that they're looking at a 4 Cloud Dragon stack if they can get the next one. So very important dragon. BDS can't afford to just ignore it. They have mid push for now. Nuclear Int has finished. 4 items, building towards the last one. Humanoid still has that GA, but it's not back up yet. QSS, of course, only on Upset and Razork as we take stock. Mid-wave contest once again. Lots of poke. Nuclear Int's longest range in the game right now. Humanoid really can't walk up.
Oh my god, it's the poke wars. You know, we've seen so much engaged so far in the summer split that both teams really just trying to keep each other at arm's length. Who can land that first bit of poke? BDS are going to start off the Baron.
It's going to go quick.
I mean, I don't think it's that quick, to be fair, relative to Fnatic's. Like, you have... Oh, hang on. Oh,
the damage. Stepping, Dawning Shadow, not enough. He shields himself. Stun up towards the top side of Syncroft, looks for a little bit of damage. Knocked back, Aggressivo goes in, the hostile takeover getting onto the back line. Upset trying to get there as well. Syncroft dodging back, Aggressivo pops the stopwatch, will dive forward. Upset being a nuisance on the sideline, heals himself back up. BDS now on the retreat. Aggressivo, no TP, but there is a honeypot there for him to eat. Hilly, low. Dote has to try and get out of this one, flashes away, still has the thick skin. Razork goes forward once again with the Spectrum more. Ultra Shock Laser onto Xmati, takes half his HP, and now the Baron started by Fnatic.
Oh, these fights are on a knife's edge. Everyone's so close to dying. Hilly might die to the barrage. It's a 4v5 Humanoid. Wants to force the Baron Wunder.
Caught. Stopwatch, Razork flashes forward, but it's only Dote that he's going to catch, and Dote's the tankiest member. Syncroft coming in from the side, the shutdown's going to go down, but he's going to fall as well. Razork is down, Syncroft trying to get away, Nuclear Int, no mana on the Cogmore, you can't spit on anyone right now. Humanoid realizes, he steps in.
Nice stopwatch.
With a great stopwatch, but can he stop for long enough to flash the barrel? Not quite time.
Upset
low, upset down, 1-4 trading, Nuclear Int flashing forward, he's looking for it.
Look mid though, Aggressivo's pushing in. If Humanoid dies here and Wunder dies as well, they're going to lose the game.
Wunder dodges away from the living artillery. The barrel comes down, but Syncroft will fall.
It's a 1v1.
Aggressivo's still pushing. Nuclear Int basically no mana. One living artillery is all he can muster, and Wunder's able to walk away with the inhibitor in the mid lane, maybe forfeit.
The pings are coming down onto the dragon as well. Aggressivo just going to take the mid tower and retreat. Nuclear Int needs to replenish the mana. But oh my word, what a fight!
It's not done yet though, because both these neutrals are up. Aggressivo's gonna start up the dragon. There's this awkward state where Wunder still needs to base because he TP'd to the towers, and Hilly's gonna try to contest his dragon alone. I've seen Hilly contest these 1v1 before. Can he steal this dragon? He has flash to get over the wall. He has vision.
Redemption. Looks for a handshake short. Good pull out by Aggressivo. Cloud Soul now on BDS. 41 minutes into this game, BDS are not giving up.
So look at the initial damage that comes out from Fnatic. It's looking great, but Nuclear Int locks onto his target, and perfect aim is able to take out the initial pick. Wunder then finds himself overextended as Xmati leverages his lanes to chip him away, but Fnatic then commit to the fight in the tri-brush.
Definitely do, and this is where the duel happened between the AD carries. I mean, two members fall here, but Maddie steps up, Syncroft steps up, and this is where Upset tries to make the super play for the rest of the team. Maddie looks like he's caught here. The stopwatch was fantastic. This is a QR combo from Humanoid. I think he would have instantly died to that. The barrel is just a bit too wide. I think Maddie's flashing in time, and then Upset trades the 1-for-1. Nuclear Int just clips him on the end of it, and then this 2v2 with Aggressivo pushing mid.
So much props needs to be given to Xmati, because the position that he was in, he played that about as well as he could. Before he ends up dying, he does as much damage as he can to both Humanoid and Upset, and then it's Nuclear Int there to clean up the fight. An incredibly well-played fight from really both sides, and like, oh my god, what a great game to watch.
And what a step up from Maddie in week 2. I mean, Spring Split left a lot to be desired. Week 1 was weak, but against G2, his positioning was fantastic on Ezreal last game. This game, it's fantastic on the center. 152 stacks
stacks for him. Humanoid has the GA back up. He has package. Baron still alive, and both these teams are trying to find a way in.
This game is all about the mid laners. Who lands the poke? Who gets chunked out before the fight starts? Nuclearin versus Humanoid. The battle of the mid lane monsters.
There's the package. Aggressivo able to dodge away from it. Living Artillery coming down, but Humanoid probably just expiring on the package there, was looking for something, couldn't find it. Because of that, Fnatic will back away from the Baron. Such a transformation, as you say, for BDS. Yesterday against G2, today against Fnatic. After a week one that seemed to be more of the same for them, it's definitely a level up.
Definitely is a level up, and Vedius, just going back to what you were talking about way earlier on in this game, 40 minutes ago, a Cloud Soul for Skarner. If he can get that ultimate, he can pull the member all the way back out. Syncroft doesn't have flash yet, but let's not forget how this Cloud Soul will interact with the rest of the team. For Nuclearint, it's pretty useless. It's probably going to proc on poke that doesn't even hit. And on Manny, we'll have to keep our eyes on it. Aggressivo as well. BDS now the ones with control over this Baron. No Elder for around 4 minutes, so we'll see how BDS work their way around this. Going to contest the next mid-wave.
Oh my god. Just noticed Aggressivo has a 700 gold bounty right now. I mean, let's not forget, he was 0-2, right? Yep. That was his early game. He just got ganked twice and he fell short. So since then, he just hasn't died. And we're approaching the longest game of Summer so far. I had our stats man behind stage tell us that it was about 44 minutes, and I forget the number of seconds it was exactly. I think it was 18, but we are very swiftly approaching that marker. And who would have thought that it would be BDS against Fnatic to give it to us?
44 minutes 11, BDS versus SK Gaming in week one here. BDS looking to do the same.
The Zeri poke crits, the AP Mage Assassin Duelist.
Both teams facing off in the mid lane. 11 seconds before we hit the threshold of the longest game of the split. The crowd hyped about it, you can tell. What a game it has been.
Let's not forget Wunder's items as well. That's a full AP Gragas. If he gets that E-Flash R combo onto any of the carries of BDS, they're instantly one-shot. Poke coming out. Humanoid first to strike. Manny has a little bit of healing and sustain with the Q. We'll see if Nuclearint can answer back with poke of his own. Of course, the longer and more charges the Kog'Maw uses on his poke, the more mana it costs. He has to be very wary. You talked about no Seraphs, of course, as well. No blue buff. Has to be very careful how much mana he expenses, because if it goes low and he has no TP, Fnatic can force.
It's really important, this mana consumption. You can see the blue buff sitting on top of Humanoid right now. His GA is, of course, back up, but the Fnatic fans are in tow. The BDS rivalries, though.
A lot louder than they were at the start of the day.
We just picked up a Seraphs now. 6th item Seraphs for Nuclearint.
Oh, wow.
Won't be stacked up, but he's got some mana.
Wow, yeah. I mean, he definitely does.
Maybe it's one of those moments where he forgot to buy the tier. He's like, oh, you know what? I never meant it, but it's good in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there are many Twitter analysts that are calculating the suboptimally of it right now. I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm just going to focus on the objectives at hand. The Elder Dragon spawns in 1 minute and 45 seconds. The Baron is alive. It is BDS that primarily have control. The top wave is about neutral. The mid wave is in contention. Synchro is moving speedily as Aggressivo is in the bot lane. Numbers disadvantage for BDS. They have to be careful.
Everyone has flash. I think everyone basically has 6 items at this point. It's just going to be a 5v5 brawl for the Elder Dragon. Neither of these teams want to start up the Nash for now because they haven't landed any significant poke. Syncroft stepping up. Razork finds him.
Razork's going to get pulled back. Does pop the QSS. Oh, Syncroft's ultimate is on a shorter cooldown. Aggressivo going forward. Wonder looking for some damage as well. Aggressivo has the GA of his own. Humanoid still with that GA available.
Game of inches there. Syncroft got the stun onto Razork after the QSS. Maybe they had the damage to one-shot him in the CC. 1 minute on Elder. Fnatic posturing towards the bot side river. Maybe BDS fancies themselves a Nash start here. They can take some kind of vision on this top side river.
Syncroft needs to get away from that minion wave. Fnatic very quickly back to take control. The Baron has been started off. The poke landed onto Nuclearint. That's a lot of damage.
Fast that automation.
That's the information that Fnatic was looking for. And now it has begun. Wonder does not have the ultimate, but it will be up soon.
There's a blast cone. Hillisang low. Heartbreaker available for Razork. They're going to flip it. Philadelphia! And it's Syncroft that wins it. Wonder looking for the backline spear. Get onto Nuclearint, but Nuclearint flashes away. Upset trying to go through it as well, but the acquired taste coming out from it. Dote will stop him, will stun him. Abyssal Voyage forward. Syncroft looking for Upset as well. Fnatic winning the fight, but the Baron has gone over to BDS. Upset over the fight forever. For days, there's no way you get onto him. Nuclearint trying to get away. No! I'm so sorry, everyone.
We're back. Nuclearint doesn't get the base off. No, he doesn't. He's down. Triple kill for Upset.
And that is 4 members alive for Fnatic. Their death timers are massive right now. Fnatic, they have a mid-wave available. Only Aggressivo is alive, and what BDS, they were able to get the Baron. I don't think Aggressivo can hold the siege from Fnatic.
He's got to hold them back for 20 seconds so Xmadi can come back alive. Aggressivo dodging away, but with Humanoid and Upset here, those towers are nothing but paper. Meganar trying to be built up here for Aggressivo, can just go in. Now away, but actually don't want it because the Elder is their option, and they're going to turn and try and burn that before BDS can answer.
I think they see Xmatty respawning and they say, you know what, with him turning into Meganar, I don't know if we can end this game. That could be massive. Xmatty is alive, Syncrof is alive in 5 seconds, but this Elder will go down fast.
Aggressivo.
Upset.
I mean, the thing is, Aggressivo doesn't out-damage anyone here. He's got to try and keep Razork away from it or somehow get a steal. Spectral more in by Razork. Xmatty now stepping forward, looking for the last in-base card line. What is this damage from Xmatty? Oh, he almost steals it away, but he can't quite get it. Razork's able to secure it with the smite. Aggressivo looking for a bit of poke damage. Synchron's on his way as well. They're looking for Razork. Xmatty there. Synchron charging forward, but can't find anyone. Elder and Baron have been taken in the last couple of minutes, and the game is basically still even.
So let's take a look at this replay of this fight. We missed a little bit of it, but look at Wunder and keep your eyes on him this fight now, because they finished the Baron, but what did they leave exposed? Maddie and Nuclearint. E-flash onto the carries, gets them both so low. Takes down Maddie as well. Nuclearint so low that he has to run for the hills too. So the 3 members of Fnatic, of Razork, Humanoid and Hilly can start to move forwards, and all of BDS split Upset kites to perfection. And if Nuclearint got his base off here, maybe they could contest a little bit more around this Elder, but Wunder stops him. Oh, he took at the damage!
He just kills him.
Wow, okay, so that was the part that we missed, but then of course Upset was able to clean up the fight, but that was such a good highlight, Cadril. It really was Wunder that won that fight for Fnatic. He has had an incredible game so far, but that was the play, I think, that really swung it. Because remember that when you are BDS, you want to leverage your range, you want to play that type of front-to-back style where you're constantly playing at a distance.
Medic.
Medic's out. Cadril's next.
Oh, Medic.
The energy is still strong here in the audience, but wow.
A very tense moment to pause on. Fnatic have Elder Dragon. They're ready to push into the base. They just took an inhibitor. BDS backs against the wall. But we're going to take a breather.
Yeah, obviously we'll find out what the pause reason is as soon as we can and inform you guys when we know. What a game. Like, honestly, like, Fnatic haven't looked like Spring Fnatic since they lost to G2. Like, since they were lost to Rogue, actually, since they were knocked out of playoffs. And now, in this game, it seemed like they were getting back into it. And then BDS just been like, nah, fam. Every time Fnatic almost get there, BDS are like, we're going to make you work a little bit harder for you.
I will say that this game really has been a bit of a comedy of errors across the board. We've seen overextensions largely come out from Fnatic.
I think we are going back into the game. There was a beverage spilled. Apologies, guys.
Okay.
A beverage spilled.
A beverage.
Wow. Okay. Fluid has made contact with the desk. But now that has been alleviated, we find ourselves back onto the Rift as Fnatic with the Elder Dragon. Basically, when you're in a situation like this, everyone in solo queue has experienced it. Your jungler is furiously typing, don't fight, don't do it. Mid laner, just don't.
Just clear the waves.
And that's the thing, Nuclearint can just play the waves though, and there's no Baron buffing up these minions, so those waves will die before they can get in. There are super minions pushing in the mid wave, but already about 2/3 of that Elder Dragon have expired. That buff will only be up for another wave or so.
Is it just a case of Wunder throwing ult here and forcing this tower to fall because they need to find their way into this base? They need to get more than this 1-1 in him. Razork.
It's a lot of damage.
Dawning Shadow won't be enough, but the tower does go down, and now Fnatic can advance just a little bit more. Elder Drake up for about a quarter of its cooldown left. Razork's dodging in and out as much as he can, but with the barrel going out. Razork pops the stopwatch, pops the QSS. Nuclearint looking for some damage, can't quite land it in. The hostile takeover coming out, but Fnatic will get everything they wanted out of that push.
I think Razork panicked there. He got Skarner ulted and he just pressed every keyboard and key on the keyboard. He could 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Get me out of that Skarner ultimate. Pop the stopwatch as well, but yeah, Wunder just tosses the ult to force the play. He's going to try to slow Syncrof here, but he can't full commit, doesn't have the flash, and if he goes in, could be a risk of getting stunned up and Nuclearint in the area. Of course, let's not forget, BDS have the Cloud Soul still. Elder Dragon will be falling off. 181 stacks on this Senna.
180. 1, 3. I heard the crowd kind of give a low.
There was a way. 424 AD on this Senna.
I mean, the thing with this, that is, like, for every 20 stacks, she gets an extra ton of...
Is it 20? Or I thought it was 25.
I'm having a quick mosey now. You guys talk for a second.
Okay. So basically, BDS are on full defense right now. The good news for them is that there's no immediate objective that they need to be concerned about. Can we have a quick look at that mid inhibitor, observers? I want to see roughly how long it's got. I can't tell. Normally there's a circle around the outside.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of time.
It'll be back up soon, I think. But now it's just a case of Fnatic sieging bot tier 3, right? They want to get this bot tier 3, get the third inhibitor
1 minute on the Baron is what they're going to focus on, and I think that Fnatic, with these 2 inhibitors down against BDS, they control the map. They can control Baron, they can control Elder, BDS can be the ones face-checking, so Nuclear Int can be really pivotal in actually getting poked down so they can find their way through the darkness when they're trying to clear waves out. And look at the range Matty has. I mean, it's just ridiculous. He's going to root it up.
So he's got rapid fire cannon.
Wait, that was QSS?
And he has 180 extra attack range from just the passive. Yeah, because it's 20 attack range per 20 stacks.
Okay, got it. But that's pretty insane. What I think is really important.
Right.
What I think is really important here is Upset did just use his QSS. I'm curious as to whether or not BDS have information as to that, because without it, he's a dead man.
He is.
Assuming Synchro can get onto him. He does have Flash, he does have Predator, he does have...
He just sold it. He's going to buy another one to refresh the cooldown of it.
God.
So he's scared that it won't be up for this next Baron fight in around 30 seconds to 40. So he actually feels like selling it and buying this is better. Obviously, it does give it a little bit of HP as well to make him tankier. Syncroft really wants it.
Flashes for the bait. Wonder pulls it back on the stone. That was genius from Synchro. Baits him into using the barrel and then hooks it back. Genius stuff from BDS. In the moment to make that decision, Syncroft coming up huge for his team.
Are they going to try and end here? They don't have a wave. They have to be very careful of that top wave. Humanoid has TP. If that top wave gets towards the Nexus, Humanoid could look for a backdoor. BDS, I think Baron is the best call here. Regain control of the map and set up for this next Elder Dragon. You can see the pings on the wave at the up top. They know they could get backdoored.
They have to send Aggressivo back to base immediately. I don't know how quickly they're going to do this, but... Oh my god. Syncroft. His brain is just so big. It feels like
redemption.
But hang on, Fnatic looking to contest this. Odote tanking the front line for now.
4,000 on it. Heartbreaker flash available for Razork. Heartbreaker flash available for Razork. Hostile take. No way does Upset get that! How on earth does that happen? The Baron secure for Fnatic. Syncro trying to get onto Upset. He's got the Silvermere Dawn though to QSS his way away. The base in shambles. BDS's hopes perhaps.
They're TPing in the base!
Flashes forward. The TP to the base. Oh, what other way to end it in a Fnatic game? The old shock laser just wide. TP back.
Humanoid.
It's only Humanoid. Let's look at the base. Aggressivo going to try and defend. Adote coming in as well with EBS Voyage. Razzle chasing forward. Upset going in as well, but Humanoid now called out. Flashes away. Looks for Nuclear Int. Gets the damage. Throws up Nuclear Int. The GA popped, but Nuclear Int has popped himself. Razzle able to get away. And now BDS had to find some way to defend.
Can they hold the line? They have Maddie. He has a lot of stacks. They set at 200 stacks. Looks for the snipe. Misses. Razork has GA as well. They're going to get the mid inhibitor as well. No wave on bot just yet for the tier 3. BDS have a Mega Dart. TP behind.
No way. What are you going to TP behind him? Nothing personal, kid. Aggressivo with the impale, but the hostile takeover. It's Maddie able to dodge to the side of it. Wonder looking for Aggressivo, putting the GA. Wonder low.
I think Fnatic have it.
I think they're Upset takes it. Fnatic win the best game of the split.
Oh my lord! And that all started with Syncroft having the balls to flash in and not ultimate someone, and then bait him to ultimate. Then they missed the Baron, and then this whole series of events unfolds. My word!
If we can, I would love to get a replay of that Baron before we go to break, just so we can have a look back as to how Upset was able to steal that. Because that was crazy. I was convinced the Baron was BDS's. And if they had that, then like, oh my
Was it Chain
word.
Lightning or was it the W?
No! I saw it on 1300 HP, that's what I saw. And the problem for Syncroft was it felt like that everyone just stopped hitting it. So he was trying to kill that Baron. He was like, I'm Skarner, guys! I don't have to
only do so much!
Oh my word, but Fnatic will just about clutch it out. Props to Upset at the very end there, coming up clutch. Wonder really did have an incredible game on his Gragas. He did get mind-gamed towards the end by Syncroft. What an incredible game. What a very fun game to watch. Our longest game of summer. BDS.
By like 10 minutes as well. It wasn't even close.
BDS definitely showcasing that. I think they have a lot more than they showcased in week 1.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see what this team can do. And Fnatic, yes, they will be happy with the win, but a lot of things for them to be concerned about. A lot of over-aggression. I think that this shouldn't have been an opposition that they expected to be as difficult as they were. Maybe that top 8 is a little closer than we initially thought, Gadrol.
Definitely is, and your key player of the game can be Wonder, Humanoid, or Upset. You can see Yamato, so many smiles on his face there to try and... I mean, it was bounce over a game, right? So long.
And it's just pure relief at that point.
Yeah, it's just like, it's not even excitement, it's just like, thank God it's over.
Because this is one of those games where As a fan, you love it. As a player, you hated it.
You hate it. And I think Fnatic are definitely pretty unhappy about that. In the end, they get the win. I think Wunder, of course, in that Baron fight, clutched out by getting both the carries. Upset, stole Baron. Humanoid had some incredible poke as well.
And on the other side, like BDS, Synkrov, constantly finding his mark. Nuclear in,
Really, like,
in
the
that
highs
top
and
side.
lows for sure, but like, wow.
Hey, Dote as well was constantly in the right place to tank for his team. Both teams played really well.
was a great
Obviously,
game.
there's
A lot of
mistakes,
fun.
but in a game like that, you're going to have a few mistakes, you're going to have a few laughs along the way, and what a game it was.
I enjoyed that.
Dear
I had
me.
fun. We still have another game to go.
Yeah, the league's very
Match of
exciting.
the week.
Yeah.
Very exciting games, every single one of them.
Yeah.
I mean, I love the Derby. Like, early game, kind of boring.
Yeah.
Mid to late game, though.
These fights are
That's the sauce.
These
That's
fights are
the
sweet.
sauce right there. Oh, my word. Whew. All right, we're going to take a short breather.
Do you want to speak, Kedro? We still have a little bit of time before the interview, so you can say some stuff. My voice is like...
Your voice, yeah, I noticed towards the end. I was
of...
kind of like, I can jump in if you need. Lots of screaming. I think there was around a 30-second fight on their Nexus there for BDS.
Yeah,
like, hold the line!
They almost did. If they'd only been able to kill off Upset, they would have held it. We're going to hand it over, though, to Humanoid, who's standing by with Law.
Thank you, guys. Humanoid, thank you so much for joining me. Congrats. Is that a congrats, though? What's your feeling after this weird game? I have no words to describe it.
A win is a win, you know?
Yeah, you take it. You take it. But talk me through the last moments of the game, because more than 50 minutes, pauses to oblivion, scaling till the end of times. How was it for you guys to just navigate through this madness?
I mean, I honestly have no idea what was happening the last like 20 minutes, because both teams just have so much wave clear and we can't really push the base.
Yeah.
So, and in the last fight, I have no idea. Like, I just somehow managed to be behind them.
I was counting on you, actually, to tell me how did Upset manage to steal that Baron? How was communication like at that moment?
I mean, I think at this point everyone's like, oh, like what happened? You just stole the Baron with Zeri, and then we kind of just fought them, and
yeah,
I don't know. It was a close fight.
When you look at the game right now and the meta and how the game is played, the fights are so long. What is your take on the state of the game and how to approach fights lately?
I mean, I think it just in comps like this, it's just about which mid laner just lands more skill shots. Because we have Corki, they have Kog'Maw, and whoever will lands their skills in the team fight just one-shot someone. So yeah, I mean, you just have to stay calm and try to hit your spells, I guess.
Which is why I'm rather interested in hearing that you didn't know what was happening, because it felt like by the end of the game it was just the mid laner's responsibilities to hit the skill shots and to land on that poke. So I don't know, you were not affected by this?
I mean, I was really bored in the game, to be honest. It went on for so long, and it felt like no team can do much in the late game. So yeah, I was just kind of bored, but it's fine.
All right, moving to another topic then. From the game you guys played last night, I was looking at Razor's tweet, for instance, and I understood a bit of frustration coming from his side. He mentioning communication that was off during the game, and he was frustrated that you guys were not showing the results that you have in Scrim, mostly, because it feels like everything is going better when you're screaming. Why aren't you guys able to translate this experience in Scrim into the stage games? What is not clicking?
I mean, I think it's still pretty early in the split, and also yesterday the game was kind of late.
Yeah.
It was probably after like midnight, and it's kind of hard to focus at that time. And today, yeah, I don't know what happened today,
Okay.
but I think we are doing better than last split in scrims at least. So yeah, I think it's gonna be fine.
How is the mood within the team, despite all that?
I think mood is pretty good, to be honest. It's not the worst. Yeah.
That's all I want to hear. Thank you, Humanoid. Congrats on taking this game. A win is a win, as you said. You can rest. It's been a long week for you, and we're going to take a break now, and we'll be back for the match of the week. Finally, Vitality G2 in just a few minutes. Stay tuned, guys.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
big breather. Welcome back to the LEC after an incredible game between Fnatic and TPDS. I have Wunder with me to run through this extended Dragon fight in the mid game. And when I say extended, I really mean extended. But before we dive into it, how are you feeling?
Oof, I mean, after a game like this, a lot of emotions, of course. First of all, like, a little bit disappointed. I don't think we were expecting the game to turn out like this, and the game yesterday as well, I think is overall not the greatest week, we could say, but hopefully it was entertaining for the fans and everyone else.
I mean, I was entertained, and luckily you can bounce away with a few takeaways on a win still. It would have been even worse if it was a loss, but let's dive into the play. And Wunder, I'd love to get your thoughts on the communication in a Drake fight like this.
Well, I mean, in a case like this, I mean, I kind of scoffed the Gragas engage a little bit, but I mean, they do have a Kog'Maw mid, even though we have like a Corki and champs like this, they do outrange us a little bit, and it's kind of hard for us to do anything to them if we don't like force a fight, kind of. And that was kind of our communication at this point.
So talk me through communication as well. These are extended team fights. Like, is it just like keep talking? What's happening in comms right now?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like the fight didn't turn out how we wanted to. There's like some trade kills, right? And I think here, like, I'm calling that I'm gonna base in TP because I'm like really chunked, right? And just one thing hitting me is gonna be my death, right? And I see Gnar basing on the ward that just expired, and I want to cancel him as well while my team is like winning or doing stuff. So like it's just a lot of things happening at the same time. And yeah, I mean, we were 3 Drakes down. I think they, I don't know, stole one or I think killed us right before Drake, where I think we should have gotten one. So they were on soul point for like almost the entire game, and we just had to fight every single one of them.
So we're saying extended once again because it's the same Drake fight, just like people are respawning here, they're coming through. I feel like we've been 2 minutes at this point. It's a re-engage on it. How are you approaching this Drake fight this time around? Because it does get messy.
I mean, here I'm like kind of in an awkward position. I don't even know what I'm doing, honestly. I mean, we just want to secure the Drake, and right now I'm like saying I don't have E, and we can maybe fight if they run into the pit. And they end up, well, just killing me, and I guess Senna overextends a little bit. But I'm not even sure what happens after this. I think we just keep fighting.
Who's taking charge of your teammates here then in communications?
Right now we're saying that they're coming from base, but we don't care because we're Fnatic and we like diving and just fighting at every possibility we get. So that's what we end up doing. And I think, yeah, I mean, at least we get the Drake, right? So
yeah, at least you get the neutral objective.
The takeaway. Yeah.
Only one way, and that is that's forward. So I guess I'll be sending you forward to the analyst desk instead. Well, you'll be joining the rest of them.
Such a good segue into
my
walk of shame into the analyst desk.
Yeah.
Have fun with the rest of them, Wunder.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, GB. It was really nice for us to see that again. And I really like that we ask pros to help, and then sometimes you're just like, I don't know what I was doing. I don't know what anyone was doing, but we won.
I mean, it was a special game, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was super entertaining for us. The last replay I want to show you is the final Baron fight, which was the grand finale of this game. So we're going to pull that up. Broxa, is there anything you want to do to intro this?
Well, I feel like similar to the fights that we just watched, like, there were just so many intense fights, back and forth, craziness all over the place, and I feel like the clip is gonna showcase exactly what I mean by that. There's just so much going on in all these team fights with the poke flying everywhere.
I don't see
I think we steal the tier as well, right?
Yeah, and we don't know how, actually. I mean,
probably the
Zeri,
Zeri ults.
Yeah.
It splashes a little bit.
Yeah, sneaky upset over the wall.
So you guys knew that, of course, they were doing Baron, right? So was the call, okay, we know we have to get in there. The call's probably not, we're going to try to steal. It's probably just engage, right?
We just want to fight, for sure. I mean, any point in this game, like, if we end up winning the fight,
you win.
I mean, for sure, if they have Nash and they can get someone to base, they can, like, stall it, right? But Elder Drake is coming up as well. Like, there's so many things going on. And, yeah, I mean, of course, like, getting the Nash helps us here to win, but the main objective is to, of course, win the fight. And if you get like a better numbers trade, you can for sure like look to end the game from this point.
It seemed like it was forever. I know that in one of the videos that you shot about the meta, you were talking about the fact that you can have like multiple fights and resets now because of the patch. Was it as fun as you imagined it in these fights?
I mean, this game, it was not as fun. I think there was like a lot of poke, right? So it was not really us playing the game. It was more like the Corgi and the Kog'Maw and just us doing like our own thing. So yeah, I mean, I'd say this game, it was not like as brawly and stuff like this, but there was like a lot of poke and just, I mean, in general, not like as much us playing, but just human, the mid laners kind of, and maybe Senna a little bit as well at some point.
Yeah. I like it. Just the others were doing the work. The Kia player of the game is upset. I mean, he did steal the Baron, so how could you not give it to him? I want to ask you a question about an interview that Razor gave about figuring out his role in the team, and that he realized that you guys needed a certain play from him in terms of helping out his laners as well, and that he had to adjust, and that there was some work to do in terms of communication. How do you think that's all going right now? I guess this game is probably not the best example.
Yeah, I mean, this game for sure. I mean, I just think in general this week has not been very good for us. There has been like some issues with practice as well, and like some unfortunate people like falling ill as well. But it's not like an excuse, of course. We should play a lot better. And I think, yeah, I mean, we just have a lot of issues that we haven't really worked around yet, and that's something that we are looking to do coming into next weeks.
A win like this sometimes can help a lot in terms of the momentum spurring it on. Fnatic take this one, and coming up, we'll have the LG Ultra Gear match of the week between Vitality and G2.
Caps versus Perks, Part 7.
Get ready this summer for the rematch of two rivals. Turned friends, then turned rivals again.
Oh, Caps! He just solo killed Perks!
I want to beat them, but this split, the goal is to like have strong games.
But in his way stands the man who took his team, his arch nemesis, Caps, now surrounded by new blood and a duck.
We still have a lot of way to go to be in like our final shape, so to say. But even though we're not at our best, it's going to be more than enough to take down Vitality.
Caps versus Perks, Part 7, the Perksing.
You guys know that there's more players than just Caps and Perks, right?
This Saturday, 9 p.m.
Well, our match of the week, yes, we've already made the joke that it's weak with an A because they both lost yesterday. In fact, Vitality lost twice to Excel, Broxa. But still, we're expecting to see a better side, I guess, of both Vitality and G2. And if we do, what are your expectations for this game?
So earlier we talked a lot about the top lane matchup. That's going to be one that's pretty interesting in my mind because both of these top laners are kind of known to be a bit more carry-oriented. And I'm actually curious to hear, Wonder, what are your expectations for this matchup, Alphari, Broken Blade?
I mean, I think Alphari, I mean, there's a lot of the generalizing. He plays a lot for himself and stuff like this, right? I think it's true, like when he plays GP, you can see it. He likes to ult his own lane, not ult so much anywhere else. He likes to like TP maybe and like try to get advantages for himself. But I think just in general, like they're two strong players and they are playing like mostly the same champions. I'd say Broken Blade is a little more creative when it comes to like his Yone or whatever he plays, right? Yeah. I think like last playoffs, I was playing against his Yone quite a lot, but it doesn't really seem to work as often. But then he found like a lot of comfort on the Ornn and champs like this, which he hadn't really been pulling off as much yet. So maybe that's something we are gonna see. But maybe he's just like during the splits, just experimenting a little bit with all the champions that he likes to play and finds fun.
Got a new tattoo too.
Yeah, he got a tattoo as well.
Okay. Oh my God. This funny, like, I mean, you were in an environment like this before, right? Where you had some clowns around you sometimes, no pun intended, because that's what they do. What do you think about that from a competitive standpoint, that they're just like doing silly stuff ahead of a match of the week?
I mean, a lot of teams have like different ways of showing that they have fun, right? I mean, some people like to keep it just internally, and when they go on stage, it's like full serious. And yeah, I mean, some people like to show the world, right? And I think G2 has that, even like from an organizational standpoint, they have like that kind of attitude. And you can like see it a lot in a lot of the players. Maybe sometimes Jankos is a lot more on the serious side, but he also likes to scream and have fun on stage, right? So I think it just depends on what kind of game they're going into. And this is like a regular season game, really early weeks, and they're like comfortable in the standings, right? So they are not... There's no need for them to stress out completely over this game, I think.
Yeah, I think the picks and bans are ready. We've had that before, so quick prediction. G2 or Vitality?
I think after yesterday, G2 is going to be pretty angry. They're going to want to make a comeback, so I think they're going to come out on top.
Perks or Caps? Oh, that's a different prediction than what Russell just had. I'd say G2 is probably going to win. I'd say they're a better team. And I don't think they're going to get as creative or like, yeah. I mean, I felt like against BDS especially as well, they're kind of disrespecting a little bit. And maybe they're going to do it here, but I think they have like their personal or like individual ego as well. Like it's going to it's gonna make them play a little bit better at least.
Okay, a little bit more reserved maybe. All right, awesome. Let's get into our match of the week, Vitality versus G2.
Thank you very much, Shox. Great to hear from Wenda on the desk as well alongside Broxer. And what a day it's been. What a weekend it's been. I'll be honest, I'm like, the energy is dwindling a little bit, so I'm looking forward to seeing Team Vitality and G2 face off so they can give us a bit of a boost.
Yep.
I'm full of energy. I didn't do any yelling in that cast.
That's
You
true.
two did,
Okay,
so I'm ready to
actually,
go.
yeah, you can play by play.
So you can solo cast.
I love play-by-playing.
Vedius co-stream.
We're about to jump into our final draft of week 2, so without further ado, let's play the music. So, priorities for both sides. Gangplank is something I think we have to talk about, mainly on the side, well, I think when you think of Alfari, you typically think of Gangplank as a champion. He hasn't gotten his hands on it yet this split, but Broken played 2 games so far. Very solid blind, very contested pretty much all over the world, but it looks like jungler's already going to be removed inside of Vitality.
I expect the Lucian ban from G2, I expect a Yuumi ban from G2, and I expect a Wukong ban for G2. Unless they want to throw some spanner in the works. Vitality obviously can ban away things like the Zeri perhaps. Maybe some junglers as well could target. I mean, the Volibear's already down. Haru's only really played Wukong and Xin Zhao as well. We'll see what the ankles opts into. We saw his Vi yesterday. Left a lot to be desired.
Definitely did. Vitality obviously have had the Gangplank ban against them in every single game so far. LeBlanc, respect ban against Caps. Ari and Lissandra still on the cards. And there's the Yuumi ban. Met with rapturous applause from the fans.
Rapturous?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
It's a word. I'm pretty sure it means like a lot, you know? It wasn't as rapturous as perhaps I would have liked it to be.
So expecting Wukong ban here for G2, you have to imagine. But then again, Lissandra LeBlanc ban spells Ari first pick, so they're going to ban away Zeri instead. Now, does Vitality first pick Wukong or Ari, or do they just go a completely different direction, the GP that you touched on before?
Do the thing, Cadril.
What? Why? What?
Yeah.
It's gonna be Ari. We're professionals. Match of the week.
I love it when you do that. Wukong, of course, is still up and available. I'm not really too surprised to see the Ari locked in. Of course, Caps, no stranger to Lissandra. He has, of course, sent other mid laners back to Lissandra, but we know that he's no stranger to grabbing it himself.
He has sent the mid laners back to Lissandra.
He certainly has. Senna, Lissandra could be a pretty safe pickup for them if they wanted to go that direction. We have seen Azir actually used as an answer to Ari to give you that early priority as well. I talk so much about Lissandra and it's been banned away. Clearly, my awareness is going out the window.
Maybe he'll send Perks back to NA this time.
Oh.
So Jensen off Lissandra.
He'll feel like it's an international competition.
Yeah, maybe he does. There's the Senna Wukong. Of course, kind of flex towards the bot side. There's the GPVA going to lock for Vitality, so a lot of OP picks going through here. Now, does G2 match with top lane for BB? Maybe Fancy's picking up his top laner here. We've seen his Yone, we've seen his Gnar. Gwen is up as well.
I mean, I think Vitality have gotten themselves a pretty dream top side so far.
Ideal.
They have a very comfortable mid-jungle setup with Ari plus Viego. They've got an Alfari on a champion that is, I think it's his career most played.
There's the Kayle.
Kayle has been a pretty consistent answer into the Gangplank. Does struggle very early levels, but naturally will outscale the longer the game progresses. And already you can see from G2 trending more towards that team fight comp.
Yeah, so mid support we expect left to be picked up for G2 here. Of course, the Wukong can flex, and then bot lane for Vitality. So G2 kind of ban away some of the safe bots. There's Corki. Maybe we see an Azir ban perhaps as well to stop the amount of scaling that G2 have already with the Kayle and the Senna. Could ban away, I mean, Lucian's ban. Kalista could be a good ban if you want to take that away from Karzi. Could ban away Xayah, Kai'Sa. Just take away any kind of champion that maybe he finds comfort on.
Swain is another one.
Yeah, could be Swain bot for G2 as well on 4 here. Flex it mid. I feel like a Swain ban. Good call there. Could be good for Vitality.
Also, Swain Senna can work down towards that bottom side for G2 if they want to lock it in here.
Yep.
They can also look to Caps playing something with a little bit of poke later on in the game. His Zoe has already brought out this split. Would do wonders for them, but does kind of telegraph yourself into an Ari when you jump forward, which kind of knows exactly where you're going to go when you jump back. I wouldn't mind Swain support here.
Good predictor. Of course, it's a flex.
It is flex. I think so the reason why I always remember Swain into Ari is because back in Season 3, when Nuke Duck went to Worlds and played against Faker, Faker was obviously known for his Ari, but Lemon Dogs actually left it open, and he picked Swain as a counter pick.
And it wasn't a meta champ at the time, was it?
No, it wasn't. But it was a very well-known counter pick back in the day. He did lose, but that pick I will always remember as a good answer into Ari.
So Cyan Nautilus picked up. The question here is, what goes bot? You can put Wukong bot, pick a jungler.
It's Swain.
You can put Swain bot, pick a mid laner. You can put Swain mid, pick a bot lane.
I think Swain is mid, and I think they might go
Sion. Flakked Sion. Oh,
yes,
is he really going to do that?
Swain bot lane.
He's hovering it because of Keria. There's no way.
Yasuo
no way. No, surely not right.
Mid.
Surely not.
Yasuo
mid. It is Yasuo mid. Is it Yasuo mid or is it Targamas Yasuo?
Mid. It's Swain center bot lane. It's such a powerful bot lane. If you land the last embrace, you pull them back. If you land a root, you land the last embrace. The CC layering, the chain.
Or is it Yasuo top Kale mid for caps? We know G2 like their flexes.
Farming Kale with Senna to support her down towards the bottom side. Kale, we all know, wants to share XP.
The issue I have here is I don't know if we have swap issues in the champ select, but right now, this looks like it would work, but I don't know if Gale bot is what he would want to play.
In 4 out of 5 games, we have had swap issues in Champion Select. If we don't have it in the 5th game,
but they just swapped. Yasuo might go bot.
Can you hear your own voice?
Yeah, I can hear my own voice.
Aggressivo, doing things.
Okay, well, we'll stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
Maybe it is Yasuo bot. I mean, maybe it's Flakked Yasuo, I guess then, and then Senna Targamas can be piloting the Senna.
Maybe we'll never know.
You can never really tell with G2.
Nope, you never
I have just been told we're redoing with some swaps.
Okay.
So we will find out exactly where everyone is when we get on into the game.
Yep. That means we need to fill for 3 minutes, gentlemen.
Again.
You know what that means.
Pretty good at it, though.
What one are we doing this time?
Do you want to do the other game?
Well, the thing is, you made a good point about crowd interaction earlier. And I feel the other game doesn't really give us too much crowd interaction. If we're doing the word one.
We could do the word
How do you guys know what you're talking about by like saying, let's do the other game?
We've literally cast together for years. That's what we do.
You do your thing.
Should we do item names? But, if I say an item, we go in a round, and the next person has to say an item that starts with the last letter of my item.
We could have the fans like shout one out.
Oh yeah, you guys can start us off if you want, or they can join in. So we do champions. I'll start, right?
Okay, so here's the rules. Explain the rules.
Here are the rules, right? I will say a champion name. The crowd, you guys, has to shout out a champion name that starts with the last letter of my champion name. Caedrel will then say a champion name that starts with the last letter of the champion name that you have said. You guys get it?
Of course, there are about
cheer if you get it.
There's like 150 of you, so you all kind of have to come to some sort of consensus.
I feel like the one we hear first.
Okay.
Okay, we ready?
Yeah.
I will start.
So, give an easy one.
Rakan. Nocturne.
Nocturne, okay.
Echo.
Echo. Ornn.
That's an N again, isn't it?
Yes.
Nidalee. Evelyn, I heard first.
Okay,
Evelyn. It's an N.
Another N.
Nautilus.
Okay.
Nautilus,
S.
that's S. Senna.
Senna, okay, I have an A. Aatrox. Xerath,
I did hear
Xerath first, so it's an H.
Come on, you know this. You know this. You know this.
H.
Don't lose again, Caedrel. Come
Hecarim.
on.
Yeah, we go.
M. Maokai.
So it's an I.
Yeah.
Illaoi. Ivern. We didn't think of Ivern
is a
backstage.
good one.
Dude, why do I always get that? Nami.
Nami. Irelia.
Okay, A. Ari. No, it's an I.
Yes.
What was it? I. You've got I. There's no champions with I that we have
Are they really out of champions? Does the crowd lose?
The crowd loses, I think. Annie, it's an I. It's not an A.
Did they say Irelia yet?
We've got Irelia. We've got
said
Ivern.
Irelia.
And what else did we have?
We had Ivern, Irelia, and Illaoi.
Is there no other champions with I?
The new one is Neela. That starts with an N, my friend. I actually think that might be all the I's.
So the crowd loses.
Crowd loses. Good job, team. We made it. Good job.
Yeah.
Good job.
Booers, yeah. Take the L.
I'll take your booze. I've heard what makes you cheer.
Yeah. Let's antagonize the crowd. That's a good one.
I'm actually trying to look up a list of champions, but I can't get my computer to work. So
no, that's all the I champions. I have it here.
Okay.
It's Ilawi, Aurelia, Ivern, and then on to Jay, Janna.
Wow.
Sorry, guys.
Take the L, crowd.
Take the L.
Do you want to play again? Yeah? But this time we'll do items to make it even harder, okay? Are you guys in? Okay, you're in? All right. Let's start with...
We could do...
What?
How about we do teams? Teams is a good one.
Teams?
Across the world.
Across the world, in major regions.
So
major region
not
teams
the
across
LCS.
the world, okay?
No, okay.
There's going to be a lot of S's, because everything ends in esports.
Okay.
I will start. Okay,
Okay.
here we go. Okay. I feel mean for this one. Team Vitality.
So that's a Y.
A Y. Well, thanks, Medic, for ruining the fun.
No, I've got one. So there is, I believe there is an Upsilon Esports, isn't there?
Yeah, but that's not in a
That's
major
not a major
region.
region.
I don't care.
He's ruined the game. Next game. Next game. Pro players.
Oh, let's do it.
Pro players is a good one. I actually like pro players.
You want to do pro players?
Yes.
Because I was thinking maybe we stop with this one and we do a Cadel gives us a lie and we have to see if it's a lie or not.
Do you have any fun stories from the past?
I'm sure.
But the problem is, we're going to know if it's a truth or lie because he's only going to think of the truth.
That's true.
Because he can't lie.
Yeah.
This man literally can't tell.
I can lie.
Okay, go on then. I finished Sekiro. Say it.
Okay. So do you understand the rules of the game?
Yeah. Okay. So
you have to tell us.
truth,
No,
two lies?
you make a statement.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we can ask you questions about the statement, and we need to figure out if
Okay,
it's
we have
truth
to
or
do
a
it quick
lie.
though. We got 30 seconds. Go.
I have 100% win rate against Caps on stage as a mid laner.
Okay. When have you played against Caps on stage?
I played against him once.
And
Okay.
what was
As a mid laner.
what was the mid matchup?
It was Kassadin versus Zoe.
Who was the Kassadin?
I was Kassadin.
How long did the game last?
50 minutes, 46 minutes.
Yeah, that
All
makes
right.
sense.
Okay, crowd, cheer if you think that it is the truth.
I don't think it's the truth. We'll find out after we get into game. Team Vitality versus G2 Esports. Was it the truth, Kadra?
It was the truth.
Well,
I told you can't lie.
yeah, the crowd's genius.
Crowd is genius.
Good
Couldn't
job,
think
crowd.
of a team
Good
with a Y
job,
start,
crowd.
though.
This one's for you.
Good job, crowd. Round of applause for the crowd, everyone.
Soon they'll start saying, Medic sucks. Like, be careful, they will.
That's understandable.
Right now, the G2 fans are in full
It is
force.
Swain mid.
So let's talk
So
about
it is
this.
Yasuo bot.
Yeah.
Swain mid.
Okay.
Flackhead on Yasuo. I think... Wait. I was trying to think if every member of G2 has played Yasuo at this point.
Now, if this was old G2, I would expect them, Caps and Perks back then, to have played a Yasuo 1v1 and the winner would get to play it.
Yeah.
I wonder if Caps and Flacket did the same thing.
Or it was Flacket and Broken Blade, because they're wearing their names on each other's faces.
Maybe they had a 1v1. Or maybe they... I know the G2, before the game starts, they have 2 Yasuos in a Baron pit and they hit Qs only. And it's kind of like a dodgeball game.
Mundo dodgeball. but with
like the
Yasuo.
Mundo one, but with
You know,
Yasuo. They
I
always
actually
do
think
that.
Here's how the conversation went. Caps goes, I think we can play Yasuo here. Flacket goes, I can play it bot. Caps looks at him and goes, you sure? I am Caps. Right? And then Broken Blade points at his face and goes, don't ever doubt my boy. And that's how they ended up in this draft.
Thanks for setting the scene, Bane.
Yeah, it's good.
That was a good scene set.
That's exactly how it happened.
You should write scripts.
Let's see how Flacker does in this
What's
2
your
versus
drama?
2. Of course, in terms of the matchup, have either of you played this matchup before?
No.
Gadril?
I have played a lot of Yasuo bot. Not too much success, but I have enjoyed it.
I'll say one of the interactions you can think of, obviously it's going to be hard for
True.
Flacket because he's melee into range to start off with, but you can put the wind wall down to block the feathers in a similar way that you'd use the Braum shield, so that can be an interaction we'll see. And Kazi can dodge away from
Well,
your
they're actually
last
getting
breath.
the push here.
Yeah.
So a lot of Yasuo matchups you think of, back to the Perks days, Yasuo Gragas was a good go-to
Yes.
bot lane matchup.
Yeah.
The way that matchup, well, the Yasuo Gragas would function was you give kind of lane push level 1, you try to get level 2, and when the wave's kind of coming into you towards your tower, you just ease through the creeps and all in them with an E-flash. Yasuo Alistar, another good kind of all-in lane if you try to look for level 1, level 2 kills. But I think Yasuo Senna doesn't have a lot of kill pressure. I think bot lane will actually be quite quiet for once unless Vitality overstep, because Targamas can never really follow up with Flacket. He's going to have to go in alone.
While I do agree with that, I will say that the thing that's undervalued, I think, about Yasuo is he can actually clear minions pretty fast, especially early on, because of how spammable his Q is. And the range from Targamas means that he can continue to bully Labrov, allowing him to actually get this early push. So now the wave will slow push back towards them. You can see that Jankos has pathed up towards the top side of the map. Expectations are that Alphari will have the push in the 1v1 matchup. You can already see that CS discrepancy starting to build. But typically, when you are playing in a Kayle game, the expectation is try and shut down the Kayle versus protect the Kayle. And it seems that with the time being, Haru going to path towards the bot side of the map with this push. They may even threaten a dive, but this would be very risky this early on.
Yeah, very risky. If Flacket gets level 3 and gets the win wall, it's going to be incredibly difficult. I wonder how close he is to that level up, but we'll see. I think Labrov has to kind of flash auto here, or just walk up auto and flash out. We'll see what happens.
Labrov will get the auto down, TP coming in. They're looking for the damage on Targamas. There's the first one, looking for 2, but underneath the tower, Labrov will fall. Haru has to flash away. Caps now joining the fray. Knock up onto Perks. Caps could look for a little bit more damage here, but ends up just being a 1-for-1.
I think it's going to be worth for Vitality, though, because what happens there is they get Caps' TP and they get first blood onto Carzzy. So Caps responds, but look at how he has to run back to mid now quickly to push it out. And now he's basically like a base down. Perks will TP back mid, Labrov will run towards mid, and now Caps is going to have this awkward state of like, guys, I need you to help me fix my wave.
It does give Broken Blade some free time in the top lane to not be ganked at level 2, though, because obviously Haru path down towards the bottom side, so Broken Blade already 4 of the 6. Jankos looking for mid. Perk's going to be able to get away as the charm only hits onto the clone. So Broken Blade actually gets a free back, or a back without TPing in the top lane here.
Yeah, I think we'll have to keep our eyes on mid for now, because Caps needs a push out eventually. So he needs Flacken and Targamas to base after that bot wave, run towards mid. He needs Jankos to push it out, and Vitality not responding here. They should respond with their jungler here and stop this wave from crashing. Labrov is around. They need to force this a little bit and stop them from being able to do this.
Good damage on the Caps from Perks, but you're right. For now, they're going to be able to push out this wave. This will give Caps an opportunity to reset, which he desperately needs. Root comes through. Good hook from Labrov will get him to safety.
Perks will hold the wave a bit, so that's going to sting for Caps. Now the question is, does he just cancel his recall and say, guys, we need to push this in more? Or does Labrov find him first? Yeah, he does. He says, guys, we need to push this in. I don't want this to be frozen on.
Charm's going to land onto Caps. Jankos coming in from the side as well. Haru now hit the Spectral Maul's going to catch out Jankos. He will fall. Flacker joins the fray. Labrov will flash away. Haru, though, looking for the back line. Flashed forward. Couldn't quite get onto Caps. He's just going to be forced away. Last raised back in, and Black just needs one more auto. The charm goes out as well. G2 able to strike back in the mid lane. Labrov low. Targamas cancels an auto attack. The knockup. Oh, Flacket only onto Perks. Flacket low as well, but he is able to walk away.
It's a fist fight to fix the mid wave. G2 will finally do it, but Carzzy's the main winner here. I mean, Flacket hasn't been bot. Carzzy's now level 5. He's hitting bot tier 1, crashed a massive wave, got a plate, so G2 had to invest more numbers to fix it. Vitality come out worse on the trade, but I think it's pretty even overall.
Yeah, you can see the gold still in favor of Vitality for the time being. Top lane's been left on a bit of an island, which is definitely to Broken Blade's advantage for the time being, but props to Haru. He wasn't involved in the initial exchange when contesting around the wave, but he was able to flash over this wall. Well, you can see him hovering around mid right now. He can see the contest coming through. Flacket joins the fray, and while G2 do have numbers, the initial exchange goes in favor of Vitality.
Yeah, here's the 4v3, and Jankos, interesting, falls so early on in the fight. Haru uses W actually instantaneously after picking up the clone. Maybe if he E'd and then W'd afterwards, he could maybe find Perks, but regardless, turns up in a 1-for-1. Labrov ends up living, and G2 get the wave in, but again, biggest winner is Carzzy.
Really good route there from Targamas, kind of enables the trade advantage to go in the favor of G2. But yeah, kind of crazy. You have to remember that Swain this early on, Wukong this early on, really not that great when it comes to actually fighting. So I'm surprised that G2 committed to that. They felt like with the numbers advantage that they would have, that they would be strong enough to get themselves a couple kills, but Vitality able to turn it around.
Caps no flash, Labrov is just hovering. He wants to Hex Flash and then hit the Q. Caps actually going for the Giant's Belt first item. He's not going to rush Mandate. Looks like he's going to rush Rylai's because maybe he thinks he's really vulnerable to early ganks. So much mobility from the enemy mid-jungle with a GP ult as well, so just wants to get that early tankiness. I think it's just not so much preference, but game state that determines which one you go first. I've seen Swains go Rylai's first, I've seen him go Mandate first, and maybe he feels like with Ahri having so much mobility, it helps him gap close a bit.
Black and Targamas using the fact they have a push in that bottom lane to start up this dragon. Jankos here as well should be an easy enough secure. The Hex Drake does chain a few auto attacks around, but G2 pretty tanky, able to survive that for the moment. First dragon of the game goes over to G2. And for the moment, things in a pretty even state. Vitality with that slight gold lead.
Have a look at, yeah, I was just about to say, if you have a look at the top lane, you can see that Alphari has been doing very well in terms of the isolated 1v1 matchup and bullying out Broken Blade, especially knowing that the Drake has just been started with Haru hovering around the top side of the map. Broken Blade forced to reset, did of course still have the TP though. The Herald now about to spawn. Let's have a look at this Vitality, a bot lane, and what they'll do. Jankos needs to reset. And Haru already on the objective. I expect the rotation to come up into mid from the Vitality bot lane, as they're beginning to do now. This should set up the first Herald to go in favor of Vitality.
The beauty here is Vitality could go towards mid, push mid, go to Herald, take Herald, and Alphari can ult bot wave if G2 push that in. So I think Flakked realizes we could push bots right now, but we can't get plates because of GP ult. So we have to match. And I think there might be a little bit too late to match, because right now they have got the mid wave in. The Herald has been started up. We'll see if Jankos can test for a steal and can buy time for the rest of G2 to collapse, because he needs to be entwined with Flakked for the knockup.
I'm looking for it right now. Jankos has the flash Cyclone. X flash away. There's the charm onto Jankos into the hook. The Rift Herald secured by Haru. Jankos only gets one knockup onto Lebrov. Perkz looking for a flank position here. Second knockup coming down. Lebrov will pay for the Herald with his life, but Vitality very happy to get out with that.
Yeah, it's instantaneous gold versus expected gold, right? Lebrov falls, gives over 300 gold. Herald gives 320 gold worth of plates. So if you have tempo and you have a good lane state and you've killed the enemy laner and you can put the Herald down, maybe it nets you a full tower. So we'll see how Vitality use it, but ends up in a 1-for-0 for G2.
So resets coming out from the rest of Vitality right now. You can actually see a wave stacking in top lane. Alphari choosing not to contest it because he realizes the rest of his team needs to back off. Cautious of a potential dive, but he has information as to where both Caps and Targamas are. Now Haru and Lebrov make their way towards mid. Perkz threatens a potential play, and immediately G2's mid support duo are going to disengage. So the gold continues to stay dead even. Kazi will be able to catch this bot wave. Flakked, being the benefactor of that kill, will mean that he should be sitting on a decent amount of gold right now.
Yeah, has to flash. Yeah. Vision of Empire would give him a slow, and then the Never Move can follow up after that. Perkz with no ult.
And it's one of those scenarios where you don't have TP, so if you have to flash afterwards anyway, you're now under threat of being dove. And the fact that Jankos has flash up, regardless of whether he has ult or not, if you get slowed, he can flash over the wall and chase you. So no mobility would be left. Jankos hovering around the top side now. Just going to take the blast cone and back away. Has a pink, maybe he drops it in this bush before he finishes that recall. Give a little vision over to Broken Blade. But he's going to save it for now. Try to build towards that Sunder. Rylai's complete for Caps. Dragon in 2 minutes. Still Herald in Vitality's back pocket of Haru, hovering towards bot right now.
Yeah, maybe looking to funnel some more gold into Kazi here. He's already taken 2 of these plates down. Would like to buff that up to a full 5. He's got the serrated Dirk on the Xayah. It's a lethality build Xayah. We still see every now and again. Was nerfed quite heavily a few patches ago, but does still work, of course.
Definitely does. It's being played a little bit in the LCK. Can't think off the top of my head the exact player, but I've seen it kind of floating around the airy poke Xayah. LCK love their poke champs, of course. Varus, a big flavor of the month for them. A little bit in spring when 80s are banned out. Not so much in the west, but now Vitality is stacking this bot wave. They could just Herald here, get the tower to half a plate left, and then back off and get it on the next rotation. But you could also fancy a dive, and that's what Jankos is here for. Alphari just used the GP ult top to fix his wave, so if they dive here, they don't have a GP ult. So that's going to sting a bit.
Looks like they're not going to overcommit. I think that Haru was doing the exact same thing, where for the time being he was just covering. Kazi though will be spotted.
Pops the Feather Storm, that's safe. Makes sense, just burn the ultimate, don't need to use your summoners. Then Back's just around the corner once again, but will now realize he has to stay around to catch this wave as it pushes in towards him.
So what we've seen from games over the last 2 weeks on this new patch is early games and mid games are slower, giving you more time to make decisions as to where you want to move on the map. But the mid to late game fights are so much longer that there's a lot more skill expression involved, and kind of how you use your cooldowns becomes more important. We've seen that over the last couple games, and I think with the champion in this game, we might see a similar sort of thing. So we're building up to those dragon fights. 40 seconds from now, we'll see if G2 want to try to secure that with this bot push that they already have. And Haru's looking around mid, still has this Herald, can pop it down before the dragon spawns to force that mid push.
Caps right now with the mid push. Dragon spawns in about 30 seconds time, and it's G2's control of the bot side of the map. Xayah making her way back onto the map.
A lot of potential coming out, yeah, but the Caps is so tanky here. Dawning Shadow used as well. Lebrov rooted in place, going to get the knockup. They're trying to turn it back around onto Caps, who will have the Demon Flare in a moment's time. Comes out of it.
So Dragon in 10. Caps has TP, doesn't have ult, neither does Jankos, neither does Targamas. So 3 ults invested for Lebrov's. Does that open up a window for Vitality to contest? I think the answer is no. They have to look for something on the top side of the map. Haru taking away camps. Herald's expiring. Looks like he's going to drop it top for Alphari, but they don't have a wave to work with, so all the golds will go to Haru.
I think it's, you see Caps TP down towards the bottom side, you know G2 are investing around the Dragon. You can see Vitality immediately move up into this red side quadrant, try and get the vision down. Haru's going to press forward with this Rift Tower, but Broken Blade very safe. Does have the flash, has the Divine Judgment, and all that gold, as you say, will go over to Haru. Puts him about 700 gold ahead of Jankos.
I think it's important to note, though, that Broken Blade is at a very uncontested early game. Getting closer and closer to level 11. This will be the first gank thrown top of the game.
What are you going to do here, though? Hook under the tower, and Broken Blade just turns around and auto-attacks you. Divine Judgment still available for the G2 top laner.
I wonder if Karzi didn't have E there. I think he took Crab, and he used E on the Crab to finish it off. If he had a QE auto there, he probably could have rooted up. Broken Blade got his ult, got his flash maybe. Looked like he didn't. Exhaust follow-up perhaps, but that has not happened. He's just going to push out top for now. 2 plays left on that tower. Alfari has the cannon barrage up again, so he can play the weak side pretty happily, and it looks like G2 want to match their bot lane.
All right, well, I think it's fair to say that so far, Vitality have done a fairly solid job in the early game. You can see they've accrued a very small gold lead, largely in thanks to the plays that they've been able to secure themselves, but still overall a very close game. But when I think of Vitality so far this split, I don't really think of them kind of messing up their early game. I actually think they've demonstrated some pretty good macro as well. It's really their mid-game team fights that I think that they've fallen short, especially when we think to yesterday. I wonder how the decision-making and the shot calling actually plays out when it comes to the fights, because their engages are a bit messy, as Alfari sees an opportunity to all in on caps, but he's going to very quickly disengage from that. You can see the rest of Vitality looking for an opportunity, but it didn't really result in much.
It's also the power of going Rylai's first on the Swain. You're very tanky inherently by getting that bit of extra health through the Giant Spell. Imperial Mandate doesn't give you quite as much, so going for that Rylai's, if anyone tries to chase you down, you can pop a demonic extension, you gain more health, you get the slows down, it becomes very hard to chase you on a side lane.
And we've seen the amount of work Caps can do in these fights, right? We saw it yesterday, him dancing around the rest of it. I think it was BDS on the Ahri. And yeah, I mean, he has the Swain, he needs the Imperial Mandate. We'll see how much he can pull out in these fights, because he's been the clutch factor for G2 at MSI, in playoffs, in their massive streak, and he's almost like the core of G2 over the last couple of years.
It certainly has been. You look at the damage percentage and the damage per minute that he's getting. It's just a lot of damage for a mid laner. Caps has continued to demonstrate a great performance, and especially when you think back to last split, I think most people rated him as like 4th, arguably.
We did a tier list with Niski in the mid lane.
It was kind of crazy, and this split, it definitely feels like that he's back on top. He is the mid laner to beat right now, and I'm curious to see him go up against Perkz, who so far, to be fair, has had a very solid game. His laning phase is definitely not something that has really been under scrutiny so far this split.
And I feel like Caps has been the mid laner to beat since 2018. Yep. That's 4 years ago. He's been at the top of his game, all-pro, championships, you know,
except that
titles.
one split where he went AD and then Perkz.
Oh yeah, Perkz, yeah, he had to roll swap to lose his throne. Yeah. And yeah, Caps has always been sitting atop of it for those 4 years. Incredible consistency. But just zooming back on in this game, is part of 100% of their kills so far. Vitality's going to get the second Herald. 2 dragons over to G2 so far. Next one in 2 minutes. They can take this top tier 1. It's extremely low HP. Alfari still has the cannon barrage. Hasn't used it for any wave clear just yet. And G2 posturing for some kind of mid-siege.
They're looking for something here. Perkz going to be forced back. Never move pausing back. There's the last embrace, and there's the follow-up that I was talking about. Everfrost coming out. The hook's going to land, but Caps goes into demon form, and Labrov is going to be the one forced away.
Look at the slow.
The slows from the Rylai is absolutely absurd. Alongside that Senna with the piercing dark. It's very difficult to escape G2 if you overinvest.
Caps just showcasing how tanky he is. Jankos looking for a kill. Good use of the decoy there will allow him to get to safety. Pop the ultimate, likely to clear the Raptors as G2 continue the siege in mid. You can see that Haru on his way back onto the map, but G2 have got good damage down onto this mid tier 1.
Yeah, Perkz doesn't have TP and no ult, so Caps knows he has a basic free lane phase here. Flakked, of course, is the one farming on G2, not Targamas, so Targamas can stay mid. Flakked is happy sitting bot. Now Jankos finds Haru, no ult. Labrov's inbound.
Looking for something right now. Haru's going to get caught with the edge of that piercing dark. Hook's going to land. Death Charge coming out as well with a Dawning Shadow. It's enough. Caps brought in with a Divine Judgment as well. Haru taken out by Blackhead. And Vitality looked for something, but immediately were at a numbers disadvantage.
Yeah, Broken Blade flash ulting Caps there to stop Haru getting the kill and getting the reset where he could cause massive damage in the fight. 40 seconds on Dragon. G2 won't get an objective, but because there's death timers on Vitality, they can take a base here and keep tempo on the map.
Well played there by G2. Just kind of lack of information from Vitality. As we kind of look back, I want to draw your attention to the minimap. You can see that Haru is effectively face-checking the Fog of War. Yanko says, well, you know what? We've still got 4 members hovering around. Yasuo on his way down from the top river, the Kayle right behind them, and Caps gets engaged on initially. Good damage comes out for Vitality, and watch Broken Blade here. Flash, ultimate, as Broken Blade is now the target of attack for Vitality.
They know he doesn't have his ultimate, and Perkz has the Spirit Rush. Broken Blade trying to trade onto them, but at level 12 he's just not strong enough yet. Alfari takes the kill.
Yeah, third dragon is now spawning. G2, do they want to fight it? Looks like they do. Flakken misses the knock-up. Could have been a pick there, turn it into a 4v4. Karsi's pushing in mid, Caps is on the way, isn't investing the TP, and Broken Blade will be up in 25 with the TP. I think they're going to have to call for a mid tower here, but they've lost their wave here, G2. So, what's the call? Vitality going to start it up and play through bot.
Vitality playing that very well. Getting that initial pick. They're allowing Alfaro to push in through bot. Kazi pushing in mid. He's a little bit isolated right now on the left-hand side, but Vitality do have access to the Drake. Jankos looking for the play.
Flashes away, Featherstorm not available for the Vitality. AD carry the Cyclone into last bet combo, means that he will fall. Dragon still up, Broken Blade has the TP, will use it towards the bottom lane. Haru looking for something, is G2 able to escape? Caps flashes over the wall, and the demon is here, and he's hungry for blood. No escape from G2 for Vitality, they're just burning where they stand. Vitality flashing back underneath their tower. A good charm from Perks, good stun from Haru, a good reset. Will get them one reset. Caps was able to get another. Off towards Perks, down towards the bottom side. Flanker trying to get in here as well. Haru looking for a little bit more damage, but the exhaust comes out. Vision of Empire gonna get the slow. Haru going in, but can't get onto Caps. Alfari dodging in and out. Flanker takes them, and G2 clean up the fight.
Massive team fight by then. It's 5 kills over to them. I mean, Vitality get a couple consolation prizes on shutdowns, but it's G2 all the way.
It was such a good attack onto Kazi. G2 recognized that he's isolated. We were talking about how he was kind of left a little bit on his own to push out that mid wave, and G2 maintained control of this one bush just outside the red buff. You can still see that ward as well hovering around there. They use this information, but Vitality, they're not giving up the Drake just yet.
TP coming in. Of course, no smite here for G2. Kazi looking for the steal, and he'll get it. Divine Judgment coming in as Broken Blade, trying to get out of his, but the Jet Charge will knock him up. Caps TP'd in, but wasn't here in time. Vitality able to strike back.
That's massive for Vitality. Does Haru still have the Herald? I wonder if he's used it. Yes, he did use it, so they won't be able to get this. No, he just used it now, so they will be able to get this mid-tier 1, I think. So that's a massive play. They get the Dragon, stop the Soul Point, they get a kill onto BB, and now they're going to get a mid-tier 1 you have to expect, because I think if they just walk up here, they have the numbers to threaten this tower.
Vitality, again, another symptom of the durability update is that these fights go on for so long, you get to respawn, come back out onto the map, and you're able to leverage your tempo in order to gain a small advantage. G2, though, doing a good job of holding the line. Jankos with the engage.
Dawning Shadow just wide. Perks able to dodge it. And Rift Tower did charge in, but wasn't able to get enough damage to take down the tower.
Yeah, G2 just fighting back there. They know that clearing the wave is option number 1, but the only way to access the wave is fighting. Perks finds Jankos.
Jankos can just dodge away. Perks still chasing forward. Of course, no charm left for the Vitality mid laner, as Vitality will pick up some of these honey fruit.
So G2 are looking for this top tier 1, but Vitality are still sticking around.
Yeah, right now it seems that they don't feel the need to reset. Alfari, level 13, should be able to win out in this 1v1. Jankos just going for a bit of poke. Won't overcommit. Alfari realizes there's no way you're engaging on me if your teammate is not here, so he's not going to take the bait. Perks now making his way up. Labrov has found Caps.
Caps still has the demonic extension. He's going to go into it immediately. Everfrost going down. He's trying to get away to the blast cone, but he's knocked back in. I think that was the piercing dart from Targamas that actually brought him back. Haru able to pick up the kill. They do get a 1-for-1.
Okay, so Caps, he just face checks the Tri-Brush. He was not expecting that many members of Vitality to be hovering around the top side of the map. But this is just a brawl. Both teams contesting absolutely every objective. And Vitality, they keep the gold even.
And it's been funny to watch Karzi and Flacket on the minimap there, because they were contesting mid waves. They were trying to hover top side, but then Flacket was like, you're going to take my mid tower if I run up here. And Karzi's just hovering around mid, threatening that. So the AD is never really able to join that fight. Karzi going to go back to this wave after taking the red buff. So a lot of 4v4 action happening on the top side. G2 trying to make an aggressive play on towards the top tier 1, Vitality defending it.
I think it's really important to appreciate the largest goal discrepancy right now is just between the supports. You can see that Alfari has an advantage top, Haru has an advantage in the jungle, mid is pretty even, AD carry is pretty even, but this Senna has just been involved in so many kills, and Labrov has been dying a lot. That's kind of where the goal difference really is kind of amounting for G2.
Stacks on Senna also give you gold, so you can get that passively just by collecting those throughout the game.
Nearly at 100 stacks already.
94 already. Wow. A lot easier against a melee opponent in lane to get those stacks up.
I mean, we also think about the fact that there's been so much skirmishing in the early game. Targamas has just been getting a lot of harass out. He's been getting a lot of stacks just by hitting enemy champions. And then on top of that, he can just follow his jungler around and be like, yoink, 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 yoink. Thank you very much. I'll take all these souls from the jungle camps. And yeah, he's been super efficient with these early stacks.
It's something G2 used to do a lot when Reckless was on the team as well. They used to have Reckless follow Jankos, get him as many stacks as possible. And 94 at 22 minutes is a sizable sum. Caps pushing down towards the bottom side, doesn't have the TP, and Vitality trying to gain control over this top side of the jungle, while they know the G2 mid laner is not there.
Yeah, hook goes wide. BB's forced back here. G2 needs to get a little bit of vision in their own jungle. You can see Vitality own this top side jungle. 4 wards littered in with a blue orb and another ward just over the Baron pit. Just gives them so much vision. Targamas doesn't have the sweeper up yet. He just used it mid, so those wards are going to stay there for quite a long time. And Vitality will have a lot of information to work with.
Caps as well. He's deciding to go for the Leandri's Anguish instead of the Imperial Mandate. Hook does go in, but Jankos can still decoy away. Spectral Maw just short. Never move, misses from Caps. Perks dashes in. Caps dodges everything as per usual, and Perks dashes out. Vision of Empire going down. Caps looks for another never move. Can't quite land it. Just clips the tail of that Ari.
Bit of a frustrating play there for Perks, because as Lebrov hit the hook, Perks ulted forwards, imagining that a play is going to happen. Jankos gets away, and then Perks just really wants to reforce something. Caps, of course, kind of cocky movement, dodging everything. Perks just forced to run away. And now this top tier 1, which G2 looked for earlier on in the game, will fall.
So I can hear the chat typing away. 14 out of 16. The clock is ticking. The Monka S's are coming out as Broken Blade gets ever closer to that scary part of Kayle. And one of the topics I wanted to bring up was this concept of scaling. Because when you have Senna and Kayle and kind of Swain relative to Ari, that's a lot of scaling on the side of G2, and not only have they been able to find early kills going in their favor, they've also got a very healthy gold lead right now, and the next dragon is spawning. 2 items are being completed across the board for G2, and even though Kayle is not level 16, I think they can feel pretty confident about forcing a fight.
Also have to be very careful of the GP. Wayward today in their game against FPX was hitting some insane barrel combos on the backline, practically one-shotting them before the fight started. So as much as they lost that game, the damage a GP can do with one barrel combo is immense. G2 now setting up for this dragon. Vitality posturing towards the top side of the river. G2 on the bot side. Battle lines drawn. Kazi's on mid-wave though, so it looks like maybe Vitality just focusing on his mid-tier 2. G2 have to start the dragon.
It's not Soul anymore, right? So Vitality could just force down the mid lane here. Caps will start up the dragon. They'll get it, but Vitality are trying to catch them as they rotate towards that mid lane. Caps is charmed. There's the Epifrost going down. He's half HP. Spectral Maw coming out with the never move. Will catch Haru. Last Embrace going out as well as Jankos looks for it. Heartbreaker out. Dawning Shadow just short. Haru ticks down to Caps. Caps flashing forward. The charm's going to hit him, and he will go down as well. Broken Blade trying to join the fight from the bottom side. Jankos low. Divine Judgment just in time now. Fire pots the stopwatch up towards the top of the fight. Kazi's fighting against Flakked, but Flakked is not quite able to win it out. Kazi, Lebrov still standing. Targamas, Jankos and Broken Blade alive on the other side. Kazi down now, and it's only Lebrov that remains amongst the ruins of his team. G2 will chase him down.
Yeah, Lebrov's gonna die here. Maybe just give the kill over to Broken Blade, get a little bit more gold for that kill. We'll see how they do it. No, Jankos just takes it and pops the emote. Massive wombo combo in the backline from Flakked there. Jankos helping out a little bit. Caps just flashing straight into all of them.
And you can see that the idea from Vitality was, as G2 secure the Drake, they want to move back towards the mid-wave so that they can contest it. So Vitality controlled this choke point, but it's Caps that face checks, and look at how much damage he actually just soaks up. He doesn't care about taking this combo. He loses half of his HP, but what does he do? Then pops the ultimate, the root comes down to Haru over steps, and then the re-engage from G2.
Yeah, Haru a bit late to respond, and Caps' flash here a little bit confusing. I wonder if he knows BB's TPing mid and he wants to flash to the side to try and get towards the Kayle. Nevertheless, Jankos is the one that gets ulted and saved as Karzi tries to take him down, so massive clutch ult there keeps him alive, and Karzi versus Flakked, the duel happens. Karzi ends up winning, but Jankos shuts him down.
And I think that that engage combo there from G2 was so clean. The double knockup from Jankos into the ultimate from Yasuo. Props to Alfaro though, his Gangplank ultimate on the backline was doing huge damage. Fortunately for him, it wasn't quite enough. That overstep from Haru proved to be detrimental as no resets came through from Vitality. And a big teamfight win once again for G2.
This Senna is level 14. Incredible amount of kill participation. I wonder how many stacks, 120 stacks at 26 minutes. So Targamas is ramped up right now, and Vitality, they have a couple of item breakpoints, right? Karzi's just hit 3 items, Perks is close to the Red Rabadons, but I think the main threat is this Senna, and Kayle is 1 level away from 16. You were talking about the Kayle and Senna, so 2 targets Vitality have to poke out or kill.
I mean, Flakked's also at 2 items on the Yasuo with the Infinity Edge alongside the Immortal Shield Bow, not going for the Blade of the Ruin King, which is the build we have been seeing since about 12-10. Instead looking for that crit chance, looking for that extra damage. Kazi here, oh, what? That was a lot of damage that I don't think anyone was expecting as Targamas is chunked to half.
Lethality, yeah.
Yeah, just seeing that damage, you have to wonder how much poke Vitality have. Let's take stock. Xayah with the Aerie, with the E, GP as well with the poke. I mean, Perks can play poke-ish if he dashes forward, chunks someone out, and trades his ult for a numbers advantage. So I feel like Vitality need that poke setup before a fight begins in such an explosion where Wukong and Swain and Kayle are flashing in your face and Yasuo's ulting.
Observers, if you could be so kind as to click Broken Blade's icon so we can have a look at how close. Here it comes, the level 16.
Oh, there it is.
There
perfect timing. Jankos is smiling.
Fully ascended.
The timer has been struck. Chat, Monka S's are in full force as Kayle now achieves her highest ascension. This is where things get really scary for Vitality, and Broken Blade really gets to demonstrate his carry potential. Looks like that he has completed a stopwatch also on Jankos, a stopwatch also on Targamas, a stopwatch also on Haru. I think everyone knows what time it is right now. And this next fight is largely going to be
10:26.
Thank you, Keijo.
In Berlin.
In Berlin.
We have 1 minute and 30 seconds until the next straight. Of course, sole point for G2. And our final game of the weekend, match of the week. Perks versus Caps, part 7.
The Perksing. Jankos looking for something here, though. Gets the knock-up last bet onto Perks, and Perks is just deleted. The movie might be named after him, but he's one of those characters that dies very early on. 2 kills now, as Flackett gets a second Dawning Shadow going out. Broken Blade just tanking for days. Fully ascended, arisen a flame. Broken Blade shredding through Vitality.
Yeah, G2 just own the map right now. They're going to go to Baron, get in, reset, and then go towards their Drake, their sole point. Vitality have TP on these solo lanes, but there's 20 and 30-second respawn timers on them. Caps just zoning away the rest of Vitality.
Diana Yasuo, Wukong Yasuo, it doesn't matter what they pair with Yasuo, G2 will replicate the same engage that they have done time and time again. Jankos finds a target, he gets the knockup, and the ultimate from Yasuo immediately follows. Easy enough, easy to execute. The G2 once again find the kill, and they will once again find themselves with the ban.
And yeah, Perks thought he was safe here, but Jankos just goes invisible, and the second the knock-up lands, the chain CC connects, he instantly dies. Alphari almost gets a good barrel combo on the back line. Broken Blade pops the ult early on to keep Flackett safe, and then Karzi has no chance into this fight. Doesn't get a good E off. Jankos pops the stopwatch, and yeah, Broken Blade just frontlining on this level 16 KO.
I also love the fact that Caps TP'd at the end of the fight. After everything had happened, it's like, cool, yeah, I'm here now. Guys, did you need me? Apparently not, as Vitality try and set up around this Drake.
They're already here. They have control through the bot wave, and now they've gained access onto the Drake, so they're still in this game at the very least. Perks does have the ultimate backup. Alphari not quite yet.
Perks looking for the charm. Jankos able to dodge to the side of it. Everfrost going in. Jankos looking to steal here. The reset onto the Dragon. Jankos rooted though. It's going to be low. Caps tries to get onto the back line. Pops the stopwatch. Ryli's doing some work here. Jankos can still get in here. The Everfrost, the charm just short as Perks dives away. Blast cone in. Flackett on the back line. Jankos able to secure the Ocean Soul for G2, and Perks has been chased out by Targamas. Flackett now fighting against Haru and Karzin. This Ocean Soul is going to do so much work for G2 here. Everyone from G2 is still alive, and everyone from Vitality's died.
A clean ace goes for G2, as with the Baron buff, with the Dragon Soul, they're looking to end their week with a win. A dominant performance from G2 as Vitality fall short.
Yeah, they don't have any waves in bot, but they have a mid wave. I think Caps will be able to get this tier 2, but they're probably going to have to back off after that. The fight looked terrible for G2 at the start. Jankos is the main initiator to get Flackett in the back line, and he was really chunked out, but the rest of G2 made it happen. Caps really aggressive in the front line, pops stopwatch, and we'll see that again, but it looks like they're going to get on this inhib, and they might back off
maybe
afterwards.
They can't end just yet. Haru is back alive, Perks is back alive. They have a wave pushing in bot. Looks like that they could contest a second inhibitor if they wanted to. Will they overstay? Yes, they will. They feel strong enough for the time being.
I don't think it's an overstay if they can still win the fight afterwards. Vedi, we'll see. As they...
No ultimate for Jankos right now, but everything else is up for G2.
They're so strong. I think they can just siege this tier 3. Caps needs to be careful, though.
Caps is hooked. No Zonya's for him. Demonic Ascension goes out. Look at the damage. Oh, Caps just tanked. He's still tanking the tower. He's still tanking. Oh, look at him go. Judgment. It's like a Beyblade. Just let him rip through the enemy team. Caps still alive. Vitality, you can't say the same about them. Only Perks can watch as the G2 that he once led to glory takes down his new team. G2, after the loss to BDS yesterday, perhaps people wondered if it would be a happy weekend for them. Well, it's going to
dive Perks.
They're diving Perks, who acquires a stopwatch and stops himself from dying.
He gets 2.
Perks gets 2. He's looking for more. Can he fight against Targamas? The Bob is here. The Nexus will fall, though, and G2 will go 4-1 in the LEC.
A bit personal there at the end. 5-man diving Perks on the Nexus. Gets himself a triple kill to round it out. Laughs that one off, but yeah, G2 just in full control from start to finish. Massive props to Targamas, almost like the unsung hero, just
really
getting so far ahead on that Senna.
Yeah, I mean, the early game, Broken Blade was largely uncontested. We saw constant roams from this bot lane of Flackett and Targamas. Targamas landing so many roots, having such massive impact on the Senna. And overall, a great game, great performance from G2. Bounced back after a struggling loss yesterday.
Yep.
But questions continue to rise for Vitality. A team that, with the introduction of Haru, the expectation was set that they would come in reform. Still not seeing the level that we were promised from this Vitality squad.
Definitely aren't, but we are seeing an incredible level from G2. Everyone talks about the MSI hangover, but I don't think G2's feeling it.
Of course, they lost to BDS yesterday, but bouncing back against Vitality today. We've seen so many different comps coming out of them, and they look like they're having a hell of a good time doing it.
Yeah, they certainly do.
Really look like they're enjoying themselves. Vitality, on the other hand, of course, still unable to find exactly their winning formula for this team, and we'll have to see if they're able to fix things as the games go on.
See if that formula can come in summer, because it needs to happen soon.
The bromance between Flagged and Broken,
shushing everyone out there.
You can vote for your Kia Player of the Games at LEC on Twitter. Caps, Flacked, and Targamas are your options. I think all of them had good games. I think seeing Flacked on Yasuo is something I didn't really expect.
Also, big shout out to the audience this weekend. You guys have been absolutely fantastic. The energy has been wonderful. We have had a lot of delays, a lot of issues. We appreciate you sticking with us through them all and giving a very enjoyable experience. Players have had a lot of fun. We've had a lot of fun. We've had some bangings closed out week 2.
It's been a long weekend.
It certainly has been. But we've had some crazy games. BDS leveling up. The
Astralis surprising.
Yeah, the Astralis surprising. Rogue seem to be slowly getting back on form. Misfits getting their first win of the split. Like, a lot of stuff has been happening here in week 2, and it sets us up for an insane week 3, especially as G2 and Fnatic will take to the stage.
XL still looking dominant as well.
That's
like
also
their
true,
win today against Mad Lions was absolutely
very dominant. LEC
Can you believe that he just walked in front of the camera?
Yeah.
Can you believe that? Doesn't even notice. Now he's noticed. We should just let people do that more often. It's like, if you're willing to walk in front of the camera, you should just be allowed to do it.
Fine. It's not on half the time, to be fair. All right, well, we're just waiting for an interview. We're exhausted.
Yeah, we can go to the interview right now. Hand it over to Laura, who's standing by with Caps.
Lovely.
Capital P.
Thank you guys, Cavs. Thanks again for joining me for this interview. Congrats on taking Match of the Week. Let's talk about the draft first, because whenever I see a Yasuo, I never know who's going to play it in the end. So how do you choose who's going to play Yasuo? Because here you could have flexed it anywhere, basically.
I mean, it used to be a requirement on G2 to play a lot of different champs. This year, it's the Yasuo. So we've seen it in 3 roles now. And let's see when Yankees and Saga can pull it out as well.
All right. Who would you say is the best? No, you know what? Rank the Yasuo players at G2, from the best one to the worst one.
If maybe I'm Flagged are watching them, they should probably turn it off now. Because I would obviously choose myself as number 1.
Of course.
I beat Faker and Yasuo.
Right.
I think that BB and Flagged are both really good Yasuos, but I would probably put BB slightly above Flagged.
Okay.
I think Flagged is really good for an AD carry, Yasuo. And I think if he keeps playing it, he will look even better in the future.
All right, we'll need to see all the Yasuo players from G2, obviously. But let's talk about your week. Losing against BDS yesterday, but I mean, they went toe-to-toe against Fnatic today. So how do you reflect on that game you had against them?
I mean, it was kind of a disaster. I think I was dying a lot in the early game, especially. I died a lot, and then we kind of came up back in the game, but it just wasn't enough to close it out in the end. Today it was a lot better early game. I don't think we really died much. And then when it came to like the Drake fights, the skirmishes, we were just winning them. So I think a lot better play from us today.
It's always super random with best of ones. Obviously, anything can happen. But I was talking to Jomberg earlier and telling him that XL may be one of the best performing teams in the LEC. He still told me that G2 is the best. How do you react to that?
I mean, I appreciate that. I think that, I mean, obviously we won the spring, so I can understand that we're still like the team to beat. But at the same time, we saw yesterday we can lose to BDS, we can lose to everyone. I think all the teams in Europe have their own strengths and can be really good on the day.
Yeah.
So we will have to bring our A game if we want to win every game.
When I see the way all the teams are performing right now, it feels like the LEC is more competitive, let's say. Do you agree?
I mean, for sure, I think it's more competitive than the last split. And even like, I think some of the previous splits I played on, I think especially like the Battle for Worlds is going to be really interesting. And I feel like there's a lot of teams that can take it, where usually it's not that many. So it's going to be really fun to see.
Yeah, that week was interesting, for sure. Last question for you, Caps. I know your whole family is here in the audience, and they were here for you this weekend. Anything you want to tell them? You can go in Danish, but you have to translate afterwards. Because I don't speak that language.
Jeg vil bare sige tak fordi I kom og støtter mig. Selvom vi tabte i går, så er jeg glad for, at I er her. Og at vi vinder i dag, det er bare super.
That was really cool. And thank you guys for coming, of course. Thank you, Caps, for the interview. Congrats on taking the Match of the Week. And we're gonna take a break now. We'll be back in just a couple minutes with PGL. Don't go anywhere, guys. See ya.
Control of this lane.
Incredibly impressive stuff. Really inspirational.
And here we go. He's looking for something. What a move! This man is on fire!
That's the kind of play which makes me want to be on stage. Hold on.
Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, how do you feel after making that play?
You better get out your chair. Haters even be like, yeah. My crew everywhere like we in the atmosphere. Make it yell, woo, like Flair, we the champ. Now I crush it on the regular. Serve your whole squad like Federer. Top of the podium like I won a gold medal, bro. I'm a ticking time bomb. I'm about to set it up. Now what you hear ain't no test. This is real as real can get. Fingers on my deal, I ain't one to mess. So let me get this off my chest. Now I wanna go and act real crazy like there's nothing to lose. So everybody make way, cause I know what to do. Let's have some fun. Jump, 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 jump. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. Jump, 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 jump. Let's have some fun.
Hello, everyone. It's time for PGL, and it's me, Shocks, with Goldberg, but the most important guests of PGL, of course, Broken Blade and Flacket. Hello. Now you're gonna stop talking. You were talking the whole time.
Well, we have to let you talk first, right?
Yeah, that's
we're a gentleman here.
Yeah, you are.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, you are a gentleman. By the way, I posted a photo of you that you don't like, and you can't ratio me. So the longer I keep you in PGL, the longer you can't ratio me. But you're still going to probably, right?
I mean, probably, yeah.
It is kind of a superpower, so it's
Yeah,
great. So now that we have you here, first off, Flacket, Cap said that you're probably the third best Yasuo in G2. What do you think?
I mean, I think that's a pretty delusional take. I mean, I think me and Bibi are the best Yasuos in the team, then it's Caps. But, you know, like, he's a bit deluded, and there's nothing we can do about it.
I mean, I agree. Caps the third. Then it's Flacket, then it's me, who's the best Yasuo. Might also pull it off later. We'll see.
But you also have two Swain players in the team. Who's the best Swain then?
It's a tough question.
I mean, actually, we have maybe
3 probably.
Like maybe we have more.
Leaks.
We can't say much. We can't say much.
Yeah, Janke Swain bangs.
Yeah, Janke Swain is really good.
He used to play it.
Yeah.
And he actually bangs.
Bangs more than his Wukong, at least.
Yeah. Wukong.
Oh, you really say that after today?
No.
I mean, low-key.
I mean, low-key, yeah.
Low-key.
If you guys are here, who's doing Caps recaps without Caps? Because Caps was also on stage.
I mean, we might do it later. I mean, Caps recaps without Caps is always a banger content piece that we love to do here in G2. Because I might actually aspire to be also interviewing people in the future, right? I think it's gotten into my heart. Flacket can confirm, because I always interview him as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can ask him.
Yeah. Thank you so much yesterday for stepping in during the pause, by the way. It's really good.
I mean, I got kind of forced, but it banged in the end.
Yeah.
But, I mean, actually, I'm going to say, it's true that Bibi, like, he's a banger interviewer, but he was shaking a bit yesterday. But it's fine, you know, it's just learning. It's fine. It's experience.
It's true. I never had to give an interview from like such a big audience.
Yeah,
so it's normal that I just get nervous. You know, it's my first time.
At some point, they can just host PGL
Yeah, I
instead,
don't
and we
think
just
we need to
reverse
be
it.
here.
Then you give the casters interviews instead, and you're hosting PGL next week. What do you say?
I mean, if you're down, I'm down.
I mean, I'm down as well. This
Okay.
capture cap from PGL, actually. Yeah. It's a giga chat content.
I'm down. But only if you're down.
Oh.
I'm not here next week, Riot. Book me for another week.
So, talk to me about yesterday's game then, because the interview is great, but interview each other about the game.
Yeah, I think Bibi wants to talk about the game yesterday.
Right. I mean, before the game, I was asking Flacket how he's going to respond to BDS Power Nash plays.
So the fly.
And it ended up happening for them that they got the Nasher, I believe, and won the game. What do you think about the game, and what do you think went wrong, and why do you think it was jungle?
Yeah, I mean, for sure there were many issues in the game. I mean, I think we didn't have the best draft, but I think the game was like completely playable. I think we just made like too many mistakes. I mean, I think in every single lane. And yeah, they just like kind of snowballed. Especially, I think we were dying a lot on like mid and stuff. And then bottom we had like. Oh
this fly is ganking you, man.
I'm getting mega ganked.
Ganking you more than Jankos, this fly.
Yeah,
What
I mean,
the
I think.
hell?
Oh my god! What the fuck?
I know.
I mean, what the hell, man? Okay, I mean, the game yesterday, it was a tragedy. I think we didn't play for sure. For sure, it was like really bad gameplay from everyone, and it was actually pretty painful loss. But yeah, I think today we came back like way stronger, and yeah, even though we did one, I'm very happy in a way.
Yeah, you always seem really happy, all of you. You know, team atmosphere, like we'll ask about the drawings later. But does that help you because you're so positive and all the rest? Does that help you when you run into something?
At the same level, not only inside, but also outside of the game. I feel like it makes things a lot easier. Especially when we are losing a lot of games in MSI, I feel like even though we did lose a lot of games, and we did get stomped in a lot of games actually, we had really, really good talks and really open talks as well actually of why things are going bad, and there's no emotional barrier that creates like drama. They create like drama in the team, which I'm very, very happy about. I think that's very important.
I think if you ignore it, it'll go away. I don't know.
I don't know, Flacket, what do you think?
I mean, I really agree with Bibi. Oh my god, this play, man. Yeah, I mean, I think we face losses like really fine. I think we always talk about what we did wrong, what we did right, and we always try to, even though like the game yesterday was like really bad, we always try to take something out of it. And yeah, there has not been a single moment where we are like mental boom or like someone doesn't want to debate something about the game. We are always like really open to talk and debate everything about the game.
Okay, cool. That's nice to hear. So then talk to me about why are your names on each other's faces?
I mean, I was kind of expecting today to play some spicy picks in bot lane. So yeah, I mean, one of those picks, it was Yasuo. So, I mean, the best Yasuo in the team, right, is Broken Blade.
Yeah.
So I really needed to get the mechanics from him. And he actually played AD carry top, and I played Yasuo AD carry.
Yeah.
So it's kind of we switch our roles. And I mean, for me at least, it kind of worked. I'm not sure about the Kayle, because it looked like sometimes her auto attacks were disabled or something. But like my ultis were on point, my wind walls were on point. So I'm not sure. What do you think, baby?
I mean, I do think that we actually switched like perfectly, because sometimes it happens for you as well. I saw that you cancel a lot of auto attacks and positioning is a bit off.
Sure, yeah.
Which happened in this game for me, I think. But we always work to be better in G2, right? That's what we are here for, right?
Yeah,
To be better
very
every
well
single day.
media trained, I gotta say.
But I think we did have really good combinations with our ultimates in the game, especially in mid lane, when Yasuo went into his ass off. But I had my great ult.
I mean,
great
it was
ult to
Jungle's
save
call,
him.
though. Jungle's call,
Was great ult because I take care of my teammates.
Yeah.
I back them up.
That's true.
One
actually.
time, Swain as well. Caps is just running it down. I have to flash ult him.
That's true. That's true.
But I'm just a support.
Oh my
AD carry, assassin of the team. And tank. And tank.
Yeah, Kaylee's assassin. Yeah, I guess.
I can one shot.
Okay, so actually when you have these different drafts, because yesterday was quite standard and a little, well, simple for G2, and then today the script is completely flipped. Do you just take a coin before you go in and just flip it if you play standard or cheese picks, or what's kind of the idea behind G2?
I mean, the most simple way to put it is if it banks, it banks.
That's true.
Yeah, but I mean, there's no real thought process in going in saying, okay, we're going to make this a banger draft, for example, right? Or like, we're going to make this a boring draft. Obviously, there's some times where we decide which is better, right? In this game, we decided to have a banger draft again. And it banked, as we can see, right? How the game went.
Mega bang.
Yeah, we were really far ahead, and the fights felt really easy with our comp. Like, it just feels like if you're open to playing a lot of champions and we know how to play them, it's also easier to draft. Like, and I think Dylan is making a really great job. Shout out to Dylan Falco here.
Shout out and Rodrigo.
Yeah, Rodrigo as well. Yeah, and I think they're using us very well in terms of how to draft, and they're also very open about it, which is very nice, right?
Yeah, we were talking to Brox, and Brox, of course, had Dylan Falco as a coach as well, and he was actually saying that even though maybe Dylan got memed in the past, he's so important for all these teams, and whenever he leaves, the teams do worse. So I'm glad that he's getting his praise now. Yeah. Why are you laughing now? Don't make it worse.
Dylan got memed?
Well, not memes, but I don't think he got the praise he deserved, basically.
Oh, okay.
You know, when he was on some of his other teams. So there we go. Big up for Dylan. So let's check out the Kia player of the game leaderboard. Let's take a look. It says here Caps 39%. Oh no, the Kia player of the game, Caps. Sorry.
Oh,
Caps,
what?
yes. With 39% of the votes. A very close race with Flakked and Targamas. Flakked.
I mean, I think it's kind of what Bibi said, no? I think Caps was a bit running it down and then he got Kayle ulti. But yeah, I guess...
But his family was here.
I guess he gets MVP. Oh, it's fan vote?
Family. There's like 8 of them. And kids.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Yeah,
that's
so-
true, that's true.
So they rigged the votes.
He deserves to get Kayle ulted at least, so he lived.
That's true.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, as I said, I take care of my teammates. If they need to get ulted because they did a tiny mistake, I will be there for them and ult them, even if I have to flash for it.
Yeah.
But obviously, I think everybody, like, of those members that were in the vote could have gotten it, and they all played really well.
But so if you were in the vote, you would have gotten it.
Yeah, that too, right? But I mean, there's only 3 people in the vote, which is fine. I think we all had our moments in the game, actually. Like Wukong had a really nice engagement, and then we had the Yasuo combo as well. It's just, and Swain as well, just tanking 5 people.
Yeah.
So good.
It just feels like in these meta though, that we get so many different games. Also depending on the draft we're kind of getting. I don't know what your guys' takes on it, but this game you had right now felt very skirmish heavy. 24 like in the entire game. Does that come down to the fact that you're just playing like against the Vitality players and you know they want to match your plays, or is it sometimes just a drafting perspective? Like, how much does this meta really allow you to play aggressive, or is it more the players?
I mean, I think it depends on the draft again, right? Like we had a good draft where we can fight a lot and we actually win a lot of fights when we're ahead. Like if you would be behind, we would not actually be able to take many fights because our champs can only really go in, right? But once we get rolling in the game, the Kale ults, the bang, and yeah, the game just feels easy after that. But there's obviously some drafts, like the draft yesterday, for example, where we can't play this fast just based on our champs.
Which do you then think is the better style to go for?
I mean, I think it depends how a team is comfortable with and what is actually better against the enemy team. And I feel like many teams, they just draft to draft. But there's actually some drafts that are better against some teams than others, you know.
Okay.
Okay, saying a lot by saying nothing. I love it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, let's take a look now really at the Kia player of the game leaderboard. We've got Niski and Caps, each with 3. Perks, Jonghoon, and Kong. Wow, 3 mid laners. Overpowered role, clearly.
I mean, this looks like a balanced role, I think, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, all strong players. I think they all mostly did very well in their games as well, right? I think it's deserved, honestly. Could be a bit overtuned. Maybe not, but probably is, based on the MVP.
Goldberg.
And then what about support? Is that role broken too, or is Jonghyun just smurfing? What do you guys take here?
Yeah, actually, he's kind of
smurfing.
Yeah, he's kind of smurfing, yeah.
Did you see the game today also?
Yeah, I saw the pack today. The play he made on top, it was crazy, actually.
Yeah.
Actually, Targamas was jealous, actually.
Yeah, he was actually fuming.
He's molding.
He's mega molding, actually.
Yeah.
Targa molding.
Yeah, legit.
He was.
Okay. It was crazy because we were thinking about maybe he's the best pike in Europe, right?
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, me and there must have been one other person because I saw it on Reddit. So
I haven't heard about this statement.
Okay. In any case, great job by Jonghoon and overall by Astralis. So let's pull up the standings then. XL and G2. Hey, XL is even above you there. So is XL the best team in the LEC bracket?
I mean, we beat them, though.
Oh, right.
So,
I forgot that already.
I'm not sure where they are top 1, but I mean, it's fine.
It's the alphabet,
I
think.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. I mean, I think XL is playing really well. I think they are a completely different team. Like after the bootcamp in Korea they did, I think it really helped them a lot. Yeah, I'm actually really happy for them because I really like the players, and I think they were pretty good. And now they're showing that they have like really big potential to like fight for the top 1.
So with these standings in mind, who would you actually think right now, if you had to put it out there, what is the top 3 teams in LEC right now?
Let's read them off. Astralis, G2, and XL.
I mean, I would say it would be us, XL, and probably I would give it to Rogue.
Oh.
The Rogue? I would give it to Mad Lions, though.
Oh, yeah. Okay, why Rogue? Why Mad Lions?
He used to play for Mad Lions.
All right, that's true.
I mean, I think Mad Lions is overall playing better than Rogue. And I think that their drafting skills are a bit better. I think they can. Oh my God, the fly came back. I think they can play a lot of stuff, and I think Rogue sometimes is like kinda behind on the meta. So yeah, that's why I think Mad is gonna be top 3.
Oh, okay, Broken Blade.
Well, I think that Rogue is always a team that at some point they will just start winning, and if they win, they will keep on winning. And right now, I think their pace of winning started. I think they are on a winning streak right now, if I'm not mistaken.
They won 1 game today.
I think they won 2, right?
1 game yesterday. That would be a streak.
Yeah,
so that's 2.
And
yes,
I think just generally they are really a good team when it comes to playing out games very clean. Like you don't see them getting caught a lot. You don't see them overstaying, you know, and...
Although they did go 0-11 though the first week.
Yeah, we forget about that.
Okay.
I'm just doing this based on previous splits they played. And I think a team that plays like that usually doesn't really drop the ball with playing like that, right? Because it's like a very good disciplined way of playing. And I think if they would like unlearn that kind of play style, it would be really weird.
Yeah.
Because they didn't really change.
Do you think it gives them a natural ceiling?
Yeah, because I think they have good individual players as well, which makes it easier for them to just win games, right?
Yeah.
Do you guys have flies on stage 2? We get them in here all the time.
No, don't stop. Production will be so mad at you.
Okay,
It's
sorry.
actually our fault.
Really?
No, actually there was a flight today on stage. Like if you ask Caps, like Caps.
No.
Caps had
Was
one
Caps
like
a fly?
yesterday.
Oh no, Caps.
No, he had one week 1. There was a fly in week 1.
No, but today before the game.
Oh no.
Like he was like,
Maybe someone smelled and he was like, yeah.
I mean, the fly is always coming to me, so...
Basically, it's because...
I'm looking at the sauce.
Basically, it's because we eat snacks backstage and food and stuff, and then people get mad at us that we do so. Please don't talk about the food.
Okay.
Anyways, let's take a look at the schedule. There's no flies. What? The fly is an illusion. Let's take a look at the schedule for next week. It's actually super effing packed because we have the current top 6 clashing. So we have Fnatic and Astralis, we have Rogue Excel, we have Mad Lions G2, and then we have the other matches. I'm kidding. Vitality SK and Misfits VDS also popping. Broken Blade, what do you think? Mad Lions, you said they were good, so... Oh, no, he said they were good.
I don't think they're like bad
No,
at
I know
all.
what you mean. Yeah.
But playing against Mad Lions is obviously going to be very fun. I have also a lot of people that I like there, like Niski and Armut, especially.
Yeah.
Not been knowing them for a long time, and obviously I don't want to lose against people like that, right? So I will try extra hard.
Okay. Flacket, what do you think about Mad Lions? You thought they were good, so or top 3s, right?
I think we're gonna beat them, or at least I hope. I think they're a really good team, but I think if we don't play like we played against BDS, we should take the win. But we are G2 and everything can happen. So let's make sure that we stay focused and we stay tryhard for the Mad Lions game.
Yeah. You know what it's gonna do for sure? It's gonna bang.
Actually, it's gonna bang. Yeah.
Because it's gonna the other game in the schedule is Fnatic.
Oh, you have Fnatic the next day?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so. No?
Oh!
We should. No?
Yeah.
That weekend bangs then for G2.
That's good. Mega bangs.
That mega bangs. All right, I think that's it. I'd like to take a PGL selfie, please.
Okay.
Nobody's ever been like, no. Like, screw you, we're not doing that.
My boss.
All right. You guys ready?
I'm gonna give them room.
Cool. Thank you very much, guys. And thank you, everyone, for this really long weekend. Yeah, it was a bit long, and we got a bit loopy, but I hope you enjoyed the show. We certainly... Oh, my God, I can't even talk. Do you want to sign us off, Broken Blade?
Yeah.
Thank you guys for watching.
Yeah?
Yeah, next Friday we'll be back, newly energized for more LEC action. Have a good night, boys.
Bye.
Cheers.
Have a good night, everyone. Welcome back to the LEC 2022 Summer Day 2. So happy to see you all here.
Misfits taking on SK, both of these teams sitting in 9th and 10th respectively. Both teams really struggling. There goes out the Orbit Deception. Tower's currently taking up Mercer. Now it turns to Vitio. 1 shot, 2 shots. That's a dead treat. Are firing on SK Gaming. That Everfrost was flawless from VTO. Misfits find their first win of summer. Finito, Dunzo, XL, kill 3, and they're not done yet. That's for the ace for XL at 18.
That is a statement game.
Every single XL member yells, "We have one another." That's how we won.
Young-Ho! Oh my god! Oh, that was actually disgusting from Jung-Hoon! Execute by name, execute by nature! Great steal from the rogue jungler, knocks up Chachi. The charm coming out though with the encore. Bait steal, but it's onto the 2 tanks. Jung-Hoon able to get into the fight right now. No one's low enough for him either. Comp going in, the streamer slides a shuffle. In by Larson. And Rogue died forward and Astralis die. We have Fnatic versus BDS up next, 4th game of the day. Okay, get a flip it! Philadelphia! And it's Synchro up the wins. They want to look for the backlines, being able to get onto Nuclear, but Nuclear flashes away. Upset trying to go through it as well with the acquired taste. Coming out from it. Dote will stop him, will stun him. No way does Upset get that! Fnatic win! Team Vitality versus G2 Esports. Hook's gonna land. Death Charge coming out as well with a pin. Dawning Shadow is enough. Chaos brought in with the Divine Judgment as well. Chaos flashing forward, the charm's going to hit him, and he will go down as well. Broken Blade controlling the fight from the bottom side. Yankos low. Divine Judgment just in time now. Fire pops the stopwatch up towards the top of the fight. Kazi's fighting against Flacket, but Flacket is not quite able to win it out. G2 will go 4-1.